When Ching Miao awoke, she found herself in a spacious room permitted with Blio fodders. She held her still dizzy head in her hands, squinting here to take in her surroundings. The place resembled a presondermitery, with mattress schiffazard leistern across the floor, leaving just enough space for a single person to pass through ways. The walls, stained and yellowed, bore large, blood-red letters stated inferior dormitory. Her mind buzzed with confusion, and she faint heard the sharp scream sofa woman and the angriker's sofa man from nearby, mixed with an odd, indescribable sound. Furrowing her brow, Chung Mio sup tessersiof the noise. It was piercing, reminiscent to Fakarticharkter's voice, and in such a setting, it felt distinctly eerie. Staggering to her feet, she recalled the events letting Gupto her slumber she had been out with friends, had a few drinks, and then fallen asleep at home, only to wake a fear. The sound emanated from a height against Thule, where a crowd had gathered, maintaining a distance that suggested both curiosity and dread, their cries of despair eliciting gasons of Funizi and Chungmiao. Asep who shed through he Trongtojita closer Luke, she discovered that the source of the commotion was no team tie buttrithera glossy, slippery cockroach. Chengmio had many fears. She was afraid of ghosts and insects alike. Yet, she possessed a peculiar trait thereward calmness intensified themery terrified she felt. These waspert liduator social anxiety, which led her to reject social interaction with an exterior of indifference. As he maintained her cold facade, her skin prickled with goosebumps. Suddenly, Shinada said that the cockroach had stood up. It was na small creature right reared upon its shin legs, balancing just considerable body on thetwo legs beneath it. The Intinianut shed wavy das if it were registering, Anching Mio Evansuit Linford, mimicking Gabodo Salyat he onlookers. Chungmio's expression remained impassive Ishermindress. Am I under the influence of semi hallucinogen? Could this bethwere Kofa drug trafficking organization? Hello everyone, and welcome to Survival in the Zist Cockroach Dormitory. You have all been carefully selected to participate in this game, and I hope AO will strive to succeed. Dandra. Turn to the human world, the cockroach announced. Having grown weary from standing, it perched itself on he'd of tea table, its tiny, almost invisible legs as winging in the air. Uriel Newcomers and or first stay is Scintilo Grady Dormitory. Iamayo your front discathindant, Mr. Cockroach. The dormitory is divided into 3 tiers low, medium, and high, and I will handle your check-ins. Those who fail the game you will not be eligible for accommodation, Mr. Cockroach smiled, its antennnae swaying cheerfully. The dormitory serious presents a low level of difficulty, Southerist period serif. 40-hour first in trying Tothello Grady Dormitory, you will have a 10 minute soft preparation time. Transitioning from low to medium takes an day, and from medium to high takes 3 days. Mr. Cockroach surveyed he crowed, it's do negro and Jim patient. Oncio you leave me Cockroach Dormitory, yo will laid Vincito a higher grady in. Only by successfully completing Thedan Club challenge you can your return to reality. Annoyed by the surrounding noise, Mr. Cockroach sudden lie stew Dan stompadite steinefeet, its voice turned injurable. Those zuho fear insects who'd stop wailing. Doyo expect Mr. Pandatos survey wentillo esti erdermitery? Onliwi, thelolipus, air willing to injure. Chingmaya thought to herself no, you might understand the errant screaming because they fear cockroaches. Having vented its inexplicable frustration, Mr. Cockroach not said thistolence among the crowd. Now, cover-red here-mouth sand trembled, staring at the giant cockroach. Satisfied, Mr. Cockroach stone softened slightly, offering a hint of leniency. Just remember, focus in clearing thulls, perform well, and do learn and nominate taste in the higher gradients. The quality of service and living conditions in those establishments exquisite, indeed. Feminitare word sio you receive upon clearing olivelcan buzid not on la cover your la ginjex bin ses boot can also be exchanged for covalent twishy. However, whether tosavi or spindies entirely up to you. A semio nu hoha dothan engaged with infiniteflon narratives, chungmi our main consider a blykelmer than those around erhauer the verja fainting from her. These wasmerian infinity gamio continuous monsterbital sandalvel completions, albeit farmer reparilis and challenging the neat ciemet at first glance. Beyond this, Chung Myoha transitioned from confusion to composure, meticulously analyzing her current predicament. Since the Sitov the incurable plague in 2328, the Fatov tos afflicted dad becoming matter of speculation. Individuals is tricken be this plague wood falanto adi epslumber, with thyre awakening and ginge entirely on chance no remedies good prove effective. Those fortunate not awake nofen wept with joy, proclaiming Thead returned to live, accompanied by a host of nonsensical claims abouterwards the absurdities were countless. International medical organization shad concluded that thigh's affliction could lead top psychological complications. Reflecting on this, Chung Miao realized that these individuals are not true limit. They were likely experiencing something akin to her own situation, having arrived at this so-called survival in. Her spirits lift at the fact that many hate awakened suggested that there was shop before completing the game. Excuse me, Mr. Cockroach Turneto's peaker, a fresh-faced girl. Thagirl had a look at fetchers, and while she might know Thavish Draconia stunning at first glance, there was satchum that made hair increasing like captivating the lingeron looped. In short, she was quite beautiful and exceptional pleasant to behold. Yet, despite her outward calm, her voice trembled slightly. Mr. Cockroach playful landed on her shoulder, and it was no surprise thought the girl's entire body stiffened. Chiang Mai swallowed hard, striving to unearth the fact that a gigantic cockroach was perched upon her since there were various types of fins. Will winter the instant sees alongside of players from the higher gradients? Mr. Cockroach waved its centini, having no tin counter it in Nucomer hoded intermediate, lycolapse sane panic forquit sumet time. That quality for sin terrible should declined, making for author an appetizing experience. Balancing its attention, Mr. Cockroach observed Chung Mia's delicatesque while a diligent la fool fillin jits duty sace affront to scath naturally, that will happen. As heads, it depends an individual luck in turn instance cess with players from higher gradient chase its advantages and disadvantages. One or more thing to ensure a thegama proceeds peacefully and amicably, theasa violence against their players within theorems is strictly prohibited. Itis undeniable thought some items can utilize outside the instances, but theaser will also face a severe backlash. Chung Mia felt a slight sense offerly if this would significantly improve their survival retefernacomers, as for Mr. Cockroach sworning but refraining from violence, shed si dead to take it with a grain of salt, opting instead to explore the situation herself. Thank you. I have no further questions, Chung Mia said cautiously, shifting her shoulders. You can fly away now, please don't stay on. In truth, Chung Mio had a myriad of questions. Having read numerous Shoror and Finiteflo novels, she could enumerate various unfolding modes live streaming, competitive, metaverse types. Yet, asking too many questions was less valuable than simpler turning alive from the first game, especially considering. Chung Mia caught a glimpse of a repugnant cockroach stilling a ring in her shoulder, feeling gas the Fitzword scarred hidden meanings, have revealed and have concealed. Asking too many questions scood clouder judgment and ito preconceived notions. Mr. Cockroaches indeed in the air, observing Chung Miao for amit. What is your name? Chung Miao. Having her name known be a cockroach that clearly was an ordinary creature washered lie a pleasant prospect, yet Chung Miao read no trefuse in peace inquiry. Mr. Cockroach did not linger, swift lie flying back to the hideable. Chung Mia skienies noticed a rectangular holy inthuala adjacent to the table, resembling gay liveries latimmed de denador, on danather identical cockroach with perched it every opening. Bro, the entire first Stanskin team shave failed to clear the levels we can enjoy an extra meal tonight. Is that so? There isn't newcomer shave been disappointingly in a blitzgecka look. One set at wa cockroaches exit Rudy hole. Chung Mia belated lie realized that the appeaning was indeed part of father. However, this door lacked a handly orlick, blending almost seamless line tathul, making it difficult to detect. Thanks to those atwa cockroaches, others also became aware of this door. A nerby plumpman, as if had discovered a lifeline, dashed toward the door with remarkably edgily, pounding in it desperately. Help! I sanionether? Open the door and let me out. After a moment, Theman froze amid motion, as if he had encountered something terrifying. He pointed rigid lie at the window, his expression filled with dread a shara coiled, his throw a timiding heavy, labor regisp soft ha-ha. Chung Maya show thimiglance, gritted her teeth, and approach ed the door. Above a theta livery slow tways at palm's eyes glass window, obscured by layers of rhyme, making it difficult to discern the outside world. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, the already filthy window was splattered with a series of bloody handprints. The sight of Tekrim's prints in thin a row, dirty window made Chumaya sheer trace. Help! Open the door! Please, open the door! The same a desperate tech cry as from outside a sounded of in reckling. Chungmyo el der breathen took a step back, onlatos see several faces spushing gaunt hoven against the glass, their features grotesque limard, rendering their original appearance unrecognizable. Multiple hands reached through he appeaning, desperately trying to claw their way inside. Some an shade of in split from the force, revealing the paint he must have endured. These hands were smeared with blood and dirt, as if they had struggled and crawled across the ground. Duetta the small size oft he appeaning, the wounds were exposed, with some even faint displaying glimpses of white bone. Ah! A cacophony of piercing screams erupted behind her, and Shumi a bit down hard on soft flesh off her mouth, stifling the scream that threatened to hyper her throat. Suddenly, the world spuner, and a voice, devoid of discernible emotion and gender, echoed in here's initiating Saloinstance abandoned courtyard, player Chumaya loading. A musty adore mingled with Thescent toff decaying wood made Chung Miao, Hoa just awakened, sneezes several times. Realizing she hadn't to read this so-called aim, Chung Miao immediately tensed her muscles, surveying her surroundings and confirming she was alone in this place. Before your student old residential building with crumbling concrete walls, where a blue metal plaque hung an even line in the center, white paint declaring Jato building 4 of Minching Alley. Thera where Chingmio stood way sat I lapidated courtyard outside the building, once whom a tavai brant flower sand climbing Venst hat na lay withered and darkened. It was evident that this place had been long abandoned. The ground was littered with fallen leaves, mingling with dust, creating a particularly oppressive atmosphere beneath the grayski. The courtyard was zero isolate, devoid of even thwisbrof wind the half-decayed leaves and the ground lay lifeless, as if trapped in a void of stillness. It felt as though Simeon had drained the color from this place, rendering jitin the sepia tone so fanneled photograph. Chumia felt an unsettling sense of being trapped in this care of time, causing her to furrow her brow. Suddenly, she thought she caught a limpsio favigured shadow flitting by in the distance. Startled, Chef accused her gaze, Butithid vanished without a trace. In such a place, Chungmi ordered Noddlethergar down, yet after confirming that the ominous red shadow had indeed disappeared, she resumed her cautious survey. As he was scanning her surroundings, a voice sudden lyre sonated closet to her rear. Welcome, player Chingmiao, to the Saloinstance abandoned courtyard. Please ye uncovered secret softy courtyard and escape. Hint manus notman, objectus not object dust returns to dust, earth returns to earth. As thenatification sound faded, Chungmio senzed heon's motionless courtyard gradually stirring to lift. Thawfitch remained hauntingly quiet. She cooed finally fee lafint breeze caressing her cheek. Around her, several children, around 8 or 9 years old, appeared, dressed in clothes that's outdated biadkadur twelve. Tiger, is this really building 4 of Minching Alley? It looks so eerie, remarked a filth the little boy beside Yao, sniffling. This was a solid game, so the children must been peaks guiding the narrative. Ergo, area scared? Yuri Vinmura to mid Nyonyo, a girl, teased a slight littler boy beside Ergo, how a sholding the hand of phasmal girl with the watermelon-shaped head. Thedgerlapper terrified, clinging desperately to the boy's hurt, on the verge of tears. Reluctantly entering the instance, Chungmio steeled herself and interjected, What's the big deal? Would you bring her along? Luca though frightened Shinchis. Ergo chuckled foolishly, Sister Meow Meow, you'dn't know Tiger? He has to take Nyonuvri where he goes. It's no to abide to lither tag along. Nyono kastatamid glancy Chung Miao, clear-lie intimidated bethimicolder girl. Theramost bevaluable clusen thin PCs. Chung Miao regarded the 3 children while remaining vigilant of her surroundings. Sauha Texik Lyrewood war? time wastes off thescence, anching meow. Apprehensive eof to potent chalors that might sudden limerge, wacy ejurto complete the task in the courtyard. Sister meow meow, you're not paying gatten shenagain. Didn't you hear? Little bayo from Aunt Song Shao Suent missing a couple of de sago, and Manicol Drinavidus appeared from Thiskirter diminching alley before. Wethought might find some eclueshery thought coodly dust a little bow, Tiger explained, ruffling Yonai Sharon pulling her closerish a step further inside. Let shuri up. Mimamon Lyle Loudmado bring Yonai here because hour with us. Istil need tagathone for dinner. A therage, children were refilled with curiosity while a genuinely when Teto help Aunt Song find her child, their motives were ally climaxed with the desire to explore the courtyard and tough heroism. It seemed through a sub-back drop-off child abduction. Chungmi oscillant Lyra sit diffy wince, but with no clear direction emerging, she turned her attention to the surroundings. The courtyard wasmal, filled with near lit a cade venecent moss covereds, stoneable sand chairs, with the tickler of fallen leaves scarpeting the ground. Chungmio cleared a pachof ground with her foot, revealing gone litter tandon of in surface, devoid of anything particularly noteworthy. This place appared to be an abandoned courtyard, and the presence of several en peak smatty at simul most normal. Yet it was this verin or malsi thathiington, chimioscussion to an extreme degree. The rongata behind her creaked suddenly, whether from the wondersome force, producing gaserious ophiri creaks. Chungmaya spun around abruptly, but found nothing. Thegad had a paned slightly, a sifsimio najis squeezed through, causing the rusty dorto imma to feeble growing. Shestard at Hegate for Afusicons before turning back a thirjan goft hey tree children, suppressing the terrifying thoughts in her mind. Chungmyo did not possess breathtaking beauty, nor did she have an innate strength. She certainly was not devoid of emotions thought would prevent her from feeling fear. However, she had a quality thought man lacked that greater external pressure, the calmer she became. Even when reped fear, she could maintain a composed demeanor, meticulously analyzing the situation. Chungmi often joked that thighs wash because she was a competent corporate worker. Now, however, it had become her greatest asset. There was nothing in the courtyard to defend herself with, so Chungmyo steeled herself and ventured another rider. The corridor was rowdy in darkness, and as hintered, Harry struggled to just, only catching a whiff of damp, decaying dust. Suddenly, a beam of flight illuminated the space, revealing Ergogrenings chiviously. He, Thor about exploring, so he borrowed my dad's flashlight. Chungmiato and I the flashlight and carefully examined the corridor with its light. Thule swear filthy, smeared with muddy footprints and unknown stains, wily few clean pisparilloid flyers. As Healy encloser, Chungmia cautiously peeled the flyer soft ethereal missing personatises. The photograph should weathered significantly, Butit way savident they depicted by sandgirl surround sign or 7 years old. Among them, one a little girl's notice was most prevalent. They girl had twabraid sandwarar dress, holding a jumpropy in her hand. The facial features in the photograph fad blurred into a rough grayish white, appearing semi-watirender the flashlight's beam. Chungmiao regarded the girl in their dressed hot filai, the color red was reminiscent of heflating. Shadow Shihaj limp sidupon entering the instance. Chapter 3 The Abandoned Courtyard Part 2 Chung Miao took note of the little girl's name. Lu Shui, a resident of apartment 402. The thick stack of missing person notices revealed the despair of her parents in their search for her. Confirming that there were no additional clues in the hallway, Chung Miao tucked the pile of notices under her arm and ascended the staircase. In this old residential building, the first floor served merely as an entrance hallway, with actual living quarters commencing from the second floor. Each level housed 2 households, and some families had moved out in such haste that their doors remained unlocked. On the second floor was a private clinic, its sign, which had long ceased to shine, read, Minxing Clinic. Chung Miao gently pushed open the ajar door, and a line of children trailed in behind her. The room was significantly brighter than the hallway. Chung Miao drew back the curtains to let the light pour in, revealing the room's furnishings amidst the swirling dust. This was an old-fashioned private clinic, with a makeshift consultation area furnished with somewhat rickety tables and chairs, alongside a large medicine cabinet and a treatment bed. On a small iron cabinet next to the bed lay some acupuncture medicine packets, while the table was cluttered with discarded medical records and a patient logbook. The walls were adorned with numerous certificates of honor and photographs. From the banners presented to him, it was evident that the doctor of Minxing Clinic bore the surname Su and seemed to have enjoyed a modicum of fame in his time. Cheng Miao gazed upward, straining to decipher the faded text on the yellowed newspapers framed on the wall. Dr. Su was renowned in the locality, a rare university graduate of his era. Although he could not treat critical ailments, he effectively cured common colds and coughs. Moreover, Dr. Su appeared to have a knack for folk remedies, possessing considerable expertise in treating various obscure maladies. In this era portrayed within the narrative, doctors were a scarce profession, and private physicians who dedicated a significant portion of their lives to serving the community were held in high regard. The cabinet was stacked high with accolades. Flipping through the patient log, Cheng Miao noticed that nearly every household listed had consulted Dr. Su. Unsurprisingly, she came across the medical record for Lu Shui of apartment 402, which detailed nothing particularly alarming, merely a case of food poisoning. In the patient's signature section, Lu Shui had scrawled her name in a wobbly script, accompanied by a small heart doodle. Just as Cheng Miao was searching for clues, a sudden shriek from Ergo and Nyo echoed from the inner room. Startled, Cheng Miao looked up to find that the three children had slipped into the room. Grabbing an old folding stool that leaned against the wall, she cautiously made her way over. As she reached the doorway, Ergo and Nyo burst out in tears, diving into Cheng Miao's embrace. Cheng Miao thought to herself, being clung to by children was far more frightening than the scenario itself. Huzi emerged with a pale complexion. Being somewhat older, he exhibited fear but did not blubber like Ergo. "What's wrong?" Cheng Miao's expression, which appeared emotionless to the children, conveyed the unique calmness of adulthood. Although her hand gripping the folding chair trembled slightly, she assured herself it was merely the weight of the chair that made her hands shake. "There's a body inside," Ergo cried, his words muddled with sobs as he clung closer to Cheng Miao. "Don't get your snot on me," Cheng Miao exclaimed, grateful to Ergo for causing her to feel more alarmed at the idea of a corpse than the reality itself. After a moment, Nyo, having cried for a while, seemed to grow embarrassed, her cheeks flushed as she retreated behind Huzi. Unable to extract further information, Cheng Miao gently set Ergo aside and stepped into the room. The interior was somewhat dim. Cheng Miao tentatively reached around the wall beside the doorframe and felt a hanging cord. With a gentle tug, a flickering bulb illuminated the space, though it wobbled unsteadily. As the light brightened, Cheng Miao finally beheld the so-called body. It turned out to be two medical skeletons, one large and one small, marked with acupuncture points in permanent ink, positioned right at the entrance. In an age where information was not readily accessible and people's minds were somewhat closed, it was entirely natural for them to be startled by such an object. Cheng Miao patiently explained to the children what they were seeing, and their expressions slowly eased. With a sigh of relief, she surveyed the room. Evidently, this was where Dr. Su took his rest. A single bed was placed against the wall, neatly made up, indicating the owner's tidiness. Beside the pillow lay a book wrapped in newspaper. Upon inspection, it was a medical text. The room contained little beyond essentials. A table supporting a lamp that had long ceased to function and a small red plastic mirror covered in dust. It was an utterly ordinary space. Cheng Miao's nose twitched. A scent reminiscent of burnt Chinese medicine wafted through the air. Although her sense of smell was generally keen, the various stale odors in the room somewhat dulled her perception. After a careful search, she found no kitchen or similar area, leading her to attribute the peculiar smell to the prolonged vacancy of the house. Ignoring the sobbing children seated on the treatment bed, Cheng Miao proceeded toward the remaining room. The bathroom. For someone like her, who both feared and loved horror films, she could effortlessly conjure up 20 classic horror scenes on a whim. After frightening herself with the terrifying images in her mind, she hesitantly opened the bathroom door. It was a very old bathroom, featuring only a brick sink and a rudimentary shower area. The sink was cluttered with cleaning supplies like mops and brooms, while the faucet dripped due to age and disrepair. Drip, drip. The sound sent a chill down Chang Miao's spine, and she twisted the faucet vigorously to silence the unnerving soundtrack. Suddenly, a noise akin to an object falling echoed from the shower area, resonating in her ears like thunder. At that time, few residential buildings had independent toilets, and bathrooms were merely smeared with a layer of cement, with a pipe running overhead and a hole in the wall serving as a makeshift drain. The crumpled cloth lay on the floor, seemingly an old garment repurposed for cleaning. Its color had faded from prolonged use. Observing the dust marks on the pipe, it appeared that the cloth had once been draped over it but had fallen to the ground for some unknown reason. Not believing in coincidences within the narrative, Chang Miao conducted a thorough 360-degree inspection, indeed finding no ghostly figure with disheveled hair nor pale fingers emerging from the drain. Acknowledging that the unfolding of typical narratives requires certain trigger conditions, she reminded herself to remain patient during this clue-gathering phase. The bathroom was austere, lacking even a mirror. The only reflective surface in the entire room was the small red plastic mirror in the bedroom. This was perhaps fortuitous, as it reduced the likelihood of encountering anything one should not see within the mirror's reflection. Noticing the clinic contained no superfluous items, Chang Miao resolved to explore the other floors before forming any conclusions. Thus far, she had yet to glean a single hint. Just then, a raspy, mournful melody drifted in from outside, sending shivers down Chang Miao's spine. Chapter 4. The Abandoned Courtyard 3. Upon stepping outside, Chang Miao observed air go clutching an antiquated radio, seemingly unearthed from some forgotten corner. Remarkably, after an indeterminate passage of time, the radio still emitted melodies. Chang Miao took the device, switching through several channels, only to be met with static and noise. One station, however, incessantly played a mournful tune sung by a woman, offering nothing but terror. Seeking solace, Chang Miao promptly removed the batteries. Time was of the essence. She had intended to ascend the stairs accompanied by the NPCs. Regardless of whether they were pivotal to the plot, a larger group would surely bolster their courage. To her dismay, the children, still shaken by the skeletal figure they had encountered moments before and now startled by the radio's lament, fervently shook their heads, insisting on returning home. In a moment of distraction, Chang Miao lost sight of them, and with a swift motion, they dashed outside. Chang Miao followed them into the courtyard, only to find the once open gate securely shut, as if it had been closed by an unseen force. The iron gate, while not locked, resisted their efforts to push it open, leaving the children with flushed faces. Chang Miao approached, attempting to budge it, but it yielded not an inch. It appeared the game was far from over. Even the NPCs were trapped, as the children's cries began anew. Chang Miao felt a headache brewing and resorted to a mix of coaxing and scaring them into silence. After assuring them she would lead them out, they clustered around her like chicks around their mother hen. Chang Miao thought to herself, there was no need for such dramatics. Just as she was soothing the frightened children, the once eerily silent courtyard, reminiscent of a still photograph, suddenly came alive with sound. Swish, swish, swish. Chang Miao's hair stood on end as the sound of children skipping rope reached her ears. The rhythmic thud of small feet hitting the ground, accompanied by faint giggles, echoed behind her. A chill of cold sweat drenched her back as she cursed under her breath, realizing this was indeed a supernatural scenario. With a serious expression, she turned her head to glance behind her. To her astonishment, there was nothing there. Upon her turning, the mysterious sound ceased, leaving only the decaying leaves on the ground, tracing faint lines beneath her feet. Chang Miao's heart sank. The marks were unmistakably left by a rope brushing against the ground. Meow meow, what's wrong? Huzi queried, observing Chang Miao's tense demeanor and glancing curiously behind her. Did you hear something? Chang Miao raised an eyebrow in surprise. What? Don't he scare us? Ergo's face contorted as he teetered on the brink of tears again. With a sense of exasperation, Chang Miao feigned misunderstanding, hoping to quell his fears. It seemed that either the dangers within this narrative only targeted players, or they had yet to escalate to a level perceptible by the NPCs. Regardless of the reason, it was decidedly unfavorable for Cheng Miao. They were unable to leave, and despite their reluctance, the children had no choice but to remain in this unsettling place. Yet no matter how she coaxed them, they steadfastly refused to ascend the stairs, preferring instead to wait in the examination room for her return. Did they not find the examination room more terrifying? Realizing her futile attempts were in vain, Cheng Miao surmised that this might be a narrative necessity, and that the unfolding events would have to be navigated independently by the player. As she traversed the dimly lit corridor, Cheng Miao contemplated the significance of the little girl named Lu Shui, who evidently served as a critical plot point. The photograph featured only her with a skipping rope, compelling her to pay particular attention to room 402. The security doors on both sides of the third floor were tightly locked, while the fourth floor was sealed off by iron gates. It appeared that clues were confined to the second and fourth floors. Indeed, the difficulty of this novice village was apparent, as it laid bare the locations of clues for players to discover. Given Lu Shui's importance, Cheng Miao cautiously pushed open the door to room 402. The room was a cozy and meticulously arranged space. Though the furniture was old, each piece was carefully covered. On the coffee table rested a vase containing a few wilting flowers of indeterminate variety. The walls were adorned with a plethora of children's crafts, predominantly family portraits. In the center, a little girl with pigtails donned a red dress, clutching a skipping rope, flanked by a man and a woman. Beside the long-dead flowers on the dining table lay a photograph of Lu Shui's parents, beaming as they embraced her. Cheng Miao finally discerned Lu Shui's appearance. Indeed, she was a charming little girl, grinning widely at the camera with her fingers forming rabbit ears. In Lu Shui's small bedroom, Cheng Miao stumbled upon the most valuable clue thus far, a diary. Ensuring she had not overlooked any other evidence, she settled onto the sofa to peruse its contents. April 8. My brother Chi-Chi went missing downstairs, and our parents were very anxious, crying for a long time. I hope Chi-Chi can return soon. June 14. Chi-Chi's parents accused Aunt Lee of being a human trafficker, and Aunt Lee was very sad. I gave her a piece of candy. July 2. Aunt Lee was taken away by some uncles. I don't know when she will return. July 30. Aunt Lee is back. August 15. Sister Wanwen also went missing. September 4. Mom and Dad said Aunt Lee is an old maid, and old maids are not good people, so they won't let me play with her anymore. I'm unhappy. October 23. Today my stomach hurts. Dad took me to Brother Sue's house to see a doctor. Brother Sue gave me medicine and praised me for being pretty. January 22. Brother Sue gave me candy again. I like him. March 9th. Today is my birthday. Mom bought me a red skirt, and I like it very much. Dad and Mom went to work, and Aunt Lee asked me to play with her, but I promised to find Brother Sue first. The diary concluded abruptly, and Cheng Miao pondered the scrawled handwriting. It became evident that another key figure was Aunt Lee, who resided in room 401. The residents of Minxing Lane had long suspected Aunt Lee's involvement in the children's disappearances. On July 2nd, Lu Shui had witnessed the police taking Aunt Lee away. Since Aunt Lee had returned, it suggested that either she was not the perpetrator or that evidence against her was insufficient. As Cheng Miao tucked the diary into her possession and prepared to investigate room 401, the previously silent bedroom suddenly erupted with the sound of rustling. Woo-woo. Shui, where are you? A woman's heart-wrenching sobs echoed, accompanied by a man's heavy sighs and the sound of pacing in the desolate room. Cheng Miao tightened her grip on the diary and stealthily approached the threshold of Lu Shui's bedroom. The dust-laden room now seemed to return to a time when it was inhabited. A haggard-looking woman cradled a ragged doll by the bedside, weeping inconsolably, while a man with graying hair sat beside her, gently trying to soothe her. After a moment, the woman, still in tears, grasped a stack of missing person flyers, intent on leaving, but was halted by the man. Their argument escalated until the woman slammed the bedroom door shut. Observing the man, who covered his face in despair, Cheng Miao felt a wave of sympathy overshadowing her fear. "Hello," she ventured. Receiving no response, she cautiously stepped closer and inquired once more, "Excuse me, Did any strangers appear nearby before Lu Shui went missing? Oddly, the man continued to weep, seemingly oblivious to her presence. Chang Miao squinted, extending her hand toward him. Chapter 5 The Abandoned Courtyard 4. As anticipated, her hand passed through the man who appeared indistinguishable from a real person. The room was likely a tableau of Lu Shui's parents weeping inconsolably since her disappearance, yet Chang Miao's touch was like caressing the air, evoking no ripples. This must have been an illusion triggered by Chang Miao's presence. With a sigh, she waited for a while, observing the couple merely repeating the same scene. Before stowing the diary she still clutched into her bag, intending to investigate room 401. Without warning, the seemingly lifelike figures of Lu Shui's parents abruptly vanished from the room. Chang Miao's first instinct was to turn around, confirming that the classic horror film trope had not befallen her. Furrowing her brow, she pondered the abrupt disappearance of the apparition. Her fingers inadvertently brushed against the diary's cover in her bag, and a thought sparked in her mind. Could it be? As expected, when Chang Miao retrieved the diary once more, Lu Shui's parents reappeared in the room. After considering taking the diary to the clinic, Chang Miao thoughtfully tucked it away, and in the kitchen, she found a small fruit peeler, carefully concealing it within her clothing. Though she understood that a knife would likely be of little use against a spirit, possessing a sharp object offered a modicum of reassurance. Just as she was about to leave, an intense sixth sense surged within her, prompting her to glance up at the photograph on the dining table. Once cheerful and innocent, Lu Shui, who had previously posed with playful bunny ears, seemed to have dropped one hand at some point, the other reaching upward as if attempting to escape the confines of the frame, her fingertips unnaturally pale and somewhat grotesque. In the photograph, Lu Shui's head was bowed, her eyes obscured by thick bangs, and her mouth stretched into an eerily exaggerated grin. Chang Miao gazed at the image in silence for a moment before exiting the room and gently closing the door behind her. Curse this foolish game. Chang Miao silently lamented, tears brimming in her eyes. The door to room 401 was etched with numerous curses, and as she beheld the painted words, child trafficker, she fell into deep contemplation. Just as written in Lu Shui's diary, the residents here firmly believed that Antley was the culprit. Upon pushing open the door, she was greeted by the sight of a modest abode belonging to a solitary woman, with only a few photographs adorning the walls, each featuring a slightly plump woman. Antley, residing in room 401, must indeed be impoverished. The sparse furniture consisted of merely a few pieces, and the small wardrobe contained only a handful of faded and worn garments. Chang Miao could easily envision the lonely existence of this middle-aged woman, living in solitude day after day, compounded by the societal disdain for unmarried women in that era. The only noteworthy find was a few slightly curled drawings extracted from the bedroom wardrobe, each bearing the unmistakable handwriting of a child, depicting a crooked family portrait and various small animals. Chang Miao noted that each drawing was signed by its young artist, and these kindergarten projects had been deliberately preserved. Recognizing several pieces as Lu Shui's creations, Chang Miao shivered at the implications. A solitary woman, harboring numerous children's art projects within her home, inevitably conjured unsettling associations. Room 401 could only be described as barren. After several fruitless searches, Chang Miao found a defensible spot at the entrance, leaning against the wall as she took out Lu Shui's diary. No sooner had she unveiled the diary than a slightly plump woman with a trace of gray hair appeared before her. Contrary to Chang Miao's expectations of a brutal scene, the illusion in room 401 was surprisingly mundane. Antley began tidying the space, donning a faded brown shirt. She cautiously retrieved a small cake from the cupboard, placing it on the coffee table. It was unclear how much time Antley spent waiting, but she frequently glanced at a small iron clock before finally, with a heavy heart, pocketing her keys and departing. Chang Miao leaned against the wall, observing the recurring illusion. Initially believing that each room would reveal crucial clues, she now surmised that what transpired was merely a reflection of the owner's most tumultuous emotions. It seemed likely that Antley seldom interacted with others, her only significant connection being with Lu Shui. Referring to Lu Shui's diary, Chang Miao recalled that on Lu Shui's birthday, Antly had intended to celebrate with her. However, Lu Shue's prolonged absence had prompted Antly to worry and venture out in search of her. Everything fell into place. It was almost certain that, irrespective of the reasons behind Lu Shue's disappearance, the incident had likely occurred in that unremarkable clinic on the second floor. As for whether it was Antly or that brother Su who bore responsibility, further investigation at the clinic was necessary to draw a conclusion. While Cheng Miao was deep in thought, an unexpected sound of girlish laughter drifted in from outside. Hee hee. Without hesitation, Cheng Miao turned on her heel, just in time to glimpse a fleeting figure in red outside the door. This apparition, also clad in red, was markedly clearer than the previous one. Cheng Miao was convinced that something had indeed manifested. The eerie laughter resonated as if someone were whispering directly against her back. Cheng Miao pinched herself, striving to regain her composure as she analyzed the two supernatural phenomena that had thus far unfolded. The room's illusions were triggered by Lu Shue's diary, designed to provide the player with clues. The other phenomenon, concerning the missing Lu Shue, had evolved from a vague silhouette to discernible sounds, culminating in the changes evident in the photograph. Lu Shue was gradually becoming more corporeal. This latter occurrence was evidently far more ominous than the illusions, serving as a countdown, unmistakably warning Cheng Miao that when Lu Shue truly appeared before her, it would signify the most perilous moment. The departed cared not for ties of kinship or enmity. When the time came, they would unleash their wrath. Time was of the essence, and Cheng Miao's sole objective was to endure against all odds. With a heavy heart, Cheng Miao descended to the second floor. If Dr. Su was indeed the perpetrator, she felt a wave of nausea wash over her, contemplating the fade of a savior cloaking a predilection for children. The three children remained seated in the waiting area, their previously furrowed brows lighting up upon Cheng Miao's arrival. Jiang, you finally came down. Was there anything upstairs? Ergo leaped off the bed and rushed to Cheng Miao, tugging at her sleeve. Cheng Miao discreetly tucked the diary further into her bag and replied nonchalantly, "Nothing much. The room was filled with dust, clearly untouched for quite some time." Huzi wrinkled his nose and muttered, "Ever since something happened at Lu Shu's place, most folks have moved away. Who would still come here?" Cheng Miao keenly grasped that key phrase and asked, "Huzi, what else do you know? Do enlighten me." Taken aback by Cheng Miao's sudden amiability, Huzi scratched his head in confusion, sensing that her smile lacked sincerity. "This is something from long ago that I overheard my parents discussing," he began. "My dad mentioned that over 10 years ago, children frequently went missing in Minqing Alley. I wonder if the culprits have returned. My mom recalls that the last child to vanish was a little girl from Lu Shu's family. She was adorable when she smiled. Lu Shu and Lu Po searched for her for half a year, but when Lu Po's health deteriorated, Lu Shu sold their house to seek treatment. Ever since, Minqing Alley has been restless. Many have reported hearing the sounds of girls skipping rope and playing, which frightened everyone away, leaving the alley deserted." Chapter 6: The Abandoned Courtyard. 5. Cheng Miao hastily inquired, "Did your parents mention anything about the murderer?" Huzi cast a puzzled glance at Cheng Miao, replying, "Isn't the murderer just an old woman? I heard she's an unmarried woman driven to psychological madness. However, she fled long ago, and no one has been able to locate her since." Feeling a bit embarrassed, Huzi continued, "I came here out of curiosity because I heard this place is haunted." Cheng Miao's expression remained impassive. "Serves you right. That little rascal, you can't leave now, can you?" Observing Huzi, who hung his head and played with his fingers, Cheng Miao realized that further questioning would yield no more information. According to Huzi, the local residents regarded Li Dinyang as the culprit. Yet, due to the illusions in room 401, Cheng Miao remained skeptical that the situation was as straightforward as it seemed. She once again scoured the outer room of the clinic, leaving no stone unturned, including the examination bed where the children had sat, but apart from the medical records, no additional clues surfaced. It made sense. If evidence could be found in such a busy clinic, then Dr. Su should abandon his wicked pursuits and return home with his belongings. Cheng Miao retrieved the missing person notice she had torn down from the corridor and began to cross-reference it with the medical records, page by page. Indeed, every child listed on the notice, regardless of whether they resided in Building 4, had visited this clinic. Notably, what she initially thought was a heart drawn by Lu Shue's signature was also present on several other medical records of missing children. However, the marks had been erased with an eraser, leaving only faint impressions that were nearly undetectable without careful scrutiny. Cheng Miao now held over 80 confidence that the long-standing cases of child disappearances in Minxing Alley were linked to Dr. Su, though the motive remained unconfirmed. Non-human, Cheng Miao pondered the phrase from the hints. The term, non-human, likely suggested that the so-called good people were not as they appeared, while the presumed villain, Li Dinyang, was in fact the innocent one. Having identified the potential murderer, Cheng Miao felt invigorated, convinced that the examination room on the second floor must harbor undiscovered clues. Curiously, as she took out her diary, Dr. Su's illusion did not manifest in the outer room. Unwilling to believe that the diary had suddenly lost its efficacy, she surmised that the issue lay with the location. The diary could only trigger the most intense emotions or the most useful clues of the room's occupant. It was evident that the most significant clues in this clinic would not reveal themselves in this examination room. Instructing the children to remain in the outer room and not wander off, Cheng Miao ventured into the restroom once more, this time taking the mop from the sink with her. After a prolonged search in the drain with the mop head, she indeed extracted some fine, long strands of hair. Disgusted, Cheng Miao rubbed her arms and produced the diary. Swish, swish, the sound of a blade slicing through flesh and severing tendons echoed. Before Cheng Miao stood a figure clad in a white coat. Dr. Su, with his back turned, crouched on the ground, while Lu Shue lay before him, her face a mask of terror, her complexion a ghastly shade of blue and purple. Unexpectedly, in such a cramped space, there was yet another person. Li Dinyang, her neck ensnared by the jump rope that Lu Shue had held, her eyes bulging, forever unclosed in death. One could imagine that Li Dinyang, waiting impatiently for Lu Shue's arrival, had stumbled upon the scene of her demise. Unbeknownst to Lu Shue, who had mentioned her intention to visit Dr. Su, she had, in a moment of madness, taken Li Dinyang's life in the bathroom as well. Li Dinyang had no family and poor relations with her neighbors. Even in her disappearance, no one would search for her. In fact, it was precisely because of her absence that the people of Minxing Alley had branded her a child trafficker who had fled after abducting children. Lu Shue lay on the cement floor, still clad in her red dress, with visible handprints around her neck, leaving large areas of bruising. Her petite body lay in a pool of thick, congealed blood, her limbs cut open, revealing stark white bones. From Cheng Miao's vantage point, she could only see the blood-stained side of Dr. Su, who appeared to be in good spirits, a slight smile tugging at his lips as he hummed a dissonant tune. As if blood had splattered into his eyes, Dr. Su, with a hint of irritation, wiped his face clumsily with his hand, then proceeded to tear off Li Dinyang's outer garment, using it to wipe the blood-soaked floor before carelessly tossing it aside. It was no wonder Cheng Miao had felt a sense of familiarity with Li Dinyang's attire when in room 401. The so-called rag in the bathroom was indeed the last garment worn by Li Dinyang. Cheng Miao felt a wave of nausea rise within her, the hellish scene before her sending shivers down her spine, the air thick with the stench of blood that seemed to congeal into a tangible form. Just then, as she concentrated on the gruesome act of dismembering the corpse, Dr. Su halted, sensing her retching behind him. A chill ran down Cheng Miao's spine, her instinct screaming of impending danger. Dr. Su lowered the hand gripping the knife and slowly turned to face her. To be fair, Dr. Su was not unpleasantly handsome. Though he could not be described as striking, he had the earnest, clean appearance of a diligent student. However, at that moment, his once approachable face was smeared with blood, and his eyes gleamed with a hint of mania. "Who are you? How did you end up in my home?" Cheng Miao's heart sank. She hadn't anticipated that the clinic would not present the same illusory realm as the fourth floor. The doctor before her felt genuinely perilous, appearing as a tangible threat that could be seen and touched. With no hiding places in the outer room, The thought of him wielding a knife at the children sent shivers down her spine. Who knew how many more souls would be claimed? Watching the glimmering knife in Dr. Su's hand, Chang Miao retreated towards the bedroom, where her folding stool remained, a more formidable weapon against a maniac armed with a knife than the fruit knife concealed on her person. Enough. Regardless of who you are, you saw what just transpired, right? Seeing Chang Miao remain silent, Dr. Su's lips curled into an unsettling smile. Do you think I would believe you if you claimed you didn't see anything? Chang Miao's mind churned with rebellious thoughts as she retorted internally, What you did to Lu Shui, do you not believe in retribution? Retribution? Ha! If retribution existed, I would have perished long ago. Dr. Su's laughter sent chills down her spine, as if he had recalled something disturbingly amusing. Realizing he was implying that the missing children shared a fate similar to Lu Shui's, Chang Miao inwardly spat at him, Scum! As Dr. Su drew ever closer, Chang Miao could no longer delay. She had initially thought the murderer resided here, that Lu Shui's lingering spirit would surely emerge to confront him. Yet, to her dismay, no ghostly figure appeared. Chang Miao cursed inwardly, realizing that indeed, spirits feared the wicked. Her expression shifted dramatically, panic and terror flooding her eyes, causing the hairs on her arms to stand on end. You, behind you. That little girl who died is standing up. Chapter 7 The Abandoned Courtyard 6. Chang Miao babbled incoherently, as if she could already envision Lu Shui, whose body had been gruesomely disemboweled, trembling behind Dr. Su, her body poised for flight. A flicker of terror flashed in Dr. Su's eyes as he crazily turned around, fiercely wielding the kitchen knife in a frantic slash behind him. Now is the time. Chang Miao swiftly turned and fled, slamming the bedroom door shut behind her. Grabbing a folding stool that leaned against the wall, she positioned herself beside the door, ready to deliver a surprise attack to Dr. Su as he entered. Chang Miao suppressed her heavy breathing, her ears still echoing with the rapid thrum of her heartbeat. She swallowed hard, sensing something amiss. Why was there no sound? A sense of foreboding washed over her. Just as she hesitated over whether to open the door, a sudden rush of wind zipped past her ear, accompanied by the sharp whistle of a blade slicing through the air, aimed directly at her head. Chang Miao's heart constricted, and on instinct, she rolled forward just in time to narrowly evade the kitchen knife that swung down behind her. She looked up to find a grotesque figure looming before her. Dr. Su's already frayed nerves had snapped under the weight of Chang Miao's earlier ghost story, and he had completely lost his sanity. It seemed that while the ghost in this narrative wielded a knife, walls and doors were no barriers. Wasn't it typical for ghosts in stories to be obstructed by doors? How clever, how unexpected, Chang Miao thought calmly. He. There's a ghost? Dr. Su, muttering madly, directed a gaze at Chang Miao that was rife with malice and an almost imperceptible fear. Gripping the folding stool tightly, Chang Miao's eyes darted around the bedroom, searching for a way out. Surely, she couldn't rely on the folding stool to vanquish a ghost? Dr. Su advanced step by step, and Chang Miao's shoulder brushed against a human skeleton propped against the door. A bone-chilling cold emanated from the skeleton, which felt far from ordinary plastic. In a flash of insight, Chang Miao suddenly realized Dr. Su couldn't have skinned his last two victims, Lu Shui and Aunt Li, to create skeleton specimens, could he? Indeed, a pervert. Before Chang Miao could ponder further, Dr. Su lunged forward, brandishing the kitchen knife menacingly. Summoning her resolve, Chang Miao raised the folding chair to shield herself, and with a resounding clang, she felt as if she had been struck by a speeding vehicle, her palms splitting open, her chest constricting, and a metallic sweetness rising in her throat. Pain ignited Chang Miao's fury, and in a desperate bid, she drew a fruit knife concealed within her clothing, plunging it fiercely into Dr. Su. She had not expected much from this gamble, considering her opponent was a spectral entity that could enter the room without using the door. To her astonishment, she felt the knife plunge into soft flesh, eliciting a pained cry from Dr. Su. Without a moment to spare, Cheng Miao was propelled backward by the force of her strike. In an instant, as she fell, she collided with the chilling skeleton but did not crash against a wall as she had anticipated. Instead, her body rolled into a pitch-black dark room, as though colliding with a cardboard barrier. Crumpled amidst a heap of bones, Cheng Miao felt a sharp pain throughout her body, her nostrils assaulted by a scent of charred remnants that she had sensed earlier but could not pinpoint. Struggling to her feet, she had no time to examine her surroundings before slipping into the shadows. After what felt like an eternity, the outside remained eerily silent. The deranged Dr. Su had not reappeared. Cautiously, Cheng Miao poked her head out, and the bedroom appeared immaculate, devoid of bloodstains, with even the fruit knife that had punctured Dr. Su gone from sight. Only the folding chair that had saved her lay on the floor. Cheng Miao exhaled softly, stepping out to retrieve the chair, leaning against the wall to steady her erratic breathing. Whether it was the result of the scuffle or her injury to Dr. Su, the monstrosity that had terrorized her seemed to vanish as if it had never existed in the clinic. After regaining her composure, she glanced at the dimly lit dark room, then opened the door to peek outside. Ergo, hand me your flashlight. The trio of bored individuals outside were taken aback when they saw Cheng Miao emerge, her hair disheveled and face dusted with grime. Yet her deep brown eyes retained a startling brightness. Sister Miao, what happened to you? Ergo queried, handing over the flashlight, peering curiously into the room. There's a ghost, Cheng Miao replied, taking the flashlight and shutting the door behind her, indifferent to the startled commotion her words provoked among the three children. A beam of pure white light illuminated the dark room, and after confirming it was not a crime scene, Cheng Miao stepped inside. The dark room appeared to be a makeshift creation of Dr. Su, partitioned by a paper door leading to a small chamber, with skeletons obscuring the view. How Dr. Su entered and exited this hidden door remained a mystery. Cheng Miao crouched down to scrutinize the two skeletons she had inadvertently toppled, and indeed, beneath the various markings made by an oily pin, she could discern knife wounds. At this point, every hint had converged into a clear lead. The phrase, "not human," was self-explanatory, while not an object referred to what many believed were skeletal specimens, merely medical artifacts that had once encased living beings. The phrase, "dust to dust, earth to earth," suggested the method to progress. Lu Shui, as Dr. Su's final victim, had even her remains repurposed as decorative items. If only she could offer a proper burial for the boss of this narrative, she could escape the courtyard and complete the novice quest. Yet, Cheng Miao hesitated, casting a glance at the dark room, uncertain whether to continue her exploration. Thus far, there was no evidence indicating that Dr. Su harbored a penchant for pedophilia. His motives for abducting and murdering so many children remained elusive. While the possibility of him being a psychopathic killer could not be dismissed, Cheng Miao instinctively felt there must be another reason behind Dr. Su's actions. Despite the means to complete the quest laid before her, the lack of a comprehensive understanding of the narrative background left Cheng Miao feeling slightly unsettled. Estimating the time since Lu Shui's last appearance, she determined she still had some time left. Resolutely, she ceased her hesitation and began to search the dark room. The flashlight's beam was limited, yet despite its hidden nature, the dark room was not entirely isolated. Several square windows had been cut into the outer walls, allowing slivers of light to filter in. The dark room was small, with towering bookshelves lining both walls, filled with tomes on ancient texts and remedies, interspersed with anecdotes of minority healing practices. It would be impossible to peruse the contents of these shelves in a short time, and Cheng Miao was convinced the game would not set up such tedious plot lines. As she meticulously examined the shelves, Cheng Miao suddenly noticed a vacant spot among the densely packed books. The inconspicuous space was coated with a thin layer of dust, suggesting that the book had been absent for quite some time. Cheng Miao glanced around, pondering what book Dr. Su might have removed from the dark room. In a flash, she recalled the medical tome wrapped in a cover that had been resting on Dr. Su's bedside. Chapter 8: The Abandoned Courtyard. 7. Cheng Miao retreated to her bedroom to fetch a book. The tome was rather ordinary, filled with an abundance of specialized terminology that made her head throb. She shook the book, but found nothing of interest. Sitting on her bed, she alternated her gaze between the medical text and the book cover, and suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck her. Carefully, she tore open the book cover, and as expected, nestled within the crevice between the cover and the book was a yellowed slip of paper. Chang Miao silently chastised herself for her oversight, but did not linger on her regret. Instead, she focused on the delicate pencil-written script on the note. The handwriting was faint, and combined with the passage of time, it nearly melded with the paper's original texture. In ancient times, Emperor Qin sent Su Fu to seek elixirs, reaching Penglai, Fangzhong, and Yingzhou, acquiring a miraculous formula that promised eternal life upon consumption. It required the flesh and blood of young boys and girls from the Sanli acupoint, Higo acupoint, Dazhui acupoint, Baihui acupoint, and Taiyang acupoint to be prepared on a moonlit night with 2 pounds of He Shou Wu, 8 taels of white poria, 8 taels of red poria, 3 taels of green salt, 8 taels of Sichuan Ba Jiao, and 5 taels of ginseng. The concoction was to be placed in a bowl, covered in mercury, and ground into a paste with fingers, then rolled into pills. Each dose of 2 qin was to be taken with the broth of young boys' and girls' essence, promising longevity and rejuvenation. As Chang Miao read those chilling lines, even the very letters seemed to evoke a sense of dread, a pill promising to restore youth fashioned from the flesh and blood of children. Chang Miao finally understood the nature of the remnants within the jars of traditional medicine beneath the dark room's window. No wonder an unsettling, nauseating odor pervaded the space. It seemed that this Dr. Su, despite being one of the few university students of his time, still harbored a fascination for feudal traditions. It was incomprehensible how he had come to possess such a formula, compelling him to wield a butcher's knife against the children around him in a frenzied madness. In the dark room's drawer, Chang Miao discovered a small iron box containing several thumb-sized black pills. The elixirs crafted from Lu Shui's flesh and blood. It was no wonder that children periodically went missing in Minching Alley. Once Dr. Su consumed his concoction, he would target the next innocent soul. After Lu Shui's demise, the haunting tales of ghosts prompted many parents to flee with their children, leaving Dr. Su without prey. Thus he too departed. Chang Miao carelessly pocketed the iron box, her thoughts wandering. She pondered whether the missing Erpeo and Aunt Song, mentioned by Ergo, had any connection to Dr. Su. As Chang Miao's mind meandered, her fingers unconsciously tapped the bottom of the drawer. The crisp sound of thud, thud, instantly jolted her back to reality. She tapped again, and indeed, the sound was different in the middle. There was a hidden compartment. Pressing down forcefully, the concealed panel sprang open, revealing a photograph. Chang Miao lifted the photo to the light, revealing a group portrait. The individuals donned the attire of common folk from the Qing dynasty. At the center stood a man with an identical visage to Dr. Su. Surrounding him were people with expressions of gratitude, some shaking his hand, others presenting him with eggs. Dr. Su held a child of 2 or 3 years in his arms, smiling with a simple, honest demeanor, a stark contrast to the madman he had recently become. Behind him loomed a massive cabinet filled with herbal medicine, its cramped compartments making one uneasy. Chang Miao turned the photograph over and, as expected, saw a small inscription in the lower right corner, sending a chill down her spine. Taken by Shangshi in the 25th year of the Guangxu era. Chang Miao felt an icy breath enveloping her. This was not merely a tale of a contemporary university student ensnared by superstitions, transformed into a murderer, this was evidently a story of a demon thriving on the flesh of children, surviving for a century without aging. Clutching the photograph in her hand, Chang Miao exited the dark room, hoisting Lu Shui's tiny skeletal frame onto her shoulder, while dragging Aunt Li's remains with the other hand. The 3 children outside were startled by Chang Miao's appearance, yet she had no time to comfort them. "I need your help. Let us dig a pit in the yard together." The children, though somewhat intimidated by Chang Miao, nodded obediently, albeit with puzzled expressions. Huzi and Go stepped forward to take Aunt Lee's remains, their previous fear dissipating as they curiously examined the skeleton, thanks to Cheng Miao's successful explanations. Nyonya rushed ahead to open the door, but upon pulling it ajar, she froze in place. Moments later, Cheng Miao saw Nyonya turn around, her voice quavering, "Sister Miao, there seems to be someone in the corridor." Cheng Miao's hair stood on end. Without a moment's hesitation, she instructed Huzi and Go to disregard Aunt Lee's body for the time being. "When I say run, do not look back, just follow me." The children's anxiety mirrored Cheng Miao's own as Huzi tightly held onto Nyonya. Cheng Miao, carrying Lu Shui's skeletal remains, boldly stepped out of the clinic. Looking down from the second-floor staircase, the first-floor corridor was shrouded in darkness. As time passed, Cheng Miao felt an illusion that the staircase led to an unfathomable abyss. Without her flashlight, she belatedly realized that the corridor was unnaturally dark. Only her imagination could resurrect the traces of life that had marked the mottled walls hidden behind the shadows. At the mouth of the passage, where darkness met the light from outside, stood a small figure, still and silent, its outline barely discernible. From Cheng Miao's perspective, it was impossible to ascertain whether the shadow was male or female, yet she instinctively sensed an almost tangible danger emanating from it. "Lu Shui, I am here to help you. I have uncovered the truth, and I will ensure you are laid to rest properly. I will also enlist Huzi and the others to reveal the truth to the world." The silhouette seemed to lift its head slightly, as if to speak, but soon fell back into silence. The eerie stillness, reminiscent of the calm before a storm, filled Cheng Miao with unease. Her heart sank as she raised the photograph in her hand. As anticipated, even as a vengeful spirit, it harbored an irresistible fear of the person captured in the photo. The figure flickered and vanished into the darkness. Cheng Miao dared not relax, holding the photograph aloft as she swiftly led the three children out of the corridor. Standing in the vast courtyard, she inhaled deeply the stagnant air that felt like a still pond, genuinely finding this seemingly eerie yard to be far more welcoming compared to the clinic and the corridor. Confirming that the flower bed was the only suitable location for digging a pit, Cheng Miao and her companions formed a circle and began to excavate the earth. Although the soil in the flower bed was relatively loose, it was interlaced with numerous roots. Even in decay, they spread densely. Cheng Miao spent a considerable amount of time merely clearing away the remnants of the flowers. Though Lu Shui had just made an appearance, Cheng Miao's heart remained heavy with worry. The intervals between Lu Shui's manifestations were growing shorter, signaling that this chapter was nearing its conclusion, and such moments were often the most perilous. "Huzi, do you know who that little girl in the yard is? I don't think I've seen her before." Chapter 9. The Abandoned Courtyard. 8. Here it comes. Cheng Miao bit her lip, her hands ceaselessly moving as she turned slightly to glimpse the scene behind her. A dress as red as blood fluttered, and two dark braids danced with the girl's movements. A somewhat yellow jump rope arched gracefully over her head, tracing a gentle curve. White ankle socks adorned her small black shoes, stirring up clouds of dust with each leap. Lu Shui, with her back to Cheng Miao, was skipping rope at the doorway of the corridor. The once vibrant sounds of the courtyard abruptly vanished, plunging the world into an eerie silence. There was no whisper of the wind, no rustle of fallen leaves, nor the rhythm of Lu Shui's rope. Cheng Miao stifled her rapid breaths, her heartbeat pounding like a drum in her ears, as she felt an unsettling illusion that she was the only living soul in this world. A living soul. Cheng Miao's heart jolted, and she suddenly turned her head. The three children who had been helping to dig the pit had inexplicably ceased their efforts. All three hung their heads, motionless, shadows casting over their once innocent faces. It was as if they had transformed into lifeless, rigid corpses, quietly kneeling behind her. Lu Shui continued to skip rope with her back turned, her movements earnest and lively. Leaves that had been precariously clinging to their branches now miraculously froze in place, as if time had been paused, leaving only Lu Shui and Cheng Miao in this suspended moment. The dim courtyard was unfolding a silent horror film, and while Cheng Miao's heart was devoid of any turmoil, she felt an urge to weep, This was indeed a silent drama. Sensing the presence of an outsider, Lu Shui gradually turned around, her pale face obscured by dark bangs, rendering her expression unreadable. Her crimson lips puffed out softly, reminiscent of a little girl singing nursery rhymes while skipping rope. Slowly, without any warning, like a punctured bag leaking water, a thick, dark blood-like substance gushed from the top of Lu Shui's head. The torrent enveloped her entirely, staining the ground crimson, and the splattered blood created a surreal hue in the air, casting a reddish tint across the sky, making her appear as though she was emerging from a sea of blood. Lu Shui grinned silently, her movements unceasing. Cheng Miao strained to decipher the nursery rhyme she was mouthing. Flowers red, birds call. Under the willow, jump the rope. 1 foot jump, 2 feet jump. The more you jump, the nimbler you become. Then, Cheng Miao noticed that although Lu Shui was ostensibly skipping in place, she resembled a character from an old, stuttering action film, each frame bringing the ghost closer to Cheng Miao. Damn! Whose child is this? So creepy. It was evidently a critical juncture. Previously, a photograph had been effective in driving Lu Shui away from the corridor, but now, facing this formidable apparition, Cheng Miao realized that the photograph was futile, and she could only frantically dig the pit. Cheng Miao dared not touch the 3 obviously disturbed companions by her side, nor could she bear to turn her back on the witch-like Lu Shui. She could only pivot her body and dig madly at the earth. Lu Shui's remains were not substantial, and soon Cheng Miao had excavated a shallow grave. Without daring to divert her attention to the increasingly close Lu Shui and her rising plastic companions, Cheng Miao lifted. The pit was shallow, filling it was far quicker than digging it, and by the time the earth was packed down, Lu Shui was merely an arm's length away. Cheng Miao finally caught sight of Lu Shui's eyes. One of Lu Shui's hands was poised to rise, just as in the photograph, yet it hesitated before Cheng Miao, frozen in stillness. The 3 children beside her knelt stiffly, like 3 cold gravestones, their faces adorned with smiles identical to Lu Shui's. Such smiles on the faces of the 3 children who had accompanied Cheng Miao throughout the entire ordeal felt disturbingly disjointed. It was hard to ascertain which was more terrifying, them or Lu Shui. Gazing at the nightmarish scene before her, Cheng Miao's mind wandered, feeling grateful for Dr. Su's earlier illusion. Had it not been for that experience, the Lu Shui in the illusion was far more terrifying. Of course, Dr. Su was quite frightening as well, sob sob sob. Seeing Lu Shui, with her hauntingly sleepless visage, motionless before her, Cheng Miao swallowed hard and cautiously spoke, Lu Shui, you have suffered. I hope in your next life, you find a better fate. After uttering a few incoherent phrases, Cheng Miao noticed Lu Shui's half-raised hand tremble slightly, her entire figure flickering as if suffering from a poor connection, before vanishing entirely. Cheng Miao then heard the iron gate in the distance creak open slowly. Just as she was about to breathe a sigh of relief, she heard Ergo's startled voice from behind, Sister Miao, what are you looking at? Cheng Miao turned around to find the 3 children had returned to normal, utterly devoid of any memory of their previous possession. Sister Miao, why are you looking at us like that? Huzi asked, puzzled, taking a small step back from them. Cheng Miao felt at a loss for words. Clearly, she was now more afraid of children. Reluctantly, considering the necessity of child labor, Cheng Miao led the 3 with psychological scars back to the clinic, taking away Aunt Li's remains. The boss of this instance was Lu Shui. By rights, all that was needed was to give Lu Shui a proper burial. Yet, whether this was merely a tale within a game or a reflection of a real world, Cheng Miao felt sorrow for Aunt Li's fate. This kind-hearted woman had lost her life for someone with whom she had no connection, and even in death, due to people's prejudice, she bore the stigma of child trafficking over a decade later, long after the instance. Cheng Miao could not turn back time, but allowing Aunt Li's remains to remain in that clinic was undeniably unjust. After placing wooden boards as markers in front of the 2 small graves, Cheng Miao called over the eldest and most composed of the children, Huzi. When you get home, remember to tell your parents to report to the police immediately, informing them that we discovered remains. There is a hidden room in the clinic, And the beloved Dr. Su from over 10 years ago is the perpetrator of child trafficking. Seeing the flicker of curiosity in Ergo's eyes, Chung Miao's expression hardened. Don't even think about going in there. That is a crime scene, and who knows what bodies or ghosts may be lurking. Ergo was the type of child who was both bold and timid. After Chung Miao's stern warning, he finally settled down. Huzi nodded seriously, as if he had received an extremely important mission. When the time comes, if you come to identify the scene, remember to bring the police to see where we buried the remains, and the diary in the clinic is also a crucial clue. After relaying a multitude of instructions, Chung Miao sighed, hoping that if this instance were real, they could save the children still missing. Casting one last glance at the two small graves, Chung Miao turned away and led the children toward the gate. Chapter 10. The Passage. Intermediate dormitory. The iron gate creaked open, revealing a narrow gap barely wide enough for a single person to slip through. The children did not dwell on the irony that this door, which they had previously struggled to budge together, now stood ajar at that moment. As three children streamed out like the morning mist dissipating over the sea, the air itself seemed to inhale their presence. As Chung Miao stepped beyond the threshold, an instinct compelled her to glance back. A thick fog had enveloped the courtyard, rendering even the outlines of Building 4 on Minxing Alley barely discernible. In the center of the yard stood two figures, one large and one small. The larger figure donned a faded dark shirt, holding the hand of a girl clad in crimson. The girl, with her hair styled in twin ponytails, raised a hand and waved slowly towards Chung Miao. Chung Miao observed this chilling scene with cold detachment, but before she could react, darkness engulfed her. In the abyss, she could not discern even the fingers she held before her. Fortunately, it was not long before the emotionless notification sounded once more. Congratulations, player Chung Miao, for completing the single-player game, The Abandoned Courtyard. Reward, 50 travel currency. Congratulations, player Chung Miao, for completing the hidden storyline of The Abandoned Courtyard. The Fate of Antley. Reward, 55 travel currency. Player Chung Miao has achieved a performance rating of A in the single-player dungeon, The Abandoned Courtyard, with a side quest completion rate of 100. Reward, 100 travel currency. Player Chung Miao has accumulated a total of 205 travel currency in the single-player dungeon, The Abandoned Courtyard. Remaining balance, 205. Player Chung Miao has received a beginner's gift pack based on performance. Speedy running shoes, usage instructions. While they may not allow you to outrun a ghost, they will enable you to outpace your teammates in moments of peril. Chung Miao, what else with this item description? It feels rather frivolous. Player Chung Miao assisted the ghost Lu Shui in reclaiming 80 of her corporeal form, earning her affection and receiving the item. Lu Shui's jump rope, with 4-5 uses remaining. Usage instructions. Can bind the actions of malevolent spirits. Duration of binding influenced by the strength of the spirit. No wonder Lu Shui in the courtyard had not been wielding this frequently appearing jump rope. It had evidently been awarded to Chung Miao as an item. This was a practical tool, potentially life-saving in critical moments. As for the missing 20, Chung Miao pondered intently. The only possibilities were the remnants of medicinal dregs in the jar and the hair found in the restroom. However, given the urgency of the situation, there was no time to transport these items in multiple trips. Thus, losing this portion of completion did not seem too regrettable. In truth, finding a pill crafted from Lu Shui's flesh or that skeletal remains would have sufficed to complete the game, suggesting this dungeon resembled a collection-type quest. Player Chung Miao assisted Antley in collecting her bones, earning her gratitude and affection, and receiving the rare character attribute. Friend of Ghosts. Attribute description. You possess innate charm, allowing you to garner a certain degree of favor from spirits, excluding malevolent ones. Within supernatural dungeons, they may manifest to assist you. Chung Miao. Thank you, but I do not desire this. As the settlement concluded, the player was en route back to the inn, destination. Cockroach Dormitory. With the voiceover's end, Chung Miao blinked. It seemed she had arrived outside the Cockroach Dormitory. Surveying her surroundings, she found herself in an open area, with a dense white mist swirling nearby, reminiscent of milk. Drawing inspiration from the film The Mist, she suspected enormous tentacles might emerge from the fog at any moment. The ground was coated in a thick layer of blood clots, enough to induce discomfort at a mere glance, as if countless souls had bled out their lifeblood here. The traces of dragging and struggling evoked memories of the tormented screams she had heard before entering the game. Before her stood a building that appeared precariously unstable, devoid of windows, giving no indication of any living inhabitants, resembling a white tomb that loomed before Cheng Miao. "Ah, you're back. You seem to have completed the game, right?" As Cheng Miao snapped back to reality, she noticed Zhang had emerged from nowhere, alighting on her shoulder with a familiar demeanor. "If you've completed the game, your accommodation voucher should have been issued. Check your pocket." Having undergone the harrowing experiences with Lu Shui and Dr. Su, Cheng Miao was no longer as terrified of Zhang as she had been at first. She reached into her clothing pocket, retrieving a tattered ticket. "Cockroach dormitory guest. Cheng Miao, room type, intermediate dormitory. This ticket is valid for one-time use only, void after verification." Cheng Miao presented the ticket at the bloodstained slot as instructed. She felt nothing, but soon heard the distinct sound of ticket verification, and the ticket vanished from her hand. "Thank you for your patronage. Staying in the intermediate dormitory requires 48 travel currency. You confirm payment." Zhang dutifully assumed the role of the front desk clerk, and Cheng Miao imagined a standard smiling face. 48 for one night? That's rather steep. I've only earned 50 travel currency from completing the game. Zhang rubbed his tiny hands together, addressing her with an air of seriousness akin to a negotiating guest. "All lodging fees are uniformly set by the game. Moreover, the cockroach dormitory's rates are quite reasonable, effectively preventing travelers from needing to repeatedly stay in the same room type or complete multiple games to access higher-tier accommodations. This is a measure to encourage players to engage earnestly in the game. Only by excelling can you earn sufficient travel currency to stay. Otherwise, even if you secure a lodging voucher by relying on others to complete the dungeon, the travel currency accrued may not suffice to cover the costs. Especially in later stages, high-ends often require players to accumulate enough funds over several games to upgrade their accommodations, necessitating repeated stays in their current rooms while striving to save money." Cheng Miao endeavored to absorb Zhang's explanation, attempting to commit the game's rules to memory. Thus, if she excelled in the game and performed well, her accrued travel currency would enable her to stay in the intermediate or even high-end dormitories. Conversely, if she had merely scraped by, even if she completed the game, should her travel currency not reach 48, she would remain in the low-tier dormitory, continuing to play the game to earn more currency. The entire premise hinged upon having completed the game. Without a lodging voucher, one could be wealthy yet still unable to stay. Cheng Miao furrowed her brow. If her game performance faltered, it would create a vicious cycle. Yet, how could someone so incapable as to not even secure a lodging voucher hope to possess any funds? Zhang, growing weary of the discussion, flitted about with an air of impatience, retorting that there were always various methods to earn money, as human ingenuity knows no bounds. But for newcomers, the only path is to diligently play the game and earn currency. Cheng Miao, I never anticipated that even in an infinite flow game, I remain merely an unremarkable wage slave. Chapter 11. Opening the door to a new world. As Zhang deducted the lodging fee for Cheng Miao's mid-tier dormitory, he let out a surprised hiss, noting the remaining balance of 157. It had been quite some time since he had witnessed a player performing so admirably in a new game. With a snap of his fingers, the door seamlessly integrated with the wall began to open slowly. Just as Cheng Miao was about to step inside, a man suddenly burst forth from the side. The man's eyes were wide with shock, as if he had encountered a scene of utter despair. His body trembled nervously, and he muttered to himself, "So I'm not dead. How wonderful, how wonderful. I'm still alive." In his excitement, he rushed toward the door, but with a thud, Cheng Miao watched in disbelief as he collided with an invisible barrier, a visible bruise forming on his forehead. It seemed as though an unseen wall stood before him, silently denying his entry. What is happening? Why can't I get in? The man cried out in a panicked frenzy, beating his fists against the air in a desperate display of anguish. Zhang floated over to him, scoffing. What a pitiful creature, dying mere minutes into the game, and he still yearns to push through. With that, the previously still fog, resembling a tangible entity, began to writhe, shattering like an iceberg split by a ship, scattering into flowing shards. A dark, glistening tentacle suddenly emerged from the mist, deftly avoiding Cheng Miao, and grasped the man, slowly pulling him back. The man screamed wildly, flailing and kicking, clinging to Cheng Miao as if she were a lifeline, incoherently pleading, "Help me. I don't want to die." Caught off guard by his grip, Cheng Miao found herself unable to break free. Deep down, she knew that the man lacked even a check-in voucher. His fate would undoubtedly be grim. Yet, aside from a heavy sigh, she had no recourse. Seeing the two at an impasse, another tentacle reached out from the fog, poised to seize the man's feet. The man, sensing the danger, glanced toward Cheng Miao with a fleeting glint of madness in his eyes, and with a forceful shove, sent her toward the advancing appendage. Cheng Miao, taken by surprise and propelled by the desperation of the man, felt a cold object wrap around her waist, rendering her immobile. At this moment, the man, teetering on the brink of insanity, pointed at Cheng Miao, laughing maniacally. "Ha! I want to survive. You shan't enter either. Die with me." Growing up in a society governed by law, Cheng Miao had seldom encountered such base human depravity. With no time to express disdain, she turned to Zhang, who hovered nearby, watching the spectacle unfold, and said, "I am a paying guest. Do you intend to renege on your promise?" Zhang, as if just realizing the situation at hand, quickly zipped over, feigning surprise, and exclaimed cheerfully, "We are a reputable establishment. We would never engage in such dishonest practices." With a gentle pat of his slender hand, the tentacle seemed to receive a signal, carefully releasing Cheng Miao back to the partially opened doorway, retreating into silence. In stark contrast, the man, fueled by Cheng Miao's safety, was met with a far less gentle fate. The tentacle coiled around his legs and waist, giving a gentle tug. Cheng Miao bit her lip, observing as the man's blood surged from his severed torso, splattering the ground around him. Though he had not yet succumbed, blood froth spilled from his mouth as his hands clawed futilely at the ground. Inevitably, the tentacle methodically dragged him into the thickening fog. Cheng Miao, her face pale, suppressed the rising bile in her throat and stepped through the door in silence. The mid-tier dormitory offered a significantly improved atmosphere compared to the low-tier accommodations, the room visibly brighter. A somewhat crooked old clock hung on the wall beside a bold red sign reading, "Mid-tier dormitory 2030. The previously haphazardly strewn mattresses had transformed into neatly arranged wooden beds, each graciously adorned with curtains. Not far away was a shared restroom, featuring basic showers and a row of dilapidated squat toilets. Against the wall stood a small shop resembling a convenience store, its shelves brimming with an array of goods, many of which were unidentifiable. Zhang perched on the counter, observing as Cheng Miao surveyed her surroundings, and kindly informed her, "This is my brother Alung's general store. He is currently away on business, but feel free to approach me with any needs." Cheng Miao cast a glance at the large cockroach, remaining silent. If her suspicions were correct, that enormous tentacle earlier must have belonged to Alung. Although the cockroach brothers charged a modest lodging fee, their prior conversation suggested that the quality of new players was quite low. Only a few could clear the game, while those who could not were repurposed as snacks. Cheng Miao scanned the price list, noting the variety of items, tools, skills, even food and clothing, including cosmetics. One particular item piqued her interest. Was the space backpack the kind that allowed one to retrieve whatever they desired? Zhang poked at the tentacle, retrieving a small box from behind the counter. While it was not as advanced and required a carrier, it functioned similarly. Cheng Miao opened the box to find a collection of accessories. Necklaces, rings, brooches, and hairpins. Selecting one would grant her a space backpack. Merely touching it would allow her to access its contents. She chose a simple, unassuming silver ring, its matte finish elegantly textured. Subtle yet practical, it could easily be activated with a rub of her fingers. Space backpack. 100 travel coins. DOU confirm payment. Zhang stowed the box away and began processing the transaction. Cheng Miao winced at her dwindling balance of 57 coins. However, the value and utility of the space backpack were paramount. This was not the time to be frugal. Is it not said that travel coins can also be exchanged for wishes? Yet, I have not seen any mention of wish redemption. Cheng Miao mused as she examined the densely packed assortment of goods, estimating that there must be thousands of items. Wish redemption services are only available at higher-tier inns, Zhang shrugged. This is the most basic establishment. Many services are lacking. After a moment's hesitation, Cheng Miao could not resist asking, are attribute-related items available for purchase? Wow, you've even earned an attribute reward. That's quite rare. Did you know that it takes about 500 cleared players to yield just one attribute reward? Zhang buzzed with excitement, taking to the air once more. The attribute rewards are generally reflective of a player's personality as demonstrated in the game. You could consider it as a permanent buff, awarded only to those who excel in the game. Such items are not sold in the general store. If the attribute can be upgraded, it is even rarer. With time to spare, Zhang settled cross-legged, ready to enlighten Cheng Miao. The mid-tier dormitory was bustling with players, many of whom had merely escaped death, most either lost in thought or pulling their curtains to catch up on sleep, oblivious to the conversation at the general store. To upgrade an attribute, one must continue to act in line with the manner in which it was first acquired during subsequent gameplay, thereby providing a chance for enhancement. Zhang smacked his lips, declaring that such items were invaluable, yet it ultimately depended on whether the player could utilize them effectively. Many had lost their lives due to the rare attributes turning against them. Having secured the ring, Cheng Miao cast a cool glance at Zhang as she prepared to leave. If I hadn't spoken up earlier, you wouldn't have just stood by and watched me be consumed, would you? Chapter 12. The endless joy of battling the front desk. Zhang fell silent for a moment, quickly resuming his professional smile. That is impossible. It contradicts the ethical standards of a competent front desk staff. Cheng Miao understood that while they wouldn't go as far as to eliminate her, they likely intended to intimidate her, hoping to witness her embarrassment. She pondered whether there might be conditions outside that could trigger death. Once a person is thrown into panic, they can resort to anything. Cheng Miao regarded Zhang with a half-smile. Surely, in this survival system, there exists a channel for regulatory complaints? Zhang was taken aback by Cheng Miao's mention of this subject, standing frozen for a while without uttering a word. Is there truly none? Cheng Miao arched an eyebrow slightly. Then this is rather unorthodox, isn't it? There is, Zhang managed to stammer, the words tumbling out from between his teeth. If a guest has concerns, they can report to the Python supervisor, and upon verification, immediate punitive measures will be taken. However, should there be insufficient evidence, or if it is deemed a false accusation, the player may face a downgrade in their room type, depending on the severity of the situation. Indeed, the Cockroach brothers would not lie. They would only conceal the truth. Players, trembling with fear and utterly exhausted, offered nothing but compliments to the front desk, never once contemplating that such a self-proclaimed fair game would harbor such blatant disadvantages for players. Few dared to challenge the front desk's errors, let alone consider the existence of a supervisory body within the inn. This loophole in the rules could only be discovered through players' own exploration. In this light, it was evident that after checking into a room, the relationship between the front desk and players was that of service provider and recipient. The front desk provided accommodation, while players paid with travel currency. There was no justification for service personnel to bully consumers. So why be afraid? We have not violated any operational protocols. Well, perhaps our rescue response was a tad delayed, but we absolutely did not harbor any intention of harming you, even if the Python supervisor were to come. Noting Cheng Miao's sidelong glance, Zhang hurriedly continued, his confidence waning. Cheng Miao accepted this explanation with a radiant smile. Of course, how could you harm me after assisting me with so many questions? I was merely inquiring, with no ulterior motives. A slap on the back followed by a sweet treat. There was no need for the adult bugs to be overly explicit. Regardless, it was indeed our oversight earlier. How about this? Your meal expenses at the cockroach dormitory will be waived, and I shall provide you with a high-end meal. Only then did Cheng Miao recall the issue of food and drink, having been so preoccupied with her tasks that she had not realized living in the inn could incur significant expenses. Meals are categorized into high, medium, and low. Zhan gestured for Cheng Miao to look at the entrance, where a standard for meal costs was posted on the white iron gate, which he had overlooked upon entering. The dormitory offered meals for a fee. Low-end meals cost 2 travel currency per day, medium-end meals 10 travel currency, and high-end meals 20 travel currency. Is there any difference? Cheng Miao questioned, noting that the sign merely displayed prices, which seemed to be a service loophole. A low-end meal consists of a single bread. A medium-end meal offers 2 servings, with noodles or buns to choose from. A high-end meal includes 3 servings, allowing a selection from bread, buns, noodles, or rice. Zhan wiggled his antennae. The different levels of meals also vary in their ability to satiate hunger. After all, one cannot expect to earn effectively in the game while suffering from hunger. The absence of labeling was also quite apparent. Most individuals could not afford high-end meals, so why burden themselves with specific details? Cheng Miao nodded in agreement. In the survival inn, earning money was paramount. Merely scraping by not only hindered advancement in room types, but could potentially jeopardize basic survival as well. Finding a bed, she drew the curtain and lay down, but sleep eluded her. She propped herself up against the headboard, reminiscing about her first instance in the game. The dilapidated courtyard, designed as a solo mission, indeed posed no challenge to players. There was no plot requiring multiple participants to succeed. As long as one found the right approach, time was more than sufficient. In truth, had Cheng Miao not explored the dark room, the harrowing scene that nearly cost her life would not have transpired. However, avoiding the dark room would have resulted in failing to achieve a 100 exploration rating and unlocking side quests. Moreover, without discovering the elixirs within the dark room, the collection of Lu Shui's corpse would not have reached such a high percentage, and the usage of the jump rope would have been even less frequent. Remembering the jump rope, Cheng Miao absent-mindedly rubbed her fingertips, retrieving the filthy rope from her backpack. Suddenly, an item usage instruction appeared before her, startling her. After examining this high-tech item, she tucked the rope away, pondering whether she should bring some food and water for her next game session, just in case it turned out to be a lengthy mission. Her hand in her pocket unexpectedly brushed against a hard, thin object with sharp edges. Cheng Miao was puzzled. Since placing the jump rope in her backpack and handing in her accommodation voucher, she had thought her pockets were empty. Upon pulling it out, her expression paled. The photograph of Dr. Su had inexplicably accompanied her out of the mission. In the photo, the man wore a sullen expression, the reflection from his glasses obscuring his eyes, one hand clutching a kitchen knife, while an oranged, a fruit knife's handle, was protruding from his waist. The villagers and the child that Dr. Su had held in the original photograph had vanished, and the background was no longer the quaint traditional herbalist shop, but rather the cement shower room that had left Cheng Miao with profound psychological trauma. Cheng Miao and Dr. Su locked gazes through the photograph, their eyes actually observing the newly emerged usage instructions. Item. Photograph of Dr. Su. Item usage. Unknown usage method. Unknown at that time. Cheng Miao had used the photograph to scare off Lu Shui, who was blocking the corridor, and had carelessly tucked it into her bag. Since it had not been mentioned during the mission settlement, she had assumed it was merely a prop within the script. To her surprise, it turned out to be an item, albeit one whose usage remained a mystery. I shall set it aside for now. I will surely figure it out, Cheng Miao optimistically thought. The restroom in the intermediate dormitory was hardly superior to Dr. Su's clinic. The crooked pipes in the shower room consistently delivered cold water. Although the dormitory was not cold, Cheng Miao had no intention of taking a cold shower. It was grimy and filthy, but catching a cold and feeling dizzy within the mission could lead to death. With only a day remaining before entering the mission, Cheng Miao refused to believe there would not be a room available for a hot shower later on. She could wait a little while longer. Upon awakening from her slumber, Cheng Miao groggily glanced at the clock, which read 3 p.m., calculating that she had rested for 8 hours. Not bad. It had cured her tendency to suffer insomnia after merely changing beds. After registering her meal requirements, she discovered that the bed opposite hers was now occupied. As the bed curtain was drawn back, a girl of about 13 or 14 years appeared, clad in a white dress. She seemed to be a child from a wealthy family, her features delicately sculpted, and she was expressionless as she played with her hair. Cheng Miao was taken aback. She had not expected such a young child to be selected and to have completed the novice game. Before she could ponder further, 2 cockroaches and a meal cart arrived. It was quite a comical sight, leaving one to wonder if the insects were pushing the cart or if the cart was merely carrying the insects along. Cheng Miao accepted her rice, topped generously with roasted meat, even including a chicken leg and a boiled egg. Most others around her quietly accepted their bread, while a few held bowls of noodles, having swallowed their discontent after just one game. Of course, there were exceptions. Chapter 13. Where did the little brat come from? Cheng Miao noticed the little girl across from her, who, after receiving a piece of bread the size of an adult's palm, was staring at her intently. In an effort to enjoy a quiet meal, Cheng Miao offered her a chicken egg. Who wants your egg? Who would even look twice at something like that? The little girl lifted her chin, her demeanor haughty, refusing to accept the egg, yet her gaze remained fixated on Cheng Miao's chicken leg. Ah, understood. She desires meat. Unfortunately, Cheng Miao was rather indifferent to the moral coercion at play. So, by your logic, shouldn't the game grant you an automatic victory simply because of your youth? Why are you still here gnawing on bread? Cheng Miao smiled at the little girl, leisurely taking a bite of her chicken leg. You. The girl's expression darkened abruptly, her eyelids twitching nervously as she sprang to her feet, hurling the bread at Cheng Miao without a second thought. As the bread sailed through the air, the girl's face grew even more sullen. Blast! She had forgotten that this was not the comfort of home but a game. Cheng Miao watched as the bread skidded to the ground beside her, shrugged, and resumed her leisurely meal of chicken leg. Little girl, this is a place where one misstep could prove fatal. Ordinarily, people would not extend their consideration to you simply because of your age. A portly uncle leaned in from the side, addressing the girl. Would you like some of my bread? I'll share half with you. Noticing that Cheng Miao showed no inclination to retaliate, the little girl's tense shoulders relaxed somewhat. She didn't even glance at the uncle, her gaze still menacingly fixed on Cheng Miao's back, unaware that the uncle's scrutiny of her was deepening as well. The mid-level dormitory was always brightly lit, and the people around often went from eating and sleeping one moment to vanishing into thin air the next. Cheng Miao was initially taken aback, but soon realized that it was time for the game to begin. Due to survivor bias, Cheng Miao had not initially grasped the low success rate of clearing dungeons until she observed that the number of occupants reported on the wall was consistently decreasing rather than increasing. For most, only a steadfast heart or an extraordinary stroke of luck allowed them to promptly accept reality and dive into the game. The remainder of her time was largely spent gathering intelligence from the cockroach brothers. Although she was reluctant to engage with the 2 roaches, their appearance made her feel that conversing with them was less troublesome than with humans. Jean was quite lively, answering all her questions, while Lang was less talkative, his words limited to the jargon of an exemplary waiter. Is this a cockroach dormitory? Cheng Miao could not distinguish which was the elder and which was the younger, so she simply observed the 2, reasoning that the one who responded was the elder. Not at all. There are numerous dormitories, rat dormitories, mosquito dormitories, countless in number. However, when it comes to service and facilities, our cockroach dormitory is undoubtedly the best. Can you form teams in the game? This was the question Cheng Miao was most concerned about. Team play had its own dynamics, just as solo play did. Cheng Miao had an exceedingly low trust in others, especially in a life-or-death scenario. Yet, deep down, she yearned for a few heartfelt friends. Struggling alone amidst peril was exceedingly challenging. Ajan exhibited no inclination to conceal information, laying it all out for her. You can form teams in the game, but not in a dormitory of this level. You need to reach a higher-tier establishment for the team function, and the front desk will explain it to you then. But how can one ensure that a team can enter the same dormitory when there are many of the same level? Cheng Miao noticed some commotion outside, likely signaling that players were concluding their games. You can choose when you upgrade to a higher-tier dormitory, Ajan added. But with new guests arriving, he hurriedly flew out with his brother without further explanation. Cheng Miao waited for a while, but when the door did not open, she was met instead with horrific screams. With her head bowed, she slowly returned to her bed. You don't fear those two monsters. Perhaps you aren't quite normal yourself, remarked the girl across from her, a smile on her face, yet her eyes were icy. Despite her culpability earlier that morning, she couldn't control her temper, slipping into a mode of sarcastic mockery. Cheng Miao, already in a foul mood, found the little girl had crossed her path, her expression dark enough to drip water. Cheng Miao approached the girl, grasped her collar, and coldly looked down at her. Listen, I don't care how wealthy your family is. If your parents have no time to properly discipline you, and you've grown up without the most basic respect and upbringing, I have no qualms about teaching you a lesson on their behalf. Leaning closer, Cheng Miao enunciated each word. Here, no one is obligated to yield to or assist you. You should be thankful if someone doesn't sabotage you. If you wish to survive and want to eat meat, you must earnestly clear the game. As for what you just said, it constitutes a personal attack, and I believe I deserve an apology. How strange. You seemed so pleasant this morning. The girl's face flushed with embarrassment from Cheng Miao's actions. She struggled but realized her efforts were futile, and the next moment, her anxiety ignited a sense of shame, causing her to press her lips together in silent defiance. Cheng Miao smiled a menacing smile, reaching out to press down on the girl's shoulder. Your parents probably never dared to raise their voices at you. Otherwise, you wouldn't have turned out this way. As she rolled up her sleeves with a smile, she continued, in my last dungeon, there was a poor little girl roughly your age, her bones nearly breaking under the strain. The little girl attempted to inch towards her bed, but Cheng Miao, with her long limbs, swiftly seized her collar. You can't touch me. Violence isn't allowed in the hall. She had never faced such humiliation before. Cheng Miao smiled ominously, offering no reply, her demeanor conveying a message that the girl was far too young to believe such nonsense. The little girl's face was shadowed, her cat-like eyes brimming with tears, resembling a kitten that, while desperately clawing and hissing, was trembling in fear inside. Not a single person around spoke up for her. Even the cockroach brothers hovered nearby, watching the spectacle unfold. They did not intervene, allowing the surrounding crowd to believe that Cheng Miao indeed had the capability and confidence to employ violence, instilling a sense of trepidation among them. Why yes, I'm sorry, the girl squeaked, her voice barely audible. A wise person doesn't suffer losses in front of them. Just wait. What? Speak louder. I didn't catch that. Cheng Miao retracted her threatening smile, her expression blank as she regarded the girl. Under Cheng Miao's emotionless gaze, the young girl expressionlessly wiped away her physiological tears. Excellent. You have successfully captured my attention. Hey, little girl, don't cry. That girl, too. Such a grown person still squabbling like a child. What is your name? The voice belonged to the portly uncle who had spoken the previous day. Mind your own business. You aren't any better. The girl offered no quarter to those weaker than herself. Cheng Miao lay on her bed, paying no heed to the commotion outside, instead contemplating her current predicament. The survival dormitory model was not akin to typical infinite flow scenarios, where one directly transitioned from reality into the game. The survival dormitory had directly carved out a space, wherein players were entirely detached from reality, living within the world of the survival dormitory. Why was this so? If it were merely a stroke of bad luck to be chosen, then why would the game invest such great effort in constructing rooms, hiring a front desk, and striving for fairness, transparency, and integrity beyond the dungeons? Moreover, based on Cheng Miao's scant promotion experiences, the environment of mid-level dormitories was vastly superior to that of lower-tier ones, indicating that the game was indeed providing increasingly better living conditions for players who successfully cleared dungeons. Essentially, as long as one had money, the game could fulfill the majority of their needs. What, then, was the significance of the survival dormitory's existence? Chapter 14. The home of the three little bears. Cheng Miao was acutely aware of her current novice status and understood that in order to survive, it would be prudent to temper her curiosity. Yet, the myriad of questions lingered in her mind, refusing to dissipate, leaving her somewhat disoriented when she was transported to the next round of the game. This time, unlike the desolate courtyard she had encountered previously, Cheng Miao quickly realized that she was not alone. There were several other players in her vicinity. Upon catching sight of familiar faces, she raised her eyebrows in surprise. Was this a case of fate conspiring against her? The little girl next to her squinted, scrutinizing Cheng Miao without uttering a single word. The ever-chatty uncle was also present, standing awkwardly close to the girl, clad in a plain blue shirt and oversized suit trousers, resembling an ordinary office worker. There was also a tall, slender man with slightly long hair, exuding an air of gloom. Cheng Miao redirected her gaze to meticulously observe her surroundings. They found themselves in a vast wooden cabin, where everything seemed to have been enlarged to roughly 10 times its original size, making the players appear as diminutive figures in a land of giants. 3 beds, each the size of a small car, were lined up against the wall, neatly topped with 3 folded blankets resembling tofu blocks on tiptoes. One could see a sewing basket on the table, filled with balls of yarn as large as human heads. A few chairs, whose material was indiscernible, were placed in the corner, while what appeared to be decorative potted plants looked like a handful of banyan trees hastily transplanted from the roadside into the home. This was a home, or rather, a giant's abode. Although spacious, the furniture was equally substantial, filling the room to the brim and creating a somewhat chaotic atmosphere. Yet, for Cheng Miao and her companions, the room was a kaleidoscope of colors, with one wall painted a vibrant yellow and the opposite a striking green, creating a dizzying visual effect. A window was cut into the wall, revealing a garden outside. The midday sun bathed the garden in bright light, causing the colors of the flowers and plants to appear almost exaggerated, their shapes oddly reminiscent of elementary school art projects, painfully rudimentary. A separate room, indicated by the absurdly large pots and pans, suggested it was a kitchen, from which a strong, fishy odor wafted, leaving one to wonder what lay within. Silence enveloped the cabin, as this enchanting yet unsettling wooden house instilled a sense of unease among the group, who awaited the sound of a prompt. Ding! Welcome, players, to the game, the home of the 3 little bears. Please complete the baby bear's wishes before sunset tomorrow to clear the game. Prompt: Papa Bear loves to eat fish, Mama Bear can knit clothes, and Baby Bear's toys are missing. Upon the announcement, the group heard heavy footsteps approaching from the garden, suggesting the presence of a formidable creature. The gravity of the situation weighed upon their expressions. Cheng Miao cautiously stepped back a few paces, pressing her back against the wall, her breath slowing as she fixed her gaze on the tightly shut wooden door. The others mimicked her, dispersing and remaining motionless as they braced for the unfolding narrative. A thunderous roar reverberated through the cabin, and before them stood 3 enormous brown bears, their thick fur glistening like steel needles in the light, with claws resembling hooks embedded in their massive paws. There was no doubt. A single swipe from one of these beasts could easily shatter a human skull. As Cheng Miao beheld the bear's glistening teeth, a chill ran down her spine. Even in the real world, brown bears were known for their formidable strength, let alone within this twisted fairy tale. The group held their breath, fearful that the 3 creatures might notice their presence, yet the bears appeared oblivious to the additional small beings in the room. They entered, closing the door behind them, and busied themselves for a while before climbing onto the beds. Cheng Miao glanced at the sun, still high in the sky. These bears intended to take a nap. One bear stifled a tremendous yawn, which quickly spread to the others, and soon all 3 bears, requiring a raised head to be fully visible, lay neatly under the covers, yawning in unison. Cheng Miao thought to herself, Thank you. I have been inadvertently struck by an odd sense of cuteness. Before long, the three bears began to emit thunderous snores. The five players collectively exhaled in relief, understanding that as long as they did not trigger a death condition, they were safe, at least for now. Faced with these insurmountable monsters, humanity's instinct remained one of evasion. Let us introduce ourselves, the tall, slender man suggested, gathering the group beneath the table and lowering his voice. I am Bai Jiang. I am Tong Qian, the attractive woman stammered, edging closer to Bai Jiang. Cheng Miao, she said, nodding slightly to the group while her gaze remained fixed on the three slumbering bears. Qi Jiajia, the little girl introduced herself. The uncle, whose previously amiable demeanor had been disrupted by the bear's arrival, forced a smile that appeared somewhat greasy. I am Zhao Yang. Bai Jiang, seemingly an experienced player, quickly surveyed the makeshift team, mentally labeling Zhao Yang and Tong Qian as liabilities and casting no regard towards Qi Jiajia. After all, children in games often met dire fates, warranting little concern. Bai Jiang shifted his gaze to Cheng Miao, the only other player who had maintained her composure since entering the game. What type of player are you? Cheng Miao replied. Intermediate dormitory. It appeared that all games randomly paired novices with veterans, though her own beginner's instance had been a solitary affair. Bai Jiang wore a somewhat smug smile. I am an advanced dormitory player. This is my fourth game. If I clear this round, I shall ascend to the guesthouse tier. Oh, is that so? Cheng Miao responded coolly, nodding. The further one progressed, the more travel currency was required for ascension, and it seemed Bai Jiang had spent 2 rounds in the advanced dormitory. Bai Jiang, sensing he had not garnered the admiration he desired from the newcomer, felt a twinge of disappointment. However, he quickly regained his composure and turned his attention to the others. Are you all in intermediate dormitory as well? Tong Qian timidly raised her hand. I am in the low-level dormitory. Bai Jiang glanced at Qi Jiajia in surprise, not expecting the delicate little girl to be anything but a novice. Perhaps she had simply stumbled upon good fortune in her first game. Surely the front desk informed you about the instance details, right? During the game, you're not permitted to act arbitrarily. If you drag me down, I won't hesitate to eliminate you first. Chapter 15. The Home of the Three Little Bears, Part 2. Newcomers are unpredictable variables, and most talented individuals entering the game are filled with trepidation and helplessness. In moments of extreme fear, people may act foolishly, and Bai Jiang does not wish to lose his life because of this. Therefore, whenever encountering a newcomer, he emphasizes this point. Tong Qian's eyes immediately reddened with fright, and she hurriedly nodded, assuring, I understand the rules. I will be obedient and definitely won't cause trouble. Bai Jiang's only Qi Jiajia maintained a cold, expressionless demeanor, seemingly conveying a message that could be interpreted as fool. Bai Jiang noticed this and, taken aback by the small girl's defiance, reached out to pull Qi Jiajia closer. However, Cheng Miao furrowed her brow and stopped him, saying, Let's get back to the matter at hand. We cannot afford to waste time. Bai Jiang had no intentions of confronting Qi Jiajia, and Qi Jiajia cast a surprised glance at Cheng Miao, who was not looking at her, and raised an eyebrow with interest. In a swift motion, she shot a glare at Zhao Yang, who seemed eager to engage her in conversation, and subtly moved 2 steps closer to Cheng Miao. Bai Jiang glanced at the sleeping bears behind him and murmured, According to the hint, we have only a day and a half. As long as we find the toy the bear cub desires, we can complete the level. The crucial part is that the hint did not specify what the toy is. Cheng Miao calmly interjected, Before we find the toy, we face another dilemma. The 3 bears look identical. How do we distinguish which one is the bear cub? Moreover, since the hint mentioned the preferences of Papa Bear and Mama Bear, it must be significant. After a brief silence, Cheng Miao continued, The introduction specifically detailing the preferences of Papa and Mama Bear could be interpreted as revealing their weaknesses, allowing us to exploit them under certain circumstances. If we reason this way, I believe these bears might become violent under specific conditions. The group's expressions darkened. Regardless of whether they had considered this possibility, none were eager to acknowledge that these creatures could pose a threat. Tong Qian's lips turned pale as she trembled and reached out for Bai Zhang's hand. "Spare me," Bai Zhang thought, seeing her intentions and deftly avoiding her grasp. Having participated in several instances, he had encountered newcomers who sought to cling to stronger players. In such games, who has the luxury of being a good Samaritan? He was not one to risk his life for others. They must fend for themselves. Embarrassed by the public rejection, Tong Qian's face flushed, yet her eyes were still filled with profound fear and despair. "Do you have any thoughts?" Bai Zhang shifted his gaze back to the stoic Cheng Miao, recognizing that this woman was even more composed than he was, articulating her thoughts with clarity and depth in such a short span of time. Bai Zhang harbored a touch of male chauvinism, but he was also astute. Although Cheng Miao was merely a newcomer, her latent abilities surpassed his, and yielding to strength was not shameful. Cheng Miao, somewhat surprised by Bai Zhang's inquiry, refrained from answering directly and instead remarked, "You have experienced more games than we have. You possess experience. Do you think these three bears might suddenly turn violent in this instance?" Bai Zhang, biting the dead skin at the corner of his mouth, replied earnestly, "The seniors who guided me have mentioned that there are generally two conditions for fatalities in instances. One is when players trigger the conditions for death, and the other involves a time limit, wherein danger does not exist until the deadline is reached." His exertion had caused a crack at the corner of his mouth, and he paid no mind to the blood seeping out as he continued. "Regardless of which condition it is, there will always be hints within the instance. For this instance, the final deadline is before sunset tomorrow, and no matter what constraints the three bears are under, if we have not located the bear cub's toy by tomorrow afternoon, the killing restrictions on the bears will be lifted, and we will be unable to escape." Bai Zhang's words validated Cheng Miao's thoughts. The desolate courtyard was a prime example. The appearance of Lu Shui's ghost signified the impending approach of the instance's final deadline, while Cheng Miao taking out the diary in the bathroom had triggered the conditions for murder involving Dr. Su in the illusion. Given this, as long as we remain vigilant in our search for the toy before sunset tomorrow, we need not worry about the three bears suddenly turning violent. However, we must remain cautious to avoid triggering any fatal conditions during our search. Cheng Miao gestured toward the sun outside, indicating that it was currently nap time. "Let us move quietly and search for clues within the room. There must be hints in this instance that can help us differentiate the identities of the three bears." Bai Zhang nodded slightly and gracefully made his way toward the bookshelf nearest to the three bears, while the other three remained seated in their spots, seemingly stagnant. Particularly Tong Qian, who appeared so terrified that she seemed to be in a daze. Cheng Miao sighed. "You must overcome your fears and actively participate in the instance." She cast a glance at Qi Jia beside her, implying her point. "As long as your companions are strong enough, perhaps you can manage to coast through. However, such a superficial victory will yield little in the game's final accounting, potentially leaving you unable to afford accommodation in a superior hotel. Surely, you do not wish to spend your life struggling in a low-tier dormitory." Seeing Tong Qian visibly moved, and Qi Jia remained silent with pursed lips, Cheng Miao knew she had made her point. None owed anything to another, and she had said all that needed to be said. The rest was left to their fates. Upon entering the kitchen, Cheng Miao was met with a scene of chaos. The sink was overflowing with dirty dishes in the corner. A basket overflowed with fish exceeding a meter in length. These fish were still quite fresh, their scales shimmering with a faint blue hue, and their mouths opening and closing, still fighting for life. At the sight of this basket, Cheng Miao recalled the hint, "Papa Bear loves to eat fish." On the stove's windowsill rested 3 large bowls filled with a thick, unidentifiable porridge, presumably the three bears' dinner. Gazing at these oversized bowls, Cheng Miao's eyes flickered with thought. The space of this instance was limited, even smaller than that of the desolate courtyard. The main door was completely shut. It appeared that the previously acquired item, the speed-running shoes, held little value here. No matter how fast one ran, there was nowhere to go. Certainly not into the sky. Upon returning to the bedroom, Bai Jiang and Tong Qian were engaged in a hushed conversation over a roll of twine as thick as an adult's forearm. Zhao Liang trailed behind Qi Jiajia, both circling the three enormous chairs, while Qi Jiajia clutched a notebook-like object in her hands. "What did you find?" Bai Jiang inquired hastily upon noticing Chang Miao's return, not pausing for her response before continuing. "I found nothing of significance. The books on the bookshelf were all useless, but I did discover this twine in the cabinet." Chang Miao nodded, turning to look at Qi Jiajia, who seemed to be wrestling with something internally. With a sullen face, she shoved the notebook into Chang Miao's arms, her voice stiff as she said, "I only found this notebook." Chapter 16. The home of the three bears. As Chang Miao gazed into the distance at the three identical chairs, a vague spark of inspiration flickered in her mind. Had she noticed something peculiar about those chairs? Logically, Qi Jiajia harbored the deepest disdain for Chang Miao, yet inexplicably, every time Chang Miao spoke to her, the equality reflected in her gaze, devoid of any personal bias, managed to douse the raging resentment within Qi Jiajia. Perhaps this woman is not as intolerable as I thought. With a dismissive air, Qi Jiajia lowered her head to tug at her dress, contemplating the three chairs, which bore no discernible differences in height or material. Perhaps one must sit upon them to discern any variance. This thought stirred a slight agitation within her, exacerbated by Zhao Liang's incessant hovering nearby. The chairs were large, and she feared that if she were to sit down, she'd require assistance to be lifted back up. Tong Qian, catching on, nodded knowingly, suggesting, "Let us go take a look later. I'll sit down, and you can help me up then." "Will I be the one to assist you?" Qi Jiajia retorted ominously, disregarding Tong Qian's intent. Tong Qian simply smiled good-naturedly, choosing not to take offense. Chang Miao, alluding to a deeper understanding, advised, "I would recommend you both keep your distance from those three chairs, as well as the dishes in the kitchen. Unless absolutely necessary, do not touch them." Bai Jiang suddenly raised his head, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. "Do you have a clue?" Chang Miao nodded, not concealing her thoughts. "I have some ideas, but they still require validation." Turning her gaze toward Tong Qian, she inquired, "What about you? Have you noticed anything?" Tong Qian, feeling a bit shy, murmured, "Not much. That I saw a basket on the table filled with yarn, and I thought it might suggest that Mama Bear enjoys knitting. But after searching for a while, I couldn't find any needles. Perhaps I was mistaken." "No," Chang Miao replied gravely. "Your reasoning is sound. I believe the needles can only be discovered under certain circumstances. Many clues remain hidden, and blind speculation would only waste our time." After Zhao Liang sauntered over, Chang Miao opened a notebook. It was a journal detailing the daily tasks of the three bears. They loved to sleep, commencing their rest at noon, and if there were no pressing matters, they would remain in slumber. However, today, it was explicitly stated that there were indeed tasks to be accomplished. After their afternoon nap, Baby Bear was to rise and complete his homework, Mama Bear was to wash the dishes in the kitchen, and Papa Bear, as the head of the household, merely needed to consume his porridge. Chang Miao passed the notebook around for everyone to see. "If the three bears awaken, it poses a threat to us. No one knows whether they will discover our presence. Thus, we must assist them in completing the tasks recorded in this notebook. The first two tasks are manageable, but how can we help Papa Bear eat?" Tong Qian ventured boldly. Chang Miao hesitated, thoroughly explaining the situation in the kitchen. "There are 3 bowls. I suspect we need to identify Papa Bear's bowl and put away the other 2. The basket of fish in the kitchen caught everyone's attention. Zhao Liang volunteered to wash the dishes, but Chang Miao felt uneasy about this seemingly greasy man and insisted that Tong Qian accompany him. Zhao Liang, somewhat disappointed, specifically asked Qi Jiajia if she would join him. The response was merely an eye roll, prompting him to sulk away. Tong Qian hesitated before following, observing Zhao Liang's retreating figure, her delicate brows furrowing as if she wished to say something. "Don't worry," Qi Jiajia offered, inexplicably in a better mood. willing to exchange a few words with Tong Qian. She waved her hand impatiently, aware of Zhao Liang's ulterior motives. Tong Qian sighed with relief, feeling a bit bashful, and smiled at Qi Jia before scampering after Zhao Liang into the kitchen. Bai Jiang had already climbed onto the cluttered desk, discovering the only exercise book devoid of any markings, beckoning Cheng Miao and Qi Jia to join him. Cheng Miao, dismissing any pretentiousness, allowed Qi Jia to step onto her shoulder to reach the desk and then pulled Bai Jiang's hand to nimbly ascend. The three huddled together, peering at the exercise questions, brand new, the cover pristine and inscribed with Baby Bear's name, clearly at an elementary level, with only 6 problems on the first page. This is far too simple. They exchanged glances, each uncertain of the question's intent. Perhaps it was merely a matter of filling in the correct numbers? After all, they had searched for the exercise book for quite some time. Without attention to detail, they might have overlooked it. Bai Jiang, perspiring heavily, reflected that although it was just a search for a book, in this scenario, it felt akin to a laborious task. Qi Jia employed her contemporary student skills, ruminating deeply, exhausting her mental acumen, yet seemingly arriving at no other answers. After considering Bai Jiang's words, she deemed them sensible and, with effort, grasped a pencil, ready to inscribe the answers in the exercise book. "Wait a moment," Cheng Miao interjected, blocking her hand. "This simplicity feels like a trap." Frustrated, Qi Jia's analytical thoughts deepened her gloom. Perhaps this was merely an ordinary math problem, just another small task, akin to washing dishes, with no inherent difficulty. To some extent, there was merit to this reasoning, as Bai Jiang, frowning in thought, pondered whether he had Cheng Miao, using her tongue to touch the smooth interior of her mouth, remained unconvinced that the scenario would present such an obvious question. To ensure absolute certainty, indeed, after a short search, she unearthed what she sought. Bai Jiang and Qi Jia watched as Cheng Miao extracted 2 more exercise books from the pile, noting their prior usage dates. Cheng Miao flipped through the pages, reading swiftly, then turned the book for Bai Jiang and Qi Jia to see clearly. "Look, Baby Bear's math skills must be quite poor. Not a single problem in the previous 2 books is correct. If we assist him in his homework and make no errors, we are bound to be discovered." Cold sweat trickled down Qi Jia's forehead. It was a close call. Had it not been for Cheng Miao, she might have hastily written the correct answers, oblivious to the potential consequences. Impulsiveness must be tempered, Cheng Miao concluded firmly, ensuring Qi Jia scribbled down a few irrelevant answers. Bai Jiang glanced at the notebook, where the line detailing Baby Bear's homework task gradually faded, as if the ink were diffusing in water. Tong Qian arrived at the kitchen a step behind Zhao Liang, wrinkling her nose at the odor that permeated the air, reminiscent of the seaside but far more pungent. Zhao Liang squatted beside a basket of peculiar blue fish, aware that Tong Qian had followed him, understanding that Cheng Miao and the others were wary of him undertaking the task alone. Cursing under his breath, he gestured toward the pile of dishes in the sink without any intention of moving. "What are you standing there for? Get to washing the dishes." This being Tong Qian's first task, she hesitated, uncertainly asking, "Do I need to teach you everything? Am I your father?" Chapter 17. The Home of the 3 Little Bears, Part 4. Observing Zhao Liang's complete lack of sincerity in front of Cheng Miao and the others, Tong Qian hesitated to question him further. She wobbled her way up to the edge of the stove and climbed onto the sink. A stack of bowls, each as large as a pot, appeared greasy and unidentifiable, the remnants of unknown dishes clinging to their surfaces. Tong Qian leaned over cautiously to turn on the water pipe, which sputtered and groaned as if it had been clogged for ages before finally releasing water. A viscous, yellow, non-Newtonian fluid, reminiscent of pus, oozed from the pipe, emitting a nauseating odor akin to that of decaying fish. With a wave of nausea, Tong Qian pinched the webbing between her thumb and index finger to suppress the urge to vomit. Turning her head, she noticed Zhao Liang wearing a similar expression of impending retching. He quickly tied his outer garment around his mouth and nose, his white tank top slick with grease. "What are you staring at?" Hurry up and wash the dishes, you useless fool. Zhao Liang felt a twisted sense of pleasure. In real life, he was merely a lowly office worker, constantly at the beck and call of his female superior. Yet here, in the game, what did it matter how attractive one was? New players were still relegated to following in the footsteps of seasoned veterans, doing the menial tasks. Tong Qian said nothing, instead fixing her gaze on the sink that had accumulated a thin layer of sludge. Suddenly, an epiphany struck her, and she hastily tightened the faucet that continued to spew the repugnant liquid. Closing her eyes, she crouched and leaped into the depths of the sink. The jelly-like substance coated her calves, each step akin to traversing a marshland. Holding her breath, she endured the nausea as she plunged her hand into the liquid, inching her way through until her fingers grazed a fist-sized plug. Her eyes brightened with hope. In the bedroom, Cheng Miao and the others sighed in relief as the task written in their notebook vanished. It seemed their general approach was sound. As long as they assisted the three bears in completing the tasks, they could avert a violent awakening. Before long, the entry regarding the dishwashing task also disappeared, signaling that Tong Qian and her companions had succeeded. Tong Qian approached, reeking of fish, her pant legs damp and clinging. While she retched, she recounted the task, her expression one of disillusionment. Although the liquid was revolting, it inexplicably proved effective at removing grime. The filth in the bowls vanished with a mere rinse. Bai Jiang regarded Tong Qian with a mix of sympathy and admiration, relieved that she had thought to remove the plug from the sink first. Had the water level risen, it would have been impossible to submerge oneself in such a repulsive substance. Cheng Miao also began to see this delicate beauty in a new light. While she maintained a facade of indifference, she valued intelligence above all, followed closely by beauty, and most cherished those who embodied both. Initially timid, Tong Qian had harbored some desire to rely on her looks to gain favor. However, upon recognizing the dynamics within the dungeon, she quickly immersed herself in the game, demonstrating a natural aptitude that surpassed many seasoned players. Having received praise from both esteemed individuals, Tong Qian's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she wiped her hands on her clothing. Qi Jia, upon hearing Cheng Miao commend Tong Qian, shifted her gaze between the two, letting out a derisive snicker. Tong Qian looked at Qi Jia, bewildered by what had provoked this disdain from her. Cheng Miao shot a glance at Qi Jia, dismissing her attitude, and redirected the conversation towards Zhao Liang. Tong Qian grimaced in disgust. He was still in the kitchen, meandering around a basket of fish and contributing nothing. Now, only the task of preparing Papa Bear's porridge remained. They should head to the kitchen. Before Cheng Miao and her companions could reach the kitchen, a sharp, crisp sound of shattering resonated from within. Connecting it to the bowls on the stove, Cheng Miao's expression shifted dramatically. Indeed, Zhao Liang rushed towards them in a panic, his body smeared with sticky porridge. Seeing the pallor on everyone's faces and their unfriendly gazes, he awkwardly chuckled. No, it's not my fault. Miss Cheng said to find Papa Bear's bowl, so I thought I'd check for clues, but the bowl was too hot and, well, it spilled. With such clumsiness, it was a wonder he had survived the new player phase. Qi Jia's irritation broke through, her cold demeanor spilling forth. Zhao Liang attempted to defend himself, but Cheng Miao's icy stare silenced him. For reasons unknown, he felt a shiver run down his spine under the gaze of this 20-something girl, as though he were entirely exposed. Everyone, be quiet. Have you not noticed? The snoring has ceased. Cheng Miao's gaze darkened, and it was only then that the group realized the previously deafening snoring had vanished. The air thickened. My porridge! Someone has touched my porridge. The enormous brown bear roared, its bulbous eyes glowing red with fury, a clear sign of its wrath. This time, it no longer regarded the group as inconsequential, easily spotting the intruders in its home. With a fierce roar, the brown bear charged towards them. Split up and run, Cheng Miao shouted, darting towards the kitchen. Zhao Liang, drenched in porridge, was undoubtedly the source of the bear's ire. The massive brown bear, though seemingly clumsy and slow, possessed a formidable strength. One swipe shattered the bedside lamp into smithereens. Tong Qian reacted swiftly, squeezing into the crevice between a cabinet and the wall, while Bai Jiang executed a backward roll, disappearing beneath the bed. Though Qi Jia was petite, she was paralyzed by fear at the sight of the enraged bear. By the time she attempted to find cover, all nearby hiding spots were occupied. Seeing the bear still pursuing Zhao Liang, Tong Qian rushed from her hiding place, grasped Qi Jia's arm, and pulled her into the gap. Qi Jia, taken aback by Tong Qian's unexpected assistance in this life-and-death scenario, Zhao Liang, stocky and panicked, realized the bear was in hot pursuit. Though he understood that scattering would be most effective, fear instinctively drove him towards the group. Hearing the rush of wind behind him, he spotted Tong Qian, her body half pressed into the crevice, and in a moment of desperation, he seized her shoulder and shoved her backward. Tong Qian was mere inches from safety when, unexpectedly, someone clutched her shoulders from behind. Before she could express her pain, she was yanked backward. Qi Jia realized too late that she could not hold onto Tong Qian. Helplessly, she watched as Tong Qian was thrust into the path of the bear. The brown bear eyed the petite woman, noting that she bore none of the greasy scent of the fat man, causing it to hesitate momentarily. Rather than delivering a fatal blow to Tong Qian's head, the bear instead seized her right hand. Chapter 18 The Home of the Three Little Bears 5. What was once a slender and fair arm had instantly. Tong Qian's complexion turned ashen, and the sudden excruciating pain robbed her of the strength to struggle, causing her to collapse to the ground. Zhao Liang, having narrowly escaped a calamity, leaned against the wall, gasping for breath. A fleeting glimmer of satisfaction flickered across his face as he beheld the agonized moans of Tong Qian, his visage contorting grotesquely. The pungent scent of blood roused the brown bear, which abandoned any contemplation as, with a fierce roar, it extended its paw towards the prostrate Tong Qian. Unbeknownst to the bear, a cold, chilling voice emerged from behind. "Hey, Daddy Bear. Are you hungry for fish?" With that, Cheng Miao exerted all her strength to hurl a fish. Nearly taken aback, the brown bear turned and let out a roar at Cheng Miao, who was momentarily dazed, the overwhelming stench from the bear making her stomach churn. Gritting her teeth against the discomfort, the bear twitched its apple-sized nose, detecting its favored delicacy, and with a swift motion of its paw, it seized the fish and began to tear into it ravenously. Cheng Miao sighed. That was close. The brown bear's feeding was quite brutal, and in mere moments, the flesh was stripped clean from the fish. It discarded the bare bones, licking its lips, gazing at Cheng Miao with lingering desire. Gore. Recognizing the in an unspoken agreement, Cheng Miao and the bear moved in synchrony, one tossing fish, the other consuming it, as they gradually made their way toward the kitchen, allowing the remaining individuals in the bedroom to exhale in relief. Bai Jiang and Qi Jia emerged from their concealed positions, with Bai Jiang supporting the pale-faced Tong Qian, whose complexion resembled that of a ghost. He tore off a strip of his clothing to bind her injured arm tightly. Qi Jia, her expression grave as she observed Tong Qian, contemplated voicing her independence, but ultimately refrained upon witnessing Tong Qian's injuries. "It is not your fault." Although it was the first time Bai Jiang had seen Qi Jia not looking at someone with her chin raised, he could surmise her thoughts. Suddenly, Qi Jia's gaze turned sharp as it landed on Zhao Liang, who was cowering against the wall in fear. Zhao Liang snapped back to reality, acutely aware of how detestable his actions had been, swallowing hard as beads of sweat glistened on his forehead. I didn't do it on purpose. It's her misfortune for not hiding well enough." Qi Jia's eyes were icy, her hand reaching toward her small bag at her skirt's hem, seemingly to retrieve something. Bai Jiang, alarmed, grasped her arm, urging her against such a course. He deemed this man unworthy of their attention. Having navigated many scenarios rife with treachery and malice, Bai Jiang, Qi Jia, being youthful and seemingly sheltered, harbored thoughts of repaying kindness and seeking vengeance. Yet, within this narrative, human life held little value. Utilizing items procured at the cost of life on such scum was a true case of losing more than one gained. In their struggle, Bai Jiang inadvertently brushed against Tong Qian's injured arm, jolting her from her semi-conscious state with a surge of pain. "It hurts," Tong Qian mumbled groggily, her gaze falling. Bai Jiang, quick-witted, swiftly covered her mouth, stifling the cry that had nearly escaped her lips. "Watch over her. If you awaken the other two bears, we won't know how we might perish." "You foolish newcomers." Startled by Tong Qian's near outcry, Zhao Liang was drenched in a cold sweat, glancing nervously at the two bears still slumbering nearby. As tensions escalated, the group was suddenly silenced, all eyes turning toward Cheng Miao, who emerged from the kitchen with a fierce expression. Cheng Miao was in a foul mood, worse than the time she had nearly been killed by another player at the entrance of the dungeon during her first completion. Zhao Liang hesitated, as if contemplating his words, but the palpable hostility emanating from Cheng Miao rendered him mute. Cheng Miao ignored him, approaching Tong Qian to assess her injuries, then looked up at the three others. "Daddy Bear is in the kitchen eating fish, and that basket of fish seems to be perpetually full. It should be occupied for a while. Check the notebook. Perhaps there are changes." Having learned from Tong Qian's ordeal, Qi Jia was more compliant, not voicing any objections as she reached for the notebook Bai Jiang had hidden beneath the bed, guided by his prompting. Indeed, the list of tasks for the day had concluded, replaced by a new inscription that gradually appeared: "Water the flowers." Water the flowers? The group collectively paused, bewildered by the task. "Do those trees we saw count as flowers?" Cheng Miao mused, recalling the moment she had seen the front door ajar while returning from the kitchen. "Who will accompany me to the garden for a look?" She pointed toward the previously sealed door, which now bore a narrow crack, sunlight streaming through. Qi Jia considered following Cheng Miao, but hesitated at the sight of the nearly unconscious Tong Qian, opening her mouth to speak but falling silent. "I'll go with you." "Jia, can you watch over Tong Qian?" Bai Jiang rolled up his sleeves and stood, having realized in that fleeting moment that this seemingly underestimated young girl. Qi Jia nodded, recognizing Cheng Miao's intent to leave without further ado, her expression darkening. Observing Cheng Miao and Bai Jiang moving toward the door, she felt a pang of conflict. One party consisted of a barely alive woman, while the other was a little girl she had been intrigued by, yet finding a way out remained paramount. Suppressing her restless thoughts, Zhao Liang trailed behind Cheng Miao and Bai Jiang, maintaining a cautious distance. Beyond the door lay a vast garden, the boundary obscured by a blurred line beyond the fence, which bore no openings. The towering, needle-like spikes at the top of the fence deterred any notions of escape. On one side of the garden bloomed vibrantly colored flowers that were somewhat unsettling, while the other side resembled a vegetable plot, the mounds of earth eerily reminiscent of graves, eliciting a desire to distance oneself from them. Cheng Miao and Bai Jiang exchanged glances in the garden, contemplating the task of watering the flowers, which likely referred to the colorful blooms on their left. The sun had begun its descent. The two approached a cluster of flowers that towered to their mid-chests, examining them closely. Cheng Miao tilted her head back, but still struggled to discern the flower's inner petals. Proportionally, this seemed odd. Even for a brown bear, these flowers appeared excessively tall, not fitting the scale of those typically found in a garden. Meanwhile, Zhao Liang emerged from the door, panting heavily, dragging a pot filled with the yellowish, viscous substance Tong Qian had described. Chapter 19 The Home of the Three Little Bears 6. Zhao Liang dragged the basin to Cheng Miao's side, wiping the sweat from his brow, his breath still somewhat uneven, and spoke in a rather ingratiating tone. "You all moved too swiftly. I had just stepped away to fetch some water, and then you vanished." Bai Jiang turned away, having no intention of conversing with Zhao Liang. A sense of unease crept into Zhao Liang's heart. Hadn't he considered the implications when he pushed Tong Qian away, and now, realizing he was isolated, he felt a pang of panic, eager to demonstrate his worth in hopes of being reintegrated into the team. During the initial introductions, Zhao Liang had refrained from mentioning that he was, in fact, the one who had traversed the dungeon the most times among this group, not by Jiang. Fortune had favored him, allowing him to escape alongside the experts each time. Yet, his skills were lacking. After 4 excursions, he had finally saved enough to afford a spot in a mid-tier lodging, and this was his 3rd game at that level. In real life, Zhao Liang was not particularly well-liked, harboring thoughts unbefitting of someone his age, yet he had never dared to act on them. He had spent his entire career as a low-level employee in a small company, his presence barely felt, enduring and swallowing his grievances in silence. When such a person found himself in a survival inn with inadequate laws, his darker inclinations were magnified infinitely. He had caused the deaths of many, yet death was merely death. Those who knew him would only beat him up a bit, never threatening his life. Those hypocritical cowards to him, what happened to Tong Qian was merely part of his daily routine. She was simply unfortunate. As for women, Zhao Liang had little interest, save for Qi Jiejia, whose temperament was far too irritable. She deserved it. Cheng Miao observed the fleeting malice in Zhao Liang's eyes without a flicker of emotion. What do you need? Zhao Liang snapped back to reality, a hint of disdain in his gaze, yet maintaining a tone of submissiveness. What else would one use to water flowers? But this stuff really does have a strong odor. I can handle it myself. No need for you all to trouble yourselves. Zhao Liang felt emboldened to act against Tong Qian, yet he dared not entertain thoughts of confronting Bai Jiang or Cheng Miao. The reason was simple. He was inept and needed the expertise of the seasoned players to navigate through. He had not been present during the practice exercises, and while Tong Qian was washing dishes, his attention was fixated on the fish, oblivious to the potential traps hidden behind every minor task. Bai Jiang raised an eyebrow and decisively took a step back. Then you may proceed. Cheng Miao remained silent, standing aside, her expression devoid of any emotional fluctuation as she observed Zhao Liang. As for the scum who had always lurked in the shadows, treating lives as inconsequential, she did not deceive herself into believing she could become a blood-stained executioner like him. However, regarding Zhao Liang's reckless urge to court death, she had no intention of playing the saint. Unaware of the thoughts of the 2 experts, Zhao Liang grunted, flushing crimson as he poured the water from the basin onto the flower's roots. The viscous liquid clung to the stems, seeping in at an agonizingly slow pace. Bai Jiang, glancing at the open notebook at his feet, observed with surprise as the characters inscribing the act of watering the flowers began. Zhao Liang, bewildered, stared at the 2 individuals who had suddenly distanced themselves, muttering under his breath, "What is going on? Why this sudden?" Behind him, a vibrant tulip, reminiscent of something from a cartoon, startled by the unexpected movement, Zhao Liang initially froze, but upon realizing the tulip merely inclined to observe him without further actions, he relaxed and called out to the distant Cheng Miao and Bai Jiang, "See? I told you it wasn't as complicated as you thought." Suddenly, the tulip unfurled its layered petals, revealing a golden heart within. Cheng Miao squinted, attempting to discern the details more clearly. That was not the flower's stamen. Cheng Miao concurred with Bai Jiang's observation. Those are teeth? Layer upon layer, a dense cluster of teeth was tightly packed within the tulip's bud. Rhythmically, in an instant, the tulip snapped at Zhao Liang's arm, a resounding crunch accompanying his scream. The sound was excruciating. Contrary to expectations, the tulip did not swallow Zhao Liang whole. Instead, it clamped down on his arm, oscillating the bud up and down, violently tearing his limb from his body. Thud! The severed arm dropped to the ground, leaving Zhao Liang in so much pain that he could scarcely utter a word, his primal instinct for survival compelling him to writhe and crawl across the ground. The tulip feasted upon Zhao Liang's arm, each chew accompanied by a spurt of crimson blood from the bud. Moments later, the tulip shook itself, standing upright among the flowers as if it had never moved, swaying gently in the breeze. Cheng Miao was beginning to develop a tolerance for such revolting scenes, while not far away, Zhao Liang, after using his shirt to staunch the bleeding, succumbed to unconsciousness. Cheng Miao approached and checked for a pulse at Zhao Liang's neck. He was still alive. Bai Jiang nodded nonchalantly, deeming it better for such a troublemaker to perish sooner rather than later. The notebook yielded no new tasks. It remained unclear whether they had run out or if there was a period of rest. Bai Jiang fiddled with the notebook, confirming once more that no peculiar tasks had resurfaced. "There won't be any more today," he stated. Cheng Miao gestured towards the sun, which was nearing the horizon, indicating that daytime had concluded. Nightfall was the time for rest, and they would have to wait until tomorrow for new tasks. Hearing this, Bai Jiang exhaled in relief. Even he could not withstand such intense and dense challenges, so a respite was indeed welcome. What a fanciful thought! Cheng Miao shook her head. The night is precisely when we must complete the final task. Otherwise, during the day, merely accomplishing the tasks in the notebook will be a struggle. "Do you still wish to search for the bear cub's toys?" It was only upon Cheng Miao's reminder that Bai Jiang belatedly realized their true objective was not merely to complete the tasks in the notebook, but to locate the bear cub's toys and successfully navigate the dungeon. Undeniably, this dungeon was exceedingly cunning, having set numerous minor tasks to distract the players. If they were preoccupied with completing the day's tasks and missed the optimal time when no missions would appear at night, they would likely find themselves unable to embark on the search for toys until the next sunset, at which point they would truly be oblivious to their demise. Chapter 20. The home of the three little bears. A chill of cold sweat prickled down Bai Jiang's back as he swallowed hard, feeling a wave of apprehension wash over him. "So, what are we waiting for?" "Let's go inside and discuss our next course of action." However, Cheng Miao's gaze drifted towards the vegetable garden behind them. "Not in a hurry, you go find a couple of shovels." "Shovels?" Bai Jiang followed Cheng Miao's line of sight towards the mound of earth. "Perhaps we should leave it be for now." Cheng Miao remained silent, fixated on the mound. Perceiving her unwavering resolve and recalling her prudent nature, Bai Jiang refrained from further inquiries and hurried into the house. Cheng Miao approached the fertile land, her eyes cast down in contemplation. From the game's setup, it appeared that the player's best chance of clearing the level lay before dawn the next day. Otherwise, the endless tasks that awaited them post-sunrise would drain their every ounce of energy. This land, it seemed, held little utility. Surely it couldn't be intended for players who missed their opportunity to clear the level to remain until the earth. While this notion appeared futile, the peculiar attributes that could be discovered by players led Cheng Miao to contemplate another location. Dr. Su's secret chamber. This segment might very well be a hidden narrative within the game. Dr. Su's chamber had not only refined the main storyline for Cheng Miao, but had also yielded an enigmatic item photograph of unknown utility. What might lie beneath this soil? The sound of approaching footsteps jolted Cheng Miao from her reverie. She looked up to see Bai Jiang and Qi Jiejia supporting the swaying figure of Tong Qian as they made their way towards her. "We heard it's safe outside." Cheng Miao chose not to expose their desire to avoid being alone with the three bears, nodding instead as she accepted the large shovel, nearly toppling over from its weight. "Just tell me where to dig, and I'll do it." Bai Jiang chuckled as he took the shovel from her. Cheng Miao pointed sternly at the mound of earth, prompting Bai Jiang to thrust the shovel into the crevice. Clang! It wouldn't budge, as if he had struck marble. and it offered no give. Bai Jiang curiously touched the surface. It was hard, akin to iron. Qi Jia, supporting Tong Qian, leaned in to observe as well. Though Tong Qian's bleeding had ceased, it was merely a makeshift bandage made from clothing, and blood still trickled down her arm, leaving her face pale as a sheet. Cheng Miao cast a worried glance at Tong Qian's distorted arm but was unexpectedly struck by the sight of blood cascading from Tong Qian's fingertips, absorbed instantaneously by the soil beneath, as if it were being devoured. Cheng Miao knelt to touch the ground. It felt moist and yielding. Applying pressure with her fingers, she punctured a small hole. Bai Jiang exclaimed, "How can you make a hole?" Qi Jia, intrigued. In that moment, she seemed to resemble a child of her age. Cheng Miao gazed at the holes in the ground, speechless. The game certainly possessed a morbid sense of humor. "Tong Qian, could you please come over here?" Although Tong Qian was slightly dazed from the blood loss, she obediently approached Cheng Miao's side. "Place your injured arm on the mound." As Tong Qian's blood seeped into the earth, the soil greedily rose and fell, as though it were inhaling her lifeblood. The scene revolted everyone, but once Cheng Miao deemed sufficient, she instructed Qi Jia to help Tong Qian to the side for rest, while Bai Jiang, without needing a reminder, began to excavate the noticeably softened soil. Before long, a pale object emerged from the shallow pit. Cheng Miao halted Bai Jiang, removing her outer garment to wrap her hand before she began to dig. Having become accustomed to the task, she soon unearthed the hidden object from the pit. "This is ginseng?" Bai Jiang gazed at the humanoid plant in Cheng Miao's hands, uncertainty flickering across his face. Cheng Miao leaned closer to sniff it. It bore no strange scent, only the fresh aroma of herbs. "Ginseng? What connection does it have with the three bears? Is the bear cub's toy made of ginseng?" Qi Jia's thoughts leapt ahead, her excitement surging with the notion that it could lead to an immediate level. If it were that simple, why would we receive hints from Mama Bear? Cheng Miao refuted this idea, a fleeting thought shimmering in her mind. Qi Jia toyed with her fingers, refraining from argument. Upon reflection, it was indeed improbable that the level would yield to them so easily. Cheng Miao turned, extending the plant towards Tong Qian. "I'm uncertain of my thoughts, but it may serve as a healing remedy. Whether to consume it is your decision." Tong Qian hesitated, gazing at the plump, white ginseng in Cheng Miao's hand. Bai Jiang's eyes lit up at the prospect of a potential healing item. Having never obtained such a remedy himself, he recalled witnessing his elder brother purchase one at a shop, the price rendering him speechless. However, given that the item was discovered by Cheng Miao and she intended to gift it to Tong Qian, Bai Jiang could only watch with envy. Feeling the weight of their stares, Tong Qian glanced into Cheng Miao's eyes, where her brown irises sparkled like crystal-clear springs. Clenching her teeth, she reached out to accept the ginseng. She first took a small bite of the skin, waiting to see if any discomfort arose. After a moment of no adverse effects, she steeled herself, closed her eyes, and took a large bite. As Tong Qian swallowed, the blood that had been seeping from her arm gradually ceased, and her complexion visibly brightened. Tong Qian was astounded. Although her arm remained numb, the bleeding had stopped, and the piercing pain had dissipated. She cast a grateful glance at Cheng Miao, wiping the bitten portion on her clothing before returning it. "Thank you." Cheng Miao did not accept it. "Finish it. Perhaps it will restore your hand." Tong Qian hesitated. The rarity of such a precious item was evident from Bai Jiang's expression. Cheng Miao's willingness to share it was already exceedingly generous. If she were to consume it entirely, it felt somewhat, "It's all right. As long as we can survive and clear the level, all injuries will heal, and your right hand will regenerate." Bai Jiang interjected at the opportune moment, his words relieving Tong Qian immensely, a smile returning to her beautiful face. "Then I truly don't. Please keep it for yourself," Tong Qian insisted, shoving the ginseng back into Cheng Miao's embrace, who, without further insistence, merely wiggled her fingers to store it in her spatial backpack. This action left everyone, including Bai Jiang, utterly astonished. Bai Jiang was aware of the existence of spatial backpacks, yet could never afford one. Every time he stayed at an inn, his funds were depleted. He had never imagined that after merely participating in one game, Cheng Miao would possess such a luxury. Bai Jiang silently rejoiced that he had not harbored any ill intentions. Qi Jiejie's eyes brimmed with curiosity. Her meager savings had prevented her from exploring the shops, and she remained oblivious to the existence of spatial backpacks. Cheng Miao glanced at her, considering her relatively commendable behavior over the past few hours, and recognizing that a child entering the game would inevitably face some psychological distress, she softened her tone. When we exit, Chapter 21, the home of the three bears ate in the garden. There were no further clues to be found. The group paid no heed to Zhao Liang, who was still unconscious beside the fence, and made their way into the house together. After a while, Zhao Liang, lying outside, heard their voices fading into the distance. He quietly blinked his eyes and struggled to sit up. Taking a deep breath, he winced as the sharp pain caused several veins on his forehead to bulge. Phew, that woman is truly fortunate, managing to find healing supplies. Greed and envy intertwined in his small eyes as he clumsily propped himself up with one hand, swaying unsteadily before taking a few steps, finally reaching the earthen mound. Zhao Liang had just overheard something crucial. He understood that blood was required for the task. He silently cursed himself, wishing he had used that woman, Tong Qian, as clenching his teeth, his eyes bulging with blood. He pressed down on the severed stump, blood cascading down like a waterfall, absorbed completely by the ground. Realizing he was nearly there, Zhao Liang crouched down, vigorously digging with one arm. The pain and madness twisted him severely. There is nothing. How can there be nothing? Come out! Come out! The pit grew deeper, wider, yet the plump ginseng remained elusive. Inside, the four of them rested beneath the desk. Bai Jiang briefly relayed Cheng Miao's speculations about time and tasks to Tong Qian. Qi Jiejie furrowed her brow and remarked coldly, "This instance is quite cunning, a plethora of tasks, and yet it employs." Cheng Miao cleared her throat and continued, "Therefore, we have little time left. We must decipher the clues and find a way to escape before dawn." The group rallied their spirits to analyze the situation. The hint regarding Papa Bear's fondness for fish was now clear. Indeed, as Miss Chung suggested, they could distract him when he became agitated. Mama Bear's love for knitting seemed to be another line of thought. Tong Qian, having consumed a good portion of ginseng, felt revitalized, leaning gently against the wall while enunciating clearly. Bai Jiang nodded, taking over the conversation. Earlier, a sewing basket was prominently displayed on the table, but it contained only hemp thread, with no needle. The key now is likely to find the needle. And then what? How do we know whether it will be Mama Bear or Baby Bear who becomes agitated next? Qi Jiejie tugged at the bow on her skirt. The time in this instance was short, yet the intensity was high, leaving the physically weakest, Qi Jiejie, somewhat fatigued. Shouldn't we have avoided doing the dishes just now? Washing dishes is typically a mother's chore. If we hadn't done them, would that guarantee Mama Bear's agitation? Tong Qian seemed to express some regret, speaking softly. Chang Miao reassured Tong Qian, don't overthink it. The notebook doesn't specify a subject, so we cannot make assumptions based on feelings. Besides, have you noticed that Papa Bear didn't become agitated simply because Zhao Liang broke the bowl? My porridge. Someone touched my porridge. Qi Jiajia recalled well, repeating Papa Bear's words before he lunged. He used the phrase someone touched, not smashed. Chang Miao reiterated with certainty. But to help Papa Bear identify which bowl of porridge is his, we must first determine that, and touching the bowl is inevitable. Tong Qian struggled to comprehend, her delicate brows knitting together. If this is bound to happen, it can only be a clue provided by the instance. Bai Jiang remembered that the person who brought him had mentioned such a possibility. If there were unavoidable actions, regardless of the consequences, they must certainly be hints from the instance. Cheng Miao exchanged a glance with Bai Jiang and nodded. So, I believe I understand the story's context now. The three of them brightened. If this instance had a narrative background, while it might not be identical to the story, there would certainly be some semblance of logic, preventing them from being utterly blind. Have you heard the story of the three bears? The three. Bears? What is that? Bai Jiang looked perplexed, turning to Tong Qian and Qi Jiajia. Tong Qian, equally bewildered, replied, I've heard that song about Mama Bear and Papa Bear. Is that the one? It seems like a Korean song. How does it go? Chang Miao shook her head. Not that song. It's a fairy tale. A fairy tale? Bai Jiang and Tong Qian, no longer young, found their memories of fairy tales lingering on Snow White and Cinderella. You're referring to the story of the three bears and Goldilocks, right? Qi Jiajia scoffed. That story is poorly written. Goldilocks wasn't even caught in the end. Cheng Miao twitched her lips, choosing not to comment on Qi Jiajia's twisted sense of humor. The tale of the three bears and Goldilocks is a well-known children's bedtime story. It tells of a golden-haired girl who trespassed into the home of three bears in the forest. On that particular day, the bears were not home. Upon entering, Goldilocks discovered 3 bowls of porridge on the dining table. She picked up the largest bowl, but it was too hot, and after tasting it, she spat it out. Next, she tried the medium-sized bowl and found it too cold, but the smallest bowl was just right. After finishing the porridge, she sat in the three bears' chairs. The large chair was too hard, the medium chair too soft, but the small chair was just right, resulting in it breaking. Finally, she tested the bears' beds and fell asleep. When the three bears returned, they discovered someone had eaten their porridge and sat in their chairs. Just as they were about to catch Goldilocks, she managed to escape. This story teaches children that it is very rude to use others' belongings without permission. The group. Is this a joke for amusement? Cheng Miao grew serious. When I saw the chairs in the bedroom and the bowls in the kitchen, I was reminded of the last one must be Baby Bear. Not quite. Suddenly recalling something, Bai Jiang turned his head, staring blankly at the 3 identical chairs not far away. Where are the large, medium, and small? They are all the same size. Cheng Miao shrugged. Instances aren't that simple to navigate. However, Cheng Miao's tone shifted as she retrieved an object from her ring, presenting it to the group. I found Mama Bear's knitting needle. The pale fishbone shimmered in the moonlight, with only a main spine remaining, all the smaller spines having been consumed. The tip of the fishbone was exceedingly sharp, resembling a giant sewing needle at first glance. It was a fishbone left uneaten by Papa Bear. Chapter 22. The home of the 3 little bears. As Bai Jiang slapped his forehead, a realization dawned upon him. So this was the essence of the riddle. Cheng Miao lightly grazed the tip of the fishbone with her fingertip, contemplating that this scenario was undoubtedly a variant of the original tale. It was evident that we were akin to Goldilocks, and we had to escape before the sun set tomorrow. Otherwise, we would fall prey to the three bears. Based on the clues and the narrative backdrop, our primary objective was to complete the minor tasks outlined in our notebook and, while the bears slumbered at night, discern their identities through the items mentioned in the story, such as porridge, chairs, and beds. Once we identified the bears, we could exploit their corresponding weaknesses during their fury until we located Baby Bear's toy. Chung Miao glanced at the shallow scratches on her fingertip and continued, "There's another hint. The fish consumed by Papa Bear yields the needle that Mama Bear uses for weaving, which suggests that Baby Bear's toy must be produced by Mama Bear." Bai Jiang, with a solemn expression, added, "Thus, we must provoke Mama Bear." There are no shortcuts available. Chi Jia furrowed her brow as she cast a glance at the two bears lying on the bed. But how could anyone ascertain which chair belonged to Mama Bear? Papa Bear was still in the kitchen, yet what if Baby Bear was the one to become enraged? Tong Qin chimed in. And what if we inadvertently sit in Papa Bear's chair? Could he also become enraged? Should we continue feeding him fish? Bai Jiang stroked his chin, narrowing his eyes in contemplation. I doubt that will happen. Papa Bear is like a boss we've already defeated and won't trigger again. Chung Miao concurred with Bai Jiang. Although she had staunched the bleeding, the significant loss of blood left her head somewhat foggy, making it a struggle to keep up with the group's thoughts. Chi Jia, despite her tone remaining brusque towards Tong Qin, lowered her voice to explain, "So we need to be prepared to simultaneously provoke both bears." Noting the pallor on Tong Qin's face, Bai Jiang added, "However, this is the worst-case scenario. Even if both bears are involved, once Mama Bear acquires her needle and thread, we will only have to contend with the furious Baby Bear. But Baby Bear currently has no weaknesses." A wave of silence enveloped the room. Indeed, Baby Bear's weakness awaited Mama Bear's weaving. Bai Jiang extended 2 fingers, his demeanor appearing calm, yet the tips of his fingers trembled slightly as those present listened intently. One possibility is that the bear's rage lasts only for a limited time. If we can endure that duration, we will be safe. The other. Bai Jiang withdrew his hand, scratching his head with a wry smile, is that we must endure until Mama Bear completes the toy. Observing the despondent expressions on their faces, Chung Miao clapped her hands to regain their attention. Regardless of how difficult our situation becomes, we must take the plunge. Whether we face the scenario Bai Jiang described, we need to prolong our time as much as possible. Chung Miao pointed at the hemp rope that had been kicked into a corner during their chase. This item may be the means the game has provided us to extend our time. Ignoring the varied expressions on her companions' faces, Chung Miao turned to Tong Qin. "We'll find a relatively safe place for you to hide, but the dungeon is fraught with danger. This plan carries certain risks, and you must decide for yourself." Tong Qin lowered her head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Aware that her current state made this the best course of action, she did not hesitate to agree. Chung Miao comfortingly patted her shoulder and turned to Chi Jia. "You play a crucial role in the upcoming plan. Please listen attentively." Chi Jia let out a cold laugh, instinctively wanting to retort, but upon seeing Chung Miao's gaze, she held her tongue. The look was equal, respectful, devoid of any preferential treatment or disdain, as if viewing an adult. Chi Jia fell silent for a moment, gazing at Chung Miao, silently inquiring, "Shortly, I will select a chair to sit in." Once the enraged bear launches its attack, Chi Jia, you must immediately toss the sewing basket to it. Chi Jia looked at the fishbone Chung Miao held out to her, silently accepting it, and turned to place the needle into the sewing basket atop the table. After ensuring that Chi Jia, seated at the table, was capable of throwing the sewing basket, Chung Miao continued, "What I just described is the ideal scenario, which statistically offers only a 50% chance of success. Intuitively, I doubt it will go that smoothly." Chung Miao turned to Bai Jiang. "If the bear that erupts is unresponsive to the sewing basket, I will take responsibility for diverting its attention. Bai Jiang, you need to sit in another chair and provoke Mama Bear, allowing Qi Jiajia to execute the plan. Bai Jiang and Qi Jiajia mentally rehearsed the process a few times, and when they felt ready, Cheng Miao spoke. If there are no objections, let us set up some obstacles and commence our actions. Bai Jiang's expression was complex. It was undeniable that Cheng Miao's role was the most perilous. Luring away a bear without weaknesses could be fatal if her abilities fell short. Recognizing Bai Jiang's apprehension, Cheng Miao chose not to disclose Lu Shui's jump rope as a tool for assistance. Instead, she casually explained that novice stages always contained items for self-defense. Bai Jiang scratched his head, acknowledging that while novice tools existed, they were typically lackluster. Could it be that seasoned players have superior novice tools compared to us mere newcomers? No. They are the same. Cheng Miao recalled the usage instructions for the swift-running shoes, feeling a slight flush of embarrassment. Without further elaboration, she led the trio in setting up obstacles. At that moment, the enormous and chaotic furniture became advantageous. In no time, a configuration emerged that rivaled the complexity of childhood craft patterns. Be cautious while hiding later. Don't trip over anything yourself, Qi Jiajia remarked with a teasing tone. Cheng Miao understood the underlying message, yet found Qi Jiajia's pride a bit overwhelming. Once we manage to deal with Mama Bear, we'll come to assist you, Bai Jiang quickly added, sensing Cheng Miao's somber demeanor. Cheng Miao had no time to indulge either of them, as she mentally constructed a complete escape plan. After repeating it several times, she exhaled deeply. So be it. Plans rarely survive contact with reality. We will adapt as circumstances unfold. Cheng Miao assessed that the garden was likely the safest spot in the wooden cabin, but considering the potentially carnivorous flora and the risk of the door closing unexpectedly, it was clear that Tong Qian, with only one hand, would struggle to cope with unforeseen events. As a compromise, the group decided to temporarily place Tong Qian in the kitchen. The kitchen was the smallest space, and currently housed a non-aggressive Papa Bear, making it the safest option for her to hide. The lingering trauma from Papa Bear's self-inflicted injuries loomed large. The thought of sharing a room with such a creature sent shivers through Tong Qian's body. Yet, she recognized that these individuals, strangers though they were, genuinely had her best interests at heart. To avoid becoming a burden, Tong Qian gritted her teeth and crawled beneath the stove. Cheng Miao went to settle Tong Qian. Bai Jiang gazed out at the wide-open door. Chapter 23. The home of the three little bears with a cold snicker. Qi Jiajia remarked, I just want to take a look. He isn't dead yet, but he is close. Just as she spoke, Zhao Liang, bloodied and pale, leaned against the wall as he entered the room. Suddenly met with several icy stares, he forced a pleasing smile, assuring them, Don't worry, I'll just stay here obediently. I want to act on my own. Noticing their indifference, a chill ran down Zhao Liang's spine. He raised his hands, swearing fervently, desperate to shower them with reassurances. You see, I want to leave too. Why would I jeopardize your plans? Cheng Miao shot a cold glance at Zhao Liang. It was easy to dodge a direct attack, but she was not yet capable of taking a life, even if her target was no longer human. There was only one opportunity. Such an unstable factor could not be tolerated. Zhao Liang had been keenly observing the expressions of Cheng Miao and Bai Jiang. Upon realizing that both displayed a murderous intent, he swore, Just don't kill me, if you take a life. Wouldn't that make you murderers too? Cheng Miao maintained her composure, internally sighing, No, I can't bring myself to do it. As Cheng Miao and Bai Jiang exchanged a glance, they shoved Zhao Liang into the cabinet beside the desk, binding it securely with the remaining hemp rope. As Bai Jiang tightened the knot without hesitation, Cheng Miao remained silent, while Qi Jiajia, who had been lingering nearby, expressed her regret. Aren't you going to kill him? If you're too scared, let me do it. Cheng Miao rolled her eyes, dismissing the overly dramatic girl. After a brief respite, the group, glancing at the pitch-black sky outside, wasted no more time and sprang into action. Cheng Miao exhaled deeply, nodding to the vigilant Bai Jiang and Qi Jiajia, before taking a seat on the leftmost chair. So soft, was the first thought that crossed Cheng Miao's mind. In accordance with the fable's narrative, the softest chair belonged to Mama Bear. Cheng Miao dared not let her guard down. This scenario was fraught with traps, one after another, like a deadly snare. She did not believe they would find Mama Bear so easily. Roar! Someone is sitting in my chair. The brown bear, roused from slumber, glared furiously at the intruder lounging in its seat. Now! Cheng Miao shouted, as Qi Jiejia, red-faced from exertion, hurled the sewing basket at the brown bear. The bear was struck squarely, momentarily stunned. Contrary to their expectations, the anticipated scene of a defeated bear did not unfold. Instead, the brown bear roared and lunged at Qi Jiejia. As the monstrous creature charged with its gaping maw, Qi Jiejia felt the foul odor emanating from its mouth and even imagined the sharp fangs sinking into her flesh. Suddenly, an unexpected force collided with her, sending her sprawling to the ground just in time to evade the bear's swiping paw. Dazed, Qi Jiejia turned to see Cheng Miao nimbly rising, leading the enraged brown bear towards the obstacle created by the hemp ropes. Quick, grab the sewing supplies. Cheng Miao shouted amidst the chaos, snapping Qi Jiejia back to reality. Ignoring her bleeding arm, she scrambled to collect the scattered sewing items that had been knocked about by the bear cub. Meanwhile, Bai Jiang, quick to react, had already claimed another chair as the brown bear lunged at Qi Jiejia. Trembling, he watched as she dodged the attack, only to realize that the other bear remained still. Turning around, Bai Jiang confirmed that the second bear was still snoring peacefully on the bed. His mind raced, and he quickly deduced that this was indeed Papa Bear's chair. It seemed his guess was correct. Papa Bear, already satiated with fish, had temporarily withdrawn from the game. Even if an outsider dared to sit in its chair, it would not waver its attention. Bai Jiang sprang up, racing to the final chair, and, without a moment to spare, dove into it. The chair was exceptionally soft, engulfing Bai Jiang entirely. Struggling to free himself, he managed only to turn his head while his body remained ensnared. Meanwhile, Cheng Miao, teetering on the edge of survival, realized, so this is the softest chair. Just as Qi Jiejia gathered her belongings, the furniture had been thrown into disarray, with many pieces toppled together. On the ground sat the bear cub, entangled in hemp ropes, bound tightly to the sofa with countless knots. Cheng Miao stood nearby, hands on her knees, breathing heavily, her eyes gleaming with excitement. With a sigh of relief, Qi Jiejia felt her racing heart finally calm. She steadied herself, turning to hurl the sewing basket at the enraged Mama Bear, who was about to pounce on Bai Jiang. The sewing supplies scattered once more, but this time they successfully diverted Mama Bear's attention. Lowering her head to inspect the chaos, Mama Bear suddenly began to roar joyfully, seemingly delighted. With one paw clutching a needle and the other grasping a ball of thread, she leisurely returned to her bed, adopting the perfect posture to sew. Bai Jiang, finally extricating himself from the chair, raised an eyebrow in disbelief at this unexpected display of domesticity. Qi Jiejia completely relaxed, taking a few steps towards Cheng Miao before halting at a distance from the bear cub. With a glint of interest in her eyes, she remarked, I didn't expect you to be so capable. You tripped the bear cub so easily. At that moment, the bear cub had not calmed. The unbreakable ropes and the obstructive furniture only fueled its rage, causing its eyes to redden further. It gnawed fiercely at the ropes, tearing at its own fur in the process. Cheng Miao frowned and cautioned, don't get too close. Its rampage isn't over yet. Qi Jiejia rolled her eyes, clearly aware of the danger. Just as she was about to speak, she suddenly felt a heavy push, and before she could react, she was propelled towards the bear cubi in the face of imminent peril. Qi Jiejia remained composed, swiftly reaching into her pocket to retrieve a length of rope. Unlike the hemp rope they had found in the home of the three bears, this was an ordinary piece, roughly the thickness of a thumb, its rough texture capable of leaving blood marks on the skin. Tied at one end was a loop, resembling something used for hanging. Aiming at the bedpost beside her, Chi-Jia threw the rope with all her might. Miraculously, the loop snagged onto it, altering her trajectory just enough for her to crash down onto the floor, narrowly missing her previous spot. Ignoring the pain coursing through her body, Chi-Jia flipped over to see Zhao Liang, who had been locked inside the cabinet just behind her. Chapter 24. The Home of the Three Little Bears 11. Zhao Liang knew he was doomed when, after digging for over 10 minutes, he failed to unearth any ginseng. Unlike Tong Qian, whose arm had merely been struck by a bear's paw, resulting in a small but persistent wound, his right arm had been devoured entirely by the man-eating flower, leaving behind a grotesque gash that gushed his blood like a leaky faucet. Collapsing in a pool of crimson, his complexion turned ashen, and his cracked, pale lips moved slightly as he struggled to extract 2 items from his bulging pocket with his remaining hand. Zhao Liang had discovered in a previous dungeon that the items of deceased players did not vanish. He had scavenged many useful tools from the bodies of the fallen. However, his own abilities were woefully inadequate, leaving him with only these 2 insignificant items that he had seldom regarded. In his grasp lay a grimy, rudimentary doll stitched from white fabric and a small key. The doll belonged to a female player whom he and another like-minded player had betrayed to her demise. She had produced this doll in her final moments, but alas, her life had slipped away before she could utilize it. As he held the doll, a wave of dread washed over him. It was a life-extending doll, albeit with stringent conditions for use, only applicable when one was on the brink of death, prolonging the user's life by a mere 30 minutes. In essence, using this item would not avert death, it merely delayed the inevitable. Zhao Liang had carried it with him all along, never daring to employ it. The other key, which he had acquired in his last dungeon, served as a means for players to escape perilous situations, though it was ineffective in supernatural realms. A fierce resentment ignited in Zhao Liang's already dimmed eyes as he clenched the fabric doll tightly, feeling it gradually meld into his palm. Above, the night sky sparkled with a handful of stars, while vibrant flowers nearby exuded a rich fragrance. On the adjacent ground lay a man with a severed arm, his body stained with blood that the earth greedily absorbed. Zhao Liang mumbled incoherently to himself, "You all must die. If I cannot escape, I shall drag you down with me." Cheng Miao and Bai Jiang were engrossed in the increasingly frenzied baby bear, paying little heed to Chi-Jia. Unexpectedly, Zhao Liang appeared behind Chi-Jia, his face pale and twisted beyond recognition, resembling a malevolent specter. "Since I've set my sights on you, you shall accompany me to the underworld. Ha ha ha." Zhao Liang snarled as he thrust his hand forcefully toward Chi-Jia. Fortunately, she reacted swiftly, armed with items of her own, preventing a gruesome scene from unfolding. Leaping to her feet, Chi-Jia paid no mind to Zhao Liang's bizarre demeanor or how he had emerged from the closet. Instead, she sprinted behind him and, without hesitation, launched a powerful kick aimed at his back. Zhao Liang, having lost one arm, was already off balance. The force of her kick sent him sprawling, crashing into the furiously agitated brown bear behind him. Roar! The baby bear, sensing someone had inadvertently offered themselves, whipped around, its blood-red eyes narrowing at the dazed Zhao Liang. "No! Stay away! Help! Help! Ah!" Though Zhao Liang had already succumbed to death, the pain and terror of his mortal coil lingered, and he screamed in desperation, thrashing about. The scene was brutally violent, the atmosphere thick with carnage. Cheng Miao turned away, refusing to witness the horror, while Bai Jiang observed Chi-Jia as she dusted herself off. This young girl, seemingly delicate, was sharp-witted and quick in her reactions, capable of delivering a ruthless blow. An excellent candidate. Bai Jiang recalled the words of his mentor. In dungeons, One could form teams, and if any promising newcomers were discovered, they should be invited into their ranks. As Bai Jiang approached Qi Jiejia with a smile, she looked up at him. Her exquisitely delicate face bore a smile, yet the ferocity and madness in her gaze rendered her demeanor unsettlingly discordant. Bai Jiang was taken aback, retracting his hand that had just rested on her shoulder, hastily altering his words, "Are you all right?" Qi Jiejia regarded him quietly for a moment, until Bai Jiang was left with goosebumps all over, before she tilted her head and replied with a soft giggle, "It's fine, thank you, big brother." Having just eliminated an annoyance, Qi Jiejia felt rather elated, sufficiently so to offer Bai Jiang a couple of pleasant words. At that moment, she resembled a doll emerging from a finely crafted box, revealing her true self. Ignoring Bai Jiang's ghostly expression, Qi Jiejia turned her gaze toward Cheng Miao, who glanced down at her expression, lightly patting her head. "What kind of expression is that? Wipe it off." Bai Jiang strategically retreated, wary of Qi Jiejia reverting to her earlier ruthless demeanor. To his surprise, Qi Jiejia stood quietly for a moment, seemingly even more cheerful than before, her eyes squinting with joy as she tugged at Cheng Miao's cloak. The dungeon had become significantly more entertaining. Beside them, Bai Jiang trembled in fear. He felt utterly powerless against one deranged individual, while another unperturbed by such madness was likely not entirely sane either. "Oh, how terrifying these newcomers are," Bai Jiang calmed himself, casting a complex glance at the now docile baby bear, which had quieted after its kill. Cheng Miao shook off Qi Jiejia's grip on her clothing, only for Qi Jiejia to seize it once more. After a few back and forths, Cheng Miao surrendered, allowing Qi Jiejia to pull her along. Distracted, Cheng Miao conversed with Bai Jiang. "Now that it's quiet, we need not worry. Once Mama Bear finishes crafting the toys, we can clear the dungeon." Bai Jiang nodded in agreement and headed to the kitchen to assist Tong Qian. As they passed the pool of blood, Tong Qian paled, unable to bear looking at it. In her eyes flickered a mix of vengeance and a barely perceptible sorrow for the futility of fate. Cheng Miao, accompanied by a trailing figure, approached Mama Bear, who remained oblivious to her uninvited guest. In truth, the ruckus caused by the baby bear had not drawn Mama Bear's attention. She continued her sewing, and unbeknownst to her, a small pair of overalls had already been completed at the edge of her basket. Though described as small, these overalls would fit Cheng Miao and Tong Qian without issue, despite their diminutive size compared to Mama Bear. With a serious expression, Cheng Miao approached, cradling the overalls. "It seems we need someone to don this outfit." Bai Jiang's expression darkened. This was hardly a key to victory, but rather a trap. After a moment of contemplation, Cheng Miao murmured, "The pathway to completion will only materialize once the baby bear acquires the toy and is satisfied, and the person playing the toy role undoubtedly faces considerable risk." Cheng Miao sensed that this dungeon was subtly orchestrating situations that would incite conflict among players. Violence was not prohibited within the dungeon. The most effective way to select the best toy was to coerce the weaker ones through force, yet this contradicted the game's proclaimed ideals of fairness. Cheng Miao found herself perplexed, but dawn was breaking, leaving no room for further delay. Tong Qian likely shared her thoughts. She surveyed the group with a pale face, noting that no one seemed intent on forcing her to become the toy, which left her feeling somewhat embarrassed. Just as she was about to speak, Bai Jiang interjected, "I'll do it, I can handle myself, and I have items for self-defense." Bai Jiang rationalized that he was the only male present. Cheng Miao had just volunteered to serve as bait, while Tong Qian had barely returned from the brink, and Qi Jiejia was merely a child. He could not bring himself to force them into such a role. With that, Bai Jiang donned the overalls, maneuvering one leg into them before attempting to pull them up. "Could someone help me? I'm stuck." Chapter 25 The Home of the Three Little Bears 12. The suspenders of the overalls were caught tightly around Bai Jiang's waist, constricting him, making it impossible to pull them up or down, with two dangling straps swaying gently. After exerting considerable effort to remove the overalls, Cheng Miao shook her head at Bai Jiang, declaring, "You cannot wear this garment." With a resigned sigh, Cheng Miao embraced the overalls, stating, "Allow me to handle this." It seemed necessary to gather more props in the future. Had it not been for the props this time, Tong Qian would not have survived to this point, and they would have been unable to overcome the final challenge. Upon hearing that Cheng Miao intended to become a toy, Qi Jiajia's previously upturned lips instantly drooped. With a forceful tug, she pulled on Cheng Miao, causing her to stumble and bewildered. Cheng Miao inquired, "What is the matter with you?" Bai Jiang, witnessing the emergence of Qi Jiajia's deranged expression, discreetly took a step back, sensing that she was not in a stable state. "Do you all believe that only the living can become toys?" Qi Jiajia's sinister question left everyone momentarily stunned. "Otherwise, the dead?" Qi Jiajia released the hem of Cheng Miao's clothing, pointing towards the bear cub still seated in place. Zhao Liang had merely lost his head. He had not been devoured. The crowd collectively reacted. "You certainly have a sharp eye." Cheng Miao frowned disapprovingly, stating, "That is merely your conjecture. What if you are mistaken? What if I am wrong? You could always go again. The rules never specified that it must be a living person," Qi Jiajia retorted, her expression resolute as she glared at Cheng Miao, tugging at her braided hair. Cheng Miao was not swayed by this reasoning, responding, "As you said, Zhao Liang's head has come off. How can he be a toy?" Qi Jiajia fell silent for a moment, her voice weakening slightly. "Perhaps Mama Bear can stitch him up." Tong Qian and Bai Jiang interjected, "The imagery is too vivid. We dare not imagine it." Cheng Miao rubbed her forehead, wishing to dismiss Qi Jiajia as quickly as possible. Would she cease her antics if Mama Bear did not stitch him up? Qi Jiajia pursed her lips and nodded stiffly, sprinting off to pick up Zhao Liang's severed head and placing it beside Mama Bear. Observing the small girl struggling to drag the headless, plump body, the visual impact was significant. Bai Jiang and Cheng Miao held their breath, forcing themselves not to look at the gruesome neck as they hastily moved the corpse beside Mama Bear. Cheng Miao placed the overalls atop the body, standing a safe distance away, devoid of hope. Qi Jiajia remained motionless. Upon noticing that Mama Bear was indifferent to the corpse, she was inexplicably prompted to grab the overalls and toss them, causing Mama Bear's needle and thread to fall to the ground. "Damn it, this lunatic!" Cheng Miao cursed vehemently, her fingers instinctively reaching for Lu Shui's jump rope, her gaze fixated on Mama Bear. Bai Jiang shielded Tong Qian behind him, tearing off a necklace hanging around his neck. The atmosphere crackled with tension. Yet Mama Bear appeared oblivious, bewilderedly bending down to retrieve the needle and thread, her eyes lighting up upon seeing Zhao Liang's corpse. With a swift motion, the massive fishbone needle pierced through flesh, binding the severed head and body together with twine. Blood continued to drip steadily, and the half-stitched head hung limply like a poorly crafted. Bai Jiang, standing behind Cheng Miao, regarded Qi Jiajia with a look of sheer horror. She had indeed deduced one of the pathways to victory. Qi Jiajia turned to face them, the previous anger and hostility seemingly dissipated. For the first time, she smiled, humming a tune and tilting her chin toward Cheng Miao, resembling a child eager for parental praise after achieving a perfect score. Cheng's guardian cannot find the words to commend. Feeling disheartened, Qi Jiajia rolled her eyes, seemingly unconcerned with the opinions of the others, and returned her attention to stitching the doll. Noting Bai Jiang's continued astonishment at Qi Jiajia, Cheng Miao remarked lightly, "She is a clever child. Her methods to gain attention may be somewhat extreme, but she possesses potential. Her tongue may be sharp, yet outside the instance, she can be quite adaptable." Within the scenario, her abilities and reactions were commendable, albeit a tad impulsive. Bai Jiang found himself at a loss for words. Is that merely a slight deviation? It has strayed all the way to the moon. In truth, Cheng Miao believed Qi Jiajia required intervention. While her deranged, obsessive behavior could yield unique solutions, it also posed a significant risk to her well-being. Moreover, their objective was to return to the realm of reality. If this continued, even if Qi Jiajia managed to return, she would simply embody an antisocial persona, unable to integrate into contemporary society. Mama Bear worked with remarkable efficiency, soon stitching the overalls securely onto Zhao Liang's corpse, making it appear almost lifelike at first glance. Qi Jia retrieved her noose and fitted it around the corpse, while the group worked together to position it before the bear cub. Roar! The bear cub, previously lost in thought, was thrilled to see a toy of human proportions. Letting out a loud howl, the group witnessed the once tightly secured fence gradually yielding a gap. Run! Chang Miao observed the dawn breaking, the sun rising at an astonishing pace above the horizon, while the two bears, previously engrossed in gnawing on fish and meticulously stitching, began to stir restlessly. Qi Jia sprinted after Chang Miao, while Bai Jiang hoisted Tong Qian onto his shoulder, following closely behind. Faster! Hurry up! They are coming after us. Tong Qian, perched on Bai Jiang's shoulder, watched in wide-eyed horror as the three bears abandoned their tasks, rapidly pursuing them with alarming speed. Compared to the previous day, their velocity had escalated dramatically. The group dared not glance back. They pressed forward, bursting through the fence and plunging into a chaotic void. As Chang Miao heard the enraged roars of the brown bear, in the blink of an eye, they returned to the familiar darkness. Tong Qian, unfamiliar with the conclusion of the scenario, felt somewhat disoriented as Bai Jiang gently set her down. With this scenario complete, my travel currency should suffice for a stay at the inn. I plan to seek out my senior. He is at the Pigeon Inn. After a brief silence, Bai Jiang's voice resonated once more. Chang Miao, if you wish to join our club, we would be honored. When it comes time for your advancement, you may select this inn. We have team members stationed there. As before, the darkness enveloping Chang Miao was substantial. She no longer scrutinized her surroundings. Are there any particular nuances to the different inns? Cockroach dormitories, mosquito dormitories, Pigeon Inn. It is evident that the names derive from the front desk identities, yet the underlying mysteries remain unknown. Her senior had mentioned that they were fairly similar, albeit with varying front desk staff, each possessing distinct personalities. Forming partnerships within the game provided a greater sense of security than going solo. Many individuals banded together. Grouping required players to be in the same inn. Bai Jiang sensed that Chang Miao might not seek out his club, yet in this scenario, she had contributed the most. Sharing some information could be seen as a means of reciprocating kindness. Chang Miao expressed her gratitude but did not elaborate further, and Bai Jiang, understanding the cue, refrained from probing further, directing his attention toward Tong Qian. You, as a newcomer, are also quite commendable. Our club welcomes you. Chapter 26. I have also become one of the elite bunkers. Tong Qian was taken aback. Unable to see anyone in the darkness, she hastily replied, Thank you, thank you. I will certainly consider it. A sudden, cold chuckle startled Bai Jiang, causing him to shudder as he internally berated himself for being afraid of a mere girl. In a bid to appease, he smiled. Jia, we welcome you as well. Qi Jia fell silent once more, and Bai Jiang dared not provoke this little tyrant, sealing his lips in quietude. The game notification chimed. Players Chang Miao, Bai Jiang, Qi Jia, and Tong Qian have successfully cleared the dungeon, the home of the three little bears, rewarding them with a total of 200 travel coins. Chang Miao contributed the most to the completion of the home of the three little bears, earning an additional 150 travel coins. Chang Miao's performance in the dungeon was rated A, with a side quest completion rate of 100, granting her a further 400 travel coins. Chang Miao amassed a total of 750 travel coins from the home of the three little bears, leaving her with a balance of 807 coins. Chang Miao assisted Papa Bear and Mama Bear in fulfilling their fishbone dagger. Usage instructions. This fishbone dagger, crafted collaboratively by Papa Bear and Mama Bear, can aid in attacking foes and has a certain probability of deflecting. Chang Miao discovered a hidden item, a ginseng bite. Usage instructions. Capable of healing all external wounds. As the settlement ended, they returned to the cockroach bunker. Hearing no further settlements from other players, it seemed that aside from the shared completion points, the abilities of the individual items earned remained confidential. When Chang Miao opened her eyes, she found herself back outside the cockroach bunker, alongside Qi Jia, who wore a visibly cheerful expression with her eyes slightly squinted. Qi Jia instinctively tugged at Chang Miao's clothing, prompting Chang Miao to glance at her with resignation. She accepted the receipt handed over by Qi Jia and, along with her own accommodation voucher from her pocket, presented them to the cockroach at the entrance. Both of you are eligible to check into the elite bunkers. The accommodation fee for the elite bunkers is 200 travel coins. Would you like to proceed with payment? Upon hearing this serious tone, Chang Miao recognized it was her brother, A Lang, who had returned unscathed. Even the cockroach appeared quite handsome. Both of you may enter the dungeon 3 days hence, and if you clear it successfully, you can choose your accommodation in advance. A Lang produced a tattered housing book, on which were hastily drawn various uniquely styled houses, along with crooked annotations. Dove Inn, Turtle Dove Inn, Parrot Inn, Mina Inn. It seems all the inns are named after birds. Qi Jia stretched her neck to take a look, careful not to get too close to A Lang. Indeed, A Lang stated earnestly, each inn has a somewhat distinct front desk personality. Miss Dove is exceedingly gentle, while Grandpa Mina can be a bit irritable, but his age means he has experienced much. If you can win his favor, you may glean a wealth of information. Qi Jia nodded in silence, leisurely flipping through the pages without indicating any decision. Chang Miao shot her a glance before stepping forward to register. I will go to the Parrot Inn. Qi Jia raised an eyebrow. I will go too. Please sign me up as well. Chang Miao twitched her lips, her expression neutral as she turned to meet Qi Jia's gaze. Unlike her demeanor in the dungeon, Qi Jia wore an innocent expression, feigning compliance. Chang Miao retorted, I would be a fool to believe you. We are not suited to team up. Chang Miao had no desire to linger outside, uncertain of when A Lang might begin his meal. She did not wish to witness it. Quite suitable indeed. Just look at how well we cooperated before. Qi Jia beamed at Chang Miao's displeased countenance. Oh, you don't want me to follow? The more you resist, the more I shall. Chang Miao sighed. You do know I dislike children, correct? Qi Jia nodded. Of course. Chang Miao uttered a curse. Fine. Let it be. If you wish to follow, so be it. Qi Jia pushed past the dazed Chang Miao and swiftly scribbled a few words, sliding the notebook forward. All done. Let us go in. Chang Miao, feeling indifferent, simply stepped through the door, with Qi Jia trailing behind, humming a disjointed tune. As they approached the entrance, hurried footsteps echoed from the distant mist. Wait. Wait for me. Don't leave me behind. That sounds like Zhaoliang's voice. Upon hearing the voice of someone who had perished in the dungeon, Qi Jia felt no fear, nor did she harbor any guilt for treating him like a plaything. Rather, her curiosity piqued. She halted and craned her neck to peek. He cannot enter since he failed the dungeon. If you do not enter soon, you may witness something quite gruesome. Chang Miao stood at the threshold, from her perspective, only seeing Qi Jia standing in the light outside. While everything else remained unclear, it seemed the elite bunkers had begun to consider the emotional state of their guests, unlike the lowly bunkers where one could readily glimpse the bloody fates of the failures, significantly diminishing their morale. Is that so? Can I take a look from here? Qi Jia's interest was piqued, as Chang Miao, cornered by the situation, turned back, realizing Qi Jia was indeed masking a twisted nature beneath her youthful facade. Yet, it appeared Chang Miao had a peculiar interest in this type of scenario in real life, but witnessing it firsthand had left her with a sense of PTSD. Indeed, the younger generation possesses a remarkable capacity to endure. Reflecting on this, and knowing that Qi Jia had paid for her stay, Chang Miao turned to inspect the elite bunkers. The elite bunkers were considerably improved, boasting brilliantly painted white walls, neatly arranged beds, and each bed adorned with a small nightlight above. A bedside cabinet was provided next to each bed. Though personal spaces were still delineated by curtains, Chang Miao tested a bed and found the thin curtain surprisingly effective at soundproofing. It muffled not only external noise but even blocked out light. Thus, as long as the guests turned off their night lights, they could enjoy a restful sleep in a relatively dark and quiet environment. Quite considerate, Chang Miao thought to herself, mentally awarding it high praise. After claiming an empty bed, The small nightlight above her bunk automatically illuminated, indicating occupancy. Chung Miao noted that the general store was devoid of any insects, likely because the two brothers were still outside enjoying a meal. Lacking the inclination to witness that spectacle, Chung Miao finally had the opportunity to take a refreshing shower in the now warm bathing area. Thank goodness there were curtains in the shower. Chung Miao grumbled while drying her hair. Even in dire straits, she was not keen on co-ed bathing. Upon returning to her bed, she discovered Chi Jia had claimed the adjacent bunk. It was uncertain how the little girl had identified which bed belonged to Cheng Miao, but she seemed to have an uncanny knack for it now. Chi Jia lay on her bed, humming a tune, her feet clad in red shoes swaying at the edge of the bed. Hearing footsteps, Chi Jia propped herself up, confirming it was Cheng Miao, and smiled sweetly, her round cat-like eyes glimmering with an enigmatic light. "What a coincidence," Chi Jia greeted, tilting her head. Chapter 27. The perilous taming of the mad and obsessive Cheng Miao harbored no affection for children. Her impression of Chi Jia was neither positive nor negative. However, she had never considered teaming up with the young girl. Ever since Bai Jiang mentioned the club at the settlement point, Cheng Miao had been contemplating her desire for a team, recognizing that it was indeed more advantageous than embarking on quests alone. Yet, she was reluctant to join the club directly. On one hand, her social anxiety made her averse to engaging with others, and she found it tiresome to integrate into an organization that had already formed a tight-knit group. On the other hand, the sheer size of the club meant that not everyone would participate in the same quests, leading to a portion of members being marginalized, a situation she found distasteful. Bai Jiang was a decent individual, exhibiting a balance of seriousness and levity, accompanied by an appropriate moral compass and empathy. However, she had little understanding of his senior. Cheng Miao was unwilling to become dependent on others, thus she had not considered visiting Bai Jiang at the Magpie Inn. As for Chi Jia, Cheng Miao glanced down to see the little girl playing with the curtain, the small compartment flickering in and out of light with her movements. Ah, at least there was one more quest to undertake before contemplating the matter of forming a team. You possess commendable abilities and a pleasant disposition, yet you neither wish for my company nor employ underhanded tactics to alter my lodging information. How intriguing! Chi Jia lowered the curtain and propped her chin up, surveying Cheng Miao from head to toe. There are plenty of good people, sister. You must grow accustomed to it. Tong Qian nearly lost her life because of you. Cheng Miao touched the ends of her damp hair, casually tossing a towel onto the bedside table, her long, jet-black hair cascading freely. Observing Cheng Miao, Chi Jia felt a twinge of desire to take. Upon hearing Cheng Miao's words, she responded somewhat dismissively, "Well, I did take care of her afterward." Cheng Miao silently shook her head. The young girl had a sense of right and wrong and understood social intricacies, yet she simply did not like them. Debts must be repaid, and once settled, all is clear. There is hardly any warmth in such emotions. Then why are you clinging to me when I have done nothing? Chi Jia instantly resembled a cat whose tail had been stepped on, her eyes widening in indignation. Who is clinging to you? I simply hold you in high regard. Do you think just anyone can team up with me? Cheng Miao regarded Chi Jia with a blank expression, perceiving her as intermittently unstable and persistently psychopathic. Noticing the grocery store had opened, Cheng Miao swiftly sidestepped the suddenly irate Chi Jia and made her way toward it. Chi Jia glared at Cheng Miao as she distanced herself, contemplating whether to follow, but then disdainfully glanced at her own dress, her expression darkening further. "Welcome. Why is it you again?" Listening to the tone, Cheng Miao was certain it was a Zhang. Familiarity had bred a certain comfort. With practiced ease, she greeted, "I just wanted to confirm that your assurance of high-quality meals as long as I am on your territory still stands, correct?" "It stands," a Zhang gritted out through clenched teeth. What was the matter with this person? Most treated the front desk with utmost respect or kept their distance. Why was she trying to exploit it? Cheng Miao nodded in satisfaction. She couldn't be at the mercy of the game's manipulation every day. One must occasionally seize the opportunity to reap the benefits of capitalism. Are you familiar with the front desk at the Parrot Inn? Given our connection, would you consider making an introduction? Cheng Miao had completely disregarded Zhang's appearance, now engaging in conversation at close quarters. Zhang missed the rigid little girl she had once been afraid to approach. What on earth had the game done? How had such a soft and delicate girl transformed into this audacious individual? Not familiar, never heard of it, don't know them, Zhang coldly responded, her face devoid of expression. Cheng Miao let out a regretful sigh. All right, by the way, can you sell anything in this grocery store? Oh, is there business? Zhang perked up again. Sure, a fair exchange for all. What would you like to sell? Nothing much, Cheng Miao replied after receiving the answer she sought, casting a glance at Zhang. I was merely inquiring. I primarily came to urge you to expedite our meals. I've been hungry in the game for half a day. Oh, take your time. Get lost, hurry up. After transferring her foul mood to the front desk, Cheng Miao felt rather pleased as she prepared to leave, only to suddenly spot Chi Jia standing beside the counter, unsure of how long she had been there. Welcome. Finally, some other customers have arrived. Zhang joyfully approached. What would the young lady like to order? Chi Jia, a stark contrast to her previous fury, stood beside Cheng Miao with a blank expression and spoke politely. I would like to place an order. Zhang rubbed her tentacles together in delight. All right, the prices for low, medium, and high-end meals are all the same. Which package would you prefer? Chi Jia looked up at Cheng Miao. What package is she having? High-end. 3 days of high-end meals. You really are wealthy. That struck a nerve with Zhang. Chi Jia's expression grew complex. She had discerned Cheng Miao's prowess from the instance in the quest, yet she had not anticipated her to be this formidable. Cheng Miao genuinely did not require her as a teammate. If Chi Jia continued to stagnate, Cheng Miao might very well deny her entry into the team even if she pursued her to the Parrot Inn. Having finally encountered someone intriguing, she could not let them slip away. Cheng Miao glanced at the price list, then at Chi Jia's almost smirking expression. Well, it was not worth quarreling with the child. Forget it. Given her performance in the quest, Cheng Miao remarked, I'll cover half of your expenses. It wouldn't do for you to subsist on bread for 3 days. However, Chi Jia had no intention of accepting. She was momentarily taken aback by Cheng Miao's offer. Indeed, she was both kind and meddlesome. It was quite amusing that such a person still existed in the game. Chi Jia's smile widened, reminiscent of Lu Shui. We aren't even teammates yet. You need not take care of me. I'll have a medium meal. The latter part was directed at Zhang. Very well, thank you for your patronage. Zhang replied expressionlessly as she processed the payment, harboring no fondness for Chi Jia. What a splendid opportunity to extract some funds from the notoriously frugal Cheng Miao and her establishment. Why was this little girl refusing? Chi Jia dropped her smile, casting a puzzled glance at the front desk's overtly high. Yet, she had no interest in anyone but Cheng Miao. Without waiting for a response, she sauntered off, swaying her head. During dinner, Cheng Miao savored her chicken leg meal with great enjoyment, while Chi Jia returned from washing her hands to find a boiled egg beside her meal on the bedside table. Chi Jia's expression turned peculiar as she pressed her lips together, glancing at Cheng Miao, who was diligently gnawing on her leg. Unlike before, she refrained from tossing the egg back. She tapped the egg against the cabinet, clumsily peeling the shell off, and began to eat the pockmarked egg with earnestness. At home, she never consumed such tasteless eggs. Her parents insisted that the chef exert considerable effort to transform the eggs into artistic creations before she would take a few bites. Yet, in this small bed space, Chi Jia was savoring her first ever self-peeled egg, relishing each bite with great seriousness. Chapter 28. Being misled yet finding peace, Cheng Miao observed with a peculiar gaze the girl across the bed, who was happily swaying her feet while devouring a boiled egg. Chi Jia was indeed a remarkably divided individual, intelligent, agile, and capable of discerning the flaws within the narrative. Yet, her mental state was exceedingly unstable. At times, she would exhibit behavior more obedient than that of ordinary children her age, while at other moments, she transformed into a veritable oddity. More often than not, if her wishes were thwarted, she would explode like an overinflated balloon, injuring herself and those around her with a resounding pop. From Chi-Judge's occasional normal demeanor and her choice of attire, one could ascertain that she hailed from an exceedingly affluent family. Had her parents not noticed their daughter's issues? It seemed evident that Chi-Judge had never received any psychological counseling. The egg itself lacked flavor, yet over the following days, she would invariably discover a boiled egg atop her bedside table, devouring it without uttering a single word. In the communal sleeping area, there was little to occupy one's time. Most were still newcomers, with some struggling to adapt to their circumstances. Others harbored an intense wariness towards everyone, unaware of the events that had transpired in the narrative, and would scream at the slightest approach. Thus, although the room buzzed with noise, there were scant sounds of heartfelt conversation, more a cacophony of helpless venting against their fates. Only Chang Miao would consistently make her way to converse with the cockroach brethren, occasionally hearing Ah Zhang, agitated, scream for her to keep her distance, warning her not to take advantage of him. At such moments, Chi-Judge would envision SpongeBob SquarePants, infuriated by Mr. Krabs, screeching at Patrick in a fit of rage. Like an ever-present shadow, Chi-Judge followed Chang Miao, her lips unable to form any kind. Occasionally, Chang Miao's terse remarks would leave her expressionless, tugging at her braids in frustration, yet other times, she would joyfully circle around Chang Miao. This cycle persisted, an endless source of amusement. Chang Miao gazed upon Chi-Judge, whose hair had become increasingly disheveled, and remarked, "Why not wear it down?" In this narrative, who could distinguish whether you are a player or a ghost? Chi-Judge, resigned, still donned her soiled garments, despite her distaste for them. Chang Miao's prowess in earning was remarkable. A single successful quest could yield more rewards than an average person would acquire from 2 or 3. She barely managed to keep pace if she spent her points on clothing. Falling behind even slightly would make it difficult to catch up. Where would she find her peers then? Observing Chi-Judge's formerly sleek braids now frizzed out like a bird's nest, Chang Miao felt a pang of sympathy. Chi-Judge was also someone who cared deeply about her appearance, yet an aura of despair seemed to envelop her. "What are you looking at?" "I won't tie it." Chang Miao shrugged. "Don't pressure her. She truly cannot." Lost in her own thoughts, Chi-Judge suddenly broke into laughter, her almond-shaped eyes curving delightfully. "Why not give it a try?" 20 minutes later, Chi-Judge sported a high ponytail that, while appearing much more lively, was tied too tightly, causing her round eyes to look somewhat stretched. "Perhaps I should find someone else to assist you," Chang Miao mused, glancing at Chi-Judge, who resembled a Peking opera performer, feeling somewhat guilty and "Oh need." Chi-Judge said, tugging at her hair tie, feeling her scalp relax a bit, her eyes returning to a normal state. "It's quite good." Sensing a pair of eyes upon them, Chang Miao turned to see a middle-aged woman not far away, frequently glancing in Chi-Judge's direction. The kindness and pity in the woman's gaze were unmistakable. Chang Miao smirked. "That kind of auntie is perfect for you," I inquired the other day. "Completing the quest offers one free chance to change destinations. If you wish to switch after arriving, it will cost you." Chi-Judge followed Chang Miao's gaze, and the woman's face lit up, as though she had seen a long-lost daughter. Her eyes reddening instantly, Chi-Judge calmly shook her head at the auntie. "I am not suited for her. Being together would only heighten the danger." Oh, has the sickly child suddenly found enlightenment? Chang Miao quipped, but the moment Chi-Judge made a certain expression, the once motherly aunt's face turned as pale as a ghost, as if she had seen a specter. Chi-Judge grinned. "See? I told you she wouldn't do. Too timid for her own good." "Indeed. It appears I was mistaken," Chang Miao replied, her lips twitching. "With your temperament, who could endure it besides your parents?" Chi-Judge laughed merrily, reclining on her bed without a hint of sorrow regarding her family, instead humming a nameless tune. The melody, repetitive and eerie, echoed in the air. Chang Miao chose not to engage further with the peculiar Chi-Judge, drawing the curtain and attempting to count sheep. However, instead of drifting into slumber, She found herself salivating at the thought of a roasted whole lamb. Sitting up in the dim light, Chang Miao took out her fishbone dagger, idly toying with it. This dagger was a reward for clearing the previous quest, albeit rather rudimentary in craftsmanship. Measuring approximately 7 or 8 inches, the fishbone glimmered, its tip extraordinarily sharp, while the base was hastily bound with coarse twine, resembling a makeshift handle. Although termed a dagger, its slender, pointed form bore little resemblance to a conventional blade, more akin to a simplified version of an email piercer. Chang Miao found it manageable, posing little risk of self-injury. She swung the tip of the dagger against the table, discovering it was indeed sharp, though incapable of cutting through anything substantial. It merely punctured a small hole. Chang Miao gazed at the row of tiny pits on the bedside table, lost in thought. Only a few minutes until we enter the quest, Chi Judge's voice called from beyond the curtain. This was one of her redeeming qualities. Despite her reckless nature, she maintained boundaries regarding certain matters, privacy, for instance. Do not trust anyone easily once we enter the narrative, Chang Miao declared, pulling back the curtain to meet Chi Judge's gaze. Underestimating her capacity to harm others would be foolish. She added, just strive to survive. The game was fair to all. Each quest aligned with the individual's ability and would not exceed their limits. If Chi Judge wished to return alive, she could rely only on herself. This quest, like all future endeavors, was a test for both her and Chang Miao. They were dancers precariously balancing on the edge of a precipice, with no opportunity for failure. Chi Judge glanced up at Chang Miao. The dim light accentuated the beauty of her cat-like eyes, in a faint, delicate voice. She uttered something that went unheard before Chang Miao was enveloped in darkness. When she next opened her eyes, the familiar communal sleeping area had vanished, replaced by a towering building that reached into the clouds. Its exterior appeared unremarkable, flanked by lush banyan trees swaying gently in the breeze. Had it not been within a narrative, it could easily be mistaken for a tranquil haven. Chang Miao surveyed her surroundings. There were 8 individuals present, and Chi Judge was notably absent. She followed the group toward the imposing structure at a library, murmured a burly man at the front, his facial hair bristling with curiosity. Chang Miao followed his gaze, confirming his observation. Indeed, Knowledge Library. Chapter 29. The Secret of Chang Fu. Part 1. The man with a bushy beard, namely Cheng, was already settled into the guest house as a player. He had entered alongside his teammates, and the group of 4 stood closely together. Among the remaining 4, aside from Chang Miao, there was a delinquent with dyed yellow hair, a muscular man, and a rather inexperienced-looking male high school student. Let us head inside. It seems this task requires us to enter the library, Li Cheng stated succinctly, leading his teammates directly into the library. The muscular man, though intimidating in appearance, seemed to lack experience. He glanced around and, after conferring with the yellow-haired youth, they both stepped forward as well. Chang Miao cast a glance at the high school student, who was watching her with a somewhat timid gaze, and sighed, "Let us go in." Upon entering the library, the 8 players were awestruck by the towering shelves of books that seemed to stretch into the heavens. The library was meticulously organized and labeled, with each category of books resembling an endless ocean, seemingly without end. "Damn it!" the muscular man exclaimed, cursing under his breath. Chang Miao shot a glance at his bulging biceps, realizing he was likely not one to engage in deep thought. "Ding! Welcome players to the grand quest within the world of books. Please complete the tasks to pass through the dungeon. This dungeon is a special team dungeon. Players must form pairs, and the dungeon will select a background from the books you have perused. Once teams are successfully formed, the dungeon will commence." "Brother Chung, what kind of dungeon mode is this? There are no hints, and we have to pair up. Could it be a competitive dungeon?" A slender man in Li Qing's group appeared somewhat anxious. They were a team of 4, and if it truly were a competitive dungeon, it would lead to internal strife. Don't worry. I've heard from an experienced player that Dungeons 1T set up scenarios that pit players against each other. You're just overthinking it from all those novels you've read. Li Cheng reassured, displaying the composure of a leader, calming everyone with just a few words. Cheng Miao remained silent, yet she shared the same sentiment, suspecting that the pairing was due to different objectives for each group. Observing Li Cheng's team naturally split into two smaller groups, the remaining four exchanged glances for a moment. The muscular man hesitated between the high school student and the yellow-haired youth, clearly disregarding Cheng Miao, the only female. What are you thinking? He's just a kid. Do you really expect him to contribute in the dungeon? The yellow-haired youth spat, his impatience betraying a hint of nervousness in his gaze. The muscular man contemplated this for a moment and then strode over to the yellow-haired youth. The high school student, feeling somewhat lost, turned to Cheng Miao, his clean-cut features slightly frail, with eyes that glistened like those of a large, long-haired hunting dog. Cheng Miao. The high school student cautiously approached Cheng Miao, keeping his distance, but sensing her lack of rejection, he relaxed his tense shoulders a little. Notification. Team formation successful. As it became evident that they would not enter the dungeon immediately, the tension among the group eased. The muscular man simply sat down, while Li Cheng's team began to examine the library's structure. Cheng Miao wandered aimlessly until she found herself at the section on ancient literature. The high school student jogged a couple of steps to catch up, observing Cheng Miao as she scanned the spines of the books with keen interest. Gathering his courage, he spoke up, Hello, my name is Lin Zhu with 3 dots of water. Cheng Miao nodded. I'm Cheng Miao. Lin Zhu relaxed his shoulders. This sister seemed less aloof than she appeared, emboldening him a bit. What are you reading? Nothing much, Cheng Miao replied, her fingers tracing the rough spines of the books. I was just wondering which book we'll end up in. Lin Zhu frowned. I just hope it's not from one of the books I've read recently. Cheng Miao noticed the young man's downcast expression and recalled the adolescent novels that boys often enjoyed, sparking her curiosity. What have you been reading lately? 5 years of college entrance exams, 3 years of simulations. Lin Zhu perked up. Then what about you, Sister Miao? What kind of books do you enjoy? Cheng Miao forced a stiff smile. I like reading horror novels nearby. The muscular man's bewildered voice chimed in. This dungeon is shrouded in mystery. What's with the book backgrounds? I usually don't read much, just some books that can't pass the review. Me too, the yellow-haired youth added. This dungeon seems rather unreliable. A notification interrupted their conversation. The secret of Chang Fu Hint, lady of the Chao family. Cheng Miao opened her eyes to find herself in an elegantly antiquated room, with Lin Zhu seated beside her on a heated bed, dressed in a cloud-patterned brocade robe. His hair was neatly tied up, and combined with his naturally handsome features, he looked quite striking. Lin Zhu, gazing at Cheng Miao, found himself momentarily stunned, eyeing her everyday attire. Tall and slim, clad in a simple white shirt and jeans, with long, flowing hair, she exuded an aura of cool beauty. Now, however, Cheng Miao sat quietly, adorned in a pale blue short jacket and a glazed red skirt, her thick black hair styled into a cascading bun, embellished with a white jade magnolia hairpin. She appeared both lively and radiant, leaving Lin Zhu momentarily speechless. What are you staring at? Cheng Miao's deep brown eyes met Lin Zhu's, snapping him back to reality. His face flushed as he stammered, Sister Miao, you look stunning. Cheng Miao, deep in thought, approached the dressing table and lifted a bronze mirror to inspect her reflection, her expression darkening. Lin Zhu leaned closer, noticing that the mirror only reflected vague shadows, not a clear image. Sister Miao, what's wrong? Is there an issue? Cheng Miao ran her fingers through her intricate hairstyle. We're dressed like this. It's certain the dungeon's background is set in ancient times. Lin Zhu nodded, having come to the same conclusion. Cheng Miao's expression darkened. Ancient times are often rife with superstitions. Lin Zhu suddenly understood. Sister Miao, are you afraid of ghosts? Cheng Miao's expression grew even darker. What do you mean? I'm afraid of ghosts. Aren't you scared? Lin Zhu shrank back, chuckling foolishly. I'm not afraid. What is there to fear about ghosts? Seeing his demeanor seemed genuine and not an act of bravado, Cheng Miao regarded Lin Zhu with newfound respect, surprised that he, appearing so gentle, was unafraid of ghosts. Still, not being able to score first in exams is far more terrible. Cheng Miao. Very well, the child is almost driven mad. Ding, players Cheng Miao and Lin Zhu have unlocked the side quest, Relatives from Afar. Please immerse yourselves in your roles and rescue the young master of the Chang family. As the notification ended, a cacophony erupted outside. They could hear the whispers of maids and servants, along with the sound of hurried footsteps. The candles in the room flickered brightly, indicating that night was falling. Chapter 30. Secrets of the Chang Residence, Part 2. With a creak, the door was pushed open, and a man dressed as a steward entered, bowing respectfully to Cheng Miao. Miss Chiao has been waiting for a long time. Our master may return late today. The madam requests that you and the young master meet her first. Cheng Miao nodded and smiled, expressing her gratitude. Lin Zhu, still a bit dazed beside her, witnessed Cheng Miao's transformation into a distinguished young lady in an instant. As they strolled through the winding corridors, Cheng Miao endeavored to engage the steward in conversation, learning that she was the esteemed Qiao family's daughter, Qiao Shui, while Lin Zhu was the second young master, Qiao Mu. Several years prior, the Qiao family had suffered from a plague, and neither the master nor the madam had survived. Now, though young, she must uphold the family. Their visit was intended to rekindle relations with her father's old friends, hoping for mutual growth and prosperity. Upon reaching the main hall, Cheng Miao noticed a lady, elegantly adorned, already seated. This woman was breathtakingly beautiful, her striking visage unparalleled, even in the realm of reality. An alluring fragrance emanated from her, rich yet not overwhelming, evoking the image of a celestial being from the heavens. Miss Chiao, this is our Madam Chang, the steward kindly informed her. Through their earlier exchanges, he had developed a favorable impression of the young lady who, despite her youth, was tasked with managing such a vast estate and remained unmarried at over 20. Good day, Madam Chang. Cheng Miao and Lin Zhu, unfamiliar with the customs and protocols of this era, awkwardly mimicked each other's gestures. Fortunately, Madam Chang appeared unfazed, warmly assisting Cheng Miao to her feet. You may simply call me sister as usual. With some hesitation, Cheng Miao and Lin Zhu complied, and after a lengthy exchange of pleasantries, Madam Chang urged them to rest comfortably, assuring them they were at home and need not feel constrained. I didn't expect you to arrive so late. Are you hungry? Shall I have the servants prepare a late-night snack? As they had just entered this unfamiliar world, neither Cheng Miao nor Lin Zhu dared to partake in food. With the evening drawing near, it seemed unlikely they would see Master Chang tonight. Sensing that lingering might prompt Madam Chang to send them away, Cheng Miao casually brought up the matter of the Chang family's sons. Madam Chang smiled affectionately. They are both still asleep, quite young, only knowing how to eat and sleep. Since it is late today, do come by tomorrow, and I shall ensure you meet my nephews. Observing the genuine affection that radiated from her when she spoke of her children, Cheng Miao smiled politely and then retreated to her quarters with Lin Zhu. Given the potential dangers of this realm, Lin Zhu, taking advantage of the moonlight, decided to set up a makeshift bed outside Cheng Miao's room. Sister Miao, it seems the young master in our task has just been born. I wonder what unexpected events we may encounter. Lin Zhu searched their temporary abode for any clues regarding the era, concluding that it must be an anachronistic setting. What if someone falls ill? None of us can treat a sickness, and if it's something supernatural, we are equally unequipped to exorcise spirits, he lamented, as he had a tendency to chatter when among those he felt comfortable with. Speaking of supernatural occurrences, Cheng Miao recalled the attribute she had acquired in the dilapidated courtyard quest, the friend of the ghost, buffed. To this day, she remained oblivious to its utility, though she was not particularly keen on discovering it. With no allies or enemies in sight, Lin Zhu continued to prattle on outside, while Cheng Miao extinguished the candle within her chamber, soon falling into silence. Fearing the emergence of some horrifying scene in the dead of night, Cheng Miao anxiously counted sheep. Reassuring herself that she must accept her circumstances, she ultimately drifted into a fitful slumber. The next morning, as servants quietly went about their chores in the courtyard, Cheng Miao awoke refreshed. Not wishing to dawdle, she seized upon Lin Zhu's morning exercise routine as an excuse to explore the Chang residence. The inner quarters were reserved for the family, and as a distant relative, Cheng Miao felt it inappropriate to intrude, thus confining her stroll to the garden. Though the Chang family was merely of modest means, their garden was exquisitely maintained. A plethora of vibrant blossoms filled the space, releasing a delightful fragrance. "Sister Miao, this scent is quite..." Cheng Miao nodded, recalling that ancient customs favored fragrant herbs and sachets. They intercepted a young maid tending to the flowers, hoping to glean information about the Chang family. However, the maid was utterly uninformed, stating, "How could us servants know the names and backgrounds of the master and madam?" Watching the maid scurry away, Lin Zhu sighed in frustration. "Isn't it said that the higher the status, the more gossip there is? Why are these people so naive?" Cheng Miao shrugged and proceeded towards the main hall. "Perhaps our approach was misguided. Later, you might try offering some silver to the kitchen staff for information." Lin Zhu slapped his forehead in realization. "Of course. Money can open many doors. We do have some coins left." In the garden, peonies flourished remarkably, a lush bouquet with 2 newly planted buds, their delicate blooms standing proudly amidst the foliage, a sight most pleasing to behold. Even Cheng Miao, who had little knowledge of flora, paused to admire them. The steward, seeking them out, noticed Cheng Miao and Lin Zhu lingering by the flowers and, with a friendly smile, remarked, "Master Chang is particularly fond of peonies. Madam devised a way to import them from Luoyang. They are quite precious." Cheng Miao feigned the demeanor of a flower enthusiast, nodding in agreement, though she hesitated. Such exquisite flowers must have cost a fortune? The steward, sensing his pride swell, replied, "Indeed. But it is not mere boasting. The flowers in the capital cannot compare to those of our estate." Cheng Miao concealed her astonishment, merely nodding in acknowledgement. "Madam has awoken. Allow me to escort you both to breakfast," the steward offered courteously. Cheng Miao politely accepted. Originally, the second master and his wife were to join them, but the second master had fallen ill, and this morning, as they walked, Cheng Miao and Lin Zhu exchanged glances. The 2 doctors were likely players in disguise. They pondered who they might be and what quests awaited them. After a 10-minute walk, they arrived at the dining hall, where breakfast was already being served, allowing Cheng Miao to finally see the Chang patriarch, who had returned late the previous evening. Master Chang appeared to be in his 30s, with an unremarkable yet scholarly demeanor. Upon seeing Cheng Miao, he greeted her with a cheerful smile. "I hardly recognized you after all these years. My little cousin has grown into such a..." Cheng Miao discreetly evaded the hand that reached for her, thinking, "Brother, with a wife as beautiful as yours, you wouldn't be able to find someone even with a bright light." How dare you entertain such thoughts? Amen. Chapter 31. The Secrets of the Chang Family, 3. It seemed that Madame Chang had not heard her husband's somewhat inappropriate remarks, as she warmly invited the 2 to take their seats. Realizing that there was no custom of silence during meals here, Cheng Miao engaged in light conversation with Madame Chang. To her surprise, Madame Chang was remarkably tight-lipped. Not only did she refrain from revealing her hometown, but after conversing for quite some time, Cheng Miao could not even discern her surname. However, from the words of Master Chang, Cheng Miao managed to refine her own persona. The Chao family had once enjoyed a close relationship with the Chang family, but after the devastating fire that befell the Chao household, even though Miss Chao had assumed the role of head of the family, their business had suffered considerable losses. The current state of the Chow residence was precarious, and although it was said that the Chow siblings had come to congratulate the Chong family on their new addition, their true purpose was to seek assistance from the Chong family. Sister-in-law, are there any peculiar rumors circulating around here? After dinner, Cheng Miao accompanied the couple for tea, and with a knowing glance, Lin Zhu inquired. Master Chong had met Xiao Shui in his youth, but he had never encountered Xiao Mu and was unaware of his temperament. Given that boys of this age tend to play wildly and are often curious about strange tales, it was most fitting for Lin Zhu to pose the question. Madame Chong regarded Lin Zhu with curiosity, seemingly perplexed by his inquiry. Lin Zhu attempted to feign curiosity, yet due to years of study, he was not a skilled actor and could only repeat with a Cheng Miao forced a few chuckles, adding, "My younger brother is particularly fascinated by such matters and often seeks out odd tales to hear." Madame Chong smiled indulgently and shook her head, her words carrying a hint of sometimes, the mere mention of certain things can bring them into existence, even if they were never there to begin with. Lin Zhu appropriately adopted a dismissive demeanor, and Madame Chong chose not to elaborate, merely smiling at the two siblings. Seeing that the atmosphere was just right, Cheng Miao broached the subject of meeting her young nephew, to which Madame Chong readily called for the nurse to bring out the two children. Cheng Miao peered at the two remarkably similar children and sighed. "I never expected them to be twins, sister-in-law. You are truly fortunate." Madame Chong was momentarily taken aback, then laughed until tears streamed down her cheeks, explaining, "The one on the left." On the way back, Cheng Miao wore a frown, while Lin Zhu sighed deeply. They had spent nearly a day here without uncovering any clues, and the unexpected tranquility left them at a loss. Cheng Miao refrained from rushing to comfort Lin Zhu, believing that one must cultivate their own temperament. The Chong family was decidedly peculiar. Master Chang's attitude towards Miss Chiao was strange, and Madame Chong seemed to be deliberately overlooking it, while she appeared quite wary of the topic of ghosts. Lin Zhu nodded, kicking pebbles along the path, feeling that Madame Chang's earlier words had subtly advised against mentioning spirits in the Chong residence. "Why are such small stones used for paving the garden path? They are both slippery and uncomfortable," he muttered. Cheng Miao followed Lin Zhu's gaze downward, noting that the Chong family's garden path was not paved with the fashionable blue stone slabs of the time, but rather covered with a dense layer of tiny pebbles. Cheng Miao pondered, "I can't shake the feeling that Madame of the Chow state mentioned in the hints seems familiar." Lin Zhu, blank on knowledge beyond the college entrance examination, confidently asserted that the Madame of the Chow state had not appeared in textbooks or relevant materials, thus providing Cheng Miao, her head aching and unable to recall anything further, instructed Lin Zhu to stick to their original plan and seek out the nurse for information while she returned to her room. Having eaten too much during breakfast, she did not ask the servants to prepare lunch, at tea this time. It was the hour of the afternoon rest. The servants were dozing off in the corridor, and the cicadas chirped intermittently, not too loud. While Cheng Miao sat in her room organizing her thoughts, she was interrupted by a knock at the door. "Shuer, are you there? Your cousin has come to see you." One could not help but note that Master Chong appeared to be an ordinary middle-aged man, even somewhat refined due to a hint of scholarly demeanor. Yet, Cheng Miao could sense a lewd, greasy aspect to him. "I am resting," she replied. The Chow siblings were now in a position of dependence, unable to refuse too overtly. However, it was uncertain whether Master Chong was particularly indulgent towards Miss Chiao, who had lost her parents, or if the coldness she exhibited was her usual behavior. If it were the latter, considering Master Chang's somewhat improper dialogue during the meal, the situation warranted deeper contemplation. Master Chong was indeed unsurprised by Cheng Miao's manner of speaking, but what took her aback was that, despite being rebuffed, he boldly stepped into the room in a feudal society where strict boundaries existed between men and women. It was questionable whether a cousin entering his female cousin's chamber was appropriate. Moreover, Chang Miao had explicitly stated that she was resting, yet Master Chang disregarded her declaration and entered without hesitation, indicating his impure intentions towards Miss Chiao. Chang Miao rose, casting a cold glance at the intruder, her right hand discreetly gripping the fishbone dagger she had retrieved from her satchel, her expression as frosty as the winter frost, barely refraining from telling him to leave. Master Chang appeared oblivious to Chang Miao's demeanor, rubbing his hands together as he seated himself at the table, pouring himself a cup of tea. It has been quite some time since we last met. We seem to have grown distant, brother and sister, Master Chang remarked with a smile, taking a sip of tea while his keen eyes scrutinized Chang Miao. She curled her lips in a frigid smile, recognizing that it was entirely normal for Miss Chiao to react with hostility under the circumstances, and there was no need to worry about her character deviating. Master Chang, we are merely distantly related. Our families were once close, and the term brother and sister is but a means of expressing kinship. Master Chang, as if reminded, smiled even more deeply, saying, "We are not truly related. The Chiao family is on the brink of collapse. I previously mentioned that if you were to follow me, I could ensure your wealth and prosperity, sparing you the toil of managing affairs in public." Previously mentioned? Chang Miao took 2 steps back until her lower back pressed against the redwood table adorned with a celadone vase, her expression impassive. "When did you mention this?" "I am unaware." Master Chang stroked his beard, his eyes narrowing as he seemed to recall an unpleasant memory, the corners of his mouth turning downward slightly. "Years ago, I spoke with your father about wanting to marry you, but alas, your father categorically refused and severed ties with the Chang family. Yesterday, when you brought your brother here seeking refuge, was that not a sign that you had reconsidered this matter? By rights, the Chang and Xiao families had previously been well matched, so for the Xiao patriarch to outright refuse and cut off contact suggested only one possibility. Becoming a concubine did not equate to marriage. Chang Miao fixed her gaze on Master Chang, scrutinizing every nuance of his expression. Chapter 32. The Secrets of the Chang Family, for indeed, a fleeting look of guilt passed across the face of Master Chang, only to be swiftly concealed by a facade of propriety. The Chiao family had been declining in recent years, while my own family flourished under the patronage of the madam. Even if you were to become my concubine, it would merely be a matter of reputation, yet you would undoubtedly enjoy a life of greater luxury than the daughters of the Chiao household. Chang Miao, with an impassive demeanor, meticulously extracted the key points. The current state of the Chang residence was entirely reliant on the support of the madam. She suppressed her urge to lash out, her mind racing with thoughts on how to refuse Master Chang while still maintaining a valid reason to remain within the confines of the Chang estate, thereby averting the potential failure of her mission. With a sister-in-law as ethereal as you, how could one entertain thoughts of others? Chang Miao's grip on the dagger grew slightly clammy, and she flexed her fingers. Master Chang poured himself a cup of tea, his expression betraying a moment of fear, which he seamlessly masked. After all, even the most heavenly beings could become tiresome over time. Moreover, she had been keeping secrets from me. We have been married for many years. Yet only days ago did she reveal that her family name is Wei. Master Chang sighed, remarking that were it not for her undeniable beauty and the fact that she bore me a son, I would never dare to associate with a woman of such dubious origins. Yet, when it came to receiving money, he seemed unconcerned about her questionable background. What a hypocritical man! However, in wealthy families, mysteries abound. Her family name being Wei feels so reminiscent of. Furthermore, the matter of welcoming you as a concubine is known to the madam. Chang Miao had just begun to piece together her thoughts when Master Chang's words interrupted her. "The madam knows?" "Naturally," Master Chang replied with a certain pride, puffing out his chest and stroking his beard as he smiled. "When it comes to marriage, one must choose wisely. The madam is quite enlightened in such matters." "Enlightened?" Chang Miao's mind conjured the image of the stunningly beautiful Madame Chang, a being seemingly not of this world. Footsteps approached rapidly from a distance, and upon recognizing them as Lin Zhu's, "You should return now while I contemplate." Upon hearing Cheng Miao's words, Master Cheng seemed to believe he had succeeded, cheerfully exiting and patting Lin Zhu on the shoulder as he passed. Lin Zhu looked on in bewilderment as Master Cheng walked away. "What was that about?" Cheng Miao replied coldly, "He came to request that I become his concubine." Lin Zhu was taken aback. "I was gone for just a couple of hours. How did we end up here?" Cheng Miao shook her head and summoned a maid to take away the cup that Master Cheng had used. The maid, without question, displayed the admirable quality of discretion typical of the servants in affluent households, taking the cup and exiting the room. Why this time? Cheng Miao, it is said that they frequently change their staff, roughly every 6 months, and they prefer hiring outsiders. I inquired with Minnie, and after considerable effort, I found an elderly washerwoman who seems to have a familial connection to Master Cheng's mother. She has been in the household since before the madam entered, and has been there the longest, thus knows the most. Master Cheng, originally from Luoyang, met Madame Cheng in Shandong, and upon returning home, he brought her with. Initially, the elder lady opposed the union, yet the madam's substantial dowry and striking beauty eventually won her approval. A couple of years ago, when the madam's younger sister visited, the madam facilitated a match between her sister and Master Cheng's younger brother. Now, both families reside together, and earlier this year, both the madam and her sister gave birth to sons, which became a celebrated tale. Did anyone mention Master Cheng's name? Cheng Miao asked, her interest piqued, sensing it as a crucial clue. Lin Zhu shook his head regretfully. "I asked many, but most were illiterate and none knew." Cheng Miao contemplated the information, casting Lin Zhu an appreciative glance. "Well done." Lin Zhu's face flushed slightly as he grinned foolishly. "Sister Miao, have you formed any ideas?" Cheng Miao nodded, not wishing to withhold her thoughts. "I do have some ideas, though they remain fragmented and require further time to coalesce. I suspect the issue lies with Madame Cheng." Cheng Miao lowered her gaze, analyzing, "What is her full name?" A girl from a respectable family would not shy away from revealing her name. Furthermore, from the information we've gathered, it is evident that the wealth of the Cheng household is closely tied to the madam's dowry, yet as a mere woman, with her family name unknown, how could she possess such riches? By the way, I noticed a very beautiful young lady in the garden earlier. The maid addressed her as the second madam, Lin Zhu added. With no immediate leads, Cheng Miao suppressed her thoughts for the moment. After dinner, Lin Zhu sat nearby, perusing a book he had taken from the shelf. The Cheng family truly adored flowers. Not only was the garden exquisitely arranged, but even the books within the house were solely about cultivating and appreciating flowers. Cheng Miao had long discerned the peculiar nature of the books in the room. There were no novels or poetry collections one would expect in a scholarly household, only texts dedicated to floriculture. Initially intending to explore the books together, Lin Zhu volunteered to take on the task. As he put it, during the college entrance examination period, one's cognitive abilities peak, and coupled with his usual academic prowess, while he might not possess a photographic memory, he could certainly retain information effectively in the short term. Cheng Miao observed him for a while and had to concede that Lin Zhu indeed read quickly. His status as a top student was well-deserved. As the clock approached the late hour, Lin Zhu finally finished perusing all the books, his expression one of frustration as he remarked, "There are no clues, just an abundance of information on flower cultivation, with the peony being the most prominent." Peonies, a crucial point flickered in Cheng Miao's mind, yet it remained elusive. Just as she wrestled with her thoughts, an unexpected sound pierced the silence from outside the window. Rustle, rustle. That was not the sound of footsteps. The rustling grew louder, as if something heavy and large was being dragged along the gravel path. Cheng Miao's expression hardened as she swiftly retrieved her fishbone dagger. "It's coming." Lin Zhu, who had just begun to feel drowsy, was startled awake. his limbs stiff as he sat in the chair, watching Cheng Miao stealthily approach the window. The temperature in the room seemed to drop, and Lin Zhu swallowed hard, mustering his courage to rise and quietly move to the other side of the window, clutching a thick book in his hand. Cheng Miao noticed that she could not see where Lin Zhu had stashed his spatial backpack, but she realized that the book must be a prop. Before she could breathe a sigh of relief, she became aware that the sound had abruptly stopped right outside their window. Chapter 33. The Secrets of the Chang Mansion. 5. Inside and outside the room, an eerie silence had settled, so profound that even the previously irritating chirping of cicadas had abruptly ceased. Were it not for the pale face of Lin Zhu beside her, who was holding his breath, Cheng Miao might have doubted her very presence in this realm. The unbearable stillness lingered, as Cheng Miao concentrated intently, counting slowly in her mind. What lurked outside? What was it hesitating about? Without warning, a piercing shriek sliced through the air, heralding the sound of a sharp object tearing through the paper of the window. A branch, as thick as an adult's arm, violently crashed through the window, thrusting itself into the eight immortals' table that faced it. Bang! The strike missed its mark, the branch slowly retracting, losing its initial ferocity, as if searching for a target or observing its surroundings. Cheng Miao, horrified by the gaping hole left in the table, recognized that this branch was no ordinary FOE.AS if possessing sentience. The branch disregarded Lin Zhu entirely and charged aggressively towards Cheng Miao. She swiftly sidestepped, disregarding any semblance of grace, and sprinted toward the bedroom. The branch followed with remarkable agility, stabbing into every spot. Lin Zhu first witnessed a branch resembling the malevolent Black Mountain demon invading the room, only to have that image swiftly replaced by a woman clad in a flowing red dress. A classic trope of horror films, her black hair obscured her face, and her limbs contorted grotesquely, accompanied by the unsettling sound of cracking joints. Initially startled, Lin Zhu furrowed his brow the next moment. Was this a ghost? Logically, ghosts were entities devoid of physical form. He wondered if they could indeed inflict harm. Contemplating this, as the ghost seemed poised to lift her head, Lin Zhu felt little fear, driven instead by curiosity. He advanced, brandishing a book, and began to strike wildly at the ghost's head. Oh, what a peculiar sensation! Lin Zhu halted, realizing the scene before him had shifted yet again. He now faced the initial sight of the black branch, which showed no signs of fracture or damage despite his relentless blows. The branch remained undistracted by Lin Zhu, focusing entirely on Cheng Miao, who was now cornered against the wall. Cheng Miao rolled awkwardly on the ground, finally forced into a corner by the branch. She rose to her feet, pressing her back against the wall, her deep brown eyes fixed intently on the branch that slowly extended towards her, as though toying with its prey. Just as the branch drew perilously close to her throat, Cheng Miao swiftly sidestepped and, leveraging her momentum, plunged a fishbone dagger into the branch. A shriek erupted, reminiscent of a dying mountain demon, as Cheng Miao covered her ears with one hand while extracting the dagger with the other, preparing for another strike. The branch quivered violently, retreating rapidly, causing Lin Zhu, who had been unsteadily striking it with the book, to lose his balance and tumble forward. He struck his head against the edge of the table, sending his glasses flying and leaving a sizable bruise. Cheng Miao pursued the fleeing branch, witnessing it retract outside the window, vanishing into the inky night. The cicadas resumed their chorus, accompanied by the yawns of the maidens on night watch outside, signaling to Cheng Miao that the night's assault had subsided. Summoning someone to fetch medicinal alcohol, Cheng Miao retrieved Lin Zhu's glasses, which lay discarded by the door, and handed them to him as he sat, cradling his forehead in pain. The young lad exhibited remarkable courage and loyalty, embodying a rare innocence untouched by the corruption of society. Cheng Miao gently moved Lin Zhu's hand to examine the injury on his forehead. A small abrasion marred his otherwise fair skin, presenting a rather alarming swollen lump, though fortunately, it was merely a surface wound. After offering a few words of comfort, she noted Lin Zhu's surprisingly good spirits, albeit tinged with embarrassment over his inability to assist her. Not wishing to invade his privacy, yet feeling compelled to provide a cautionary note, Chang Miao subtly advised Lin Zhu to explore the usage rules of their props. Lin Zhu, gingerly applying the red flower oil gifted by a maid to his forehead, grimaced and replied, "Sister Miao, I am aware of that. However, my book here lacks any prop functionality. It serves merely as a brick." As he spoke, Lin Zhu adjusted his glasses, revealing a book within the tome. "Sister Miao, see for yourself." Taking the book from him, Chang Miao found herself confronted with an interface dedicated to prop explanations. The text declared, "Within this tome lies a treasure trove. Knowledge is wealth, and utilizing props allows one to extract tradable currency within the realm." Chang Miao found herself both amused and exasperated, returning the book to Lin Zhu with a smile. Observing his disheveled state, she offered reassurance that it was not entirely useless. If they encountered a scenario necessitating currency, it could prove invaluable. Lin Zhu winced, revealing a pained grin as he exclaimed, "Sister Miao, you truly are impressive. You managed to injure the Black Mountain Demon." Chang Miao chuckled, amused by his dramatic comparison. "The Black Mountain Demon? That was merely Lady Chang." Lin Zhu gasped, momentarily forgetting his pain. Wait, are you saying that the monster was Lady Chang? Or was it the ghost?" The mention of a ghost sent a chill down Chang Miao's spine. She glanced behind her, ensuring no grotesque apparitions lurked in the shadows, before inquiring, "What ghost?" Lin Zhu, sensing the dissonance, realized that given Chang Miao's aversion to spirits, though not to the point of terror, she certainly would not behave as though nothing had transpired. This implied that only he could perceive the ghost. Though Lin Zhu was unafraid of ghosts, he found the notion of witnessing something inexplicable to him unsettling, akin to isolation or an ominous portent. Observing Lin Zhu's growing pallor, Chang Miao sought to assuage his fears, urging him to reflect on whether he had inadvertently triggered a death trap. With a pale visage and a fresh swell on his forehead, Lin Zhu appeared woefully pitiful. He meticulously recounted the strange occurrences he had witnessed, sending shivers down Chang Miao's spine. "But there's nothing amiss. We have been together the entire time. The only moment of separation was when I inquired of the servants. Could it be that they have breached the rules? Impossible." Chang Miao firmly rejected the notion. If the realm forbade even normal exploration, what would be the point of playing? One might as well await their demise. "Then, Lin Zhu scratched his head awkwardly, inadvertently aggravating his wound, drawing a sharp intake of breath. "This morning, during breakfast, I remarked on my interest in strange tales of ghosts and deities. Does that count?" Chang Miao recalled that he indeed had expressed such curiosity while attempting to extract the background of their quest. Lady Chang had also uttered a peculiar phrase. Such matters should not be broached too frequently. Mentioning them excessively might summon that which was otherwise non-existent. Though her words seemed to caution Lin Zhu against superficial fascination, Lady Chang's expression at that moment suggested a hidden excitement rather than a concern for an ignorant child. Chang Miao chewed her lip, lost in thought, as Lin Zhu pondered aloud, "Sister Miao, are you suggesting that the branch was indeed Lady Chang?" Chang Miao, her focus divided, remained fixated on the jagged hole in the window as she replied, "Yes, Lady Chang is indeed a floral spirit." Chapter 34. Secrets of the Chang Residence, Part 6. As Lin Zhu placed the lid of the medicinal oil onto the bottle's mouth, he was startled by Chang Miao's words, causing him to tremble and spill nearly half the bottle. He hurriedly grabbed a towel to wipe himself down, but the pungent aroma intensified, compelling him to return to his room for a change of clothes. When Lin Zhu re-emerged, Chang Miao had already clarified her thoughts, gesturing for him to close the door tightly. The two retreated to the inner room to converse. The initial hints of the narrative, the Chang residence, the matriarch's maiden surname Wei, and the events of that night, confirmed that they were discussing the tale of Gujin from Strange Stories from a Chinese Studio. "I know this one. It's about a flower demon," Lin Zhu exclaimed, raising his hand as if to speak, which elicited a subtle smile from Chang Miao. It was not surprising that a child of his age, even a top scholar, would enjoy reading extracurricular literature. I just don't recall the details clearly, Lin Zhu added, slightly embarrassed, adjusting his glasses and gazing at Cheng Miao with bright eyes. Cheng Miao rested her chin on her hand, observing the flickering flame within the lampshade, and recounted the story in a measured tone. Chang Daong, a resident of Luoyang, had a profound affection for peonies. While staying with a friend in Chaozhou, he would linger in his friend's garden, composing poetry in homage to the blossoms. When his funds ran dry, he resorted to pawning his garments, remaining by the blooming peonies. One day, he encountered a woman of ethereal beauty alongside an old crone in the garden. After being scolded, he felt regretful yet longed for the maiden, and so the days passed, leaving him increasingly haggard. 3 days later, the old woman presented him with a cup, claiming it contained poison brewed by Gujin. Chang Daong, believing it preferable to die of longing than to suffer in silence, drank from the cup, only to be enveloped by an enchanting fragrance. Upon waking, he found himself cured. From that day forth, he devoted himself to worshipping in the garden. Eventually, the tale unfolded in typical ancient narrative fashion, with clandestine meetings over walls, and even an encounter with Gu Jin's sister, Yuban. After many days, Gu Jin unearthed silver from the garden to aid Chang Daong, leading the pair to return to Luoyang to marry, with Yuban later betrothed to Chang Daong's brother. Seeing Cheng Miao pause at this juncture, Lin Zhu, feeling a sense of longing for more, inquired, "And what happened next?" Cheng Miao shook her head. "We are currently situated at this moment in time. The subsequent events have yet to unfold." In other words, Chang Daong was only aware that Gu Jin's family name was Wei and remained oblivious to the fact that the Lady of Chao was named after the peony, nor did he know that this particular variety was called Gu Jinzi. Therefore, the ensuing events might not necessarily adhere to the original text. Cheng Miao furrowed her brow, noting that this iteration of the narrative diverged further from the source material than the tale of the three little bears. In the original story, Gu Jin and Chang Daong shared a deep affection. Although Gu Jin was a flower demon, she had never harmed anyone. Yet, in this version, the situation was entirely different. Lin Zhu grasped Cheng Miao's meaning and nodded, then ventured to ask the crucial question: what ultimately became of the young master of the Chang family in the original text? Cheng Miao's gaze darkened as she contemplated the candlelight. Chang Daong and his brother confronted Gu Jin and Yuban regarding their identities as flower demons, inciting their wrath. The two then cast the child to the ground and vanished without a trace. Lin Zhu was taken aback. They were thrown to the ground. No wonder the mission in the narrative is to save the young master of the Chang family. Should we inform old Master Chang about the identity of Lady Chang, so he remains discreet? Lin Zhu suggested, slapping the table, ideas flooding. Thus, she may not necessarily react with rage and harm the child upon her identity being revealed. The hint regarding the Lady of Chao is intended for us to uncover Gu Jin's identity, not to navigate through the story as it was originally penned. Lin Zhu struggled to keep pace with Cheng Miao's rapid thoughts, but endeavored to pose his own query, recalling a scholar's wisdom. Listening and asking questions fosters progress. What significance does knowing the identity of Lady Cheng hold for us? Cheng Miao turned to Lin Zhu, a smile curling her lips. Gu Jin is a flower demon, and a flower demon is still a flower. With all the reading you've done, haven't you noticed the vulnerabilities of the peony? Oh! Lin Zhu exclaimed, smacking his forehead, inadvertently causing pain. Peonies are susceptible to fire and water, and such measures are difficult to execute. Additionally, peonies are sensitive to strange odors. Musk! They both exclaimed in unison, sharing an unspoken laugh. Indeed, musk, as the saying goes, when musk is buried in the earth, the trees cease to bloom. Cheng Miao regarded Lin Zhu with newfound warmth. Her typically aloof demeanor softened in the presence of someone she found agreeable. With a playful smile, she remarked, "Your props might soon come in handy, wouldn't they?" Lin Zhu, momentarily dazed by Cheng Miao's smile, quickly nodded in agreement, like a chick pecking at grains. Cheng Miao stretched, revealing a trace of fatigue in her eyes. Let's rest. I believe there won't be any issues tonight. Tomorrow, we shall seek out old Master Chong. The outer window was marred by a hole, and fearing to alert any lurking dangers, Chung Miao did not summon the servants to repair it in the dead of night, leaving the gusts of wind to whistle through the opening. Despite knowing Chung Miao's predictions were accurate, Lin Zhu dared not sleep outside, opting instead to curl up on the floor with a blanket. Tossing and turning like a pancake, he could hear Chung Miao's rhythmic breathing, yet sleep eluded him. "Sister Miao," he whispered softly. Chung Miao, reluctant to open her eyes, merely responded with a murmur from her throat. "Why is it that I can see the female ghost while the branches seem to be directed towards you?" This question plagued him, preventing him from finding rest. Chung Miao turned away, presenting her back to him, and adjusted her breathing. "She attacked me because Chang Daong wished to take me as a concubine. She was angered, hence her corporeal assault on me. Your sighting of the female ghost is likely due to your mentioning her during breakfast. The rules permit her to use that to frighten you." Chung Miao's voice grew softer, drifting toward slumber, yet she struggled to finish her thought. "I suspect that was merely an illusion, intended to startle you, not to hinder her from seeking me out. She is a flower demon, and for an attack, she must utilize her true form. Who knew you would be unafraid of ghosts?" Upon hearing Chung Miao's breathing deepen into slumber, Lin Zhu dared not utter another word. Carefully, he turned over, feeling a sense of security with Cheng Miao nearby, and unknowingly drifted off to sleep. The following morning, before Cheng Miao had even opened her eyes, she heard Lin Zhu's muffled gasps from outside. In the narrative, one could not afford to sleep too soundly, yet rest was essential. Cheng Miao, in a light slumber, was stirred by the slightest disturbance. "What is it?" she murmured, her voice still tinged with sleep. Clearing her throat, she saw Lin Zhu hurriedly climbing in, clutching an empty copper basin. The hole in the window is gone," Lin Zhu exclaimed, filled with anxiety over the possibility of being marked by Gujin. Having had little rest, he was eager to wash up and prepare water for Cheng Miao as soon as dawn broke. After all, he was not the pampered young master, but understood the value of self-sufficiency. To his surprise, still rubbing his eyes, Lin Zhu noticed something amiss before he even pushed the door open. Upon closer inspection, the window that had been a glaring hole the night before was mysteriously mended. Chapter 35. The Secrets of Changfu 7. The newly affixed window paper gleamed with freshness and brightness, as if the events of the previous night had never transpired. Lin Zhu could hardly convince himself that the occurrences of last night were merely a figment of his imagination. The dull throb on his forehead persisted, a stark reminder of reality. Upon rising, he cast a brief glance at his reflection in the bronze mirror, noting that the swelling had subsided somewhat, only to reveal a more ghastly shade of bluish-purple. If it were not a dream, then only one possibility remained. Someone, or something, had entered while they slept and repaired the shattered window. The very notion that a ghostly woman or a flower spirit might have coexisted with his slumbering self, perhaps even leaning down to draw near with her hair-veiled visage, sent shivers down Lin Zhu's spine, inducing a cold sweat, despite his usual indifference to specters. Cheng Miao rose to inspect the front hall and confirmed that the window paper had indeed been replaced. This flower spirit seemed quite thoughtful. Without any evidence, they found themselves at a loss regarding the events of the previous night. This only underscored the stringent limitations imposed on the flower spirit's attacks within the confines of the narrative. Otherwise, they would have surely been dispatched long ago. Cheng Miao exhaled deeply, signaling Lin Zhu to cease overthinking the matter. Lin Zhu, being rather carefree, accepted Cheng Miao's reasoning and felt a sense of relief. Eschewing the assistance of the servants, Cheng Miao deftly donned her attire and completed her morning routine. It was only when they sat together to enjoy a bowl of porridge that she voiced her concerns. "I have a feeling that such incidents as last night are not unprecedented." Lin Zhu, mid-bite of a bun, choked slightly at her assertion, hastily swallowing and flushing red from the effort, before managing to sip some porridge to ease the discomfort. Why do you think that? Consider this. When Chang Daong sought me out, there were numerous servants who witnessed it. The master of the house requesting the company of a visiting young lady during his afternoon rest. How is it that no one gossiped about it? Even if the household is known for its decorum, I observed the demeanor of the maidservant when I instructed her to retrieve the cup used by Chang Daong. Her expression was notably indifferent, perhaps even resistant. Furthermore, given that Chang Daong now appears rather greedy and lecherous, this cannot possibly be his first indiscretion. What, then, has become of his previous targets? The servants at Changfu are replaced every 6 months. Do they not possess knowledge of such matters? Having nearly finished her meal, Chang Miao absent-mindedly poked at the buns with her chopsticks. Lin Zhu observed the speckled surface of the bun, contemplating the implications of the servants' awareness. If they were indeed cognizant of the potential dangers, it would explain their desire to distance themselves from any involvement. However, it was evident that the servants were aware of the peculiarities surrounding Madame Chang. How could old Master Chang remain oblivious? A glint of insight sparked in Chang Miao's eyes as she recalled a detail from the previous day. No, when I mentioned that, Lin Zhu's mind raced, gradually aligning with the unfolding circumstances. Chang Miao, impressed, nodded at Lin Zhu, indicating that it was time for them to venture outside. Today, they had not encountered either Old Master or Madame Chang, and after exchanging pleasantries with the steward, Chang Miao led Lin Zhu out. Jie Miao, do you find the steward's gaze somewhat unsettling? Lin Zhu asked, crossing his arms and rubbing them slightly. Chang Miao took his hand and gently lowered it. You are a young master now. Refrain from such gestures. Blushing, Lin Zhu complied, yet felt a lingering emptiness in his pockets, prompting him to retrieve a fan from his waist and hold it in hand. As they navigated through the throngs of people, Lin Zhu's discomfort began to dissipate, aided by the bustling atmosphere of a nearby temple, where incense wafted through the air, alleviating some of his unease. Chang Miao squinted, recalling the scene from their departure. The steward's enigmatic smile and his suggestive remarks about the master having stayed out the previous night, while the mistress had matters to attend to, all underscored by a knowing glance. What secrets did the steward harbor? He may be in league with Gu Jin. We must be cautious, Chang Miao warned. Lin Zhu grasped the implication and nodded obediently. Suddenly, he caught sight of something, stretching his neck slightly and tugging at Chang Miao's sleeve, whispering, Jie Miao, look, that seems to be Li Cheng. Chang Miao maintained her composure as she glanced over. Indeed, it was Li Cheng with his companion, stationed by a fortune-telling booth adjacent to the temple. Both clad in Taoist garb, Li Cheng's keen eyes scanned the crowd intently, while a frail man beside him bore bandages on his face, faintly stained with crimson. Li Cheng's gaze met Chang Miao's indifferent expression, and he nodded slightly. Chang Miao led Lin Zhu to a nearby alley. The ground was littered with remnants of firecrackers, and the air was thick with the acrid scent of sulfur. Chang Miao found the air somewhat stifling and glanced at a nearby fireworks stall, murmuring something to Lin Zhu. As Lin Zhu listened, he nodded in agreement, soon making his way hastily toward the fireworks stall with his fan in hand. When Li Cheng and his partner arrived, they found Chang Miao quietly standing beside a locust tree in the alley, her demeanor calm as she regarded them. This is my team member, Jiang Qi, Li Cheng introduced, as the slender man nodded towards Chang Miao, flashing a grin that revealed a row of white teeth. Chang Miao's gaze fell upon the bandage on Jiang Qi's face. What happened to you? She inquired. Don't mention it, Jiang Qi replied, his expression one of frustration. There are monsters in the narrative. Li Cheng turned to Chang Miao, noting her calm demeanor from their previous encounter at the library, but was surprised to see that their group had sustained some injuries within a day in the narrative. While she and her high school, you should understand that while our missions may differ, exchanging information could be beneficial for all parties involved. Seeing Chang Miao remain silent, Li Cheng, the first to propose cooperation, took the initiative to share. You should have discerned our identities as Taoists. We have encountered creatures in the narrative, likely of the botanical variety. Think along the lines of a Chinese ghost story, those sorts of entities. Noting Chang Miao's lack of surprise, Li Cheng found himself uncertain whether she had been privy to this information all along, or if her composure made it difficult to gauge her reactions. I recently encountered 2 other teammates. They are wandering doctors currently aiding Second Master Chang at Changfu. Our missions are intertwined, and I surmise your objectives lie with Changfu as well. Li Cheng, an experienced leader, swiftly discerned the target of their mission. Cheng Miao refrained from further probing, recognizing that no opposing factions existed within this task. Indeed, we are here to seek refuge with an old acquaintance at Changfu. Cheng Miao's willingness to engage was reassuring, prompting a sigh of relief from Li Cheng. However, Jiang Qi narrowed his eyes. Have you discovered anything amiss at Changfu? Chapter 36. The Secrets of Changfu. Part 8. Lin Zhu returned, breathless and panting, with a bulging bundle that clearly contained purchases. Yet, he uttered not a word, merely standing behind Cheng Miao, gasping for air. Cheng Miao turned her gaze towards Li Cheng, inquiring about the nature of his injuries. Jiang Qi seized the opportunity to speak, his expression one of profound indignation. I have no idea. When we entered the instance, we were at the Taoist temple, and our master suggested that we rest for the night before embarking on our training the following day. We followed the map to this place, found the temple to rest, and before we could even inquire about the situation, we were ambushed by that monster. It was utterly bewildering. Li Cheng's expression was grave. He had never encountered such a peculiar instance before. He was certain that neither he nor Jiang Qi had breached any taboos, leaving him perplexed as to how the monster could attack them. Cheng Miao's gaze shifted between the 2 men, and without probing into their quest or hints, she cryptically remarked, "If it is not due to anything you have done, it may very well be related to your identities." Identities. Li Cheng's fist struck his palm in realization. I have pondered this as well. After all, our status as Taoists could naturally attract monsters, but this seems distinctly unfair. Cheng Miao shrugged. The instance must be equitable. It surely has bestowed upon you some advantages. Cheng Miao appeared oblivious to their brief moment of clarity, her gaze now directed towards the Taoist temple behind them. Following Cheng Miao's gaze, Li Cheng remarked, "Today, the servants of Changfu have invited us to the manor. Should any assistance be required, do not hesitate to seek me out." Cheng Miao was somewhat dissatisfied with this vague promise. Li Cheng chuckled resignedly, recognizing that despite their youth, they bore a deep sense of wariness. He understood that Cheng Miao did not trust him and did not feel the need to band together for reassurance. My 2 brothers discovered that Lord Chang is on the brink of death, with a frail and emaciated appearance. Curiously, this illness has lingered for 2 to 3 years. Although he appears neither fully alive nor dead, he has, against all odds, managed to cling to life. Cheng Miao subconsciously touched the sachet at her waist. Has the second madam been seen? Li Cheng nodded, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. I have heard she is a beauty that seems to have stepped out from a painting, showing great concern for Lord Chang. Jiang Qi, standing nearby, looked enviously. How fortunate Zhang Yang and the others are. I too wish to behold her. I've heard that although she has just given birth, her figure remains that of a youthful maiden. Li Cheng interrupted, his brow furrowed, casting a look at his teammate that brimmed with exasperation. Keep your sordid thoughts to yourself. Jiang Qi lamented, this is unjust. I harbor no such intentions. I merely wish to see her beauty. Cheng Miao disregarded their internal squabble, her thoughts drifting back to another matter Li Cheng had mentioned. Lord Chang is no different from a vegetable. He is so fearful of the Gajin that he does not return home at night. How then did those 2 children come to be? Regardless, they would inevitably encounter matters related to Changfu, and thus, Cheng Miao and Li Cheng did not linger in the alley. Li Cheng needed to prepare some items for their entrance into Changfu, while Cheng Miao had her own purpose for venturing out. Cheng Miao relayed to Lin Zhu the information Li Cheng had shared during her absence. Despite the throng of people jostling around them, Lin Zhu remained resolute, clutching his bundle tightly as he walked ahead, clearing a path for Cheng Miao. Sister Miao Miao is a girl. The boys should help clear the way. Cheng Miao found it amusing but silently followed, grateful for his gesture. seemed there was still one group of individuals whose whereabouts remained unknown. As they departed from the Taoist temple, the crowd gradually thinned, and Lin Zhu let out a sigh of relief. Cheng Miao adjusted her attire, ensuring that no items had been pilfered from her, and dusted off the non-existent dirt from her sleeves. "Have you procured the items?" Lin Zhu nodded, eager to unveil the contents of his bundle to Cheng Miao, but hesitated, fearing they might be watched. He only managed to pull back a corner of the bundle before quickly closing it again, revealing a considerable number of firecrackers and several strings of fireworks for good measure. Cheng Miao patted his shoulder, praising him, before her gaze shifted to a sign above. Lin Zhu looked up, spotting a fine redwood plaque adorned with elegant characters that read, Zhengyuan Hall. "What do you two wish to purchase?" The apothecary's proprietor was an elderly man, well past his 70th year, yet still remarkably spry. "Sir, we wish to procure some musk," Lin Zhu spoke first, while Cheng Miao stood behind him, wearing a smile. "Musk?" The proprietor's somewhat clouded eyes drifted past Lin Zhu to scrutinize Cheng Miao. "What do you require musk for?" This substance, if mishandled, could lead to dire consequences. Lin Zhu scratched his head, bemused by the NPC's excessive concern. Is it not the duty of a shopkeeper to provide what the customer desires? He produced a heavy gold ingot from his robes and placed it on the counter. "We assure you, we have no intention of committing any heinous acts. Musk is indeed useful. We kindly request the finest you have." The old proprietor's eyes widened at the sight of the gold, and he glanced between Cheng Miao and Lin Zhu, his furrowed brows deepening as if he wished to voice further concerns. "Musk opens all pathways, unblocks meridians, alleviates intoxication, and can even dispel food stagnation. Its uses are numerous." Cheng Miao stepped forward, her eyes glinting with warning. "There is no need for such apprehension, good sir." The old proprietor scrutinized Cheng Miao for a moment, as if discerning something, before a relieved smile broke across his face. He gestured for a servant to fetch the medicine, instructing them to bring forth the finest quality from the top of the shelf for this young lady. Lin Zhu exhaled in relief as he accepted the medicine pouch from the servant and slipped it into his own bundle. Cheng Miao nodded in appreciation, just as the old proprietor let out a contemplative sigh. "My dear, it is only upon closer proximity that I realize you truly do require this musk. Within 2 days, should it prove effective, it may yet preserve a life." Cheng Miao paused, choosing not to respond as she exited the apothecary with Lin Zhu. Lin Zhu, puzzled by their cryptic exchange, observed Cheng Miao's somber demeanor and pondered aloud, "Sister Miao Miao, what did the proprietor mean? What did he mean by saving a life within 2 days?" Cheng Miao lifted her gaze to the azure sky at noon, loosening her tense neck and adjusting her emotions before answering. "Do you know what the most common use of musk is?" Lin Zhu eagerly interjected, "To induce miscarriage." Cheng Miao replied, "Very well, perhaps you should watch fewer palace drama series." Lin Zhu lamented, "I feel disheartened." Returning to the matter at hand, Cheng Miao stated earnestly, "It primarily dispels malevolent spirits, exterminates vengeful beings. Placed around the neck, it wards off nightmares and the lingering spirits of the deceased." Lin Zhu was left dumbfounded, cold sweat trickling down his back in the midday sun. He stammered, "So, does that mean the proprietor?" Cheng Miao shot a glance at the visible plaque of Chongfu, a cold smile gracing her lips. "I told you, this instance offers considerable freedom. Last night was not necessarily a death trap. How could it be so easy? It turns out that merely residing in Chongfu subjects one to the malevolent spirits of monsters. Over time, completing the task may well render one unable to return." Chapter 37. Secrets of the Chong Residence. 9. Lin Zhu felt a sense of trepidation. The instances he encountered in the dungeons were rather consistent with his scholarly persona: clear prompts, stringent requirements, and seldom any insidious traps. He muttered a few words of disdain in his heart, disregarding the ungraceful posture he adopted as he clutched the bundle to his chest. Fortunately, Sister Miao Miao recognized the significance of this musk. Otherwise, we would have missed this hint. Chang Miao entered the Chang residence through a small side door, not concealing her intentions, genuinely appreciating Lin Zhu as a commendable child. Intelligent, capable, and even if one were oblivious to the properties of musk, the time within the dungeon was of utmost importance. Since the innkeeper had set a 2-day limit, regardless of one's understanding of the reasons, it warranted serious attention. Moreover, Chang Miao shrugged, a rare hint of childishness flickering across her face as she pursed her lips, saying, "I've read enough stories to know that, if not the efficacy of musk, at least the principles of feng shui." Lin Zhu followed Chang Miao with a silly grin, admiration glistening in his eyes. He had traversed several dungeons and collaborated with various players, yet it was the first time he encountered someone like Chang Miao, so unreserved and genuine in her guidance, embracing him wholeheartedly. His skills were lacking, the dungeons were not examinations, and his advantages were not particularly pronounced, rendering many players reluctant to form teams with him. However, Chang Miao had never shown any aversion to him in the library. He sensed that Sister Miao Miao was genuinely teaching him, hoping he could progress further and further. Lin Zhu raised his head, a hint of timidity in his gaze, soon replaced by courage. "Sister Miao Miao, may I accompany you in this dungeon? Miss Chiao has returned. I was just looking for you and the young master." The butler's voice interrupted Lin Zhu's words. Chang Miao noticed the butler approaching from the corridor and, quick to react, Lin Zhu concealed the bundle behind him, standing partially behind Chang Miao. "Taking my younger brother for a stroll. The city is truly bustling." Since the morning, the butler's gaze upon them had shifted from simple warmth to a mix of suspicion, wariness, and a hint of covetousness, an intricate expression difficult to decipher. "What is that scent on Miss Chiao?" The butler frowned, extending his neck to sniff the air. Lin Zhu's hand, gripping the bundle behind him, grew pale from the force. The musk scent was still quite strong. "We visited the Taoist temple. Perhaps we picked up the aroma of incense." Chang Miao suppressed her smile, revealing a hint of unease. The butler seemed to realize his actions were somewhat overstepping, awkwardly smiling. "The mistress was just mentioning you both. If Miss Chiao and you aren't tea-tired, please accompany me to meet her." Chang Miao nodded. "We bought some local specialties. We'll return to our room first." The butler, seemingly unshackled from his constraints, glanced past Chang Miao, his gaze fixated on Lin Zhu's bundle, devoid of any emotional nuance. Lin Zhu, startled by the butler's sudden behavior, felt at a loss. Had Chang Miao not been there, he might have fled. Chang Miao took 2 steps back with Lin Zhu, noticing the butler merely standing rigidly, staring at Lin Zhu. She whispered, "Hurry, let us go." Lin Zhu turned and walked away, clutching the bundle in one hand and tugging at Chang Miao's sleeve with the other. The terrifying scenarios he had envisioned in his mind did not materialize. However, even as they walked for a while, he could still feel the butler's cold, penetrating gaze upon his back. Upon pushing open the door to their room, Lin Zhu first cautiously checked for any strange items before tossing the bundle onto the table. He plopped down onto a chair, fanning himself with his hand. "That scared me to death. I thought the butler wanted to devour me. What changed so suddenly? Did someone press a switch?" Chang Miao retrieved several firecrackers from the bundle and tucked them into her clothing, offering a few to Lin Zhu while instructing him to stow the remainder back in his spatial backpack. "The butler must have discovered the firecrackers in your bundle." Chang Miao raised her hand to sniff the strong sulfur scent lingering on her skin, sensing an aversion to it. She then divided the musk into 2 portions, each taking one. The musk emitted an alluring fragrance. Even changing clothes would not erase the scent, not to mention its effectiveness against the Gajin. "The reason I had you buy firecrackers was due to their deterrent power, effective against both humans and supernatural beings. I never anticipated this serendipitous turn of events." Chang Miao mused, feeling that the butler might not be entirely human. Not daring to linger too long, they proceeded to the main hall. Master Chang was present, appearing somewhat diminished compared to the first day Chang Miao encountered him. Upon seeing her, his eyes brightened, yet he made no move, merely sitting there sipping tea. Seated beside Madame Chang was a woman whose beauty rivaled her own, albeit younger. Presumably, this was the younger sister of Gajin, Yubon. The second madam smiled at Cheng Miao and Lin Zhu, remarking on their fine appearances, "No wonder my sister is fond of you both." Cheng Miao offered a few polite compliments, while Lin Zhu sat upright, not daring to lean against the chair back. Madame Chang's beautiful eyes lingered on Cheng Miao, noting, "The fragrance on you is quite pleasant. I heard from the butler that you visited the Taoist temple. It doesn't quite seem like that." Cheng Miao maintained a calm facade, lifting her sleeve to her nose as if to sniff. "Is that so? Perhaps it's the spices from my Chow family. I was in a rush yesterday and Haven Tea had the chance to scent my clothing." Madame Chang smirked slightly. A clever woman would not press further, and she did not believe that this delicate young lady possessed any extraordinary abilities. Last night could be considered fortunate for her, yet today's performance was rather unexpected. Typically, those women who survived due to good fortune ended up quite mad. Madame Chang pondered, realizing the current focus was not on these two but rather on the two Taoists. What is the mistress so anxious to summon us for? Cheng Miao's clear, cold gaze revealed a hint of confusion, as the conversation between the two women did not betray any life-or-death animosity. Madame Chang feigned a pout, playfully pushing her husband, who had been silent. "Isn't it because of my mother-in-law? Seeing that my second brother has been ill for so long, she invited the Taoists to the residence to perform rituals, claiming it would dispel misfortune." Madame Chang delicately dabbed her eyes with a handkerchief. "Alas, I am easily startled and cannot tolerate noise. Now, I can only make do." The second madam rose and approached Madame Chang to comfort her, while the others sat in silence, two expressionless, and one fervently drinking tea, leaving Madame Chang's complexion momentarily darkened. The two Taoists are residing in the outer courtyard. Although they are not easily encountered, I still must inform you that we have outsiders in the house, which is unlike usual. Cheng Miao nodded, realizing that, at least on the surface, they could not seek out Li Cheng and the others. Clearing her throat, Cheng Miao frowned slightly, directing her gaze towards the second madam. "I heard there are some capable wandering physicians in your courtyard. My throat is somewhat uncomfortable. May I ask the second madam to summon one?" The second madam paused, then shook her head apologetically. "My husband's illness requires constant attention, and my courtyard is not auspicious. If Miao Miao needs medical treatment, it would be better to invite a proper doctor from outside." Chapter 38. The Secrets of the Chang Residence. Part 10. Cheng Miao anticipated that the second madam would refuse, effectively imprisoning those two players within her courtyard. However, such matters were of little consequence. Cheng Miao surmised that Li Cheng's mission was directed at the lady of the house, while the two physicians were tasked with the second madam. Their own mission was hidden most deeply. Young Master Chang was comfortably ensconced in the lady's chamber. What need had he for rescue? After exchanging a few pleasantries, Cheng Miao cast a glance at the unusually tranquil old Master Chang, who had just suggested retreating to his chamber for rest, when she suddenly heard the second madam inquire of Lin Zhu, "Muir, you seem rather unwell. Have you been troubled by nightmares?" Lin Zhu, with a stiff expression, nodded in affirmation. "A bit, but it's nothing. A little rest in my room, one tea remedy." The second madam continued to smile. "You must take the time to rest properly." Lin Zhu replied, "I sense there is more to your words than meets the ear." Cheng Miao, not hurrying back to her room, took a leisurely stroll through the garden. The lush peonies looked particularly alarming today. "These peonies could grow amidst pebbles?" Lin Zhu leaned in closer, noting that the two most conspicuous peonies appeared to sprout from the white pebble-strewn ground. Cheng Miao found it curious as well. Leaning in for a better look, she observed that the stones were uniformly white, of similar size. No, the sizes were identical. The curvature and thickness matched perfectly, sending a chill coursing down her spine. "Hey, what are you looking at?" A male voice interrupted from behind. Recognizing it as the steward's voice, Cheng Miao did not turn around but replied casually, "I'm admiring these two peonies." "Say, steward, why are these two planted in the pebble garden?" "Hey, what are you looking at?" "I'm not saying." Cheng Miao responded with a hint of impatience, only to realize the gravity of the situation when she noticed Lin Zhu beside her, drenched in sweat and appearing pale, clutching her hand with an intensity that felt as if it might shatter bones. A sudden, undeniable sixth sense surged within Cheng Miao. The figure behind her was not human. This strange sensation surged forth with overwhelming certainty. Cheng Miao recognized it as the activation of the buff from her deceased friend's spirit. The steward, unlike the second madam, was not a demon but a wandering soul. Cheng Miao swallowed hard, tugging her hand slightly but not managing to extricate it from Lin Zhu's grip. She turned around, finding the steward standing merely an arm's length away, his gaze as unyielding as it had been when he looked at Lin Zhu that morning. Now, his attention was fixed upon Cheng Miao, his complexion a ghastly shade of purple, his skin sagging grotesquely. Supporting Lin Zhu, who had almost transformed into a mere human accessory, Cheng Miao whispered, "Hush, don't grip so tightly. I thought you weren't afraid of ghosts." Lin Zhu cast a fleeting apologetic glance at Cheng Miao, yet his grip remained unyielding. "I'm not afraid of ghosts. He resembles a corpse, and I fear corpses." Cheng Miao, that's quite a valid point. Gazing at the steward still blocking their path, Cheng Miao felt a surprising calmness, no longer gripped by the fear she had experienced upon first encountering a ghost. She steadied herself and declared, "We are merely passing through. We haven't seen anything." Beside her, Lin Zhu, with a ghostly pallor, fervently nodded, beads of sweat splattering onto Cheng Miao's hand. Perhaps satisfied with their response, the steward slowly eased his expressionless visage and stepped aside. Cheng Miao guided Lin Zhu along the path, not forgetting to nod at the now indistinct figure of the steward. After taking a few steps, Lin Zhu relaxed, no longer clutching Cheng Miao's arm, yet frequently glancing back. Suddenly, he lowered his voice in alarm. "Miao Miao, there's someone behind him." Cheng Miao's scalp prickled, and she turned her head slowly to glance back. The steward stood with his back towards them, maintaining his eerie stance. The back of his head faintly revealed the visage of an elderly woman, her face a network of creases, grinning silently at the two with a row of decayed gums devoid of teeth. "Hey, what are you looking at?" The old woman's lips moved, and the steward, like a marionette on strings, echoed the sound, swiftly retreating away from Cheng Miao and Lin Zhu. Gritting her teeth, Cheng Miao shouted to Lin Zhu, "Use the firecrackers." As she spoke, she reached into her cloak and produced a small, pungent round ball, hurling it forcefully to the ground. Bang! The sound reverberated through the garden, startlingly loud. Lin Zhu, quick to react, followed Cheng Miao's lead, tossing several firecrackers in succession. A thick, sulphurous stench filled the air, and yellow smoke swirled around the steward's figure. The ghost he bore fled in terror, guiding the steward deeper into the garden, where he vanished from sight. Back in their room, both Cheng Miao and Lin Zhu were soaked in their own perspiration. After changing into fresh attire, Lin Zhu sat on the floor beneath the window, hugging his knees, gazing up at the bed curtains. That steward was terrifying. He seemed perfectly fine just days ago, and suddenly he was not human. Cheng Miao, seated on a round stool, unwrapped the musk she had concealed in oiled paper. That must be Granny Sang. I had thought this character did not exist within the narrative. Lin Zhu, having heard Cheng Miao recount the tale of Gu Jin, recalled, Granny Sang appeared twice. Once when she discovered firecrackers in my bundle, and again when we were looking at the peonies. Cheng Miao sipped her tea, listening as Granny Sang fears firecrackers, yet only to the extent of fleeing. If we disturb the peonies, she might disregard her fear and confront us. Cheng Miao set down her teacup, nodding in acknowledgement at Lin Zhu, whose eyes sparkled with the delight of a child who had just answered correctly. Indeed, hence we require a means to restrain the ghostly entities. Lin Zhu, buoyed by the praise, perked up. Do you possess such an item? Cheng Miao smiled slyly, akin to a cunning fox. I do not, but there are 2 Taoist priests nearby. They surely possess what we seek. Lin Zhu marveled at how Cheng Miao's demeanor had transformed since becoming acquainted with others. Her current disposition was a stark contrast to her former self. Upon hearing Cheng Miao's suggestion, his mind began to race. Having just entered the Chang residence, they needed intelligence from them, and they could exchange resources. Before Cheng Miao could respond, they noticed a flurry of activity outside. Maids and servants were hurrying about, trembling, many with traces of terror staining their faces. What has happened? Has the second madam revealed her true form? As Cheng Miao and Lin Zhu discreetly observed the unfolding situation, poised to retrieve their tools at a moment's notice, a peculiar sound echoed from the corner gate, a sharp, wet noise, as if a weapon had pierced flesh, accompanied by a coarse, gravelly voice. "Hey, why are you running? Did you run into a blade? Serves you right. All who wish to live, come out. It's a robbery." Cheng Miao and Lin Zhu exchanged glances, a spark of recognition igniting between them. Oh dear, an old acquaintance has finally arrived. Chapter 39. The Secrets of Changfu, Part 11. Cheng Miao placed the fishbone dagger back into her spatial backpack and, accompanied by Lin Zhu and several trembling maidens, stepped outside. As soon as they emerged, they were met by a muscular man dressed like a bandit, his head wrapped in a scarf, wielding a blood-dripping machete, with the lifeless bodies of several servants sprawled at his feet. Upon recognizing Cheng Miao and Lin Zhu, the muscular man paused for a brief moment, then scrutinized them from head to toe, a flash of disdain flickering in his eyes. He tilted his head and spat a thick gob of phlegm, derisively laughing. "So you're the young master and miss? Lucky for me I'm not in your group. Otherwise, it would have been utterly stifling." With a few maidens nearby, Lin Zhu felt a rush of urgency. "You shouldn't speak of such matters so recklessly. If you don't want to succeed, don't drag us down with you." The muscular man regarded Lin Zhu with contempt, his thumb gliding across the blade's edge, staining it with blood. "Don't worry. I'm not the type to cause harm without reason." With that, he raised his machete menacingly, and before Lin Zhu could react, the nearby maidens shrieked in horror as they collapsed. Paralyzed with fear, Lin Zhu stood rooted to the spot, confronted with murder. Though they were merely NPCs, they were still beings like him. He felt an urge to vomit, but managed to suppress it, casting his gaze elsewhere, his complexion paling. Cheng Miao furrowed. She was no saint. After the muscular man's proclamation, it was evident that these individuals could not be allowed to live. "Why are you attempting to rob Changfu? It's not a simple matter." "Do not act carelessly," Cheng Miao remarked coolly, her gaze disapproving as it fell upon the muscular man. He was brawny but rather dim-witted, leading the two towards the main hall while explaining, "Our mission is to acquire some trinket of Madame Chang's. With our identities as bandits, it's blatantly obvious we're here to loot." Cheng Miao halted, and the muscular man turned to look at her with curiosity. He bore no intent to underestimate her, merely never having considered partnering with a girl. This young woman appeared quite composed, at least far more than the bespectacled young man beside her. "Based on your and your partner's experiences, the tasks assigned in the instance are usually the simplest. However, even the easiest tasks will not provide you with a straightforward solution." Crossing her arms, Cheng Miao stood firm. They were close to the front hall, and whatever needed to be discussed had to be addressed here. The instance must have offered some hidden, safer methods for them. Madame Chang was no ordinary person, and their approach to robbing the place would likely lead to dire consequences. This was the muscular man's first mission, while the blonde was on his second. The latter was a veteran, and he listened to his words. If the blonde claimed they could succeed, he believed him. However, Cheng Miao's comments made the muscular man's underdeveloped mind struggle to process the implications. Perhaps there was some truth to it. Whatever, we've come this far. What is there to fear? Perhaps the instance's background was not bloody nor violent, neither a zombie apocalypse nor a desolate grave. He remained oblivious to the bloody truths lurking behind the facade of the instance's charm. Seeing this, Cheng Miao refrained from further persuasion and offered one last reminder before stepping into the front hall. Stay vigilant. If something seems amiss, flee immediately. The muscular man nodded dismissively, unsure if he truly absorbed her warning. Upon entering the front hall, they found Madame Chong sobbing behind Lord Chong, while the incapacitated second Master Chong was being carried in a wicker chair. The second madam stood nearby, tears streaming down her face. Behind her stood two men dressed as physicians, who were teammates of Li Cheng. Cheng Miao recalled Li Cheng mentioning them. The taller one was named Jiang Hao, and the shorter one was Zhang Hui. Li Cheng and his companion were also ushered into the front hall, exchanging glances with Cheng Miao before lowering their heads. The blonde and muscular man, also attired similarly and brandishing a machete, hovered nearby. Upon seeing Li Cheng and Cheng Miao, a smirk appeared on his lips, seemingly eager to boast yet ultimately refraining from uttering a word. Everyone's here. You go find the item. The blonde gestured to the muscular man, who pushed Lin Zhu forward and entered the inner chamber. Cheng Miao sat cross-legged on the ground, the sounds of two women's delicate weeping filling her ears, accompanied by the blonde's incessant teasing. Noticing Li Cheng's bemused expression directed at the blonde, Cheng Miao chose not to meddle in others' affairs, instead focusing on her own task. She had fortuitously encountered this story before. The instance seemed to have selected her memories for its creation, benefiting her by allowing her to deduce Madame Cheng's identity early on. Had anyone else taken her place, even if they discerned that Madame Cheng was no ordinary woman, they would remain unaware of her weaknesses and the suspicious aspects of the mission. Li Cheng and his companions only recognized that something was amiss within Changfu but could not pinpoint the source of the trouble. The instance would not be so unfriendly to the players, indicating that there must be clues pointing towards Madame Cheng's identity to assist the others in completing their tasks. The most probable lead lay with the muscular man's group. The vase they sought would undoubtedly provide hints to the others. Thus, the clues would intertwine. They needed to support one another, allowing the muscular man's group to succeed in their task before each could pursue their own leads. However, Cheng Miao, being familiar with the instance, was untroubled by the potential loss of clues, while Li Cheng, despite grasping the key elements, struggled to tolerate the blonde's reckless antics, incessantly teasing the two mistresses and choosing such a foolishly direct approach to thievery. It seemed unlikely that this clue would yield any results. Have you found it? Is this it? The muscular man's shout echoed from within the room, causing Cheng Miao and Li Cheng to brighten with anticipation. Just as they prepared to look up, a powerful floral scent assailed their senses. It was the fragrance emanating from Madame Chong and the second madam, overwhelming in its intensity, causing Cheng Miao to wince as a headache surged. In a daze, she spotted a woman crawling in the distance, just as Lin Zhu had described, dressed in red with black hair, her limbs contorted, moving at a slow yet deliberate pace toward her. Cheng Miao gasped but found herself unable to move, even reaching for her ring to retrieve an item proving impossible. As the woman drew near, Cheng Miao felt as though she lay in an icy wasteland, chilled to the bone. At that moment, amidst the overpowering floral aroma, she detected a peculiar scent that pierced through the fog in her mind, snapping her back to clarity. Sister Miao, wake up. Lin Zhu's voice called urgently, and Cheng Miao bit her tongue, the pain and the metallic tang of blood jolting her fully awake. She lay on the ground, propping herself up, and found no terrifying specter before her. Instead, Lin Zhu stood beside her, visibly relieved. Thank goodness, Sister Miao, you fear ghosts, and I was worried I couldn't rouse you. Cheng Miao assisted Lin Zhu in sitting down on a chair, observing that Li Cheng and the others remained entranced, while other household servants succumbed to chaos, some colliding with walls and others plunging into wells, a scene of utter devastation. Both Madame Cheng's, along with the blonde and the muscular man who had previously procured the item, had vanished without a trace, while Lord Chong and Second Master Chong lay unconscious nearby. Cheng Miao retrieved some excess musk from her ring and handed it to Lin Zhu. Quickly, awaken Li Cheng and the others. The blonde and his group are likely lost. Chapter 40. The secrets of the Chang mansion. 12. Lin Jue did not ask further questions, obediently handing the oil pouch to each of the 4 individuals for them to sniff. Li Cheng, less affected by the scent, revived upon inhaling the musk. Observing Lin Jue busily allowing his teammates to smell the aroma, he remained reclined on the ground, one hand shielding his eyes, exhaling deeply. Consider this a favor owed to you all. Li Cheng's voice emerged muffled from beneath his palm. After Lin Jue concluded his task, he returned to guard Cheng Miao, refraining from interjecting, which allowed Li Cheng to steal a few more glances at the young man. This lad was compliant, composed, and seemed quite clever, not prone to taking matters into his own hands, a promising prospect indeed. Li Cheng cast another sidelong glance at Cheng Miao, who was speaking softly with Lin Jue, sighing inwardly, realizing it seemed he had lost his chance. After resting for a while, Cheng Miao felt the fatigue in her limbs dissipate and intended to proceed into the inner chamber. Zhang Hui, you two go, Li Cheng instructed, having discerned that Cheng Miao lacked any combat skills. He directed the just-awakened Zhang Hui and Jiang Qi to seek out Huang Mao and his companion. Cheng Miao made no objections, watching the two enter the room. What exactly did you have us smell? Jiang Qi, in the worst condition among them, appeared ghostly pale, as though he had been dead for 3 days, his words trembling slightly. Musk, to ward off evil, dispel ghostly energies, and relieve nightmares, Lin Jue replied, noting that Cheng Miao still seemed a bit lethargic. Oh, such a marvelous substance. Where did you procure it? Jiang Qi's eyes lit up. He was particularly fearful of ghosts, and with this, he would at least have some means of defense in this scenario. From a pharmacy. Lin Jue, ever cautious in his dealings with outsiders, responded succinctly and directly. A pharmacy? Jiang Qi was momentarily dumbfounded, suddenly recalling their first encounter when the two had appeared as if they were out shopping. How did you know to purchase musk? No, wait. How did you know there were ghosts? We were only aware of the Black Mountain Old Demon. Lin Jue shrugged, adopting an expression that conveyed a lack of assistance due to Jiang Qi's insufficient intellect, his gaze instinctively filled with pride and admiration as he glanced at Cheng Miao. Li Cheng halted Jiang Qi, who was about to speak again, his gaze on Cheng Miao deepening. This seemingly delicate yet reticent young woman turned out to be quite inscrutable. Could you spare some of your excess musk? We could trade for it, Cheng Miao suggested, looking at Li Cheng and the fidgeting Jiang Qi, finally offering a smile. Of course. Talismans? We do possess some talismans in our pack, but they clearly proved ineffective. If it weren't for your musk, we might not have awakened so swiftly. Jiang Qi had regained his spirits, bouncing around like a monkey, much to Li Cheng's annoyance as he furrowed his brow. Talismans are likely effective against genuine spirits. Earlier, we were ensnared by an illusion. The talismans were of no use. Cheng Miao fetched 2 clean cups and poured tea for Lin Jue and herself. I surmise your mission pertains to the peculiar occurrences at the Chang mansion, Cheng Miao noted, observing the subtle change in Li Cheng and Jiang Qi's expressions, yet she feigned ignorance and continued, I have relevant clues. Should Huang Mao and his companion truly be dead, your only recourse will be me. Li Cheng and Jiang Qi exchanged glances. This young girl's smile is rather unsettling. Li Cheng furrowed his brow, unconsciously fiddling with his collar, just as Zhang Hui's voice broke through with urgency. What happened? Li Cheng leapt to his feet. Jiang Hao emerged, his face ashen. Huang Mao and that muscular fellow are dead. While the others were entranced by the scent, Huang Mao had succumbed as well. Upon regaining consciousness, he and the muscular man found themselves bound by countless withered vines in the bedroom. What the hell is going on? Huang Mao cursed, only to notice the large man trembling violently beside him, the sound of his chattering teeth audible. What did you see to be so terrified? Hurry, break free of these vines and help me. The muscular man ignored Huang Mao's incessant prattle, his bloodshot eyes fixated on the inner chamber's door, as if something monstrous lurked within. She, a monster! Huang Mao exclaimed upon hearing footsteps, turning to see Madame Chang and her sister approaching with slow, graceful strides. "Oh, beautiful ladies." Huang Mao was utterly captivated by their beauty, oblivious to the peril of his situation. However, the muscular man's eyes bulged in terror, desperately trying to shrink away, but the vines tightened their grip around him as if animated, leaving him no room to retreat. "You, merely a fool. Let me grant you a swift end," the second madam chuckled softly, and before the muscular man could react, a vine coiled around his neck, tightening with lethal force, his head lolling to one side. Observing the muscular man, whose head and neck were barely connected by a thin layer of nearly translucent flesh, Huang Mao finally snapped to his senses. As the two women drew nearer, his face turned crimson as he fumbled in his pockets for something. "Are you looking for this?" Huang Mao gazed up in despair, spotting Madame Cheng holding a glass marble, his talisman of survival. A pallor washed over his face. "Please, I beg you, spare me. We only sought to take something." His voice dwindled to a whisper. A pungent stench of urine emanated from Huang Mao's trousers, prompting Madame Cheng to wrinkle her nose in distaste. "You dare trespass for my possessions?" With a delicate wave of her seemingly frail hand, Huang Mao felt the vines constricting tighter and tighter. Cheng Miao and the others stood in silence, gazing at the lifeless bodies of Huang Mao and his companion. The muscular man appeared to have suffered little, but Huang Mao, his body had been gruesomely constricted into several segments, his face a mask of extreme agony. "The entire Chang mansion is deserted," Zhang Hui panted as he rushed in, followed closely by Jiang Hao, who added, "We can't exit through the main door. A visible white mist blocks the way, identical to the scent we encountered earlier." "Were the master and the second master still present when you attempted to leave?" Cheng Miao turned to them, her expression grave. "No. No," the two replied in unison after a moment's recollection. "It seems that by the latest, we must ascertain the situation by tomorrow at the earliest, or tonight." Li Cheng spoke in a low tone. "Cheesy, is there anything of significance?" Jiang Qi rummaged through the room, turning to shake his head glumly. "Nothing at all. This room is as clean as my pockets after handing my wages to my wife. Let us discuss this outside." Cheng Miao cast one last glance at the room filled with corpses and the nearly stiff Lin Zhua before leading the group out. Gathered in the front hall, Cheng Miao summarized succinctly, "Madame Cheng and the second madam are flower demons, and the steward is a ghost. The flower demons possess the ability to directly attack and create illusions of ghosts, while the steward will not become a ghost unless he breaches the rules. We indeed must venture into the garden, but I cannot simultaneously contend with the ghost and two flower demons. We must aid one another." Li Cheng and the others were taken aback. Logically, Cheng Miao was in a similar position to them, having entered the scenario just under 2 days ago. Yet she had managed to piece together the situation concerning the bosses in the absence of information about Huang Mao and his companions. "You need not concern yourselves with the steward. He will only manifest if the peonies in the garden are threatened." Chapter 41. The secrets of the Chang Mansion. 13. Li Cheng had already discerned, even before Huang Mao and the others intruded upon the Chang Mansion, that they were devoid of antagonistic factions. Now, upon hearing Cheng Miao's words, he voiced no objections. His fingers brushed against the necklace hidden beneath his collar, and a stack of yellow talismans materialized in his hand. Cheng Miao accepted the yellow talismans, dividing them in half and giving one portion to Lin Zhu, instructing him to deliver the surplus musk to Li Cheng. She then stored the remaining talismans within her ring, ignoring the envy and astonishment radiating from Jiang Qi and the others, and continued, "The musk is for you, but how to utilize it is entirely up to you." After delivering this statement, Cheng Miao ceased speaking, her gaze fixed intently on Li Cheng. He exhaled deeply, no longer concealing his intentions. "The task assigned to Jiang Qi and me is to uncover the reason behind the inexplicable disappearances of the servants in the Chang Mansion. Zhang Hui and his team are charged with ensuring the safety of the second master of the Chang family. Thus, it appears that in order for the four of us to accomplish our mission, we must eliminate both of the Chang matriarchs." Li Cheng stretched his fists and feet. He was no novice to survival games. Although he had initially been absent from the Chang mansion due to character restrictions, he was inherently a formidable player. Thanks to your reminder, we discovered that a piece of jade within our belongings could reveal traces of spirits, guiding us to 2 female demons. Jiang Qi and I obtained their blood, which can be used to trap them within a formation. Zhang Hui and his companion inched closer to Li Cheng, while Zhang Hao produced a packet of elixirs that could temporarily mask human presence. Cheng Miao's eyes lit up. How long does it last? Zhang Hao scratched his head amidst the foliage. We tested it that day. It can last at least 10 minutes. Cheng Miao nodded, and at Li Cheng's gesture, Zhang Hao handed 2 pills to Cheng Miao. After inspecting them, she noted they bore the ordinary scent of traditional Chinese medicine, nothing particularly extraordinary. It seemed that although Li Cheng and his companions faced the most arduous tasks, they also possessed the most resources. In contrast, Huang Mao and his group, despite their simpler mission, would find themselves ensnared in traps the moment they set foot in the instance, a predicament from which even celestial beings could not rescue them. Our mission is to rescue the young master of the Chang family, Cheng Miao stated slowly under the scrutiny of the 4. No problem, just follow us, and once we locate the 2 female demons, the young master will surely emerge, Jiang Qi assured, his confidence in Cheng Miao growing. Cheng Miao did not meet his gaze, her attention shifting toward the garden as an enigmatic smile played upon her lips. I need you to help me trap the 2 female demons, for as long as possible. Li Cheng was about to voice a concern, but upon witnessing the confidence in Cheng Miao's eyes, he swallowed his words. I do not know your intentions, but what we are doing is perilous. It would be best for us all to confront them together. Cheng Miao shook her head. Even if we join forces, we cannot defeat them. They are flower demons, and it is likely that only by destroying the peonies in the garden can we bring about their demise. Then what are we waiting for? Jiang Qi stamped his foot. Let us go together and set fire to it all. Upon uttering this, he noticed the others regarding him with a mix of concern and incredulity, prompting him to swallow hard and retract his neck. What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? Li Cheng rubbed his forehead. If their Achilles heel truly lies in the peonies, us going together would only alert them. Their desperate struggle could lead to unpredictable outcomes. What then? Jiang Qi stammered, his mind completely failing to process the situation. Li Cheng's expression darkened as he dismissed the inept teammate and turned to Cheng Miao, who stood alone with her small companion. What about the ghost? Do not worry about that. The butler will not stray from the garden. We can handle him. You simply need to delay the 2 flower demons until we set the garden ablaze. Li Cheng mulled over the opportunity in silence, inhaling deeply before agreeing. At that moment, you should try to lure the butler as far away as possible. Use the firecrackers if you can. If they are ineffective, use this. Cheng Miao produced Lu Shui's jump rope and handed it to Lin Zhu. This can restrain the ghost for a limited time. I am uncertain how long it lasts, but it can be used 4 times. Once secured, affix the talismans to him. Lin Zhu accepted the jump rope, recognizing its rarity as a tool, and noting it could be utilized 4 times. Seeing Cheng Miao offer it to him, without hesitation left him at a loss for words. The butler only reacts to the peonies. If you start digging them up, he will undoubtedly attack you. If you give me this tool, we are a team that I believe you can hold him off, and you must believe in yourself, Cheng Miao said, her gaze filled with encouragement. Lin Zhu met Cheng Miao's clear eyes, feeling an indescribable sensation within him, and nodded earnestly in response. I in the garden. The butler stood like a lifeless husk beside the peony bushes, his gaze vacant, his skin faintly revealing the marks of decay. Cheng Miao swallowed the pill that Zhang Hui had given her, patting Lin Zhu's shoulder before darting toward the other side. Lin Zhu fixed his gaze upon the butler, who bore an uncanny resemblance to a corpse, steeling himself as he called out, "Butler, is there something wrong with the peonies? Why do you guard them so vigilantly?" Upon hearing the mention of the peonies, the butler slowly turned his back to Lin Zhu. The latter swallowed nervously, his hands clenched tightly at his sides. Lin Zhu watched as the butler gestured toward him with the back of his hand. Behind him stood Granny Sang, who had fully materialized behind the butler, the two sharing a single body. Granny Sang at the back, the butler at the front. The body was that of a corpse, moving in accordance with the will of the ghost at the rear. "Hey, what are you looking at?" Granny Sang's lips barely moved, and her voice emerged from the already purpling mouth of the butler as he turned to dash toward Lin Zhu, his movements comically grotesque. Lin Zhu dared not blink, raising his hand to hurl the firecrackers around the butler. Meanwhile, Cheng Miao seized the opportunity to sprint toward the peony bushes with utmost speed, not pausing to observe the scene behind her as she knelt and began to dig frantically at the roots of the two peculiar peonies. Seeing the once swift figure come to a halt filled Lin Zhu with elation. It was working. As he stepped forward, the yellow talisman still not affixed to the butler, he noticed Granny Sang's eyes flicker ominously, seemingly detecting the uninvited guest beside the peonies. Disregarding Lin Zhu, the butler charged toward Cheng Miao, who, unable to impede him, brandished the jump rope, causing the butler, who had been poised to pounce, to halt in his tracks. Lin Zhu did not dare to calculate the duration of the toolless effect and, in one breath, affixed all the yellow talismans to the butler's body. In an instant, a piercing, ghostly wail erupted, akin to the anguished cries of countless vengeful spirits clawing at the walls, sending Lin Zhu, who stood closest, reeling in shock. Cheng Miao was momentarily startled by the high-pitched screams but remained focused, gritting her teeth as she pressed on. Due to the white stones, her hands were bloodied, and the originally vibrant peonies were left wilting to one side as she tore them from their roots. Before long, Cheng Miao finally unearthed a hard box, and her mind raced with exhilaration. She had found it. Chapter 42. The Secrets of Changfu 14. Cheng Miao exerted her strength, cradling the object in her arms without paying heed to the dirt on the box. The box was approximately 1 meter in length, square and solid, inscribed with incomprehensible runes, reminiscent of a coffin. Cheng Miao mused. Meanwhile, Lin Zhu crawled over, utilizing both hands and feet, his ears still bleeding, having been startled by the previous ghostly wail. "Sister Miao, you have no idea." The moment the yellow talisman was affixed, the steward was engulfed in flames, a fierce blue blaze accompanied by a pungent odor of decay. The elder Sang behind them had been incinerated by the spell, and the steward's lifeless body lay sprawled on the ground. Lin Zhu wiped the sweat from his brow with his sleeve, his gaze vacant as he shivered. It has been dead for a long time. The corpse is already decomposing. Cheng Miao paid him no mind. People are forged through experience. When Lin Zhu first beheld the corpse, he nearly faltered, yet now he managed to utter a coherent sentence. An improvement indeed. After a few moments of daze, Lin Zhu regained his composure and assisted Cheng Miao in opening the box. However, a man's anguished scream echoed nearby, accompanied by Li Qing's furious yet sorrowful roar, "Qi Zi." Cheng Miao's pupils dilated. Urgency coursed through her veins. They were nearing their limits. The flower demon was far more formidable than they had anticipated. Had it not been for the collective efforts of all players, this dungeon would likely have ended in total annihilation. After considerable effort, Cheng Miao finally pried open a small gap in the box with her fishbone dagger. With a firm press of the hilt, the box sprang open. Lin Zhu peered inside, his heart skipping a beat. Cheng Miao lowered her gaze, biting her lip. Though she had anticipated this, the reality was still unsettling. Inside the box lay a delicately carved boy, eyes closed as if in slumber. His chest subtly rose and fell. It was unclear whether the runes on the box or the peculiar white stone allowed him to survive underground, untouched by food or drink. The bottom of the box was punctuated with small holes, through which slender flower stems had burrowed deeply into the boy's skin, pulsating with each heartbeat as they delivered nourishment to the boy's body. Cheng Miao carefully severed the flower stems with her dagger, and as soon as they detached from the boy, they sprang to life, swiftly escaping through the holes in the box's base. The boy remained unconscious, yet Cheng Miao could feel his pulse strengthen under her hand. Congratulations, player Cheng Miao and Lin Zhu, for completing the dungeon task The Secrets of Changfu. Loading dungeon settlement point. Lin Zhu set it ablaze. Upon hearing the notification, Cheng Miao hastily rose, disregarding the true identity of the young master within the box, and poured the lamp oil she had previously collected onto the flowers. Lin Zhu swiftly produced a flint, striking it twice. Sparks ignited, and upon contacting the oiled flowers, the flames erupted violently, casting a crimson glow across the sky. Watching the fire blaze uncontrollably, Cheng Miao heard Jiang Hao's manic laughter resound. "Cheng Gu, we can do it." As the blinding flames and the pain in her fingers subsided, Cheng Miao opened her eyes to find herself alongside Lin Zhu amidst the chaos. Stretching languidly, she listened to her weary bones crack and pop. Accustomed to the task conclusion, she felt a sense of ease as she reclined. "Sister Miao, Lin Zhu fidgeted awkwardly beside her for a moment before finally speaking into the darkness. "Lin Zhu, would you like to partner with me?" Cheng Miao interjected, articulating what he had hesitated to voice. Lin Zhu's eyes brightened, his face flushing with excitement. "See, can we?" Cheng Miao envisioned the boy's current state, relaxed her expression, and smiled. "You are clever, quick-witted, capable, and obedient. If you are willing, I would be delighted to have you." "I'm willing. I am willing," Lin Zhu exclaimed joyfully, bouncing with glee. Having played the game for some time, he had always been alone, often dismissed by others for his clumsiness and frailty, rarely finding a partner. The prospect of teaming up with Cheng Miao made him want to embrace her in gratitude. "I am currently a guest at the Advanced Inn. I should be able to transfer to the lodge after this settlement. I opted for the Parrot Lodge. What about you?" Lin Zhu gasped in the darkness. "Sister Miao, you're so impressive, yet you are just a guest at the Advanced Inn?" "I am at the 8 Parrots Lodge. As soon as I step out, I will request a change of location. Wait for me, Sister Miao." "Are there any requirements for changing locations?" Cheng Miao tilted her head, aware that Lin Zhu's level surpassed hers, and he possessed knowledge she lacked. Lin Zhu was now certain that Cheng Miao remained a guest at the Advanced Inn because she had only recently entered the Survival Lodge. Given her prowess, she could rapidly ascend through the dungeons. Suppressing his admiration, Lin Zhu earnestly shared the information he had gathered, explaining that the Advanced Inn was a unique establishment, akin to a novice village. Only after leaving the Advanced Inn does one officially commence the game, a process that typically consumes considerable time for most players. Beyond the Advanced Inn, there exist 5 types of lodgings: the lodge, the hotel, the inn, the resort, and the clubhouse. Each subsequent upgrade in lodging type offers 2 free selection opportunities, one upon reaching the current lodge and another when preparing to upgrade. The Advanced Inn is divided into 3 tiers: low, medium, and high. The remaining 5 types are not categorized in such a manner. Using my lodge as an example, it resembles our reality, featuring various room types. However, the lodge remains a low-level accommodation, offering merely standard rooms and king-sized rooms. Unlike the Advanced Inn, the lodgings that follow are genuinely designed for players to relax and unwind. Different room types come with varying price points, allowing players to choose according to their preferences. Those wishing to save money for a swift upgrade would opt for cheaper rooms, while those desiring a more comfortable experience could choose the more expensive options. Cheng Miao pondered, digesting the information before articulating her thoughts. Therefore, as one advances to higher-tier lodgings, many players likely progress slowly due to spending their earnings on upscale accommodations. Higher-end lodgings provide better conditions, allowing us, who constantly tread the line between life and death, to enjoy a semblance of life. Lin Zhu nodded vigorously, reminiscent of a chick pecking at grains, but then recalled that Cheng Miao was visually impaired and quickly affirmed her insight aloud. "You mentioned that the 2 selection opportunities are free. What if one wishes to change midway?" Lin Zhu's face fell. "Then a service fee would be required, typically equivalent to one night's accommodation for the player's room type." Lin Zhu winced as he calculated his balance. barely covering the service fee for another stay. However, the prospect of teaming up with Cheng Miao brought him joy once more. Then they want to force you into dungeons afterward? Cheng Miao's voice, cold and clear in the darkness, did not frighten Lin Zhu. Rather, it provided a sense of reassurance. Not anymore. Lin Zhu removed his glasses to clean them, but remembered he could not see now. So he put them back on. The cost for rooms in the subsequent lodges is not low. To stay continuously, one must enter dungeons. No, Cheng Miao absent-mindedly tapped her cheek, and anyone witnessing this gesture would find it quite endearing. There are other ways to earn money. Chapter 43. The parrot in what? Lin Zhu did not catch the faint whisper of Cheng Miao and tilted her head in inquiry. Nothing. Those are matters for the future. There's no need to worry about them now. The settlement hasn't come through yet. Should we wait for Li Cheng and the others? Lin Zhu felt equally at a loss. It was her first time encountering such a group task. Before they had to wait too long in the darkness, a sudden outburst of curses broke the silence. Damn, you scared me. I thought I was really going to meet my end there. Cheesy, are you all right? Of course. I have a few holes in me that were killing me, but they're gone now. Ah, you finally made it. Cheng Miao's voice emerged, causing Jiang Qi to involuntarily exclaim before hastily diverting the topic. Hey, Miss Cheng, you're still here. I assumed we would settle individually, but it turns out we are doing it together. Cheng Miao listened absently as the others discussed, her mind yearning for a place to rest. Did you two eliminate the flower demons? Cheng Miao asked, recalling her desire to explore the integrity of the story. Yes, it's quite a tragic tale. From what Madame Cheng said before her demise, after the Cheng patriarch and his brothers prospered on her wealth, they discovered that their 2 wives were not human. They then kept mistresses outside, and children were born. When the wives found out, the brothers were already deliberating on how to report their own wives to the authorities. Madame Cheng raised the only son of the Cheng patriarch to tend to flowers, while the second wife poisoned him, keeping a living corpse by her side. Jiang Hao sighed and added, in the end, both of them committed suicide. Cheng Miao listened, unsure how to respond, a feeling of heaviness settling in her heart. Ding, players Cheng Miao, Lin Zhu, Li Cheng, Jiang Qi, Zhang Hui, and Jiang Hao have completed the quest in the world of the book, The Secrets of the Cheng Mansion. Reward, 500 travel coins. Player Cheng Miao contributed the most to the completion of the Cheng Mansion's secrets, earning 300 travel coins. Player Cheng Miao received an A rating for her performance in the quest, with a completion rate of 100, earning 700 travel coins. Player Cheng Miao has accumulated a total of 1,500 travel coins in the low-level shared lodging quest, with a remaining balance of 2,107 travel coins. Player Cheng Miao's item, Fishbone Dagger upgraded to a formidable Fishbone Dagger. Cheng Miao mused, the naming is rather lackluster. The settlement concluded, and players were prompted to confirm their return point. The parrot in. Confirm. Transmitting. Cheng Miao blinked, finding herself on a dirt road, flanked by tall rice seedlings. The night sky was thick with darkness, and a vague crescent moon hung crookedly in the distance. Turning back, Cheng Miao observed the long, slender dirt path leading into the distance, directly facing a 3-story white building that bore no distinction from the modest inn seen in urban villages. Red paper adorned the glass door, proclaiming welcome. A solitary street lamp stood by the roadside, casting a faint orange glow that formed an oval shape. Guests are arriving. Cheng Miao heard the flapping of wings and looked up to see a beautiful budgerigar descending from the 2nd floor of the building. Instinctively, she raised her arm, and to her surprise, the parrot landed directly on her hand, its beady eyes scrutinizing her. Such a lovely young lady. I quite like you. Cheng Miao felt a twitch in her brow as she retrieved a hard card from her pocket, reading, Parrot in. Hold on, let us get acquainted first. The parrot tilted its head, theatrically clearing its throat. I'm called Parrot Brother, the proprietor of this inn. I adore beautiful ladies and dashing gentlemen, and I have a particular fondness for colorful things. Most of all, I relish the company of the young. Chung Miao was left dizzy by the parrot's incessant chatter. Boss, can we talk inside? It's quite windy out here. Parrot brother opened a wing, inspecting its unruffled feathers. Is it windy? Well, if you say so, then it must be. If you have a lodging voucher, I'll surely let you in, so why rush? Though, I suppose it's only natural for a beautiful lady to have higher demands. Watching parrot brother flap its wings and take flight to lead the way, Chung Miao felt a wave of defeat wash over her. She had hoped the loquacious parrot might divulge some information, yet it was far more talkative than she anticipated. The glass door opened automatically, and after parrot brother and Chung Miao entered, it closed behind them. Chung Miao surveyed her surroundings. It was an ordinary inn reception, with shelves filled with various items, serving a dual purpose as a general store. The overly bright lighting cast a pallid hue across the room, while distant-voiced parrot brother perched at the front desk, grasping a pen to scribble on an open housing record. Which would you prefer, a standard room or a single room? The prices are the same, but personally, I recommend the single room. It has more tables and chairs. Both have private bathrooms, though the hot water can be hit or miss at times. Is it solar-powered then? Chung Miao, accustomed to the Roach brothers' frugality, couldn't help but let the words slip. Hey, you're quite the amusing girl. Ha ha ha, you've made me laugh so hard. Chung Miao could only watch with a twitching mouth as parrot brother rolled with laughter at the counter. I'll take the single room, Chung Miao decided, recalling something. If I need to change my room type later, you're a delightful young lady. I'll give you a complimentary upgrade. Just remember, checkout is at 12 p.m., or you can renew for 500 a night. That's quite expensive, Chung Miao murmured as she shakily wrote her name on the check-in form, glancing through it for any familiar names. Boss, do I have to register if I'm just checking in? Parrot brother swooped into the counter, retrieving a set of keys before returning. Absolutely. We are a legitimate inn. You just came from a shared lodging, right? It's not very formal there. Many illegal activities take place. I heard that last time. A front desk worker tried to eat in front of guests. How uncouth. Chung Miao steadied herself against the counter, taking a deep breath. Boss, I might have a few teammates arriving shortly, and when they do... Parrot brother showed no sign of irritation at being interrupted, nodding its small head. Don't worry, my service is professional. All right then, I'll trust you. By the way, we don't have a restaurant here. If you want to eat, you'll have to come down to help yourself. It's a buffet. Parrot brother flapped its small wings, and Chung Miao noticed a sign posted on the wall. The dining area is located to the right of the front desk on the first floor. The food is available at all times, but it's tiered, so you'll need to check in the dining area for specifics. Chung Miao hesitated, her toes brushing against the ground before she spoke. I suppose I won't be seeing the previous front desk staff again, will I? Upon hearing this, Parrot brother crossed its wings over its heart. Wow, do you still wish to see them? How kind of you. Most players here are afraid of me and don't chat with me. I wouldn't harm them. Well, I might, but only if they don't have a lodging voucher. By the way, which shared lodging were you in? Chung Miao hesitated, her gaze flickering. She was concerned that if the Roach brothers had a poor relationship with Parrot brother, it could lead to complications. Although she knew they couldn't do anything to her, she truly wished to avoid any cunning encounters after exiting the quest. Parrot brother, surprisingly perceptive, noted her silence and nodded. I understand. If you had a good relationship, front desk staff can visit each other, and perhaps you could meet again. Chung Miao politely thanked him, took the key, and ascended the stairs according to the room number, leaving Parrot brother behind at the counter, preening its feathers. It had been a long time since she had such an enjoyable chat. Chapter 44. The Pain of Financial Hardship at 3:05. Chung Miao paused at the doorway, glancing around. The room was quite pleasant, positioned neither too far nor too close to the stairwell. It was unlikely to be disturbed by noise, yet it remained convenient for guests. As Chung Miao ascended the stairs, she observed the seemingly endless corridor of rooms, resembling a long train carriage. With her keen ears, she caught snippets of conversation, the clinking of cutlery, and the soft sounds of slumbering guests. Using her key, she unlocked her door to reveal a modest chamber. A 1.5-meter bed adorned with crisp white linens, a small cabinet topped with a lamp and a telephone, a television set, and beside it, a slightly yellowed fan resting on the floor. Against the wall stood a round glass table accompanied by a woven chair. The bathroom was narrow, requiring caution while bathing to avoid tripping over the squat toilet. The washbasin and mirror were located within, the latter bearing a note. For disposable toiletries, please purchase at the front desk. Chung Miao glanced at the towels provided in the room. They were not only discolored but also emitted a peculiar musty odor. To her delight, the room featured a window. Approaching it, she peered outside to see the very path she had traveled earlier and the boundless expanse of rice fields. The path seemed to lead toward distant mountains, evoking the charm of a pastoral landscape. Her sharp eyes soon spotted a rather endearing figure on the road, prompting a smile as she secured the door and descended the stairs. Upon reaching the front desk, she found Lin Zhu blushing furiously, his head almost buried in his chest, as the parrot berated him. I despise spineless individuals. Tell me, I don't? Lin Zhu was on the verge of tears. Most players regarded the front desk with trepidation, while a few, undaunted, maintained a respectful distance. Unbeknownst to him, the parrot's sudden appearance on the path had startled him, leading to his current predicament. Chung Miao lingered at the staircase, listening to the parrot's relentless mockery of Lin Zhu for a full 3 minutes, finally understanding why she found the parrot amiable. Yet few chose to stay at its lodge. It was evidently a creature that treated those it liked with great kindness, while it could be caustic to those it did not favor. Seeing Lin Zhu's curly hair drooping lifelessly, Chung Miao quickly intervened. All right, boss, please spare him. He is my teammate. The parrot, parched from its tirade, lowered its head to drink from its designated cup, but perked up at the sound of Chung Miao's voice. Oh, it's you. How could you choose such a dull and timid teammate? So impolite, too. Enough. Just because he is good-looking doesn't mean you can criticize him, Chung Miao retorted, having grasped the parrot's temperament. It thrived on jest and familiarity, and the more one feared it, the less it liked them. Upon hearing Chung Miao's words, the parrot finally ceased its chattering, tilting its head to observe Lin Zhu, whose gaze remained downcast. He is rather handsome, but why so dull? The parrot waved its wings dismissively and flew to the front desk to register for accommodations. Lin Zhu finally escaped the parrot's incessant chatter, realizing that when he mentioned changing lodgings upon returning to the parrot's inn, the usually aloof parrot elder had cast him a glance brimming with a mix of concern and disdain. The parrot carelessly tossed the key and alighted on Chung Miao's shoulder. You may now enter team mode. If you wish to jointly enter a dungeon, simply register at the front desk. Those who register together will share a single dungeon pass. However, if you prefer to enter separately, there is no guarantee you'll be able to access the same dungeon. The parrot, fond of Chung Miao, was willing to divulge more information. After all, it didn't want to be left alone for conversation should the young lady meet an untimely end, unlike the elderly parrot. Chung Miao nodded, purchasing some daily necessities at the convenience store. With her remaining points, she could afford 3 more days, while Lin Zhu would have even less. Let us have a meal first. Would you like to join us? Chung Miao inquired politely. The parrot's small eyes gleamed with a mysterious light. I'll pass. Food will be served shortly. For players who had failed in the game, no assistance was forthcoming. Chung Miao felt the dining hall featured stainless steel pots filled with steaming food, but the kitchen was nowhere to be seen. Several large bowls of food sat quietly in the center of the hall, casting an eerie atmosphere. Lin Zhu, at the age where he was still growing, was already famished. Sis Miao, look, here are the meal prices, Lin Zhu pointed out. Following his lead, Chung Miao approached a table displaying a plastic price sign. 1 dish soup for 5 travel coins, and a portion of rice for 3 travel coins, with instructions to register for desired meals. Chung Miao noted down 1 dish and 1 soup, along with a serving of rice. Seeing Lin Zhu's flushed face as he glanced between the food and the prices, she chuckled. We can share. You can choose whatever you like. Lin Zhu understood Chung Miao's good intentions, scratching his head before hurriedly jotting down a few items, then tugging her toward the serving area. Chung Miao's keen eyes caught sight of Lin Zhu's order, 3 servings of rice and 1 soup. The dishes served in the dining hall were typical home-style meals, reminiscent of university canteens. What was advertised as spicy stir-fried meat often turned out to be mostly peppers. With her culinary skills, Chung Miao expertly piled the food, making it appear as if there were 2 servings instead of 1. Under her encouragement, Lin Zhu took small bites of his meal, determined to earn money and not lag behind. How much do you have left? Chung Miao asked, observing Lin Zhu as he struggled with his last morsel of rice while sipping soup slowly. The soup, a sparse pork and radish concoction, was rather bland but manageable. Lin Zhu, his mouth full of spicy peppers mixed with rice, replied, his face flushed. I still have 120 travel coins. He awkwardly added, I haven't been at the inn long. After clearing 4 dungeons, I haven't saved much. Chung Miao understood. Having discerned the pattern, generally, lodging fees were comparable to dungeon entry fees. If players did not contribute significantly, their earnings might barely cover meals. Lin Zhu's savings could still afford him a change of inn, indicating he was quite capable. Can the inn cover expenses for companions? Chung Miao pondered her balance, furrowing her brow in agitation. She had little left herself. It seemed that both in reality and in the game, poverty was a daunting obstacle. Lin Zhu lowered his head, feeling quite embarrassed only for those in the same team. Chung Miao, oblivious to Lin Zhu's thoughts, candidly discussed their situation. The money I have left is only enough for us to stay 1 more night. We must enter the dungeon by tomorrow afternoon at the latest. Lin Zhu hurriedly waved his hands. It's all right, Sis Miao. I plan to tackle a dungeon on my own tomorrow. Chapter 45 A cat Xing Miao smiled as she interrupted Lin Zhu's words, assuring him that it was of no concern to him and that he need not feel any psychological burden. I have a companion who might come looking for me, and I need to wait for her here. Lin Zhu, she silently mourned for him. Well, she is a little girl, younger than you, but she has quite a temper, so you might need to be more accommodating. Stars sparkled in Lin Zhu's scholarly eyes. A child that young can team up with Sister Miao. She must be extraordinary. It's normal for remarkable people to have a bit of a temper. Don't worry, Sister Miao. I will certainly strive to win her over. Chung Miao. Something feels off, but she couldn't be bothered to correct him. Having expended considerable energy in the Changfu secret dungeon, Lin Zhu retired early to his room for sleep. Chung Miao quit. In the darkness, Qi Jiajie lay among a pile of corpses, breathing softly, her pair of gleaming cat-like eyes squinting slightly as she observed the outside world. The acrid stench of the dead filled her nostrils, and a flicker of disgust crossed her face, soon replaced by anxiety. This was her 3rd dungeon since parting with Chung Miao. She had yet to save enough money to upgrade to an inn, so she remained in the high-end dormitory, progressing from one dungeon to the next. Now, she could recover her stamina within the dungeon. For instance, she had just taken a nap among the corpses. If it weren't for the disturbances outside, she could have rested a while longer. Qi Jiajie worried that with Chung Miao's abilities, she had already reached the inn. Although she had forced herself to consult with the Cockroach brothers despite her disgust, the flow of time within the dungeon differed from that in the inn. As long as she was fast enough, she could catch up. Chung Miao would certainly not wait for her, and if she missed this opportunity, she might never see her again. Qi Jiajie did not understand why she felt compelled to follow Chung Miao. In essence, it was a form of self-deprecation. A self-mocking smile appeared on her blood-stained face. At home, she knew Chung Miao did not like her, yet she was determined to make her like her. After a restful sleep, Chung Miao sat in a daze on her bed, the fan at the foot of her bed creaking. The inn became clammy at night. Without the fan, it was nearly impossible to sleep. Chung Miao hesitated to open the window, knowing there was no life-threatening danger, but who could know what lurked outside it? After having a late breakfast, Chung Miao stepped out of the inn for a stroll. Lin Zhu was still asleep. Since teaming up with Chung Miao, a significant portion of his worries had dissipated, and this was the longest he had slept. Parrot was absent from the front desk, and Chung Miao was intrigued by the area outside the inn, discovering that unlike the dormitory, guests were allowed to venture out. After observing for a while without spotting Parrot eating, she exited through the glass door. Outside, it was a bright sunny day, and Chung Miao was delighted to see the sun again. The warm rays enveloped her, and leaning against the wall of the inn, she pondered whether the sun was truly real or merely an illusion. The longer she stayed at the Survival Inn, the more magical it felt. It resembled another world. If the dormitory had initially been a mere rudimentary resting place, the inn had begun to embody certain essential elements of real life, such as sunlight and moonlight. It was increasingly reminiscent of the real world. Chung Miao crouched down, and had she not known that Parrot would feast on players in the rice fields, she might have wanted to lie down and bask in the sun. Suddenly, a small black dot appeared in her peripheral vision, startling Chung Miao, causing her to spring up defensively. Upon closer inspection, she found herself in a daze. That it was a beautiful black cat, its coat sleek and shiny, glimmering in the sunlight. Its small ears stood upright, occasionally swiveling to catch sounds from around it. The cat's blue pupils resembled gemstones, and at noon, its black pupils appeared as vertical slits in the center of its eyes. The black cat noticed Chung Miao but showed no sign of fear or affection, simply striding over to the sunniest spot beside the iron end. It curled up and began to bask in the sun. Chung Miao, I'm done for. Having forgotten she was in a game and not pausing to ponder how a black cat had come to be there, Chung Miao crouched down and cautiously inched closer, murmuring, "Meow, meow, meow." The black cat lazily glanced back at Chung Miao, then nonchalantly closed its eyes, resting its head on its paws and drifting off to sleep. Chung Miao, it's so adorable. Lin Zhu, rubbing his eyes, pulled back the curtain and was taken aback to see Chung Miao squatting outside the inn, hugging her knees. Thinking he had misperceived, he hurriedly rushed out with 2 buns in his mouth, only to find Chung Miao in a hushed conversation with the cat. Lin Zhu, has Sister Miao been possessed by a ghost? Noticing someone had emerged, Chung Miao turned around, her face beaming with delight. You're awake? Look, there's a kitty. Lin Zhu. After sitting beside Chung Miao for half an hour, Lin Zhu felt the sun scorching his head. He watched as Chung Miao quietly sat next to the cat, her head covered with a piece of clothing, and he found himself at a loss for words. Hey, Sister Miao, it seems someone is approaching. Lin Zhu shielded his eyes with his hand, gazing at the small black dot growing closer in the distance. Parrot, with a foul temper and a sharp tongue, had not encountered many guests in recent days, and those who had stayed for a while were reluctant to interact with the 2 newcomers. Chung Miao raised her gaze to the newcomer, unable to discern the original color of the small dress they wore, and a weight in her heart was gently lifted. Chi Jia had just been teleported here after emerging from the dungeon. She had gone 2 days without food or water and was walking somewhat unsteadily. Damn it, the sun outside the inn was so intense. Hearing voices, Chi Jia squinted to look, her attention drawn to the figure approaching. Upon seeing someone suddenly sprinting, Chung Miao couldn't help but twitch her lips, rising to her feet. The awakened black cat stretched, casting a cold glance at the approaching figure before vanishing into thin air with a few leaps. Chung Miao watched the black cat leave with a tinge of regret, only for her clothing to be tugged at the next moment. Chang Miao looked down at Qi Jiejia, noting her disheveled appearance. It seemed she had gone through more than one dungeon. Her clothes were tattered, and she bore numerous injuries that, while not fatal, appeared quite painful. Though Qi Jiejia still wore her usual somber expression, she seemed more— Chang Miao was momentarily unsure whether to marvel at how dungeons could shape a person. Sister Miao, is this your companion? Lin Zhu peered out from beside Chang Miao, his eyes widening at the sight of the little girl. She is quite impressive to have made it to the inn all on her own. Hearing the voice, Qi Jiejia squinted her eyes, her gaze filled with hostility and lingering bloodlust as she directed her attention towards Lin Zhu, who stood next to Chang Miao. Chapter 46. The beautiful moments are always fleeting. Lin Zhu was momentarily stunned by the gaze that bore a mixture of bloodlust and ferocity. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, his premeditated self-introduction escaped his lips. Hello, I am Lin Zhu, pleased to make your acquaintance. Qi Jiejia was taken aback, her face displaying a somewhat neurotic smile. As soon as Lin Zhu finished speaking, he regretted it, now intimidated by the fragmented expression on Qi Jiejia's face. Chang Miao, unable to bear the awkwardness, gave Qi Jiejia a light smack on the head, admonishing her to be friendly to their new teammate. Qi Jiejia, however, was in no mood to comply. Having just returned from a harrowing dungeon, she was still brimming with hostility. How could a new team member appear after just a few dungeons? She glared up at Chang Miao, her teeth clenched, questioning the necessity of a new addition. Chang Miao, unyielding, was not one to coddle. She despised placating others, let alone a child. It makes sense. Lin Zhu and I are already a team. Since we do not require a new member, we shall take our leave. You do as you wish. With that, Chang Miao turned on her heel, leaving Lin Zhu momentarily bewildered as he followed her, his feet still unsteady, presenting a rather comical sight. Just as the hem of her garment was caught, Chang Miao silently counted to 15 in her mind, and when she reached that number, Qi Jiejia's deliberately sweet voice chimed, "Hello, brother Lin Zhu. I am Qi Jiejia." Lin Zhu's pupils quivered as he observed Qi Jiejia's doll-like face, her words strikingly obedient. This young girl was simply enchanting, leaving Lin Zhu in a daze. "Hello, hello." Chang Miao, with keen eyes, noticed a fluffy, plump bird flitting into the inn. She shifted her stance, and Qi Jiejia obediently followed, although her hand remained firmly at her side. Fortunately, the clothing from the general store was durable. Otherwise, her incessant tugging would have rendered it misshapen. Chang Miao pondered absent-mindedly. "Ah, a guest has arrived." The parrot flapped it. "I used to see a player only every 10 days or so." Qi Jiejia, still seething, allowed her temper to cloud her judgment and exclaimed sarcastically, "Is this the inn's front desk? So chatty." Chatty? The parrot seemed frozen in place, its feathers bristling like a cat's back arching in anger. "Who are you calling chatty? Ah, do you still wish to stay here?" She stood on her tiptoes, engaging in a heated argument with the parrot. "Is it common practice to chase guests away? What kind of business is this?" Chang Miao stood by, arms crossed, enjoying the spectacle, while Lin Zhu shrank behind her. He was no longer afraid of the parrot, but engaging in a verbal spar with the talking bird was still a daunting task. "Sister Miao, should I intervene?" "There's no need. Can't you see they're both quite relieved?" "Relieved? Well, that is indeed a novel way to relieve stress." Once their verbal sparring had run its course, the parrot flung the keys down. "Hurry up and register. Once you're done, get out of my sight." Qi Jiejia rolled her eyes as she filled out her personal information. She had only 500 travel coins, just enough for one night's stay. Chang Miao led Qi Jiejia to the cafeteria, where the three pooled their meager funds to enjoy a reasonably satisfying lunch. They spent 20 travel coins on a phone that only had a camera function, and the remainder went toward instant noodles. Chang Miao gazed at her dwindling travel coin balance, now a mere 10 coins, and sighed mournfully. Qi Jiejia clutched 3 bowls of instant noodles, glancing at Chang Miao's forlorn expression. Her little face stiffened slightly. "I can enter the dungeon now. There's no need to spend money." Chang Miao, noticing Qi Jiejia's trembling legs, chose not to shatter her resolve. We also need rest. There will be plenty of time ahead. We shall enter the dungeon tomorrow at noon. Initially, Cheng Miao had expected Qi Jiejia to protest about not staying together, but it was evident that Qi Jiejia had matured considerably during her recent dungeon escapades. Though still eccentric and somewhat deranged, she had shed her childishness. That evening, the two children squeezed into Cheng Miao's room to slurp instant noodles. Lin Zhu was gentle by nature, albeit a bit slow-witted. He failed to sense Qi Jiejia's antagonism towards him. Believing the young girl to be somewhat standoffish, he felt reassured when she called him Brother Lin Zhu, affirming their bond as siblings for whom he must be kind. Qi Jiejia felt a tinge of frustration. No matter how unfriendly she attempted to appear, Lin Zhu remained cheerful, helping her tear open the noodle packets and prepare the water. In the end, she could only glare at him in silence, too lazy to expend energy on words. Cheng Miao slurped her noodles while retrieving her items from her ring. This is my item. It can control the actions of spirits, with 3 uses remaining. This is my offensive item. The two individuals opposite her exchanged glances, both at a loss for words. Qi Jiejia had an antisocial personality, having been adored yet never truly trusted. Lin Zhu, with his scholarly radiance in the real world, had few friends in the realm of gaming. Amidst life and death situations, there was little trust to extend to others. Both were experiencing unconditional trust for the first time, not only due to Cheng Miao's unwavering belief in them, but also because of their own confidence in their ability to judge character. Cheng Miao did not elaborate on the lesser items, mentioning only the dagger and jump rope, Tioher. These were the tools that could genuinely prove useful within the dungeon. Knowing oneself and understanding each other were crucial. Mutual trust and resource integration were essential for teamwork. Qi Jiejia set down her bowl of braised beef noodles and tossed a pink hairpin, freshly removed from her damp hair, onto the table before continuing to stir her noodles. Cheng Miao picked it up, inspecting the item description, raising an eyebrow. A protective item, quite useful. Make sure to keep it safe. Qi Jiejia resumed stirring her noodles, recalling that she possessed a noose from a dead person, which, thanks to that item, she had avoided being pushed out by Zhao Yang. The item was designed to ensnare whatever one intended to capture, yet it had significant limitations and often proved ineffective. Lin Zhu, somewhat bashful, adjusted his glasses and produced a hefty tome, placing it on the table. Qi Jiejia slurped her noodles, intrigued. After I cleared the dungeon of the Changfu Cine, it leveled up. It allows me to quickly memorize any knowledge or skill during a dungeon for a duration of 2 days. Lin Zhu felt a bit self-conscious, believing his item to be somewhat lackluster, but Cheng Miao found it perfectly tailored for him. Lin Zhu was quick-witted, with strong analytical skills. If he wielded the right item, it would significantly aid him in conquering dungeons. That night, as Cheng Miao lay in bed, she reminisced about the sunbathing black cat from earlier and recalled the parrot's words. The black cat? Oh, you saw it? It's the owner of the Black Cat Inn. With such fine sunlight and fresh air, it comes around often. That I don't know when it usually arrives. It never makes its presence known. Cat food? We have some, but I can't say if it eats it. You know what we typically consume, right? Cheng Miao pursed her lips, wondering if that cat, like the cockroach brethren, viewed failed players as mere snacks. Would she ever have the chance to see it again? Chapter 47, Tang Tao's Campus Life, Part 1. The following midday, the 3 individuals convened punctually at the front desk of the guest house. Cheng Miao initially intended to stow away the remaining instant noodles in her spatial backpack, yet she was deterred by Parrot. Food and water are prohibited from being taken into the instance. If the instance does not provide sustenance, then what one brings cannot be consumed. Conversely, should the instance guarantee ample provisions, one must partake of the food within. Cheng Miao stacked the remaining 3 containers of instant noodles at the front desk, promising herself to return for them later. Lin Zhu had already registered, presenting Cheng Miao with the instance pass inscribed with the names of the trio. Make sure to return alive. Otherwise, I shall be left without anyone. Cheng Miao and her companions traversed the earthen path into the mountains, gradually losing sight of the guest house until the surrounding air became thick and viscous, reminiscent of wading through water. The environment dimmed progressively, and upon the return of illumination, Cheng Miao found the pass had vanished, leaving them standing before the grand entrance of a school. The guest house experience was markedly different. Every instant's teleportation there left one feeling dizzy, Qi Jia murmured, while Lin Zhu quietly chimed in beside her. They were the first to arrive, and the iron gate was tightly secured, likely due to the absence. After a short wait, numerous individuals arrived in succession. Cheng Miao counted. There were a staggering 18 of them. Newcomers were easily identifiable, their expressions fraught with anxiety and suspicion, with some even succumbing to tears. Cheng Miao surmised that not every guesthouse front desk would provide thorough explanations. Some players might have been unceremoniously thrust into the instance. The one calming the newcomers and elucidating the situation was a man in his 30s or 40s, standing at over 6 feet tall, with a robust physique suggestive of a military background, his eyes gleaming with a tenacity born from encounters with bloodshed and death. This middle-aged man was named Qin Musong. He succinctly outlined the current circumstances, refraining from wasting time on those still grappling with acceptance. Cheng Miao raised an eyebrow, noting his empathetic yet composed demeanor, a rarity indeed. Amidst the clamor of newcomers and seasoned players clamoring to introduce themselves, a notification rang out. Welcome, players, to the Instance Tang Tao's campus life. Please survive for 4 days within the instance to complete it. A prompt followed. 1. A moon reflected in a mirror, a flower mirrored in water. 2. When the false appears true, the true becomes false. The cacophony startled a diminutive girl who let out a low shriek. The sounds of students laughing, bickering, and lamenting poor exam results eased some players' tensions. Cheng Miao's expression remained grave. Such instances often harbored supernatural occurrences, necessitating caution. Qi Jia played with her hair. Lin Zhu, ever the learner, remarked, "What an eye-opener." A middle-aged woman, dressed as a head teacher, emerged and, upon spotting Qin Musong at the forefront of the crowd, offered a somewhat bittersweet smile. "Uve arrived. Please follow me inside." Qin Musong strode forward, with Cheng Miao and her companions trailing behind. Observing that nothing untoward transpired as a few others entered, the remaining players followed suit, albeit the head teacher allocated a classroom to them, apologizing, "I hadn't anticipated such a large gathering. We lack enough prepared accommodations, so I must trouble you to stay in the dormitory." No one dared voice dissent. The previously whispering players fell silent. Qin Musong intended to subtly glean the instance's plot when a cold voice interjected, "Director, we are eager to commence our work. Feel free to convey any instructions." Qin Musong glanced sidelong at the girl who spoke, noting her neat appearance and fair complexion that accentuated her striking features, particularly her hazel eyes that shimmered with an ethereal light. The head teacher, grimacing, shook her head at Cheng Miao. "We truly had no other option but to invite you here. Over 10 students have already perished. The principal wishes to keep the matter discreet, having communicated with the police, and has requested your assistance in investigating." Lin Zhu observed as Cheng Miao lowered her gaze, idly touching her nose, sensing his lack of insight. The head teacher produced a stack of student records from her bag, handing them to Cheng Miao. "Here is the relevant information. You might attribute their deaths to natural causes, yet who could encounter such bizarre circumstances? In merely a month, so many have perished." Cheng Miao hastily skimmed the records. A compass pierced through the temple, a head crushed by a lead ball, drowned in a wash basin. She passed the documents to Qi Jia, who promptly extracted her phone to capture images of each page. Several seasoned players regarded Cheng Miao with curiosity. This assembly was peculiar, a petite girl accompanied by a larger child and a younger one. Yet the atmosphere remained remarkably harmonious. Qi Jia, confirming the clarity of her photographs, passed the records along. Qin Musong cast a fleeting glance at the young girl, his wolf-like eyes narrowing. "Director, has there been any case of wrongful death at the school prior to these incidents?" Cheng Miao inquired, meticulously observing the head teacher's reaction. "Wrongful death? The director's expression momentarily displayed confusion. None that I am aware of. Our school has always maintained a good reputation. Violence? Have they been influenced by too many ghost stories? Lin Zhu recalled his initial hypothesis, timidly interjecting. The director's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Her eyes, framed by glasses, reflected a sternness. Young comrade, I do not understand the basis of your conjecture, but our students have never experienced bullying incidents. We maintain strict oversight to prevent such occurrences. Lin Zhu, still a student, flinched under the director's admonishing gaze. Cheng Miao seemed to sense his distress and glanced back at him. Upon meeting her cool gaze, Lin Zhu felt a measure of calm wash over him, apologizing awkwardly. Qi Jiajia quietly scoffed, "Coward. Why fear such things?" Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Lin Zhu did not contest Qi. He scratched his head and chuckled. Qi Jiajia, however, grew displeased, turning her head away in disinterest. Other players gradually began to pose questions, yet either they strayed from the topic or were met with non-answers as the NPC skillfully deflected. Cheng Miao observed the head teacher prepare to rise and hastily asked one final question. "Director, has there truly been no student fatalities lately?" What a peculiar question she had posed earlier. Indeed, it seemed a waste of an opportunity. Cheng Miao paid no heed to the murmurs of the newcomers behind her. Only a few seasoned players grasped the subtle distinction between the two inquiries. Oh! The head teacher turned, adjusting her glasses, gradually pivoting to face them, her eyes slightly vacant. There was one, a good child who fell ill and passed away. Chapter 48. Tan Tao's Campus Life, Part 2. Upon hearing the guidance director's words, Cheng Miao felt a jolt in her heart and seized the opportunity. "You mean Tan Tao? I know him. He is a very diligent child and well-liked among his peers." The guidance director sighed, narrowing her eyes as she gazed out the window, seemingly lost in thought. "What illness does he have?" Qin Musong stood up, her height imposing enough to create a sense of pressure on the guidance director, who instinctively took a small step back to alleviate the discomfort. Pneumonia. His insistence on studying led to a situation that could not be salvaged. It was evident that Tan Tao was indeed favored by his teachers, as the mere mention of his demise brought tears to the director's eyes. After wiping the corners of her reddened eyes, she raised her head and addressed everyone. "I have arranged 2 classes for you as per your requests. You will also be staying with the students at night." "We still have to attend classes?" The teachers have already been informed. The guidance director removed her glasses, wiped them on her clothing, and then put them back on. "This is your student ID card. You will need it for meals and to access the dormitory." Cheng Miao accepted the card, feeling uneasy as she glanced at the photograph resembling her own face. "Director, which class is Tan Tao in?" The guidance director pondered for a moment before responding, "The science class." At this hour, the students were still napping, while the players remained in a small classroom, introducing themselves and seeking camaraderie. "Let's go to the science class," Cheng Miao declared, believing that searching for clues in Tan Tao's classroom held the greatest potential, albeit with inherent risks. This was a team task that required everyone to cooperate, a principle recognized by several veteran players. "Let us head to the liberal arts class. Surely there is a reason for the arrangement," suggested a petite girl in a floral dress, her straight black hair framing her doll-like features. "Wherever Xiao Xiao says to go, we will follow," affirmed a tall boy standing beside Xiao Jin, who, while speaking, retrieved a piece of fruit candy from his backpack and offered it to her. "This is my teammate, Xiao Ming." Qian Ming, Xiao Jin introduced the tall boy, who flashed a bright smile. Cheng Miao assessed these 2 veteran players in her mind, recognizing their formidable experience. In the final allocation, 1 class consisted of 9 individuals: Cheng Miao, Lin Zhu, Qi Jiajia, Qin Musong, the petite woman Xiao Zhao, courier Zhanggu, mechanic Lao Yu, university student Chen Yu, and the round-faced girl, Xiao Jueban. Among them, only Zhanggu and Lao Yu had completed 2 side quests, while Chen Yu was a player of senior rank, with Xiao Zhao and Xiao Jueban being newcomers. To Cheng Miao's surprise, Qin Musong was a hotel player. The remaining 7 accompanied Xiao Jin and Qian Ming to the other class, with 4 newcomers and 2 veterans in their ranks. Since entering the instance, Xiao Zhao had been acting nervously, either silent and gnawing at her nails or speaking in a high-pitched tone. Lao Yu, unable to bear it any longer, shifted away from her towards Zhang Gu, distancing himself. Qin Musong was not one for chatter, leaving Cheng Miao to assume the leadership role. In such instances, death typically came with conditions, so there was no need for excessive fear. By identifying patterns and avoiding dangers, one could evade demise. Cheng Miao endeavored to share her past experiences in various instances with the other players, feeling an unsettling responsibility as the number of players increased. She hoped that more of them would survive. But what if we encounter a situation without any patterns? Quizzed Xiao Zhao, who was jostling about in search of a secure position within the group. Cheng Miao fell into silence, and the veteran players remained equally mute. Xiao Zhao, in a fit of anxiety, shoved Cheng Miao, seeking answers. After a prolonged period of irritation, Qi Jiejia finally intervened, shoving Xiao Zhao aside and returning to her original spot, clutching Cheng Miao's sleeve. Qi Jiejia tilted her head back, smiling at the woman who had been pushed aside and was about to erupt in anger. Of course, we would have to test it with lives, dear sister. If you continue this erratic behavior, we'll soon uncover clues from your demise. Xiao Zhao, taken aback, turned pale, and the next moment, she pointed a bloodied finger at Qi Jiejia, exclaiming, "How can you speak like that, you little girl? Wishing death upon someone? Do you have no manners?" Qi Jiejia's words rang out like a curse or a prophecy, striking a chord of panic within her heart. Without a second thought, she raised her hand to strike Qi Jiejia. Just as a fierce slap was about to land on Qi Jiejia's face, Cheng Miao instinctively reached out to pull her away, only to see a large, knobbly hand reach out and firmly grasp Xiao Zhao's wrist. Internal strife is the worst thing for a team. Behave yourself. Qin Musong's voice was deep like a cello, yet in that moment, no one dared to divert their attention to appreciate it. Xiao Zhao's face turned ashen, her hair disheveled from her own pulling, resembling a vengeful spirit more than ever. With a flick of his wrist, Qin Musong released her hand and turned to leave, while Lao Yu and Zhang Gu avoided Xiao Zhao like the plague, keeping their distance from her sullen demeanor. As Chen Yu and Xiao Jueban passed by, they faintly heard Xiao Zhao's voice emerge from her tangled hair. "It's unfair. Why am I the one being blamed? It's clearly her." Xiao Jueban, experiencing the instance for the first time, was not intimidated by the environment but rather by Xiao Zhao's erratic behavior. Chen Yu, grasping Xiao Jueban's hand, guided her forward, having encountered many such newcomers during lengthy gameplay. Not only newcomers, but even veterans could succumb to mental breakdowns after prolonged exposure to instances. It was an inevitable aspect of fate. When Cheng Miao and her group arrived at the science class, the lesson had yet to begin. They pushed the door open and stepped inside, where a few students were engaged in playful banter, pausing to stare at the unfamiliar faces. "You must be the..." Cheng Miao's desk partner was a handsome young man, clad in athletic wear, with beads of sweat glistening on his hair. "Hello, I'm Ma Yuan," he greeted. Cheng Miao managed a perfect smile, replying, "Hello." As she laid out the textbook on her desk, she caught a fleeting glimpse of sadness in Ma Yuan's gaze directed not at her, but at the empty seat. Before she could voice her inquiries, the class bell rang. Cheng Miao turned to see everyone settling into their seats, even Xiao Zhao huddled cautiously in her chair, as if fearing the furniture would consume her. In front of her sat Zhang Gu, his broad back shielding her from most of the room's view. The lesson commenced with mathematics, and Cheng Miao felt her head spin as she struggled to comprehend the material, vaguely noticing faint murmurs from behind. It seemed as though someone was whispering, their words muffled and indistinct, lingering in the moist air. Chapter 49. Tan Tao's Campus Life, Part 3. Zhang Gu, a tall figure, found himself awkwardly seated, unsure of how to position his limbs. He attempted to curl up, but the stifling atmosphere left him feeling quite uncomfortable behind him. Xiao Zhao entered the instance in a frenzied state, now muttering something incomprehensible that was grating on the nerves. Zhang Gu strained to turn his head for a glance. Xiao Zhao was bowing her head, her dark hair obscuring her face, her indistinct murmurs slipping through the strands. Though unafraid of ghosts, Zhang Gu was startled, a chill running down his spine from Xiao Zhao's unsettling demeanor. He rubbed his arm, cursing her silently for her eccentricity, and turned back to face the front. The teacher at the podium spoke with fervor, but Zhang Gu found it impossible to concentrate. It had been ages since he last attended school, and even then, he had been lackadaisical in his studies. Restlessly shifting in his seat, the desk and chair creaked softly beneath him. The woman seated behind continued her incessant rambling, causing time to drag interminably for Zhang Gu. He propped his chin on one hand, while the other idly doodled on his notebook with a pencil. Perhaps he would venture out for clues after the next class. The students' schedules were packed, leaving no time for tasks as the director had claimed. While the objective remained unclear, locating the protagonist Tan Tao's friend seemed a prudent first step, as surely there would be leads to follow. Yet, as he contemplated, an unsettling feeling crept over him. What was amiss? The teacher remained animated at the front, while the woman behind him continued her droning, her voice growing ever louder, increasingly louder. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Zhang Ji's back. If the woman's voice had previously been akin to the buzzing of a fly, it now felt as though she were whispering directly into his ear. His neck stiffened, paralyzed with fear. He dared not turn around, terrified that the ghostly figure of Xiao Zhao would be crouched behind him, her hair cascading over his neck as she leaned in to murmur in his ear. Thump, thump. His heart raced louder, his imagination terrifying him. His body drenched in a cold sweat, he closed his eyes and, steeling himself, abruptly turned around. Nothing. There was nothing there, an pale face looming close, no ghostly figure resting upon his back. Xiao Zhao remained seated, her long hair obscuring her face, nervously muttering away. Zhang Gu sighed in relief, wiping the sweat from his brow, slumping his body against the table. Fear, it seemed, had taken a toll on him. He resolved to change seats after this. No sooner had Zhang Gu allowed himself a moment of respite than the nagging voice returned, whispering right beside him. He was not mistaken. This time, he could distinctly hear Xiao's words. This madwoman? Zhang Gu could no longer endure it, not even for a minute longer. With a crash, he shoved his desk away, the sound reverberating sharply in the otherwise quiet classroom, drawing every gaze toward him. Can't you be quiet? We're in class. Haven't you ever attended one? If you're going to be mad, keep it to yourself. You'll be the first to die at this rate. Zhang Ji's face flushed with anger, veins bulging on his forehead as he unleashed all his pent-up frustration upon the woman behind him. Xiao Zhao ceased her muttering, curling inward as she clutched herself, her head drooping even lower. Cheng Miao furrowed her brow. Xiao Zhao's reaction was peculiar. Since entering the instance, Xiao Zhao had exhibited signs of nervousness, and after being provoked by Qi Zhejiao in the hallway, she had seemed increasingly unhinged. For such a person to sit quietly in class was already unusual, and now, when Zhang Gu confronted her, her first instinct was to withdraw. This was hardly logical. It was worth noting that when provoked by Qi Zhejiao, Xiao Zhao had been inclined to retaliate. Before Cheng Miao could ponder further, the teacher descended from the podium, inquiring about the situation. It is indeed inappropriate for your classmate to disturb you, but you must also refrain from causing a commotion in class, as it disrupts others. The teacher, with a serious demeanor, closed the lesson plan in hand and tapped Zhang Ji's desk. Zhang Gu's face reddened further. He sheepishly lowered his head and muttered an apology to the teacher. All right, let us focus on the lesson. The teacher wasted no time, offering a few words of reprimand before returning to the front. Cursing under his breath, Zhang Gu pulled his chair forward, only for the backrest to suddenly collapse. The school chairs, constructed with iron frames, had wooden seats and backs secured with screws. Over time, the screws could loosen, resulting in just such an incident. The wooden backrest fell beside Zhang Gu's desk, leaving the chair with 2 exposed metal supports. Zhang Gu scratched his head, thinking he hadn't exerted much force, and bent down to retrieve the fallen wood. Suddenly, Cheng Miao's warning came too late. Zhang Gu stumbled forward, losing his balance and crashing heavily against the protruding steel bars of the chair. Qin Musong, seated nearby, reacted quickly, managing to grasp one of Zhang Ji's arms. But it was too late. The long steel bar pierced through Zhang Gu's eye socket, emerging gruesomely from the back of his head, stained with red and white matter. Someone's dead. The classroom erupted in chaos as students screamed and fled, leaving only Cheng Miao and a few players with Zhang Gu's lifeless body. The headmaster ushered the students into another classroom to calm them, while Qiao Jian led her group of 9 players from the liberal arts class to join Cheng Miao and the others in the science class. "Goodness, what a horrific sight," remarked one of Qiao Jian's companions, her face turning pale as she stepped back, seeking refuge behind other players after glimpsing the corpse. Did he violate some taboo? Qiao Jian, surrounded by a fragrant rose scent that masked the odor of death, approached the body, inspecting it with graceful precision, akin to handling exquisite porcelain. Zhang Gu had interrupted the teacher's lesson, and Lao Yu, ashen-faced, struggled to articulate his thoughts. One of Qiao Jin's companions handed Lao Yu a cigarette, which he shakily lit, inhaling deeply to regain some composure. Xiao Zhao's incessant muttering was too loud. "It drove me to anger," he explained. Lao Yu succinctly recounted the events, leaving everyone deep in thought. Cheng Miao surveyed the crowd, her brow furrowing. Where was Xiao Zhao? Just moments ago, she had been right there. Qin Yu and Xiao Juaban exchanged glances, bewildered as they searched for the girl who had been so close. Perhaps she had followed the crowd in panic and lost track. Cheng Miao scrutinized the girl who had been speaking, noting her round face adorned with freckles, unattractive yet distinctive. This newcomer showed great potential, being bold and reliable. They needed to find her. Zhang Gu's extreme reaction might indicate she had done something significant. Lin Zhu and Qi Jia clustered around Cheng Miao, equally unaware of when Xiao Zhao had vanished. Just as Cheng Miao was about to speak, the corridor erupted with frantic footsteps and the piercing screams of girls. There's a dead person in the girls' restroom. Chapter 50. Tantao's Campus Life. Part 4. Qin Musong reacted with remarkable swiftness. Before anyone else could make a move, he darted out like the leader of a hunting pack, his body taut with anticipation. "Keep up." The others remained rooted in place, while Cheng Miao, disregarding the rest, called out to Qi Jia and Lin Zhu before hastily exiting. "Xiao Ming, shall we go take a look?" Xiao Jin smoothed the pleats of her skirt and looked up at the tall boy beside her. Qin Ming, with a lollipop in his mouth and his left cheek bulging, grinned as he replied, "If Qiao wants to go, then we shall." With that, Xiao Jin, her long skirt billowing, led Qin Ming away like a devoted follower, leaving the others exchanging glances. "Should we go too?" One. "There might be a ghost," another murmured. "Yet if we don't go, we won't find any clues. They've gone already. If they discover something, surely they will inform us," another agreed. "Indeed, we are a team, after all." Chun Yu glanced at the group huddled together and, linking arms with Xiao Keiban, dashed towards the direction Cheng Miao had taken. Xiao Zhao is dead in the girls' restroom. Her long hair had bizarrely tangled around the doorknob, strangling her to death. Cheng Miao, observing Xiao Zhao's pale and lifeless face, found the manner of death exceedingly strange. Qin Musong, possessing some knowledge of forensic examination, had already laid her body down by the time Cheng Miao arrived. "She died earlier than Brother Zhang," he stated calmly, his sharp gaze concealed within the depths of his eye sockets as he surveyed the restroom. Lin Zhu, terrified of the corpse, leaned against the wall, reluctant to venture outside, while psyching himself up internally Chi Jia glanced at Lin Zhu before squatting down in front of the body. So, does this mean there are ghosts in the classroom? She mused, reaching out to touch the tangled hair of Xiao Zhao. Turning back, she shot a triumphant look at Lin Zhu. See, I'll make sure Cheng Miao sees your incompetence. Lin Zhu's face turned pale. I get it. Jia thinks I'm too weak to protect her. I must strive harder. Observing Lin Zhu, whose trembling legs carried him closer, Chi Jia was left with a multitude of questions. A hand gently offered her a tissue. Snapping back to reality, she noticed Qin Musong extending a tissue towards her. Children should not touch these things. Feeling an inexplicable paternal warmth emanating from Qin Musong, Chi Jia shivered but refrained from retorting, merely rolling her eyes and retreating behind Cheng Miao. Cheng Miao glanced at Qin Musong, who appeared unfazed, even smiling for the first time since entering the scenario, nonchalantly retrieving the tissue. This lady seems to have been dead for a while, came a muffled voice, slightly slurred due to a mouthful of something. Cheng Miao turned to see Xiao Jin and Qian Ming approaching, followed closely by Qin Yu, Xiao Keiban, a bearded man, and an elderly gentleman with an ethereal demeanor. What about the others? Lin Zhu inquired, glancing back. Qian Ming shrugged. They're waiting in the classroom for the leftovers. Cheng Miao paid no heed to the others, narrowing her eyes at the tragic visage of Xiao Zhao. The corpse's eyes were filled with disbelief and despair, devoid of any fear. It truly seemed like an accidental death. Cheng Miao found herself perplexed and drew even closer. Lin Zhu mused internally, marveling at how Cheng Miao's courage had grown. Just in the previous scenario, she had been startled by the sudden appearance of Granny Sang, yet now, Chi Jia stood silently behind Cheng Miao, keeping the others at bay. Qian Ming craned his neck forward but retreated with a glare from Chi Jia, his lollipop stick scraping against the inside of his mouth, his expression not quite one of encountering a ghost. After a moment of silence, Xiao Jin leaned down and whispered something to Xiao Keiban. The little girl nodded and dashed out of the restroom, her ponytail swinging behind her. The remaining individuals fell into contemplative silence, with the unpleasant odor of the restroom prompting Qin Musong to suggest they exit. As they walked down the corridor, they passed students hurriedly making their way to various classrooms, as it was the long break, with 10 minutes remaining before class commenced. Sister Miao, why do— Although they had been startled upon discovering the corpse, mere minutes later, the students seemed to have forgotten the incident, returning to their routines. Cheng Miao noticed Xiao Keiban had gathered the remaining individuals in the corridor. According to the information provided by the headmaster, there had been a death in the school every day for the past 10 days, and the students likely had grown accustomed to it. A foreboding thought crossed Cheng Miao's mind, which she kept to herself, but it was voiced by Xiao Jin as they walked along the wall. Moreover, since our arrival, the deaths have shifted from students to us. They must be relieved. Her words intensified the already tense atmosphere, prompting Cheng Miao to quicken her pace to rejoin the other players. At that moment, Xiao Keiban was earnestly relaying the information she had gathered to the older players, stating, Sisterly said she saw it. At the time, Xiao Zhao was choked by that girl, and didn't he follow us to the classroom? Cheng Miao looked over at Sisterly, a gaunt woman with skin stretched tightly over her bones, resembling a walking human skeleton. Sisterly nodded, yes, when I entered. I specifically looked back. Xiao Zhao was heading towards the restroom. I had intended to ask if she wasn't going to class, but then I thought she might have her own plans, so I didn't say anything. Well, what about you? You've been in the restroom for quite some time. Have you found any clues? The elderly woman, noticing the silence, grew impatient. Qin Musong, a lone wolf, was quiet, simply trailing behind the group. Xiao Jin and Cheng Miao furrowed their brows in contemplation, barely formulating a thought before being interrupted. Chi Jia, now clad in a clean outfit that exuded elegance and luxury, resembled a precious handcrafted doll, and it was hard to find anyone who didn't admire her. Currently, she was caressing the lace on her skirt, directing a malicious smile towards the elderly woman, who had hesitated to approach earlier but was now eager to seize the insights and efforts of others. The elderly woman felt her face flush, her neck stiffening as she refused to concede. You all clearly are seasoned players. With you around, is there any need for us to go? Besides, we are a team. It is only natural for the experience to guide the new. Qian Ming, chewing on the remnants of his lollipop stick, wore a mischievous grin, his expression mirroring Qi Jiajia's malice. Do you think this is your factory? You expect the old to lead the new? Guess who ends up losing out when we don't play that game of mutual aid? The elderly woman's eyes reddened, and within moments, she erupted into tears, lamenting, the youth of today truly lack conscience. The elderly man scratched his nose, realizing he too had been drawn into the fray. The remaining players from the liberal arts class seemed to have formed a small faction, surrounding the elderly woman and launching a barrage of criticisms at the actions of the seasoned players. Not me. I am a newcomer. This is my first scenario, Xiao Keiban calmly interjected, her words choking the elderly woman's impending tirade. Enough noise, Cheng Miao sighed, rubbing her temples. I believe I've discerned what death condition they may have violated. Chapter 51. Tantao's Campus Life, Part 5. Xiao Jin revealed a radiant smile and encouraged, do share. She had developed a fondness for Cheng Miao, who, despite her limited experience, possessed a remarkable talent that might carry her far. Although she appeared aloof, she harbored no intention of keeping secrets. Rather, she hoped everyone would emerge unscathed and return home. Xiao Jin's smile dimmed slightly, as it had been a while since she had felt such kindness. Meanwhile, Qian Ming seemed to sense Xiao Jin's inner turmoil and gently patted the top of her head. This seemingly trivial yet affectionate gesture soothed the turbulence within her heart. Cheng Miao's gaze lingered on the green emergency exit sign in the corridor, contemplating that they had failed to fulfill their duties as exemplary students, resulting in dire consequences. Xiao Zhao had skipped class, an act unbecoming of a student, while Brother Zhang had interrupted the teacher without raising his hand, thereby disrupting classroom discipline. But why had Xiao Zhao become entangled with Brother Zhang? A diminutive man timidly raised his hand, his childlike demeanor accentuating his already meek appearance. Cheng Miao recalled his name as Zhou Jian. The seating arrangement had been self-chosen, and his luck had simply run out. Qin Musong suddenly spoke in a detached manner. He had ventured far enough to understand that often, merely possessing skill was insufficient for success in dungeons. Luck played a critical role as well. Silence enveloped the group, and Lao Yu, who had exchanged a few words with Brother Zhang, rubbed his face in frustration, muttering, "It's always our science class that suffers. This is so unfair." A greasy, unsavory man from the liberal arts class glared at him, retorting, "What are you saying? Just because your people broke the rules, you expect us to perish alongside you." Lao Yu's lips trembled as he waved his hands in a futile attempt to explain, "That's not what I meant. I'm just a bit frightened." The unsavory man flicked his greasy bangs and scoffed. Lao Yu, despite his towering stature, was overwhelmed by the fear instilled by the dungeon. Having lost 2 companions right at the onset had sapped his courage. He chose not to engage with the unsavory man further, opting for silence instead. Cheng Miao turned her attention to the elegantly dressed Xiao Jin. "You all should exercise caution. I wonder if your class..." As the class bell rang, the 9 students from the liberal arts class returned to their classroom, while the science class remained behind, waiting for the disposal of the remains. The remaining 7 students followed their peers to the playground to unwind. "I want to return to the classroom," Cheng Miao whispered to Lin Zhu and Qi Jiajia. Before Lin Zhu could respond, Qi Jiajia's expression shifted dramatically. "No way." Cheng Miao glanced up at the science class window, which was spotless, concealing the gruesome, lifeless body with. Although she feared the classroom might harbor ghosts, she felt compelled to investigate. "This is a perilous undertaking. Newcomers shouldn't be involved," Qin Musong interjected, though Cheng Miao felt a pang of guilt for not wanting others to risk their safety based on her suspicions. Chi Jia stared at Cheng Miao with a darkened expression for a long moment before declaring, "Then I shall go." Cheng Miao raised an eyebrow, but before she could voice her thoughts, Chi Jia snapped, "You've seen my protective gear. I am certain I won't come to harm this time. Besides, you're far more intelligent than I am. If I encounter trouble, you can devise a plan for my rescue. If you're the one in danger, I cannot help you." Lin Zhu smirked, clearly unimpressed by Chi Jiajia's self-assuredness. Cheng Miao absent-mindedly rubbed her hands together. Her mind told her that Chi Jiajia was the most suitable candidate for the task, yet she felt an innate reluctance to send a child into danger. Chi Jiajia seemed to understand Cheng Miao's conflict, offering a half-smile. "I thought you were short on teammates, not on children." Cheng Miao's heart sank. Excessive protection was the bane of any team. Chi Jiajia had tackled more dungeons alone than Cheng Miao had, and she had always believed in Chi Jiajia's capabilities. Why was she now second-guessing? "Just be careful," Cheng Miao finally conceded, adjusting her mindset as she handed Chi Jiajia a skipping rope. "I have other means of defense. Take this." Chi Jiajia accepted the rope, swinging it absent-mindedly while casting a sly smile at Lin Zhu. "I hope you prove useful as well." Lin Zhu fell into silence. At some point, Qin Musong, who had settled down to rest on the playground, approached, having overheard Chi Jiajia's intentions. He fixed her with a serious gaze. "I was about to head there myself. Just wait for my update." Chi Jiajia ignored him and continued forward. Although this was a team game, she trusted no one but herself, believing that only by proving her worth could she garner Cheng Miao's attention. Qin Musong followed her with a resigned air, his tall figure making Chi Jiajia appear even more petite. Cheng Miao felt a sense of relief. She recalled the expression of her desk mate Ma Yuan, who seemed hesitant to speak as he glanced at her seat. There were matters she needed to inquire about. Lin Zhu, being a creature of habit, greeted Cheng Miao before embarking on his own quest for clues. Ma Yuan, seated beside the rubber track and sipping water, greeted Cheng Miao warmly as she approached. Leaning against him, Cheng Miao broached the subject directly. "You don't seem very pleased with me being your desk mate." Ma Yuan appeared taken aback. "Not at all." However, upon reflection, his hand, which held the water bottle, lowered slightly. "That used to be my buddy's spot." Cheng Miao felt a premonition. She gazed toward the boys playing basketball in the distance. "Your buddy is Tantao." Indeed, her heart raced at the name, and she turned to look at Ma Yuan. Cheng Miao possessed an exquisite appearance, her demeanor somewhat aloof, akin to the ocean. Pristine yet imbued with a sense of freedom and mystery, Yuan's face flushed crimson as he involuntarily engaged in conversation. Tantao, Ma Yuan's deskmate, was a stark contrast to the athletic Ma Yuan. He was studious, exceedingly so. Cheng Miao inferred from Ma Yuan's words that Tantao's dedication to learning bordered on obsession, adhering stringently to even the minutest regulations of the school. Was Tantao similarly demanding of others? Cheng Miao refrained from looking at Ma Yuan, focusing instead on plucking rubber pellets from the track, concerned about placing undue pressure on him. "No." Ma Yuan's voice quivered, his emotions surfacing. "He was a wonderful person. He often encouraged me to pursue what I love. If I didn't enjoy studying, I should focus on playing football. Always do what you want." Cheng Miao's hand paused, her actions contradicting the meticulous rules she had summarized. Could it be that he had become obsessive after death? Ma Yuan's eyes glistened as he held tightly to his plastic water bottle. He simply had high expectations for himself, but was always kind to others. "When I noticed he had a fever, I should have insisted on telling the teacher. Then he wouldn't have died." Cheng Miao offered a few comforting words to the sobbing youth. Just as Chi Jiajia came rushing down the stairs, Cheng Miao seized the opportunity to excuse herself, and as Chi Jiajia reached her, the intensity of her run left her momentarily speechless. Qin Musong, however, spoke without any sign of fatigue. "There is indeed something there." Chapter 52. Tan Tao's Campus Life, Part 6, Chi Jiejia produced a crumpled piece of paper from her pocket, which had been wedged in her notebook, and handed it over. The paper, slightly wrinkled yet smoothed out by someone else, bore a few words written in pencil. How terrifying, that dream is so— Chi Jiejia wiped the sweat from her forehead with her sleeve and returned the jump rope to Cheng Miao, who glanced at it and noted, "Only 3 turns left? Is it safe?" Chi Jiejia shrugged. "It's useless." As Chi Jiejia and Qin Musong reached the classroom door, they beheld a bloodied corpse slumped on a chair, the classroom eerily vacant. Outside, the sounds of classmates frolicking on the playground echoed, creating an unsettling sense of disconnection. Qin Musong unzipped his leather jacket and drew forth the gun tucked at his waist. Chi Jiejia's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she scrutinized the weapon, prompting Qin Musong to glance back at the young girl, reminding himself that firearms were not toys for children. Chi Jiejia's expression darkened as she reached out, intent on pushing the individual before her into the classroom, oblivious to any taboos. She might as well be considered a child destined for demise. Just as her hand was about to make contact with Qin Musong's clothing, she recalled Cheng Miao's disdain for wanton slaughter of innocents and hesitated. Qin Musong remained blissfully unaware of the near ambush, preparing to force his way inside when Chi Jiejia darted past him into the classroom. Qin Musong's pupils dilated, unable to intervene in time, as he witnessed Chi Jiejia meandering about the classroom, muttering to herself about needing to fetch her textbooks and not wasting time, emphasizing the urgency of studying. Qin Musong was taken aback. As Chi Jiejia spoke, she continued to roam the classroom. Outside, Qin Musong remained vigilant, his gaze fixated on her like a poised leopard ready to pounce. After a thorough search, Chi Jiejia finally spotted a stack of student assignments on the class monitor's desk, where she had earlier directed her peers to sit. While feigning to search for her own work, she rifled through the papers until she found the note. Before departing, Chi Jiejia carelessly seized a notebook from the pile, deciding that if the rule dictated being a diligent student, she would not mind playing the role of an eager learner. As she approached the door, both she and Qin Musong breathed a sigh of relief, ready for a clean getaway. However, in that fleeting moment as Chi Jiejia exited, the axis atop the classroom door seemed to be loosened, causing the entire door to silently swing toward her. "Dodge!" Qin Musong barked, reaching out to grasp Chi Jiejia. Quick as a flash, Chi Jiejia felt his grip on her left arm, using the momentum to pivot, and in the next instant, her right hand flung the jump rope toward the door. With a sharp thud, the jump rope landed on the floor, and Chi Jiejia's brow furrowed as she allowed Qin Musong to pull her behind him. Upon her retreat, Qin Musong raised his firearm, aiming at the classroom door, and fired 3 rapid shots, the door crashing to the ground with a resounding bang. Teachers rushing to the scene were taken aback by the sight of the door sprawled on the floor, exchanging bewildered glances, while Qin Musong had already inconspicuously holstered. Even if the door had fallen, it was unlikely to cause fatal harm, merely resulting in some injuries. Chi Jiejia rotated her left arm, feeling the strain from Qin Musong's considerable strength. Cheng Miao glanced at the jump rope again, then at the paper that had returned to her possession, affirming, "You indeed found a loophole, but not entirely." Chi Jiejia regarded Cheng Miao with a glum expression, preoccupied with 2 matters: Cheng Miao and the game. Despite believing she had pinpointed the flaw, she was still puzzled as to why the door had collapsed. Cheng Miao gestured for Chi Jiejia to retrieve the book she had taken from the drawer, which bore the name. "It is improbable that our names would appear on someone else's assignment. You have taken another's book, which weakens your justification." Thus, the rules did not intend to kill Chi Jiejia, but rather to impart a lesson, a bloody lesson. "So you did not use—" Chi Jiejia touched the hairpin in her hair, stating, "It proved ineffective. My hairpin can withstand one attack from a specter, but it didn't work." Qin Musong, usually reticent, interjected, "Indeed. My gun is also ineffective against specters." Cheng Miao cast a glance at the gun protruding from Qin Musong's waist, feeling a hint of envy. His prop was a handgun, whereas hers was merely a makeshift dagger crafted from hemp rope, a stark disparity. Does this mean it is not a ghost committing the murders? Chun Yu exclaimed, while the composed Xiao Ke analyzed the situation with remarkable tranquility. I initially thought the rules had been triggered, allowing the specter to kill without restraint, but it seems more likely that the rules themselves are responsible for the killings. Is that a possibility? Qin Musong pondered for a moment before nodding, exuding an aura of masculinity despite his slightly older age, causing both Qin Yu and Xiao Ke to blush. Cheng Miao appreciated the sight but refrained from displaying her feelings, maintaining a stoic expression while internally bubbling with excitement as she listened to Qin Musong's analysis. There is a possibility, albeit rare. I have encountered it once, but this situation feels different. Qin Musong crouched down, picking up a twig and sketching in the dirt, explaining that if the rules directly caused death, it would resemble a patterned dungeon. In such dungeons, the connection between rules and the narrative would be tenuous, making it difficult to discern, requiring lives to be sacrificed for clarity. Qin Musong's gaze shifted from the ground, where he had drawn the fates of Xiao Zhao and Brother Zhang, to Cheng Miao. This dungeon is titled Tan Tao's Campus Life, and the rules are quite evident, easily linked to the character Tan Tao. I still believe this is not merely a matter of uncovering patterns. Cheng Miao nodded thoughtfully, thus the killings, though not attributed to ghosts, pointed to something else we have yet to uncover. Old Yu, who had remained silent, perked up, stating, "Now that we understand it is not a ghost committing the murders, we need not fear the vengeance of restless spirits. We simply must adhere to the rules." "Nothing is that simple," Qin Yu remarked, though her features were unremarkable. Her youthful spirit shone brightly against the campus backdrop. Many behaviors are instinctual. For instance, Brother Zhang must have encountered something that drove him to lose control. As silence enveloped the group once more, Lin Zhu squeezed in beside Cheng Miao, exclaiming, "I have made a discovery." The liberal arts class was originally Tan Tao's class. He performed well academically, excelling in both humanities and sciences, but later transitioned to the science class. Ever since, the two classes have been caught in a peculiar competitive dynamic. Chapter 53, Tan Tao's Campus Life, Part 7, Competitive Relations. Little Freckle tilted his head back, gazing up at his younger companion who stood a head and a half taller than him. The implication was that since Tan Tao had departed from the liberal arts class to join the sciences, the liberal arts class felt aggrieved, believing that Tan Tao's departure was a misguided decision. Lin Zhu scratched his head, acknowledging that he was indeed an academic prodigy, yet he had never encountered such an unfathomable situation. This was merely a scenario. As long as one could discern the cause and effect relationships, the logical coherence was secondary. Noticing that Lin Zhu had more to express, Cheng Miao gestured for him to continue. Lin Zhu cleared his throat and lowered his voice, adding, "Moreover, the headmaster has a particular fondness for Tan Tao." The group was reminded of the headmaster's slightly reddened eyes when he spoke of Tan Tao. It seemed only natural. I too would admire such a diligent student. Old Yu bit his lip, scrutinizing the expressions of those around him. It appeared to make sense. Cheng Miao did not dwell on it further, merely awaiting Xiao Jin and the others to finish their classes so they could exchange information. At the end of the day, Xiao Jin descended with her group. To avoid drawing attention, everyone followed the throng to the student cafeteria. The food here was quite commendable. The greasy young man piled his plate high with food, eating with greasy hands while incessantly chatting. Sisterly, in disdain, shifted her tray to avoid the spittle flying from his animated speech. Xiao Jian leisurely sipped the chicken soup that Qian Ming had prepared for her, glancing at the note in her hand, surprised at the bounty they had gathered. Cheng Miao savored the spicy and sour snow fish, yet her gaze fell upon the despondent figure of Mr. Zhou, a successful businessman who sat listlessly at the table, neglecting to fetch his meal. Mr. Zhou had entered the scenario clad in a wrinkled suit, not particularly expensive, yet certainly not cheap. Now, having removed his jacket and rolled up his sleeves, he bore a worn expression, devoid of the pride typically associated with leadership. Cheng Miao observed the crimson mark etched across his cheek, What had transpired? The elderly man beside him had only taken a small portion of rice and vegetable soup and quietly stated, I dozed off in class and was inadvertently struck by a pin launched by my deskmate. Barely escaped losing an eye. Chung Miao was at a loss for words. Mr. Zhou was equally resigned, aware that this was merely a scenario. With only 2 casualties thus far, he felt a mounting anxiety. The more he worried, the more drowsy he became listening to the teacher's lecture. Thankfully, it was merely a scratch, thank heavens. If he could escape this game, he vowed never to hold such prolonged meetings again. He finally understood the agony of listening to others drone on. I advise you to eat something. The night may not be peaceful, and lacking strength could be perilous. While everyone was preoccupied with their meals, Chung Miao reflected and decided to offer a reminder. Mr. Zhou, as if awakening from a dream, thanked Chung Miao with a sheen of sweat, then trudged toward the food line. Currently, the clues were scant, but they had discerned a pattern. The rest would have to be discovered gradually. Xiao Jin ate sparingly, retrieving a floral and jasmine-scented tissue from Qian Ming's bag to dab her lips. With no classes that evening, it was highly probable that a different set of rules would apply. Everyone must be cautious. After speaking, she paid no mind to the pale-faced. Chung Miao surveyed the room full of individuals with varied expressions, rubbing her temples. Despite her seemingly cold demeanor, why did everyone still gravitate toward her? After finishing their meal, they should seek their respective dormitories and remain vigilant through the night. Chung Miao found herself unable to comfort these anxious players, as she too was uncertain of the rules. Chung Miao shared a dormitory with Sister Li, while Lin Zhu resided in the boys' dormitory across the way. The players had been separated, leaving them to rely solely on themselves. Before lights out, the girls briefly encountered one another, yet none noticed. The dormitory's occupants responded with the same few phrases to any inquiries, appearing quite human in their usual pursuits of stardom and gossip, creating an odd sense of dissonance. The group returned to their dormitory, burdened with thoughts. Chung Miao lay on her bed, pondering whether any revelations might emerge from the boys' dormitory, considering Tan Tao was a boy. Miss Chung, are you asleep? Sister Li's tremulous voice drifted from the adjacent bed. Chung Miao frowned. The lights were out, and the other roommates were resting. It was uncertain whether speaking constituted a breach of the rules, yet this person had blurted out her words. Realizing Chung Miao had not responded, Sister Li felt puzzled by how quickly she had fallen asleep. Just as she was about to continue, a sudden awareness struck her, and she hastily covered her mouth. In the darkness, Sister Li was drenched in sweat, beads trickling down her forehead obscuring her vision. She maintained her hand over her mouth, afraid to move. Listening to the deafening rhythm of her heartbeat in the silence, she lost track of time. It seemed she was unscathed. Trembling, Sister Li lowered her hand, waiting silently for a moment longer. No sound, no ghostly presence. She exhaled, scolding herself for her panic, sinking into the softness of her pillow. Nothing is amiss, nothing will happen. Who hasn't he spoken after lights out during school? Sister Li reassured herself, unknowingly turning to her side in a daze. She felt her mouth groggily. She struggled to turn, yet her body felt as if it were pinned down by an immense weight, rendering her immobile. Suddenly, Sister Li opened her eyes wide. All she saw was a blinding whiteness, the color of her pillowcase. No matter how hard she tried, she could not even move her fingers. She yearned to scream, to cry, to lash out. Yet, all she could do was remain futilely silent, her vitality waning. Lin Zhu was unaware of when he had drifted into slumber, but he awoke to a suffocating scent of formaldehyde. Indeed, he found himself in a laboratory. This school boasted excellent facilities. The laboratory for students was not much different from that of a hospital, featuring stark white walls, an array of glass instruments, specimens floating in nutrient solutions, and animal organs. Lin Zhu noticed 2 other individuals in the room. Qin Musong, who had awakened earlier than him, and the greasy young man still sprawled on the floor. Lin Zhu called out to the greasy fellow, who, still dazed and somewhat irritable, was jolted into alertness upon seeing a dissected laboratory rabbit. Qin Musong had already surveyed the room and found nothing amiss. The door was locked, and he was contemplating whether to blast it open with a handgun. What is this place? Why am I back here? Is it you? The greasy young man glared at Lin Zhu with bloodshot eyes, presenting a comically horrifying visage. Lin Zhu shook his head, suspecting that the circumstances of the scenario differed between day and night. Stay calm. Lin Zhu furrowed his brow, attempting to disentangle the greasy young man's grip on his sleeve. We must remain composed to discern the patterns and survive. Yes, the patterns. The greasy young man scrambled to his feet, aligning himself beside the seemingly more secure Qin Musong, ostensibly to seek clues, yet preoccupied with his own fear. Lin Zhu shook his head and turned back to ponder the various specimens. He had a fondness for laboratories. Everything appeared perfectly normal. What could possibly go awry? Tap, tap, tap. As the three aimlessly roamed the laboratory, the distinct sound of high heels echoed from the corridor outside. Chapter 54. Tan Tao's Campus Life, Part 8, Hiss. The greasy man emitted a sharp inhalation, only to hastily stifle the cold air in his throat, fearful of being discovered by those outside. Qin Musong had already drawn his pistol and silently retreated 2 steps to the center of the laboratory. Lin Zhu looked at Qin Musong's movement with bewilderment, contemplating that whether human or ghost, everyone outside was a clue. He stepped towards the laboratory door. Qin Musong's expression was complex. He had not anticipated. He recalled how frightened Lin Zhu had been in the restroom. Indeed, the adaptability of youth was remarkable. Lin Zhu listened intently to the sounds outside the room, noting how slowly the owner of the high heels walked, the rhythmic click-clack echoing leisurely in the tranquil corridor. Click, clack. The sound of the heels came to a halt precisely at the laboratory door. The greasy man was drenched in sweat, his already oily hair plastered tightly against his scalp. His diminutive frame seemed to shrink even further. Qin Musong had concealed himself in the shadows of the experimental cabinet. He did not follow, instead observing the sudden appearance of another figure in the laboratory, rendered powerless in its presence. As the high heels paused at the laboratory entrance, Lin Zhu, pressed against the door and listening intently, felt a chill creep over the back of his head. He turned around woodenly, only to find that a figure had materialized in the center of the laboratory. Clad in experimental attire, with disheveled hair and a face obscured by blood and flesh, it was impossible to discern its gender. The figure faced Lin Zhu directly, yet its head was twisted a full 180 degrees towards the greasy man behind it. Hiss, hiss. The shadow in the laboratory stirred, its exposed throat emitting fragmented sounds. It moved slowly. Lin Zhu observed that its movements were reversed, as if a doll's head had been twisted backward. It approached the nearest greasy man, resembling a malfunctioning toy that could only move in reverse, broken and eerie. Help, help me. The greasy man's feeble cries emerged from his throat, overwhelmed by the terrifying, nightmarish scene before him, as if he had plunged into an ice bath, rendering him incapable of coherent thought. He collapsed to the ground, a pungent odor of urine emanating from his trousers. The greasy man scrambled backward using both hands and feet, occasionally flailing his limbs in a futile attempt to fend off his terror. When he was seized, he wished to shut his eyes, but his eyelids betrayed him. Remaining wide open, he felt a bloodied arm constricting his neck, as though he had been thrown into a slaughterhouse, his nostrils filled with the nauseating stench of blood and decay. Just as he felt his heart might explode from fear, a sudden pain pierced his neck, and he lost consciousness. Lin Zhu watched in horror as the figure swiftly captured the screaming, fleeing greasy man, effortlessly snapping his neck before carelessly discarding him like refuse. Lin Zhu swallowed hard. This entity was undoubtedly a ghost, yet bore some resemblance to a corpse. Initially frightened, he found himself strangely emboldened. Perhaps he did not flee. Instead, he observed as the creature slowly turned to face him, adjusting its glasses while holding a hefty prop book. Sister Meow had once remarked that no scenario would sever a player's chance of survival. He was confident that since entering the laboratory during the day and night, he had committed no infractions. Thus, this suddenly appearing ghost could not simply erase him from existence. It was better to take the initiative. A glint of determination flashed in Lin Zhu's eyes behind his glasses. He took a deep breath to steady himself and resolutely approached the creature. The closer he drew, the more grotesque. Lin Zhu's expression remained impassive, void of disdain, disgust, or fear. As he stood before the monstrosity, he lifted his prop high and brought it down with considerable force. Cheng Miao was awakened by the blaring alarm of her roommate's phone. Startled, she flipped over in bed, puzzled as to when she had fallen asleep, lacking any memory of it. Logically, even in a scenario, one would not sleep so soundly. Knock, knock. The dormitory door was rapped upon. It was the dormitory supervisor. An announcement. The liberal arts and science classes would have free activities in the morning, with a basketball match scheduled for the afternoon. The basketball game is today? Yes, indeed. How wonderful to have free time in the morning. What will you do? Me. I think I'll watch a movie in the dormitory. Then I'll wander to the library and see if that senior is still around. You? Ha ha. Cheng Miao listened to the laughter of two girls beneath her bed, rubbing her temples as she got up. Good morning. Haven't your classmates risen yet? A girl with a heart-shaped face greeted Cheng Miao, perhaps feeling a bit sheepish, recalling her earlier loudness. Cheng Miao smiled, indicating it was no trouble. It was only after the reminder that she realized Li Jie had been silent since their conversation the previous night. A sense of foreboding washed over Cheng Miao as she rushed up the ladder and drew back the curtain of Li Jie's bed. What's wrong? Is your classmate okay? The two girls observed Cheng Miao's actions atop the ladder, puzzled by her lack of response. Sorry, could you please call the teacher? Someone has died. Died. The two girls supported each other, their faces paling as they bolted from the dormitory, leaving Cheng Miao alone. Cheng Miao sighed as she looked at the lifeless body on the bed. Li Jie had suffocated beneath her pillow. Li Jie's death did not incite the same uproar as Zhang Ji's. Perhaps it was due to the nature of her demise being less horrifying, or perhaps the coroner's assertion that it was a heart attack leading to asphyxiation had diminished everyone's fear. Cheng Miao regarded this explanation as nonsense. When a group of players gathered on the playground, most appeared dazed. How could Li Jie also? Zhou Jian looked particularly weak, his voice lacking strength. Just yesterday, only players from the science class had perished. How could Li Jie have died so suddenly? Cheng Miao scanned the crowd, her brow furrowing as she realized someone was missing. Xiao Jin, even within the scenario, retained an ethereal demeanor. She looked around, expressing surprise. Yes, where was that lewd young man? The elder woman observed Xiao Jin's exaggerated expression, wishing to comment but refraining, aware of Xiao Jin's status as an experienced player. Others did not share such reservations. Xiao Jin was beautiful and capable, and even her surprised expression seemed charming rather than contrived. She is dead, Lin Zhu said weakly, dark circles under his eyes, his voice devoid of energy. Chapter 55. Tan Tao's Campus Life 9. Xiao Jian gazed at Lin Zhu, who appeared utterly battered and beleaguered, genuinely astonished. You were together with him? For a long time, Xiao Jin had only perceived Cheng Miao as a competent player, regarding her two teammates as neither hindrances nor particularly remarkable. Witnessing Lin Zhu manage to escape unscathed from a perilous situation devoid of any escape clues, without Cheng Miao's presence, compelled Xiao Jin to reassess this seemingly frail young man. Lin Zhu removed his glasses and wiped them with the hem of his clothing, his lips pressed tight. And there's also Brother Qin Musong, who had been a mere human backdrop, coolly nodded in affirmation, corroborating Lin Zhu's account. After hearing Lin Zhu recount the events of the previous night, the already precarious team suffered another devastating blow. There truly are ghosts. The aunt retreated a step, her plump finger pointing from Xiao Jin to Qian Ming, finally resting on Cheng Miao. And you all claim there are no ghosts. Qi Jiajia grinned menacingly at the ant, revealing a set of unnaturally white teeth. Go ahead, try pointing again. Cheng Miao pulled Qi Jiajia back, choosing not to engage with the ant. She simply lacked the spirit for it. On the second day, after entering the dungeon, for individuals had already perished, the rapidity of death instilling a palpable sense of unease within her. Sister Li spoke at night and triggered the pattern. Cheng Miao shared with everyone the incident concerning Sister Li from the previous night. Her demise seemed to be an unfortunate accident. One should refrain from speaking after the lights went out. Then, why didn't you warn her? You caused her death. The ant's fear appeared to have found an outlet, spilling forth as she pointed at Cheng Miao, her words rife with trepidation and an inexplicable loathing. Sister, do you possess any common sense? How could Xiao Miao possibly warn her? Would you risk your life to caution a reckless player like yourself? Xiao Jin, seemingly gentle, articulated her words with a surprising sharpness. Perhaps due to Xiao Jin's traditionally gentle persona. Please, don't abandon me. No one paid her any heed, not even Xiao Jin, who was also feeling the anxiety induced by the dungeon's excessively rapid pace. The ant clutched the most timid among them. Zhou Jian, you believe me, right? I didn't mean to say those things. Zhou Jian winced at her grip, yet merely grinned through the pain, not daring to shake off the ant's hand. Can we go to the restroom after the lights go out? Chun Yu inquired. She and Xiao Keiban had shared a dormitory the previous day, and both had exercised caution, refraining from conversation. Using the restroom is a normal physiological need. It shouldn't pose any issue, Qian Ming mumbled, having once again taken up a lollipop, his words muffled. And you? How did you survive? After a lengthy discussion, Qi Jiajia could no longer contain herself and turned to Lin Zhu, who exuded an air of despondency. Lin Zhu scratched his head. I don't know. I've already told you everything from last night. I hit that thing with a book, and the next moment, I was back in my dorm bed. I was too afraid to sleep, worried I might wake up back in the lab. And you, uncle? Qi Jiajia then directed her inquiry to Qin Musong, who was somewhat taken aback that she would engage him in conversation. He rubbed his nose, responding gently. I cleared it violently. The others exchanged knowing glances at the handgun Qin Musong had holstered at his waist. Such a method of clearing was not something one could easily emulate. Yet, how had the seemingly fragile Lin Zhu managed to survive? With clues too scant to draw any conclusions, Cheng Miao could only advise everyone to strictly adhere to the known rules, urging them not to recklessly sacrifice their lives further. The afternoon basketball match took place in the gymnasium, with both classes present. As the crowd filled the stands, the gym buzzed with excitement, a lively atmosphere that brought some relief to the participants but heightened the apprehension among the seasoned players like Qiao Jian. Rules were gradually emerging. What had been discovered yesterday would not be repeated today, yet the dungeon could not allow them to reach the fourth day unscathed. It was highly likely that an incident would occur in this gymnasium. We are short by 2 players for the first match. We need 2 boys to participate. The class leader approached with a serious expression, clutching the attendance sheet. The science class exchanged glances, ultimately selecting Qin Musong and Lao Yu. Lin Zhu was not in good shape, and as an academic achiever, he was unfamiliar with basketball rules, leaving only these 2 male candidates. Lao Yu, biting his knuckles, appeared pale and ghostly. He did not wish to participate, yet understood that protesting would be futile and might even breach the rules. Logically, he was the only one who could go. Lao Yu looked towards Qin Musong, who sat silently but could not be overlooked. Brother Qin, what do you think we should do? Qin Musong glanced at him, gesturing towards the other athletes on the court. Competing for class honor is something a good student should do, but Tan Tao is not athletic. The implication was clear. A chance that was merely a fraction of a fraction. Lao Yu's lips quivered as he turned to kneel before Cheng Miao, his words filled with supplication. Miss Cheng, about the match. Cheng Miao regarded the exuberant Ma Yuan on the court. I think you should try your best to win. Remember the information Lin Zhu received. There has always been competition between the science and arts classes. Lao Yu felt a flicker of reassurance and quietly expressed his gratitude. Qi Jiejia, with her keen eye, noticed that among the athletes from the arts class were Zhou Zong and Zhou Jian, tugging at Chang Miao's sleeve to draw her attention. How did they end up down there? Chen Yu furrowed her brow, while Xiao Keiban comfortingly patted her hand. The two girls had become friends by sharing a room, with Xiao Keiban displaying greater composure and agility than Chen Yu, who was a more seasoned player. If there aren't enough players, we'll need to step in for the second match. Xiao Jin had seated herself beside Chang Miao at some point, drawing a series of ominous glares from Qi Jiejia. That's fine. We won T-Clash. Lao Yu mumbled as he descended the stairs, hastily donning the sports jersey handed to him by the class leader. The whistle blew. The match commenced, and with lives at stake, Lao Yu truly played with all his might. Fortunately, he had played in his youth and understood the rules. Although his movements were not particularly agile, he committed no fouls. With Qin Musong on the team, the science class won the first match without much suspense. The tension that had been building among the group finally dissipated. Their strategy was sound. They could succeed. When Lao Yu returned, he was wiping the sweat from his brow with the hem of his shirt, still incredulous that he was alive. Still alive, how wonderful. Thank you, Miss Chang. Chang Miao found Lao Yu's exuberant gratitude both amusing and bemusing. You were simply fortunate. You guessed the rules correctly. Lao Yu was a straightforward individual. He knew his survival was entirely due to the old player's insights into the rules. He bowed deeply before quietly sitting aside. Zhou Zong, did you see? They are both fine. Zhou Jian, warming up, stretched his neck to speak with Zhou Zong, lamenting his bad luck during the draw. Zhou Zong nodded towards the crowd, acknowledging him without further comment. He harbored a dislike for Zhou Jian, perceiving him as embodying a certain weakness characteristic of middle-aged men. Nevertheless, this was a game of life and death. They were partners, and both needed to survive. If Lao Yu and Qin Musong had made it, then the key to survival lay in winning. They had to win. Chapter 56. Tan Tao's Campus Life. Tin, Zhou, the general, swallowed hard, casting a final glance at the audience before stepping onto the court. Even someone like Cheng Miao, who was not particularly versed in sports events, could discern the fervor with which the liberal arts class was playing. Both Zhou and Zhou Jian were fully committed to securing victory. The match concluded at 16-20, with the liberal arts team emerging triumphant. Zhou Jian stood beneath the hoop, a visage of elation akin to having escaped death, waving to the audience, when suddenly he felt a sharp impact to his temple. Rue, brother. My hand slipped. A nearby player, rushing to retrieve the basketball, inadvertently struck Zhou Jian's head. Such incidents are commonplace on the court, and Zhou Jian believed as much. He staggered slightly, thrown off balance by the blow, and collided with the basketball hoop. An exposed screw, protruding from the structure, pierced through Zhou Jian's temple, affixing him to the hoop. From a distance, the audience could not discern the unfolding chaos. The court was bustling, and no one paid heed to Zhou Jian's motionless form. Only Zhou noticed something amiss, his gaze fixating on the pooling blood beneath Zhou Jian's feet, a growing sense of dread clamoring within him. He opened his mouth, throat parched, yet no words emerged. As if bewitched, he found himself drawn toward Zhou Jian. What are they doing? Why haven't they come up? The bearded man stood, observing the scene, fortunate perhaps, as it seemed no one would perish today. Just as Zhou reached Zhou Jian's side, the massive basketball hoop came crashing down, a steel bar impaling Zhou's chest, pinning him to the ground. Nearby, Zhou Jian remained suspended, like a marionette ensnared by a broken toy, the hoop's base intact while the rest lay scattered. The shrieks and wails reverberated, threatening to lift the roof off the gymnasium as students surged toward the exits, leaving behind a pallid-faced crowd of players. How could this be? They won. The bearded man stood in stunned silence, realizing that he had narrowly escaped becoming a victim himself. Cheng Miao leapt from the stands, rushing to the two lifeless bodies, intent on inspecting them. She reached into Zhou Jian's pocket, hoping to uncover whether they had carried any items or resorted to any form of cheating. The bystanders, bearded man, the old man, and the aunt, remained hesitantly aside, while Qiao Jin and Qian Ming observed Cheng Miao as she nurtured her team members. Qi Jiajia cast a scornful glance at Lin Zhu, whose complexion had turned ashen, biting his lip. With a resigned close of his eyes, he reached into Zhou's pocket like a corpse extending a hand. Cheng Miao found nothing amiss on Zhou Jian, whereas Lin Zhu, despite his fear, demonstrated remarkable diligence, removing a ring from Zhou, an item designed to mitigate physical harm by 70%, which had not been utilized. Neither individual had cheated. In fact, they had not even employed their tools. Why then had they perished? Cheng Miao's gaze swept across their athletic uniforms, and a flash of insight struck her. The liberal arts class was the rival of the science class. The liberal arts class must not prevail, Cheng Miao concluded with unwavering certainty. Qiao Jin, having just arrived at the same realization, nodded in agreement. While our other rules remain unchanged, we cannot allow Tan Tao's class to win when it comes to competition with the science class. The group fell silent, the absurdity of this rule palpable, yet it bore a semblance of logic. Had it not been for Zhou and Zhou Jian's tragic demise, likely no one would have dared assert that this was indeed the liberal arts class's regulation. In other words, Cheng Miao turned to her classmates, earnestly advising, "We must not lose to the liberal arts class." Little Freckles grasped Chun Yu's hand, nodding in agreement. On their first day, the sight of the bodies had nearly induced her to vomit, yet now she could engage in contemplation alongside Cheng Miao. This was growth, a growth nurtured by blood. The dean and players conferred once more, with an emphasis on soothing frayed nerves. Since the players had arrived, there had been no fatalities, and the dean appeared somewhat more at ease, for humanity is inherently selfish. As long as one is not the victim, there is always a means of adjustment. "I hear you are quite fond of that boy Tan Tao?" Cheng Miao queried. The dean, momentarily taken aback, nodded. "Indeed, he is my most outstanding student." Cheng Miao refrained from further elaboration, having caught a whiff of an unfamiliar fragrance in the dean's office, reminiscent of incense burning in a temple. Subtle, yet she could not ascertain if she was mistaken. In the cafeteria, when Cheng Miao voiced her thoughts, most individuals exchanged bewildered glances. Only Qiao Jin, having finished her porridge, tossed her hair back, saying, "Later, Xiao Ming and I will head to the office to investigate." The two were seasoned players, and Cheng Miao felt assured. As a veteran player, Qin Musong's performance in this scenario had been unremarkable. Yet, given his temperament, his continued presence with the main group surprised Cheng Miao. She sensed that Qin Musong harbored a fondness for Qi Jiajia, akin to a familial affection. Qi Jiajia, overwhelmed by the kindness emanating from those far superior to her, instinctively withdrew. As night fell, the atmosphere among the team, now bereaved of 6 members, grew somber. No one had the heart to engage in conversation. Qiao Jin and Qian Ming had ventured to the dean's office in search of clues, while Lin Zhu returned early to rest, fearing he might be next, needing to conserve his energy. Qin Musong had disappeared, likely pursuing some thought that needed validation. The old man and Qin Musong shared a dormitory, a bubble of security for the old man. Without Qin's presence, he dared not rest. The elderly man and the bearded one occupied separate rooms, both being of the quiet sort, merely exchanging pleasantries before retreating. The aunt, alone in her quarters, had initially considered seeking out Qiao Jin or Cheng Miao, but with Qiao Jin's dormitory full and Cheng Miao's room, once occupied by Li Jie, too daunting to approach, she returned to her own solitude. Lying in bed, Cheng Miao gazed at the mosquito netting above, a lingering feeling that some vital clue had escaped her notice. The stringent rules imposed upon diligent students during the day were ever expanding. What of the nocturnal regulations? Why had the greasy man perished? How had Lin Zhu survived? And what connection could there be between the laboratory experiments involving Lin Zhu and others, And the note discovered by Chi Jujia in the classroom? Her thoughts spiraled like a tangled ball of yarn, tightening with each pull. Cheng Miao, someone is looking for you. She rolled out of bed, peering outside, and was greeted by Chunyu and little Freckles. Both beamed at her. Sister Cheng, Sister Qiao asked us to tell everyone that they found traces of a formation in the office. A formation? Cheng Miao had not anticipated such a significant discovery. Little Freckles nodded, hastening her speech as the lights were soon to be extinguished. Detailed explanations will wait until tomorrow. We just wanted to inform you so you'd be aware. Additionally, Qin Ge mentioned he found a clue regarding the corridor when he returned to the gym, Qinyu recalled, recounting Qin Musong's revelations. This corridor. There's something wrong with this corridor. I cannot escape. Chapter 57. Tan Tao's Campus Life 11, in the corridor. The clue from yesterday led to the laboratory, which was the very place Lin Zhua and the others arrived at last night. Although the hidden implications behind this clue remain unclear, at least it provided the players with a location. Cheng Miao shared her thoughts with the two young girls, who nodded in agreement before proceeding to knock on the doors of other players. They too hoped for everyone's survival, wishing to avoid further casualties. Cheng Miao returned to her bed, surrendering to sleep without further struggle against her own willpower, as it was destined to happen. When the bearded man awoke, a sense of foreboding washed over him. He realized he was the one chosen for the night. He found himself in a corridor, leaning against a wall, the cold surface seeping through his clothing and causing his teeth to chatter. To his delight, he spotted a familiar face beside him. Qian Ming, that bright and cheerful young man, and most importantly, a seasoned player. Qian Ming opened his eyes, glanced around, and let out a dismissive sound. The corners of his mouth, usually turned up in a smile, were now pressed down. He stood up, adjusted his curly hair, and with his hands in his pockets, strode deeper into the corridor. Wait up, Qian Ming. The bearded man had just roused the old lady when he turned to see Qian Ming walking away into the ominous darkness without a backward glance. Qian Ming remained silent, pausing momentarily to cast a glance at the bearded man. The bearded man fell silent, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Without the ever-present presence of Qiao Jin, Qian Ming appeared transformed, the usual smile replaced by a brooding impatience. His gaze reminded the bearded man of the little girl in their group. The bearded man dared not speak further, opting to follow closely behind Qian Ming. The old lady, upon waking, began to babble in distress, which irritated the bearded man, prompting him to remind her to keep her voice down and avoid attracting any unwanted attention. The old lady lowered her voice, redirecting her complaints towards the two players. Qian Ming seemed oblivious to the old lady's grievances, strolling leisurely down the corridor. In accordance with the information received from Qin Musong, this was indeed a school corridor. The fluorescent lights flickered erratically, with half illuminating the space while the other half remained swallowed by thick darkness. The polished marble floor gleamed, and the classroom doors on either side were tightly locked, allowing only glimpses of the ceiling through the windows above. Thankfully, nothing peculiar could be seen overhead. Much to the bearded man's relief, as he endeavored to drown out the old lady's incessant chatter and find a way to converse with Qian Ming, a sudden sound pierced the air. Tap, 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 the sound of high heels. The bearded man's face drained of color as he replayed Lin Zhua's description of the laboratory in his mind. He reached out to grab Qian Ming, only to find that the young man had vanished without a trace. The old lady's murmuring ceased abruptly, and she frantically looked around. The echoing sound of high heels grew louder in the eerie stillness of the corridor, making it impossible to discern whether it came from ahead or behind. The bearded man's nerves frayed as the clicking grew increasingly distinct. He abandoned the old lady and sprinted away. Panting heavily, he could hear his own breath and the rush of wind by his ears. The darkness enveloped him, rendering everything invisible, forcing him to run blindly forward. Time lost meaning as he ran, and just as a metallic taste crept into his throat, a glimmer of light appeared ahead. Another person stood before him. The bearded man felt a surge of hope and was about to rush forward when he suddenly halted, realizing that this figure was not Qian Ming. A chill ran down his spine as he recognized that this silhouette did not belong to any of the three of them. Panic seized him, and he turned on his heel to flee. With every ounce of strength, he continued to run. Ahead, he perceived another presence. Just as his taut nerves began to relax, his heart lurched. No, it was the same figure again, and it was drawing. Despair gripped the bearded man as he felt his legs falter. He leaned against the wall, staggering forward. He had no idea how long he struggled, but just as exhaustion overtook him and he collapsed to the ground, the figure loomed ominously close. In a shocking revelation, he discovered that the figure was his own. A harrowing scream erupted from the depths of the corridor as the bearded man cried out in despair, while the old lady, terrified, wept silently, covering her mouth with trembling hands. What to do? There was still a boy. The old lady thought of calling Qian Ming's name but stifled her voice. She longed to search the shadows for him, yet her feet felt as if they were anchored to the ground. Suddenly, she noticed a figure emerging at the end of the corridor, illuminated by the flickering light where she stood. As this figure advanced, it seemed to retreat, drawing nearer to the old lady. Her eyes widened in horror, and saliva dripped from the corner of her mouth as she struggled to move, feeling as helpless as a chicken caught by the neck. She watched in dread as the figure approached, her dwindling capacity for thought revealing a chilling truth. The coat the figure wore resembled her own. Qian Ming lurked in the shadows of the corridor, observing as the figure met the old lady, their forms colliding before vanishing into thin air. A sly smirk danced upon Qian Ming's lips as he raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the apparition that mirrored his own silhouette, with curly hair leaning towards him. Stretching leisurely, Qian Ming ambled toward the approaching figure. Cheng Miao awoke to the sound of the old lady's cries, which echoed from the adjacent dormitory, dispelling her morning lethargy. Daylight had broken, and venturing into another dormitory was not a hastily completing her morning routine. Cheng Miao made her way to the old lady's room. Listening to the old lady recount the events of the previous night through tears and sniffling, Cheng Miao inquired, "So how did you manage to come out?" The old lady widened her eyes in disbelief. "How would I know? I just saw that ghost getting closer, and the next moment, I blacked out, only to awaken in the dormitory." Cheng Miao furrowed her brow, attempting to deduce a pattern from the survival methods of Lin Zhua and the old lady during the night. "You mentioned my friend also went in last night?" Xiao Jin, standing to the side, spoke up, her hair tied back in a ponytail, exuding an air of youthful vigor. Mention of Qian Ming darkened the old lady's expression. Indeed, he has no respect for the elderly. Who knows where he's run off to? Xiao Jin nodded silently, while the old lady, disapproving of the dynamic between Xiao Jin and Qian Ming, added, "He probably met his end already. He certainly isn't the old player he pretends to be, just a coward hiding away." As Xiao Jin was about to leave, she paused and shot the old lady a piercing glance, her icy gaze silencing any further comments from the elder. At the foot of the teaching building, Cheng Miao spotted Qian Ming, cheerfully waving at Xiao Jin. She quickened her pace to catch up with him. "Pray tell, how did you manage to survive?" Qian Ming, standing beside Xiao Jin like an obedient golden retriever, handed her a bun he had purchased from the cafeteria and flashed a smile at Cheng Miao. "I simply walked toward that thing, and then I came back." "Walked toward it, and returned?" Chapter 58, Tan Tao's Campus Life, 12. A fleeting thought crossed Cheng Miao's mind, but before she could grasp it, she was interrupted by the aunt's exclamation. "Young man, do you know something? Why didn't you tell me last night?" When Qian Ming was beside Xiao Jin, he seemed like, "So the other one didn't he come back? I only figured it out later, and I wasn't sure how to tell you all. What if I was wrong and it ended up being my fault?" The aunt was left speechless, glancing at the others with a look of discontent, hoping someone would come to her aid. Unfortunately, no one did. Everyone was acutely aware that this was a matter of life and death. There was no room for politeness or special treatment. The fact that no one intentionally harmed another was already commendable. Seeing no support, the ant fell silent, her spirit deflated. Chung Miao began to piece together a thread of understanding. Noticing the eager gazes of several classmates from Class 1 of Senior Year 3, she patted Qi Jiejia on the head and suggested they head to class, promising to discuss it afterward. Having learned from the previous day's experiences, no one dared to slack off during class, let alone engage in any forbidden actions. Allowing the day to pass without incident, 18 noon, the players gathered. Chung Miao observed that Xiao Jin and the others clearly had no intention of playing the role of elucidators, so she steeled herself to take the lead. I believe I have grasped the rules of the night. It is the second hint of the scenario. When the false appears true, the true can also be false. This can be interpreted as the unity of opposites. Thus, we must approach everything in reverse. What you mentioned about the creatures in the lab with reversed joints and heads, Lin Zhu and Qi Jiejia reacted swiftly. As soon as Chung Miao articulated the hint, they grasped its significance. Xiao Keiban and Chun Yu were a bit slower, but they too followed Chung Miao's explanation and began to understand. The remaining old Yu, the ant, and the old man exchanged glances, prompting Chung Miao to elaborate further. In the lab, a normal person would instinctively feel fear and desire to flee upon encountering such sights, which would inadvertently trigger. It is only by not evading and acting contrary to common instinct that one can find a path to survival. Old Yu appeared bewildered. Is it really that simple? Qi Jiejia rolled her eyes, scrutinizing old Yu. Although the rule appeared straightforward, it was far more challenging to execute than the rules of daylight. Human instinct is to preserve life, to seek benefit and avoid harm. Defying this instinct, or even acting in direct opposition to it, is no trivial feat. The ant, standing by, patted her chest to calm her nerves. Who would have thought that her paralyzing fear from the previous night inadvertently saved her life? However, wasn't it said that there were no ghosts in this scenario? Old Yu appeared to age a decade, his back hunched. Chung Miao turned her gaze to Qin Musong, who nodded. If my weapon strikes a ghostly entity, it can reveal their true form. The night before last, I merely brute-forced my way through without hitting anything. Chung Miao pondered for a moment. Have you ever felt that? What occurs at night resembles events that transpire only in dreams. This assembly resembled a young sapling. Though it had just sprouted, it exhibited tenacity and cohesion, destined to grow into a towering tree. Xiao Jin internally marveled. Although Chung Miao had been a beat slow in uncovering the rules, she managed to analyze them without having personally experienced the nocturnal dreams. Moreover, hearing that Chung Miao had only completed 3 scenarios made the future of this small group appear exceedingly promising. Xiao Jian set aside her thoughts and casually dropped another bombshell. How did it suddenly shift to sorcery? I encountered something similar during a past task. I have relevant experience, Xiao Jin mentioned lightly. Today, I sent Xiao Ming to check, but since this morning, we have been unable to locate the director. Chung Miao calculated the time. The afternoon break would last 20 minutes, providing her the opportunity to search for clues in the director's office. They had been summoned by the director for assistance, so even if discovered, they could justify their presence. Up until now, there had been no fatalities today, and everyone needed to remember the patterns observed in the preceding days. As the group disbanded, Chung Miao reiterated her reminder. Everyone now. As the first class concluded, Chung Miao sat at her desk, twirling a pen, when she caught a glimpse of the drowsy Ma Yuan beside her. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck her. Ma Yuan, are you aware of the gossip surrounding our... However, upon meeting her deep brown eyes, glimmering with a hint of moisture, his irritation dissipated instantaneously. What gossip? He inquired. I've heard that the dean seems particularly fond of Tan Tao, though the reason remains a mystery. Chung Miao presented this information in a carefree manner, yet her gaze remained fixed on Ma Yuan's expression. Indeed, The best friend of Tan Tao displayed a fleeting moment of surprise and evasion upon hearing this tidbit, before quickly regaining his composure. Well, it's only natural for teachers to favor students with good grades. Cheng Miao was about to probe further, but the athletic young man declared he had to attend class and rushed off, claiming he hadn't yet visited the restroom. As a sports student, he departed without looking back. It appeared that he knew something more than he let on. During the lengthy break, Cheng Miao resolved to visit the dean's office, enlisting the help of Xiao Jin and others to investigate further. Accompanied by Lin Zhu and Qi Jiajia, Cheng Miao approached the dean's office, only to discover that the space had been transformed into a single dormitory. It seemed the dean, burdened with a demanding schedule, often took rest in this room. Qi Jiajia, being petite, was able to stand guard at the door, while Cheng Miao and Lin Zhu quietly entered the chamber. The office was rather modest, featuring a single bed and a bookshelf in its alcove, while the desk outside was cluttered with teaching materials. All the cabinets were locked, and Cheng Miao had no time to seek out someone skilled in lockpicking. Instead, she produced a dagger and began to strike at the lock. The fishbone dagger, having been upgraded recently, now bore a sharp edge, making it quite capable of sawing through the lock. As Cheng Miao wrestled with the lock, Lin Zhu searched the room for clues. Suddenly, he tilted his head, as if realizing he had overlooked something. After a brief moment of searching, an overwhelming rush of blood surged to his head. In the very corner of the area he had just rummaged through, a pair of black high-heeled shoes lay quietly. Chapter 59. Tan Tao's Campus Life, 13. Cheng Miao followed Lin Zhu's gaze and gently lifted her shoe, holding it by the heel and mimicking the sound of footsteps on the ground. Tap, tap. The crisp sound echoed ominously in the cramped room, sending a chill down Lin Zhu's spine. It was unmistakably that sound. The sound of high heels arrived without warning, strikingly terrifying. The others were unnerved by the nightmarish scene, with few recalling the high-heeled footsteps that had initially sparked the dread. But Lin Zhu remembered. Ever since the day before yesterday, she had diligently listened for the same high-heeled sound each day. However, high heels were prohibited in the school. Most teachers were likewise barred from wearing them during lessons to uphold teaching quality. A handful of instructors did wear heeled shoes, yet upon hearing Lin Zhu's account, Cheng Miao returned the shoe to its place. I will check the room for traces of the method that Xiao Jin mentioned. You continue picking the lock? Cheng Miao entered the room and, on the floor beside the bed, drew a circular formation with dried blood. It appeared as if etched into the ground. Cheng Miao was unfamiliar with such formations, yet she had seen numerous similar stories in films. This particular arrangement did not seem intended for summoning spirits or harming individuals. The circle was devoid of photographs, hair, nails, or even remnants of ash. Cheng Miao pondered the purpose of the formation created by the director of education. Lin Zhu's voice called from outside, "The lock is open." Contrary to Cheng Miao and Lin Zhu's expectations, the documents detailed Tan Tao's daily activities, his conversations, and his examination results. These records appeared to have been compiled afterward rather than being real-time accounts, with many timestamps not aligning, and some entries were rather vague. From the documents, it was evident that Tan Tao was indeed a studious and obedient child, also remarkably kind-hearted. He possessed a strong sense of self-management while not imposing expectations on others. Notably, Tan Tao had indeed argued with his former liberal arts class during the transition. The liberal arts students believed that Tan Tao thought less of their class for not being as strong as the science class, despite the fact that both classes were prestigious, and the students held an inflated sense of pride, not believing that science was superior to liberal arts. However, the liberal arts students did not act out excessively. Apart from a few jibes, they typically regarded the science class as their rivals in various competitions. Young and proud, they did not cause any significant trouble. As Cheng Miao perused the documents, she heard Qi Jiajia signaling from outside, indicating someone was approaching. She dared not take the documents out, hastily stuffing them into a drawer before exiting with Lin Zhu. Just as they locked the door, a male teacher descended the stairs. Upon seeing the three of them loitering before the director's office, he paused, puzzled. "What are you three doing here?" Chung Miao scratched her head and met the male teacher. "We have something to discuss." We knocked, but she didn't open the door. "Do you know where she is gone?" The male teacher suddenly realized she took a leave of absence for something. "I'm not sure where she went, perhaps home." After glancing at his watch, he added, "It's almost time for class. You should hurry back." Chung Miao's expression hardened, and she thanked him before turning to leave the teaching building. Before Lin Zhu and Qi Jiejia could inquire about her findings, Chung Miao had already retrieved her speed-enhancing shoes from her backpack. Qi Jiejia approached, observing Chung Miao's serious demeanor. Not wanting to pry, she clung to Chung Miao's back while Chung Miao grasped Lin Zhu's hand, hurriedly instructing, "Hold on tight." As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Zhu felt herself being propelled into the air, the scenery around her whizzing by as if she were on a high-speed train. Before Lin Zhu could process the sensation of nearly being suffocated by the cold wind, the three had already returned to the entrance of the science class. "What? Ding 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 ding." The class bell rang, and both Lin Zhu and Qi Jiejia's faces turned pale. The originally 20-minute break had alarmingly ended after just 15 minutes. Had it not been for Chung Miao's quick thinking, the three would undoubtedly have been late for class, and at that moment, Chung Miao nudged the two, signaling them to focus on their studies as she returned to her seat. Emma Yuan had still not arrived for class, and even Chung Miao dared not lose focus. She attentively listened and took notes, studying harder than she ever had in school. The teacher extended the lesson, combining 2 periods into one. Finally, when school was dismissed, Chung Miao found herself surrounded by her classmates in the science class. The class bell rang early. "It scared us to death. We were afraid you wouldn't make it back," Chen Yu recounted, her face pale from the fright. At that moment, she and Little Freckles had considered joining them, but when Chung Miao had refused, she had felt a bit displeased. Now, reflecting on it, she realized that if they had indeed gone, with her limited tools and Little Freckles' inexperience, they would have been putting their lives at risk. "How did you know the class bell would ring early?" Qi Jiejia inquired. Although she had a rebellious streak, she was eager to improve. She admired Chung Miao and was keen to absorb her experiences. Chung Miao loosened her hair and retied it, explaining as she held the hair tied between her lips, "I didn't know." It was just that the male teacher's reminder felt off. There should have been around 8 minutes left, yet he warned us it was almost time for class, which defied logic. The only possibility is that the class schedule changed, and the male teacher's warning was our only glimmer of hope. It's better to waste items than to gamble with our lives. Chung Miao understood that Qi Jiejia's past experiences were reckless and capricious, but all of that needed to be founded on a thorough understanding of the scenario. Otherwise, it would be tantamount to courting death. Qi Jiejia nodded, refraining from arguing further. "So, Chung Jia, what did you discover?" Little Freckles asked shyly, feeling as though she had contributed nothing, merely sharing the clues that the seasoned players had risked their lives to gather. She was not like the liberal arts students who took everything for granted. Chung Miao perceived Little Freckles' guilt and offered her a few words of comfort. For an inexperienced newcomer, seeking the guidance of seasoned players was nothing to be ashamed of. As long as one did not abandon their own critical thinking, they would eventually find their own path. Before Chung Miao could respond, familiar sounds of running and cries erupted from the hallway, mixed with the shrieks of girls. "Someone's dead. Another person is dead." Chapter 60. Tantao's Campus Life, 14. Chung Miao furrowed her brow as Qin Musong swiftly leapt out of the classroom. Chung Miao and her companions promptly followed suit, while the remaining players either reacted too slowly, instinctively trailing behind the main group, or were merely catching up after a moment of confusion. The aunt had perished, her life extinguished in the telephone booth in the corridor. The school prohibited students from bringing mobile phones to class, hence each classroom was equipped with a telephone booth in the hallway to facilitate parental contact with their children. Having just concluded a long day, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. This was the moment of utmost relaxation. No one had died today, which was indeed a piece of good news. However, the relentless news of companions' deaths had worn even the most resilient individuals thin. At that moment, a classmate entered, stating that a call had come in for the aunt. It was quite peculiar for not. She hesitated to answer, yet fearing it might be a clue, we persuaded her to do so. The old man appeared somewhat apprehensive, the veins on his gaunt neck pulsating visibly. Eventually, I agreed to accompany her to take the call, as I was uncertain whether entering the booth would constitute eavesdropping on someone else's privacy. Thus, I waited outside. Xiao Jin shrugged, her floral dress stained with splatters of blood, yet it did not detract from her ethereal beauty. Rather, it lent her an air of delicate grace. The moment she answered the call, her demeanor shifted dramatically. Her face turned ashen, her mouth agape as if to speak to me, yet no sound emerged. Xiao Jin glanced at the grotesque remains in the booth not far away, her delicate brows knitting together in concern. Soon, Xiao opened the door, but it was too late. The aunt was frantically bashing her head against the glass, and in no time, she succumbed. Qianming, as usual, stood vigilantly by Xiao Jin's side like a loyal hound, dismissing the aunt's demise with a nonchalant air. What had she wanted to say that went unheard? The little freckled girl trailed behind Cheng Miao, wishing to speak but feeling an inexplicable fear of Qianming, lowering her voice to ask. I heard. Xiao Jin adjusted her braid, her hair slightly oily as she had not dared to wash it in the dormitory. When I opened the door, I caught her saying that she had heard her own voice. The caller was, in fact, herself. A chill ran through the crowd. It was summer within the scenario, yet no one felt the heat. Instead, it was not hard to imagine the terror the aunt must have felt upon hearing her own voice on the line. As a newcomer, she lacked the composure of the little freckled girl. One could surmise that the thread of sanity in her mind had long been frayed, leading her to madness upon answering the call, ultimately crashing into her demise. What taboo had she violated? Cheng Miao's focus was sharp. The deaths in this scenario were increasingly bizarre. However, the manner of death was not the crux of the matter. It merely served as a clue for players to uncover the rules of the scenario. It's nothing. I sat close to her. She was quite diligent in class. Xiao Jin shook her head, equally puzzled as to why the aunt had seemingly violated the rules without cause. Moreover, think harder. You students from the lib. She continued to mutter in her seat, her peers having grown silent in response to her complaints. Xiao Jin's furrowed brows remained unchanged, her expression endearing. What was she rambling about? Cheng Miao sensed she was drawing closer to the truth. Nothing of great significance. It was merely a comment on respecting the elderly and caring for the young. A student, in a hurry to leave class for basketball, accidentally knocked her books over. She was a bit flustered and spoke rather harshly. What did she say? Xiao Jin pondered, mimicking. Without a mother to teach him, he ends up like this. Even if someone knocked her books down, there was no need to be so harsh. Although one should mourn the dead, Chen Yu still frowned with a hint of irritation. She had been overly cautious, accustomed to taking advantage in daily life. She subconsciously failed to recognize that in this scenario, less talk meant fewer mistakes. The old man succinctly summarized. If her death was indeed due to this, then I may discern the curiosity clawed at the hearts of the onlookers like a cat's paw, yet they could only follow Cheng Miao downstairs. Under the sycamore tree below stood Qin Musong, clutching a boy by the collar like a chick. It was Cheng Miao's deskmate, Ma Yuan. Cheng Miao approached briskly, noting the tearful expression on Ma Yuan's face. What are you all planning to do? Qin Musong, endowed with exceptional strength and agility, feigned a need to inquire about homework. Ma Yuan, feeling guilty, attempted to flee, but Qin Musong half-dragged, half-pulled him to this spot. Don't be nervous. Last time I inquired about the relationship between the headmaster and Tan Tao, you avoided me. Surrounded by the group, Ma Yuan felt trapped, unable to escape. They refrained from violence, and their words were measured, treading carefully around any taboos. The headmaster is Tan Tao's mother, isn't she? Chang Miao probed, her tone suggestive of certainty. Ma Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Why you? How did you know? Chang Miao gently restrained the nearly leaping Ma Yuan, softening her voice in reassurance. You know we were invited by the headmaster to assist. If you wish to resolve matters at school swiftly, you must divulge everything you know. Ma Yuan struggled for a moment, his features contorted, before finally exhaling a heavy sigh of resignation. Tan Tao told me that the headmaster is his mother, but she is so engrossed in her work that she hardly has time to care for him. Tan Tao devoted himself to his studies, demanding the utmost from himself, hoping one day the headmaster would notice him. Tan Tao's illness was real. His health declined progressively. Ma Yuan's eyes reddened. He wiped them hastily, suppressing a lump in his throat. Strange occurrences began after he died. Chang Miao had no time to console this student, still engulfed in the sorrow of his friend's death. Their priority was to escape the scenario. Do you know where the headmaster has gone? Ma Yuan lifted his gaze, tear stains still evident on his face. She left the school. I saw her with my own eyes. Perhaps it was the palpable despair emanating from the crowd that frightened. He hurriedly added, tomorrow is Tan Tao's 5th and 7th day. Previously, whenever it was the 7th day, I saw the headmaster return, and I even caught a whiff of burning paper while passing her office. 5th and 7th? Qi Jiajia peered over Chang Miao's shoulder, her head tilted up in curiosity. In the past, this scenario was indeed not a supernatural tale of vengeful spirits. Chapter 61. Tan Tao's Campus Life, 15. How could this be? The manner of their deaths was so... How could this scenario possibly lack apparitions? Lao Yu had always been honest and straightforward, yet the recent spate of unnatural deaths among his companions compelled him to voice his doubts. After posing his question, he timidly retracted his neck, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Chang Miao paid no heed to his discomfort and waved her hand dismissively, stating, the first hint, the moon in the mirror and the flower in the water are both illusions. What we believe to be hauntings is merely a facade. The true horror unfolding within this school is a man-made curse. Observing that Xiao Jin and Qian Ming displayed no signs of surprise, she realized they had already grasped the situation. What remained unclear was the reason behind the principal's actions. Now, with Ma Yuan's words elucidating the narrative's progression, everything fell into place, in a bid to gain his mother's attention. Yet, tragically, his health failed him, leading to his untimely demise. Following her son's death, the principal, consumed by grief, lamented her previous indifference towards such an exceptional child. Her frenzied and twisted psyche led her to curse the entire campus, condemning any student who did not emulate her son's dedication to face various grotesque fates. Under considerable pressure from the school, the principal summoned a group of players to investigate, inadvertently making them her primary targets. Sister Chang, is this campus truly real? Little Freckle observed, growing increasingly unsettled as the students around her resembled the living dead. I can assure you it is indeed real, but the principal evidently has no intention of leaving any survivors. By her standards, it is only a matter of time before all students perish. Qian Ming maneuvered a lollipop with his tongue, the rich flavor of lemon flooding his mouth. So, if we simply thwart the principal tomorrow, can we escape this scenario? Chun Yu exclaimed, her excitement palpable. She had heard Xiao Jin mention that formations were the foundation of all spells, and with their numbers, they could potentially dismantle the curse if necessary. Chang Miao shared this sentiment. With the principal absent today and tomorrow being the final deadline, their survival through the night seemed to promise their return. As they parted ways, Chang Miao reminded everyone once more that the rules of the night were inversely aligned. Though the human subconscious is powerful, it is imperative to consciously make choices to survive. Little Freckle discovered clues regarding brawls at the phone booth where the aunt had died. a lead that felt grounded and relieved many. This scenario had proven to be Cheng Miao's most exhausting endeavor thus far, with a multitude of rules obscured within even more convoluted regulations. Not only could they afford no distractions, but they also needed to act against human instinct. It remained uncertain how many would survive the night. Upon awakening the following day, Cheng Miao found it hard to believe that she had once again escaped the grim fate of selection. Who would be chosen this time? A foreboding thought gnawed at her as she leapt from her bed and knocked on the door of the dormitory across the hall. The door swung open to reveal Qi Jiejia, appearing still half asleep. Upon noticing the concern in Cheng Miao's eyes, her weariness vanished, and she playfully leapt into Cheng Miao's arms. "Were you worried about me?" "You were worried about me, right?" Cheng Miao removed the sticky fruit from her hands, exasperatedly rubbing her forehead. "We are teammates, of course. I worry about you, It seems you weren't selected." With his personality, when confronted by monstrous creatures, his first instinct would undoubtedly be to cry out and beg for mercy. How could he possibly think of any contrary actions? Cheng Miao sighed, choosing not to respond. By the time they reached the cafeteria, Lin Zhu had already procured breakfast for both of them, and it was evident that the others were also aware of Lao Yu's demise, though no one mentioned it. With winter break approaching, the class monitor had just informed them that the morning's activity had changed to cleaning duties. Qin Musong was succinct with his words, while Qian Ming nodded vigorously beside him, resembling a bobblehead. "Us too. It seems today's objective is to clean thoroughly." Cheng Miao swallowed her porridge and said, "Everyone, let's be diligent. We will confront the principal at noon to end this scenario." The group nodded. Their numbers were dwindling, but the end was near. If only they could locate the principal. In the liberal arts class, only Qiao Jin, Qian Ming, and the old man remained as players, assigned the task of mopping the floor. Qiao Jin took care of the elder, allowing him only to wash the mop, not intending for him to undertake any further labor. The old man took 2 mops to the restroom, washing them with great care, setting one aside after cleaning it before washing the other. When he finally attempted to leave with the mop, he suddenly felt someone pressing down on his head, submerging him into the mop-washing basin. The water was clogged, rising steadily. The old man struggled to make a sound, his hands flailing helplessly. He had chosen a more secluded restroom to avoid others stepping on his mops, and now, in this deserted space, he slowly drowned in the rising waters. When Xiao Jin and Qian Ming realized something was amiss, they searched through 3 restrooms before they found the old man's lifeless body. Qian Ming hoisted the corpse from the floor, its face grotesquely swollen from the water. Why would he? Xiao Jin thought highly of the old man, who had once advised her on maintaining a balanced diet and not solely relying on vegetables. Qian Ming glanced at the 2 mops the old man had washed, pointing to a greasy puddle on the floor. There was oil on the ground, which he had overlooked. The freshly cleaned mop was now dirty again, yet he was preoccupied with. Xiao Jin remained silent, casting one last glance at the old man's unseeing eyes before turning away. As they continued cleaning, Xiao Jin's spirits were low. She pretended to be busy while Qian Ming took on the bulk of the work alone. Qian Ming wiped the sweat from his brow, his gaze following Xiao Jin closely. That depends on how we define the end. For instance, as long as I can be with Xiao, I would be content to go through any trial. Xiao Jin regained her focus, blushing as she shot him a glare, her pent-up emotions and heaviness lifting slightly. There are no clues today, she mused, lost in thought about the old man's corpse. Qian Ming gently patted her head, returning to his diligent mopping. The remaining 8 individuals gathered together and found the principal in her office, burning paper offerings. "We understand. We deeply regret Tan Tao's death, but the students are blameless," Cheng Miao interjected, blocking Qin Musong, who sought a violent resolution, and cautiously spoke up. The principal's expression remained impassive, showing no reaction to their revelation, continuing mechanically with her ritual. "You have already disappointed Tan Tao once. The students are innocent. Do you wish for Tan Tao to find no peace in the afterlife?" The principal halted her actions, lifting her gaze to Cheng Miao, tears streaming down her cheeks. Cheng Miao opened her mouth to say more, but the principal abruptly rose, flung open the window, and leapt out. Chapter 62. Tan Tao's Campus Life, 16. The action of the headmaster jumping from the building was utterly unexpected, executed with such swiftness that even Qin Musong was unable to intervene in time. A crowd gathered at the window, gazing down at the lifeless body of the headmaster, sprawled at the base of the building, surrounded by a vast pool of blood that spread like a grotesque bloom, exuding an unsettling beauty. Did this mean we have effectively eliminated the source of the curse? Chen Yu stared blankly at the corpse, still in disbelief. She had anticipated a fierce confrontation, mentally preparing herself for the possibility of never returning, yet it had unfolded so simply. Little Freckle tilted her head, removed her outer garment, and knelt on the ground, smudging the blood-soaked formation. This should suffice, right? With the formation gone, she wiped her forehead with the back of her hand, a slight trace of blood staining her skin. Chen Yu produced a tissue from her pocket and crouched down to wipe Little Freckle's face. The headmaster's leap was likely prompted by the exposure of her schemes, leaving her heart desolate. After all, as an NPC, she was still human and unable to contend with so many of us. Xiao Jin surveyed the office they had entered for a second time, sensing that lifting the curse might not be the ultimate goal, for we remained here. A momentary air of despondency enveloped us. Indeed, even with the instigator having taken her own life, they were still present, and the game had not concluded. There are two possibilities. Cheng Miao began to articulate her thoughts, speaking at a measured pace, fortunate that those remaining were patient enough to listen. One is that the headmaster's resentment is too profound. Even in death, the curse will not dissipate. The other possibility, do you all remember what the prompt said when we first entered the instance? Qi Jia, feeling Cheng Miao's gaze upon her, instinctively straightened up, oblivious to the way everyone looked at her as if they were witnessing a once ferocious dog transformed into a loyal companion by Cheng Miao's training, replied. Players are required to survive for 4 days within the instance to clear it. Cheng Miao nodded. Qi Jia and Lin Zhu were both individuals with sharp memories and extreme caution. Lin Zhu's nature demanded it, while Qi Jia's meticulousness stemmed from the chaotic routes they had to navigate in their. The instance required us to survive for 4 days, and now on the final day, half the time remained. Xiao Jin's expression darkened slightly as she added, which implies we must discover a genuine method to exit the instance and depart during the night. Have any thoughts emerged? Xiao Jin gazed at Cheng Miao, whom she admired greatly, not in the sense of wanting to form a team, but rather a pure appreciation, hoping she could venture further. Cheng Miao forced a wry smile. Don't you have any thoughts yourself? Xiao Jin, momentarily displaying childlike behavior, pouted slightly, indicating she wished to hear Cheng Miao's perspective. Cheng Miao, we will have to wait until evening to ascertain the specifics. Cheng Miao glanced at the two girls huddled together. Currently, only the 3 of us had not entered the night. Tonight would be perilous. We must remember the patterns we had previously deduced. This is the end. Do not be careless. The 2 girls nodded, their faces reflecting a shared desire to survive and resilience. The wait for nightfall felt interminably long. When everyone returned to the dormitory, anxiety lingered. What if we do not go back? If we miss the time, how will we escape the instance? Only Cheng Miao, Chen Yu, and Little Freckle had yet to experience the nightmarish night. Lin Zhu was particularly concerned about the potential for unforeseen events, fearing they could not aid Cheng Miao. Cheng Miao, why are you still here? The class monitor emerged from the boys' dormitory, noticing the group gathered at the base of the dormitory building, and approached with curiosity. What happened? Chen Yu and Little Freckle nearly spoke in unison, their voices intertwining. Oh, I forgot to mention, I'm glad I ran into you. Otherwise, I would have had to make another trip. Tonight, a vigil is being held for classmate Tan Tao at the gymnasium, and everyone is required to attend. Realizing they need not part ways, both Chen Yu and Lin Zhu exhaled in relief, one for herself and the other for Cheng Miao. When the players arrived at the gymnasium, nearly half of the space was already filled. The lights were off, and each person held a candle, casting an eerie yet captivating atmosphere. Lin Zhu's hand trembled as she clutched the candle, fearful that a slip could ignite a fire. Cheng Miao's face remained calm under the flickering flame. What was to come could not be avoided, as only 3 of them had not yet succumbed to the— Whether it was the tension or genuine exhaustion, Cheng Miao found herself drowsily holding the candle, eventually succumbing to sleep. Miao Miao, wake up. Cheng Miao was deeply asleep when she felt someone nudging her. Instinctively, she tightened her grip on the candle, startling awake in an instant. The candle in her hand had vanished. She shot her gaze upward, her sharp eyes locking onto the figure across from her. This is her home? Cheng Miao's mother was taken aback by the intensity and slight menace in her daughter's gaze, raising her hand to pat her chest, exclaiming, "This child, her eyes are so frightening." Cheng Miao remained silent, sitting up in her own room. The quilt carried the scent of sunshine and home, while the clock on the nightstand indicated it was 11:30. Her pet cat was pacing back and forth on the bedside. "It's nearly noon. Hurry up and get up for breakfast." Cheng Miao's mother uttered this before heading out, having returned late the previous night and now scolding her for being sluggish. Cheng Miao felt a headache coming on as she rubbed her temples. Right? She recalled that her last memory in the real world was of going out for drinks with friends, sneaking back to wash up quietly before going to bed, only to awaken to the sight of cockroaches. Was the survival in a nightmare or reality? Had she returned to the real world, or was she still trapped within the instance? The thought of the instance caused Cheng Miao to stiffen. If she remained within the Tan Tao campus life instance, everything must be the opposite. She could not allow any semblance of longing or nostalgia to surface, lest she become trapped forever. Cheng Miao's head throbbed painfully, rendering rational thought elusive. She slowly got out of bed and dressed, as her father prepared sour and spicy noodles, the enticing aroma awakening her long-dormant appetite. She glanced down at her meowing cat, the plump feline, noticing Cheng Miao's gaze, happily rubbed against her. Cheng Miao crouched down, lifting her cat into her arms, where it purred contentedly. Tears streamed down Cheng Miao's face as she stroked her cat's head. Indeed, this was still the instance. Her pet had never been so affectionate, let alone demanding for cuddles. She set the cat back on the ground, casting a glance at her father busily working in the kitchen and her mother watering the plants, feeling a momentary swell of emotion, yet her hand rested upon the doorknob. "Where are you going? You came back so late last night, and now you're sneaking out without a word. If you leave, don't bother coming back." Cheng Miao caught sight of her mother's exasperated expression, her resolve wavering slightly. Yet the next moment, she twisted the doorknob, stepping into the encroaching darkness outside, where an unsettling sound echoed, as if an unseen entity was dragging something. "Come back, meow meow." Cheng Miao's father rushed out from the kitchen, pleading, causing her heart to ache, and tears nearly spilled. How she longed to return home. Cheng Miao took one last glance at them, then turned and plunged into the depths of the unfathomable night, shrouded in fear. Chapter 63. Tan Tao's Campus Life, 17. Cheng Miao felt as though she were suffocating amidst the tangible black fog, yet in the next moment, she broke free, awakening with a start as if under the weight of a nightmare. Delicate arms encircled her neck, followed by a girl who leaped into her embrace. "Why did you take so long to come out?" Chi Jiajia's voice was both fierce and shrill, her hands constricting around Cheng Miao's throat, making it difficult for her to breathe. Cheng Miao patted Chi Jiajia, signaling Lin Zhu to assist her in standing up. Lin Zhu, mindful of propriety, hesitated to embrace Cheng Miao, but quickly stepped forward to help her up upon seeing her glance in his direction. Standing tall, Lin Zhu was nearly 1.8 meters despite being a high school student, making Cheng Miao's 1.67 meters feel inconsequential in comparison. Cheng Miao sighed internally, Realizing that had she known it would have no lasting impact, she should have indulged in a few more playful moments with her little chubby friend. Otherwise, she would be scolded for merely tugging at her hair. "Sister Chung, you're awake?" The little girl with freckles, who had been huddled in the corner, beamed with delight, revealing two charming dimples. "Were you the first to wake up?" "That's impressive. This newcomer shows great potential," Chung Miao generously praised. The freckled girl smiled shyly, falling silent as she squatted back down to keep watch over Chinyu, who was still ensnared in her nightmare. She hadn't confided in anyone that her nightmare was about friendship. Yet the bond she yearned for had shattered irreparably, a broken mirror that could never reflect such beauty again. She remained entirely untempted. Chung Miao surveyed her surroundings. They were in the corridor, with the staircase extending upwards and downwards into the dense darkness, obscuring what lay within. It felt akin to what she might perceive upon opening a door. Turning her gaze towards the three individuals leaning against the wall, Xiao Jin smiled as she caught Chung Miao's eye. "I knew you would be fine." Your two little companions were frantic. Qi Jiajia's face flushed slightly, yet her words still pricked. "You were slower than a newcomer. Who knows if you were about to perish inside?" "Hey, that's not something to jest about," Lin Zhu hurriedly interjected, attempting to prevent Qi Jiajia from saying anything further. Their playful banter in the corridor lightened the atmosphere considerably. As Chung Miao observed Qi Jiajia clinging to Lin Zhu, causing him to jump in surprise, a deep voice resonated nearby. "Does your team still require members?" Chung Miao could hardly believe her ears. Qin Musong was undoubtedly a formidable combatant and an exceptionally reliable teammate, his level far exceeding hers. She had contemplated the idea of teaming up with him but never expected he would agree, let alone initiate the conversation. The playful duo paused upon hearing this, gathering around Chung Miao. She glanced at them. Lin Zhu's expression conveyed total trust in her, while Qi Jiajia appeared indifferent. To Chung Miao's surprise, Qi Jiajia didn't seem overly averse to Qin Musong. After a moment of contemplation, Chung Miao posed a question. "I have one inquiry. You seem quite concerned about Qi Jiajia." Chung Miao sensed that Qin Musong was a man of integrity, yet after the incident with Zhao Liang, she felt compelled to exercise caution. At the mention of Qi Jiajia, Qin Musong's demeanor visibly softened. "My daughter is about her age." The others responded with playful exclamations. "Oh, handsome uncle is married." Chung Miao nodded, satisfied with his answer. Given that Qi Jiajia was the most vulnerable among them due to her age, Qin Musong's inclusion would be a significant advantage for their group. "Then tell me where your hotel is, and we shall strive to meet you there." Qin Musong shook his head. "I will come to find you." This revelation left Xiao Jin astonished. "You can reach a hotel level, and now you wish to accompany them to a guest house?" Qin Musong smiled, resembling a lone wolf bathed in moonlight. "Traveling further is far more critical than the distance traveled. Besides, I have a feeling that seeking them out is the wisest course of action." Chung Miao did not indulge in pretense and directly revealed the name of the parrot guest house. Qin Musong nodded, refraining from further comment. Yu Jia, wake up. It's all a lie. Please wake up." The freckled girl's voice trembled with a hint of desperation. Lying on the ground, Chen Yu's eyes were tightly shut, her body eerily becoming transparent, as if she were on the verge of vanishing. "What did you see this time?" Xiao Jin curiously inquired of Chung Miao. Chung Miao regarded the girl who was merely a step away from success and closed her eyes momentarily. "You saw what you yearned for the most. Fortunately, that wasn't me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to escape." Qian Ming exaggeratedly grasped Xiao Jin's hand, tapping his forehead. Qi Jiajia appeared somewhat disdainful. "Everyone has different weaknesses. Some may lose their lives to beautiful illusions, while others remain unshackled by such things." Chen Yu stood at her doorstep, her back turned to those behind her, tears streaming down her face. Her hand rested on the door, mere inches away from freedom. Look at me," a soothing male voice resonated. Chen Yu's figure trembled. She bit her lip, desperately repeating through her tears, "This is fake, you are fake." The man behind, "If you die, I don't want to live either. His eyes shimmered with sorrow and affection. Now that I have returned, standing before you, do you wish to leave me? Shan Yu's expression crumbled. She clutched the doorknob tightly, the pain in her palm preserving her last shred of sanity. Very well, the man sighed, ruffling his hair. Then could you at least give me a hug? Chun Yu watched as he raised his arms, tilting his head to gaze at her. This gesture, so familiar it resonated with her very soul, caused her to abandon all rationality, and she erupted into tears. She sobbed, throwing herself into the arms of the man she had longed for. You, sister? The freckled girl watched in horror as Chin Yu became transparent, then vanished from her embrace. She sniffled, tears streaming down her face like a broken dam. This was her first time entering a dungeon, and she encountered Chin Yu right away. She had always concealed everything within her shell, but only Chun Yu had discovered her fears and anxieties, constantly offering her comfort and encouragement. Unconsciously, the freckled girl's hand brushed against her chest. The necklace that Chen Yu had gifted her, said to be a talisman from Chen Yu's first dungeon experience, was meant to bring her good fortune. Qin Musong lifted the now-dazed freckled girl onto his shoulder. Qian Ming pulled Xiao Jin up, glancing at the faint glow emanating from the base of the stairs, as well as the unfathomable, terrifying rooftop above. He shrugged. Cheng Miao tightened her shoelaces, rising from her seated position, no longer dwelling on Qian Yu's demise. Let us head upstairs. Chapter 64. Isn't it merely a self-termination? Who fears whom? No one expressed assent. Although the nightmare had been lifted, the rules still prevailed in the nocturnal campus. Those who remained were seasoned players, unperturbed by such tactics. As they ascended, the presence of others seemed to dissipate. Cheng Miao saw nothing but heard sounds fluctuating around her, akin to the movement of a viscous, colossal creature, or perhaps the stumbling of stitched-together corpses still oozing blood. In such moments, those with vivid imaginations were more susceptible to madness. Cheng Miao bit her tongue, focusing intently, resolute in resisting the influences of those sounds, silently counting the steps. Upon reaching 3498, a glimmer caught her eye. It was the rooftop. Cheng Miao promptly turned back. Everyone was there, not a soul missing, save for Qin Musong, whose clothes were drenched in sweat, while others seemed largely unaffected. Cheng Miao thought little of it, considering that Qin Musong was still carrying someone. Why are we still here? I thought we had escaped. Lin Zhu furrowed his brow, scanning the surroundings. Indeed, this was the rooftop of the teaching building, the wind forcing him to squint. Cheng Miao remained silent, stepping to the edge of the rooftop to peer down. The building had 8 stories, and standing atop it at night instilled a sense of vertigo even in someone unafraid of heights. This instance was indeed rife with morbid humor. Qian Ming joined her, glanced down, then returned to grasp Xiao Jin's hand, exclaiming, "It's so high! I'm scared." Cheng Miao noted that as the group dwindled, Qian Ming became more talkative and lively. Compared to the previously loyal Xiao Jin, he now exhibited a hint of mischief and recklessness. Xiao Jin playfully swatted him, then turned back with a smile to Cheng Miao, saying, "Well, we shall take our leave now. I will remember you." Cheng Miao waved goodbye as she watched the two nimbly step to the edge of the rooftop and leap down. Lin Zhu gasped, craning his neck to look. There were no shadows to be seen, confirming that this was indeed the means to exit the dungeon. "Let us go." Cheng Miao waited for Lin Zhu to prepare himself, and the remaining few closed their eyes, leaping from the building. The sensation of weightlessness did not linger long. When Cheng Miao felt her footing stabilize and opened her eyes, she found herself at the game's settlement point. Xiao Jin, Qian Ming, Qin Musong, and even the little freckled girl were absent. Only Lin Zhu and Qi Jiejie remained. Presumably, the settlement format had changed after forming a team, but Cheng Miao paid it little mind. After confirming with them that everything was all right, she awaited the settlement. Ding! Players Cheng Miao, Lin Zhu, and Qi Jiejie's team has successfully cleared the Dungeon Tan Tao's campus life. Reward. Team currency amount, 6,000. Players Cheng Miao, Lin Zhu, and Qi Judge's team total earnings in the Dungeon Tan Tao's campus life, 6,000. Remaining currency, 6,000. Player Cheng Miao contributed the highest in Tan Tao's campus life. Reward, 1,000 currency. Player Cheng Miao's performance in the Dungeon Tan Tao's campus life rated A, side quest completion rate, 100. Reward, 1,000 currency. Player Cheng Miao earned a total of 2,000 currency in the Dungeon Tan Tao's campus life. Remaining currency, 2010. Player Qi Judge's performance in the Dungeon Tan Tao's campus life rated A, side quest completion rate, 80. Reward, 800 currency. Player Qi Judge earned a total of 800 currency in the Dungeon Tan Tao's campus life. Remaining currency, 805. Player Lin Zhu's performance in the Dungeon Tan Tao's campus life rated A, side quest completion rate, 80. Reward, 800 currency. Player Lin Zhu earned a total of 800 currency in the Dungeon Tan Tao's campus life. Remaining currency, 815. Players Cheng Miao, Lin Zhu, and Qi Judge's team discovered the hidden side quest Tan Tao's maternal affection. Reward. All members receive a curse effectiveness reduction buff. Settlement complete. Players Cheng Miao, Lin Zhu, and Qi Judge's team return to the point. Parrot Inn, transferring. This settlement contained far more content than usual, and Cheng Miao felt dizzy from the barrage of numbers, the only certainty being that this dungeon was arduous, yet the rewards were abundant. Thus, she felt elated. The trio returned to the long path leading to the Parrot Inn, where Cheng Miao discovered, in addition to her lodging voucher, a silver card resembling a bank card from the real world. Upon examining it, she realized it was the settlement amount for her team. In the Survival Inn, it seemed each guest's wallet was somehow implanted within, with some inns utilizing fingerprints for checkout, while others required a hand scan. However, judging by this silver card, the team's collective wallet had a physical form. Although it would facilitate the payment of group expenses, it also posed a risk of theft. Cheng Miao handed the card to Lin Zhu, instructing him to keep it safe. Lin Zhu hesitated, uncertain if he should accept it. Sister Miao, my combat prowess. I fear. What are you afraid of? Qi Judge interjected, exuding an air of rebelliousness as she chewed on a piece of grass she must have found. The capable ones are right here. Cheng Miao glanced up, spotting the imposing figure of Qin Musong in front of the inn. As if sensing their gaze, Qin Musong turned back, saw Lin Zhu waving, and smiled, returning the gesture. Lin Zhu rushed to Qin Musong, presenting the card. Brother Qin, you should keep this. As an experienced player, Qin Musong understood its significance. It turned out that during their previous trio's initial collaboration, they had unexpectedly meshed so well. Yet, such unguarded trust was curious. Was it appropriate to entrust the team's funds to someone not yet part of the group? Lin Zhu ran too swiftly, and Cheng Miao caught a glimpse of Qin Musong's hesitant expression. Without further thought, she asserted, "You're the strongest. It's only fitting you hold on to it." Cheng Miao shot a glare at Lin Zhu, who had just pushed her work onto others. "It's fine for Qin Gu to safeguard it, but you'll be responsible for the accounts." Lin Zhu grinned carefreely. "That's agreeable." As they approached the inn's entrance, the parrot had already begun squawking, "Well done. Everyone's back, and you even brought back a big fellow?" Qin Musong glanced curiously at the striped parrot. Typically, the receptionists each had distinct personalities but were not particularly chatty with players. The reason was simple. Who could predict if a player would return? Long ago, the front desk's reluctance to socialize became an unspoken understanding among veteran players. To his surprise, this notoriously difficult parrot seemed to have formed a rapport with Cheng Miao and her companions. "Brother Qin has joined our team. How shall we account for the funds?" Cheng Miao boldly slapped the front desk, peering over the counter to see what lay beyond. Allow me. Kindly extend your hand, sir. We need to deduct currency from your personal account to add to the team account. Is there any issue?" Qin Musong shook his head and extended his hand to the parrot. The parrot perched on his muscular arm, chattering, "Oh, a wealthy man." Chapter 65. Beauty is Justice. Qi Judge rolled her eyes and, propping herself up, perched herself on the front desk, She swung her legs back and forth, craning her neck to inquire about the cost. Regardless, it was a substantial amount, and the parrot spoke in an air of mystery. Meanwhile, Qin Musong, without a hint of discomfort, interjected, "It might be around 5,000. Qi Jia exaggeratedly shaped her mouth into an O. But upon noticing that Chang Miao ignored her, she lost interest and closed her mouth. The money mattered little to her. The dungeon was entertaining, and Chang Miao was intriguing. That was sufficient. Very well, your team account currently holds 8,000. The cost for one night's accommodation is 500 per person, and if you stay more than 3 days, there's a 20% discount. How many nights do you wish to stay? The parrot, pin and beak, made bold revisions in the check-in ledger while engaging in a silent battle of glances with Qi Jia. May I inquire about the nightly rate for the hotel? Lin Zhu, noticing Chang Miao still deep in thought, seized the opportunity to pose a question she believed would pique her interest. The parrot cackled. A standard room is 800 a night. Other room types vary by hotel. However, if you are not directly teleported by the game, I must charge a toll. Qi Jia reached out to tug at the parrot's feathers. The parrot, torn between anger and not wanting to escalate tensions, fluttered up and pecked at Qi Jia's head. No tricks in business, do you understand? Qin Musong had now regained his composure after observing the peculiar interaction between Chang Miao and the front desk. He chose not to involve himself in the fray between the girl and the bird and turned to explain to Cheng Miao and Lin Zhu. It's advisable not to linger too long in the lower-tier inns, as their facilities are lacking and the experience is not enjoyable. I recommend we move to a higher-grade hotel as soon as possible. Lin Zhu's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Brother Qin, what amenities do such hotels offer? Qin Musong coughed lightly, his fist against his mouth. The facilities are superior, and the variety of services increases. The parrot, amidst the heated exchange, lifted its head in mockery. And the special services multiply. Lin Zhu, Qin Musong, don't give me that look. I have never availed myself of special services. Suddenly, Cheng Miao extended her hand. Boss, is that cat food? With business beckoning, the parrot abandoned its tussle with Qi Jia, flying to a distance and preening its ruffled feathers, lamenting the loss of its plucked down. That's human food. Why would you want cat food? The parrot shot an irritated glare at Qi Jia, who was being held down by Qin Musong. He crouched beside her, expertly braiding her hair. Initially, Qi Jia had refused and mocked him, but upon witnessing Qin Musong's skill, clearly honed from frequently styling his daughter's hair, she conceded that it was far superior to the messy bun Chang Miao had crafted. No matter how irritable she was, the young lady still cherished her beauty, puffing out her cheeks in a pufferfish-like expression directed at Qin Musong. Chang Miao, still immersed in the dungeon, recalled encountering her own cat, albeit not truly hers. Oh, I see. You're waiting for Qiu Dong, right? I am unsure if he would eat it. Though I've heard he doesn't consume failed players, which is rather peculiar. The parrot alighted atop Chang Miao's head, comfortably settling down. Chang Miao, with her curly hair, inadvertently created a warm nest for the bird. She was unperturbed. If you have it, I'll buy it as a backup. Qi Jia, sporting a smoothly shorn head, leaned in conspiratorially. Who do you plan to buy it for? Cheng Miao's expression shifted to one of childlike vigilance. That cat is mine. Don't he get any ideas? Qi Jia, understood. Fine, I have nothing else. The parrot spread its wings and returned to the goods shelf, retrieving a can from some hidden corner with its beak. Here, 10 travel coins. Cheng Miao extended her arm, her generosity evident. Let us add a box of catnip. The parrot. All right, that totals 15 coins. Thank you for your patronage. Cheng Miao jubilantly stowed her purchases in her spatial backpack, only to turn and find her companions regarding her with a mixture of bemusement and disbelief. What's wrong? She asked, perplexed. The others, nothing. It's just that cat lovers are truly this humble. By the way, how many days will you all be staying? The parrot rapped its beak on the table, returning to the matter at hand. Chung Miao glanced at her companions, their faces smeared with exhaustion. This dungeon had not been lengthy, yet it had drained their energy, especially Lin Zhu, who had scarcely rested since the first night's nightmare. "Let us rest for 3 days, then we'll head to the hotel," Chung Miao declared decisively. Without hesitation, Qin Musong handed the card to the parrot. "Thank you for your service. The total expenditure is 4,800 coins, leaving a balance of 3,200. The parrot took the card and processed the payment, then scratched its head with a wingtip. "You may choose a name for your team." Qi Jiajia's eyes lit up. "The Qi Miao Squad." "The group." "That is excessive." Lin Zhu pondered. "The Brave Forward Squad." "The group." That feels a bit kitsch." Qin Musong, with his handsome, mature visage, suggested. "The First Squad?" "The group." No, just no reason. Let us not." Chung Miao pinched her brow and pouted. "The Beauty is Justice Squad." "All right, it's decided." "The group." You're the captain. Your word is law." They exchanged glances, wide-eyed in a silent stare-off for a moment. It appeared Chung Miao's choice held merit, as each member of their team boasted a beauty score exceeding 80. The slender senior, the dashing uncle, the sweet lowly, the aloof goddess, take your pick. How splendid! Regardless of the fears and quirks within the team, they all appeared quite presentable. Well then, the name change is successful. The parrot was quite fond of the name, flapping its wings excitedly. Just as it was about to speak again, it suddenly tilted its head. "Oh, look, food has arrived. Feel free to help yourselves." The inn had decent soundproofing, so the screams from outside faded away. Nevertheless, they were still people, and Chung Miao and her companions returned to their room with heavy hearts. After their meal, Chung Miao's first order of business was to plunge into a deep slumber. The exertion from the dungeon had taken its toll, rendering her sleep remarkably profound. When she awoke, the sunlight streaming through the curtains was almost blinding. There was a knock at the door, likely Qin Musong. Soon, someone began kicking the door, accompanied by a disgruntled voice. All right, stop sleeping. If you sleep any longer, you'll start to stink." Reluctantly, Chung Miao climbed out of bed and opened the door, her face clearly showing her displeasure at being roused. Lin Zhu, standing at the back, shrank her neck and awkwardly smiled. "Sister Miao, you've slept the whole day. Come on, eat something." Chung Miao, dragging her weary feet, turned to stretch. They had returned to the inn around 2 in the afternoon, and it was now 3:30 the next day, yet she still had no desire to rise. She nestled back into her blanket, closing her eyes once more. Qi Jiajia, fuming, tugged at her friend but to no avail. Resorting to her trump card, she declared, "Then you can keep sleeping. The cat downstairs will be leaving soon." She hastily washed up, changed her clothes, and bolted out, dumplings in hand, leaving no trace behind. The 3 remaining in the room stood there, bewildered. Chapter 66. How to win favor at the front desk? Gifts. After Qin Musong joined the team, he found himself greatly eased by the vibrant atmosphere of youth that enveloped them, akin to a wolf returning to its pack, his sharp and profound features softening considerably. He smiled as he watched Chung Miao disappear from sight. After all, she was just a young girl with an endearing fondness for cats. Lin Zhu was preparing to follow her downstairs, realizing that Miao Miao, having slept all day, would certainly need sustenance beyond just a bun. He felt compelled to ensure she consumed the leftovers. Indeed, he had never witnessed Miao Miao so invested in anything before. Qi Jiajia bounded down the stairs, her teeth grinding audibly, muttering about the cat that had vexed her. Suppressing a smile, Qin Musong maintained his usual gentle demeanor, admonishing her silently. "Such remarks are inappropriate." Qi Jiajia, her temper flaring, retorted, "Who asked for your opinion? It's none of your business." Having spent more time with Qi Jiajia, Lin Zhu understood the nuances of communication. He knew they must tread carefully lest Miao Miao be angered. Qi Jiajia, feeling her words lodged in her throat, blushed and refrained from further comment. The trio descended. They spotted Chung Miao crouched in the corner with a bun in her mouth, her eyes sparkling with wonder as she observed a black cat leisurely consuming its food. As they drew nearer, they could hear her softly speaking to herself, "You are so adorable. May I touch you?" "Oh well, if you don't want me to, that's fine. Can I just pet you a little?" Perched above them, the parrot circled, and upon seeing Qi Jiejia and the others, it confidently landed on Qin Musong's shoulder. Deep-rooted apprehension towards the front desk briefly tightened his frame. Fortunately, the parrot's thoughts were solely on the safety of its large companion, and Qi Jiejia was unable to reach it. Despite its fluffy appearance, Qiu Dong had a temperament far less amiable, merely observing the scene unfold. Having finished the meat in the can, Qiu Dong stretched his body and flicked his ears. He then fixed his gaze on the porcelain-like girl before him, her ice-blue eyes shimmering in the sunlight. "Do you seek something from me?" Qiu Dong inquired, his voice as sharp as a mountain spring, yet curiously harmonious with his appearance. Chung Miao's deep brown eyes widened in astonishment. The cat could speak. She had often envisioned what it would be like if cats could converse, concluding that it would diminish their charm. Yet the reality of the speaking black cat was surprisingly acceptable. Chung Miao beamed. "Oh, I just want to pet you." The others exclaimed in unison, "Hey, get a grip." Qiu Dong's eyes narrowed into slits as he scrutinized the charming girl before him, the pressure he exuded causing even Qin Musong to stiffen. Chung Miao froze momentarily, instinctively reaching for her ring with a dispassionate glance. Qiu Dong gracefully sat down, his bushy tail swaying gently behind him. He had encountered many players, some of whom adored cats, but mere affection was insufficient. In this perilous realm, who had the leisure to play with cats? Even those bold enough to converse with him would become wary in the face of his imposing presence. Defensiveness was innate to humans. Moreover, he remained indifferent to being liked. As a cat, he had no need for such validation. The next moment, however, the expected weapon for defense did not materialize. Instead, he found a catnip lollipop presented before him. Chung Miao, undeterred by Qiu Dong's intimidating aura, took a cautious step forward, her smile radiating eagerness. "Here, do you like this?" Qiu Dong's nose twitched, his expression unchanging, though his tail began to flicker with more enthusiasm. "You are not a failed player." "I cannot consume you," he implied, asserting that he feasted on humans. Chung Miao, still smiling foolishly, held one hand aloft with the catnip while pointing at the parrot that was observing the spectacle. "See? It said you don't eat humans." The parrot, flustered, thought to itself, "I shouldn't be here." Startled by Qiu Dong's nonchalant glance, it lost 2 feathers from its head and swiftly flapped its wings back to the guest house. Moments later, it poked its head back out, now adorned with 3 colorful tufts, continuing to observe. It noted, "This cat harbors a grudge." Qiu Dong gently stretched again, leaning forward to snatch the catnip from Chung Miao, delighted by the brush of Qiu Dong's tail against her hand, smiled broadly, while Lin Zhu stood by, acting as her feeding assistant, taking turns with her bites. After their meal, Lin Zhu noted the sun was just right, so he went inside to borrow a few chairs from the parrot, allowing them to bask in the sunlight at the foot of the stairs. Qi Jiejia rolled her eyes, disinterested in accompanying this group of foolish adults. Just as she was about to slip away, Qin Musong caught her arm, insisting that children needed ample sun to grow taller. Ignoring the pain of her bite on his arm, Qin Musong exhibited remarkable tolerance towards the girl who resembled his daughter. "Bite away. The longer you do, the more sun you'll soak up." Thus, when the few guests at the guest house gazed out from beneath the windows, they would see a peculiar group sunbathing in the ominous shadow of a place known as a graveyard for countless failed players and a source of psychological torment for many who survived. Among them stood a tall beauty with a bird perched atop her head, likely the front desk's parakeet. What on earth are they doing? One might wonder. Who knows, perhaps they've been driven mad from the dungeons. Observers noted the oddity of players so close to the front desk. Just days prior, someone had witnessed that very bird feasting on a player in the grass. Best to keep a safe distance. The front desk was notoriously unpredictable. Rumors circulated that it might even exhibit aggression, and should they provoke it, a spectacle would surely ensue. Returning to her room after her meal, Chung Miao found herself unable to sleep, having napped too much during the day. She lay on her bed, gazing out at the fuzzy moon, deep in thought. On the surface, the front desk and players seemed opposed, yet her interactions with several front desk staff had revealed them to be quite amiable, devoid of any deliberate deceit towards players. When players failed dungeons, it was simply the front desk's duty to handle the aftermath. That was their role, their task. Though Qiu Dong did not consume humans, players who faltered within his domain could not escape death, this was certain. In truth, players need not maintain excessive distance from the front desk. Qin Musong's reaction indicated that even seasoned players like him harbored trepidation towards them, suggesting a misunderstanding of the front desk's purpose. The front desk operated as a neutral entity, even leaning towards players within the inn. They provided lodging and meals, and if one dared to engage in conversation, they could offer valuable information and even discounts. This was a survival inn, where many players resorted to morally questionable, even illegal, actions to stay alive. Thus, it was unwarranted to impose moral standards upon the front desk. In fact, compared to many players who espoused one thing while doing another, the front desk staff were often better companions and confidants for Chung Miao, who had a slight aversion to strangers. However, it was crucial to navigate this relationship with care. After contemplating for a while and feeling a twinge of boredom, Chung Miao switched on the television, curious about what signals it could receive. After a lengthy display of static, a black and white image finally flickered to life. Chung Miao, nervously biting her fingers, found herself involuntarily recalling horror scenarios associated with televisions. Fortunately, none of her imaginings came to fruition, as what appeared on the screen was. Chung Miao's eyes widened in disbelief. Chapter 67. What to watch on television amidst the flickering images on a poorly tuned television set. There appeared two unmistakable figures clad in long robes, the Cockroach Brothers. Cheng Miao, with a look of disbelief, turned up the volume, and the familiar voice of A Zhang resonated through the speakers. Then, in a comical twist, that tomato met its demise, transforming into ketchup. On the other side, A Lang twitched his antennae with a hearty laugh. Chung Miao's lips twitched. Could it be that the front desk at the Survival Inn also entertained guests with stand-up comedy for extra income? A Zhang and A Lang seemed unchanged, one boisterous and the other taciturn, with Chung Miao sighing at their cold jokes, one after another. Finally, an advertisement came on, featuring A Zhang promoting his artisanal space backpack. Chung Miao shook her head and navigated to the channel-switching page. The screen was cluttered with countless options: Cockroach Brothers channel, Miss Mosquito channel, Parrot channel. Chung Miao clicked on the Parrot channel, and indeed, a budgerigar with 3 tufted feathers was narrating a story, long and tedious. After a minute, she switched channels. So, this was, the front desks of all the inns in the Survival Inn had their own channels, perhaps to amuse themselves and pass the time, but also. Chung Miao began to understand how seasoned players were familiar with the characteristics of each front desk. It seemed this was the source of their information. The grumpy parrot grandpa was notorious for his foul temper, quick to insult anyone who crossed him, making players reluctant to visit. Yet, the parrot inn had a tempting policy: stay 3 nights and get 1 free, a tempting offer for many dice. Oh, did the front desk have performance metrics? Indeed, lest they trigger a wave of apathy. Chung Miao opened the Black Cat Inn, but the screen was blank. No cat, no promotional offers, just a desolate ambience akin to the chill of autumn and winter. She turned off the television and took out the keypad phone they had purchased, capable of calls and video, indistinguishable from the real world, and messaged the group. Chung Miao, watching television. Linju, alright. Qin Musong, oh right, you guys haven't seen television before. Linju, what the heck? What is this? Qin Musong, this is to help players pass the time and familiarize themselves with the front desks of various inns, assisting them in choosing the most suitable one. Linju, this helps pass the time. Why is the magpie telling ghost stories at night? Qin Musong, Ysnt Jujia speaking. Qi Jujia, What a piece of junk phone. Why can't we buy a touchscreen? Chung Miao. The budget is tight. We'll make do for now. Lin Zhu. He. You guys should check channel 455. Miss Crane is dancing with the phone. Communication among the group became significantly easier. As Chung Miao listened to the parrot ramble on with its stories, drowsiness began to wash over her. Just as she was about to drift off, a private message from Qin Musong arrived. Qin Musong. Which inn shall we head to next? Chung Miao had her thoughts, yet a sense of selfishness lingered. Qi Jia was indifferent. Lin Zhu was amenable, but Qin Musong. Her fingers fumbled over the keys, and she typed, I want to go to the Black Cat Inn. Qin Musong. All right, get some rest early. Chung Miao was somewhat taken aback, though it felt expected. She glanced at the halo surrounding the moon. Was this what it felt like to be trusted? She was indeed fortunate to have encountered these individuals. The next day, after breakfast, the other three ventured to the general store for supplies. Chung Miao conversed with the parrot beside her, which was preening its feathers, commending its storytelling from the previous night. The parrot cackled, You truly have an eye for talent. My stories are meant for discerning listeners. Do not be fooled by the sparse audience. Their lack of understanding belies the depth of my tales. Chung Miao interrupted. Don't you have other purposes for managing these channels? The parrot suddenly fell silent, fixing its gaze upon Chung Miao. Unsettled by those beady green eyes, Chung Miao felt a wave of discomfort until the parrot averted its gaze. Well, there are many uses, but players must discover them on their own. Chung Miao remained silent, now scrutinizing the parrot in return. The parrot tilted its head and stomped its little foot. All right, for instance, sometimes the front desk will announce special quests with high rewards. If you catch wind of it on television, you can make a reservation. Chung Miao pondered. So this was also a platform for conveying information. The parrot nodded while tallying its accounts. Indeed, you can also pay to rent the front desk S channel for finding teammates or making announcements. Chung Miao felt satisfied with the answer and purchased several boxes of cat food, along with treats and toys, stuffing them into her space backpack. After finishing its transactions, the parrot flapped its wings. Let us go for an excursion this afternoon. Qi Jia scoffed sarcastically. An excursion in this place? Why not let us help you with some farm work? The parrot fell silent, clearly exasperated. Chung Miao had never explored the back door of the inn. It was a revelation for both her and Qin Musong, who also discovered that the back held its own wonders. Before them lay a blanket of pure white snow, with distant mountains clad in silver, resembling a beautiful sleeping maiden. The few plum trees beside the inn exuded a fragrant aroma, while a nearby stream froze over, reflecting dazzling rays in the sunlight. The group stood in awe, while the parrot, puffed with pride, circled around, as if to signify that some individuals were but frogs at the bottom of a well. Qi Jia, however, paid it no mind. She adored the snow, yet her parents forbade her from playing in it, fearing she might fall ill or suffer frostbite. Concerns aplenty. In reality, Qi Jia was not the same as she was in the quests. She was neither sickly nor disdainful. Rather, she resembled an exquisite doll, obedient, demure, and devoid of emotion. Her parents often wondered why, despite their ample means, Qi Jia acted like a mere puppet. Rarely did they witness her truly cry, laugh, or express anger. Her every move was flawless yet lacked the warmth of life. Qi Jia felt imprisoned by her existence. Everyone regarded her with envy yet treated her with caution. In their eyes, she was merely the affluent Qi Jia, a young lady to be cherished. No one dared express dissatisfaction toward her, let alone raise their voice. Qi Jia found life dull, as did everyone else, and thus, when she arrived at the survival inn and witnessed how ordinary people, even the weak, were treated, she felt astonished, enraged, and, for the first time, alive. Hence, she regarded Chung Miao as a remarkable being, outwardly aloof yet profoundly sentimental. To Chung Miao, Qi Jia was just an ordinary girl. Initially, she did not particularly like her, yet she respected her contributions and was willing to accept her as a teammate. Qi Jia cast her thoughts aside and plunged herself into the snow. Chapter 68. Is this lantern beautiful? Chung Miao. A southern girl who had seldom seen snow, found joy in the frosty wonderland, playing snowball fights with Chi Jia and Lin Zhu like a child. Hey, big guy, go help move some things. Qin Musong paused, taken aback by the unexpected intimacy with the front desk. He glanced at the three frolicking in the snow, chuckled softly while touching his nose, and followed the parrot. Before long, Qin Musong appeared, one arm cradling a stove, the other carrying charcoal, a few tea bowls nestled in a basket, and a kettle The parrot trailed behind, clutching tea leaves in its beak. When Chang Miao and the others finally turned back from their playful antics, they discovered that Qin Musong had dutifully kindled a fire, with the kettle bubbling and releasing steam, the air infused with a hint of plum fragrance mingled with tea. As a liberal arts student, Chang Miao cherished such poetic moments, and even Chi Jia, usually sullen, wore a smile. Your service is exceptional, Chang Miao remarked as she accepted a bowl of tea, inhaling its fragrant aroma, distinctly different from what she usually drank. The parrot took dainty sips, tilting its head. After all, it had not yet brought any players here, usually only visiting with a few old friends. Just as she finished speaking, Chang Miao noticed a lithe black figure leap down from the roof. Qiu Dong. The newcomer glanced at the cheerful gathering, somewhat surprised by the sight of the parrot quietly sipping tea. Although this chatterbox had an eccentric temperament, few could truly earn its affection. The fact that it brought Chang Miao and her friends to its realm spoke volumes of their uniqueness. Are you cold? Chang Miao inquired, observing the cat's sudden lapse in intelligence. She leaned in, noticing her own attire, just a shirt and jeans upon entering. Lin Zhu had already fetched a blanket, wrapping each of them snugly, resembling a quartet of Eskimos. Qiu Dong flicked its tail and nuzzled up to Chang Miao, settling beside the parrot. Lin Zhu, perceptive as ever, poured a bowl of tea for Qiu Dong, who elegantly bent down, licking the tea with its pink tongue. Chang Miao leaned closer, engaging in a lively conversation with the parrot, who soon flitted off, returning with a bag of cotton candy. Chang Miao enlisted Chi Jia and Lin Zhu to help thread the cotton candy onto sticks. Have you ever had roasted cotton candy? It's incredibly delicious. Qin Musong, a man in his 30s, had never indulged in such whims. Lin Zhu typically avoided snacks, while Chi Jia, overly restricted, had never even laid eyes on such frivolities. Chang Miao swiftly roasted the cotton candy, handing each person one. They tentatively took a bite, their faces lighting up with the sweet, crispy delight. Wow, it tastes like ice cream, meow meow. Qin Musong found it overly sweet and opted not to have more after finishing his. Noticing Chi Jia still craving more, he took the initiative to roast a couple more for himself by the fire. Chi Jia cast a glance at Qin Musong, then lowered her head, intently watching the cotton candy dance in the flames. As the group indulged in various activities, playing with the cat, sipping tea, and enjoying cotton candy, Lin Zhu built a small snowman in the backyard, her hands and nose reddened by the cold. Chang Miao finally relished the soft, thick fur of Qiu Dong's back, discreetly pulling a handful while the cat was distracted, not daring to overindulge. Exhaling a puff of white mist, she gazed at the distant peaks. It was the happiest day she had experienced since entering the survival inn. Before bed, they each drank a hearty cup of ginger tea in the dining hall, aware that they would enter the dungeon the following day, and Chang Miao wished for none of her teammates to catch a cold. Just as she was about to enter her room, the parrot stopped her, demanding, "Give me your phone." Chang Miao obediently retrieved her phone, and the parrot pecked in a few digits. "This is my number." Chang Miao examined her phone, tracing the patterns on its surface. "You have a phone too?" The parrot, puffing up its feathers with pride, replied, "Of course. As the first player to have my number, feel free to call me anytime, and I'll come find you. Unless I have a grudge against your front desk." Chang Miao diligently saved the parrot's number, took a couple of steps towards her room, then turned back. "Have you always been the front desk?" The parrot, tugging at the light switch, turned its head back, squinting. "Not at all. Who would always be a front desk?" Chang Miao studied the parrot without a hint of emotion. "What were you before?" "Before?" The parrot shook its head, pulling down the switch, plunging the front desk into darkness. From the shadows emerged its voice, clear yet tinged with nostalgia. Who remembers the past? The following morning, Cheng Miao awoke refreshed, enjoying a sumptuous breakfast with her teammates. Having previously consulted them in their group chat, none opposed the idea of visiting the Black Cat Inn. As Cheng Miao noted Black Cat Inn at their next stop, the parrot feigned wiping away tears with its wings, lamenting how fleeting good times were. Meow meow, remember to come play with me. Cheng Miao reached out to pat the parrot's head, which readily leaned into her palm. Off you go, off you go. Don't get me all sentimental. Cheng Miao chuckled, waving goodbye as she ventured into the depths of the golden fields. Beauty and Justice Squad, charge. Linju, you've become quite bothersome lately. Ah, have I? I thought you'd prefer a livelier version of me. I don't like you in any form. As she heard her teammates bickering behind her, Cheng Miao gripped the dungeon pass tightly. She hoped that everyone would survive and return home. Upon entering the dungeon, Cheng Miao immediately scanned her surroundings, relieved to see her teammates present. The dungeon was nestled deep in the mountains, surrounded by towering peaks and dense primordial forests, which made Cheng Miao uneasily touch the back of her neck. She had a fear of insects, and if the dungeon was indeed set in a forest, it could pose a significant problem. Before the mission commenced, players congregated by a secluded stream, the area desolate, with scarcely a bird's call. This time, the number of players was neither too many nor too few, 15, with no familiar faces among them. Perhaps due to Qin Musong's reassuring presence, it wasn't long before someone approached to strike up a conversation. Two brothers approached. The elder was tall, slender, and perpetually smiling, reminiscent of a heartthrob from a romantic drama. The younger brother, with slightly yellowed curls, appeared shy, embodying the bashful charm of a leading man. The elder was named Qin Wan, and the younger, Qin Wu, both embodying literary and martial prowess. It was fortunate they entered the survival inn together, providing each other with support. Hey handsome, didn't I see you in that zombie dungeon last time? Qin Wan grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. Cheng Miao glanced at the brothers. The elder's body language was relaxed, while the younger seemed tense, likely a novice to the game. Qin Wan, perceptive, noted Cheng Miao's scrutiny and nodded candidly. I'm an experienced player. My brother is only on his second dungeon run. Qin Musong nodded. I remember you. You have good skills. Qin Wan beamed even brighter, patting his brother's head. Most dungeons are cooperative, but there are always a few brain-dead players around. It's reassuring to encounter seasoned players. Qin Musong remained silent, his gaze shifting to Cheng Miao. Qin Wan followed his gaze, surprised. He had witnessed Qin Musong's skills and character, never expecting the leader of the team to be this stunning yet somewhat aloof young woman. The recent review process for submissions had been exceedingly slow, with several days passing without any updates, so I'll just share more here for now. Author's note. Entering a new dungeon. Qijia. Hurry up with the updates. Bring me gifts, Cheng Miao. Is that all? Qijia. Thank you all for your patience. Chapter 69. Is this lantern beautiful? Part 2. Cheng Miao nodded at Qin Wan. Experienced players have their own strategies. Some prefer teamwork while others favor solitary endeavors. Nevertheless, as long as she does not encounter someone like Zhaoliang, a disruptive force, Cheng Miao would be thoroughly content. This instance featured a considerable number of new players, 5 of whom appeared to have little experience with previous quests. Birds of a feather flocked together, they sought solace in one another's company. They yearned for the guidance of seasoned players yet feared becoming mere pawns in their trials. From Qin Musong, Cheng Miao learned that anyone still categorized as a public player is considered a newcomer. If fortune does not favor them, they may indeed encounter seasoned players who prey on novices for trial and error. The woman caught Cheng Miao's attention. She was alluringly beautiful, in fact, more so than Cheng Miao herself. The subtle allure emanating from her attracted more attention than Cheng Miao could muster. However, this woman spoke even less than Cheng Miao, introducing herself merely as Lian Ge, a woman brimming with seduction. Her name, reminiscent of an artistic persona, inevitably sparked intrigue. Among the crowd, a few young girls cast furtive glances at Lin Gu, subtly distancing themselves, as if she had committed some unspeakable act. Lin Gu adorned herself in a white qipao embellished with silver lotus patterns, her feet clad in delicate white mid-heeled shoes, which imbued her enchanting aura with a hint of purity, rendering her impossible to ignore. The remaining season players included a capable woman with short hair named Yizi, a somewhat effeminate young man named Su Shuang, and a man sporting a mustache named Yin Qi. As the groups formed, a notification chimed. Ding! Welcome players to the quest. Is this lantern beautiful? Please make every effort to leave Zhangjia village. Notification. Fortune and misfortune are intertwined. As the announcement concluded, an elderly man, somewhat stooped in posture, appeared before the group. One plump newcomer squealed in fright at the sudden apparition. The man glanced at her but uttered no words. However, once he turned his gaze away, the girl burst into tears, covering her mouth. The other newcomers who had been linked to her immediately withdrew, fearing they had already offended an NPC before the quest had even commenced, uncertain of when calamity might strike. The man coughed, a sound akin to a forlorn wind chime resonating through the forest. Cough. I am the village chief of Zhangjia village. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to you all for coming to our village to provide social assistance. Our village is renowned for its lantern making, and I hope during your stay you will experience the joy of crafting lanterns. As the chief spoke, he turned and crossed a small stream. The village lay at some distance, and everyone needed to quicken their pace as darkness fell swiftly in the mountains. The group hastily followed the chief, none daring to come too close, anxious about falling behind. Conversely, the seasoned players efficiently positioned themselves behind the chief, relegating the newcomers to the rear of the line. The girl with twin ponytails, who had previously clung to the plump girl, released her companion and took a few steps towards Lin Zhu, the most approachable of the seasoned players. Excuse me, may I join you? Though not conventionally attractive, the ponytailed girl, with her pitiful expression, possessed a certain charm that elicited sympathy. Unfortunately, Lin Zhu remained oblivious to her appeal. We are all part of the same team. There is no question of joining or not. With that, Lin Zhu reached out to take Qi Jiajia's hand, mindful of the mossy ground, as her delicate shoes, though stylish, were not slip-resistant. The ponytailed girl pouted in frustration and retreated to the newcomers group, where a slender boy from her team mocked her, prompting her immediate anger. Yet, fearing the NPC's notice, she could only swallow her indignation. Cheng Miao and the other seasoned players paid no heed to the newcomers' petty dramas, concentrating instead on gathering information. Thus far, they had gleaned a few key points. They were community volunteers, here to assist in a backward village. Zhangjia village was well known for its lanterns, celebrated in the surrounding communities. Ancestor worship ceremonies would commence in Zhangjia village the following day, lasting 3 days, during which no one could enter or leave the village lest it be deemed inauspicious. In essence, their mission was to escape Zhangjia village. However, once they entered today, exiting would be impossible. As for what awaited them within the village, that knowledge would only be revealed upon their arrival. The mountain path proved treacherous. Soon, Qi Jiajia found herself riding atop Qin Musong's shoulders, prompting envy and jealousy in Su Shuang, who was also struggling to keep pace. I detest mountain paths. They chafe the feet and leave blisters, which are utterly unsightly, Su Shuang grumbled, snapping a slender twig to swat at the surrounding underbrush. Are you gay? Qi Jiajia, perched atop Qin Musong, inquired curiously of Su Shuang. Having encountered numerous individuals in her life, they all shared a similar demeanor, elegant gentlemen, akin to flawless ornaments devoid of emotion. Thus, she found the eclectic personalities in the survival and fascinating and delightful. Jiajia, you mustn't ask that. It is quite impolite. Cheng Miao, who had been gathering clues from the village chief ahead, believed no one could reprimand Qi Jiejia here. However, Lin Zhu felt differently. He believed in addressing mistakes. He sternly corrected Qi Jiejia, then glanced nervously at Su Shuang's expression. Su Shuang waved a delicate hand, smiling at Lin Zhu. "It's quite all right, young man." Turning his gaze toward Qi Jiejia, who had turned a shade pale at Lin Zhu's words but remained silent, he continued, "I'm not, although many assume I might be. I am as straight as can be." Qi Jiejia refrained from further inquiries, her large cat-like eyes brimming with curiosity. Su Shuang appeared to take a liking to her, fashioning a small bracelet from a plucked blade of grass to present to Qi Jiejia. Lian Ge followed the group in silence. Theoretically, her heeled shoes should have made traversing the mountain path difficult, yet she exhibited no signs of fatigue, effortlessly keeping pace with the others. After approximately an hour, they finally reached Zhangjia village, a truly remote locale, one that modern urban dwellers could scarcely conceive of being so insular. The ponytailed girl and her bangs huddled together, both from the city and unfamiliar with such villages, their expressions betraying a mix of astonishment and disdain. The plump girl, having been startled into silence, raised her gaze to survey the village, her eyes reflecting a sense of familiarity intermingled with apprehension. Zhangjia village nestled within a mountain hollow, surrounded on three sides by towering peaks, with only the village entrance provided. It was indeed backward, with houses constructed of mud and brick, yet they were neatly arranged, indicating strict adherence to village customs. From a distance, the uniformity of the houses appeared to form orderly rows, with villagers clad in simple, coarse garments, exuding a sense of innocence and kindness. Villagers busied themselves on ladders at their doorsteps, each household adorned with large, round lanterns. Even unlit, their exquisite craftsmanship was evident, far surpassing the wares found in external markets. The lanterns were to be hung during the ancestor worship, as per the customs of Zhangjia village, which the village chief had shared during their journey. "Brother, the way they are looking at us is rather peculiar." Qian Wu's slightly trembling voice broke the silence behind Cheng Miao. Chapter 70. Is this lantern beautiful? 3-inch Qin Wu gently patted his brother's shoulder in silence, and it seemed that Qin Wu found solace in his brother's gesture, quieting down. "Miao Miao, what Qin Wu said is not incorrect. The way these villagers gaze at us is akin to," Lin Zhu hesitated, "like watching livestock destined for slaughter during the new year." Qi Jiejia interjected coldly, having already descended from Qin Musong's side, clutching Cheng Miao's. Qin Musong's wolf-like eyes swept over the villagers, who recoiled in fear from the sharpness of his gaze, retracting their unsettling stares. It must be said that with Qin Musong present, Cheng Miao felt significantly more at ease. His formidable combat prowess could resolve many issues. For instance, in the previous instance, Qin Musong had not deciphered all the rule hints, yet he forcefully bludgeoned his way through, surviving until the end. Cheng Miao thought of her fishbone dagger, feeling a twinge of exhaustion. She yearned to unleash her own violent output. The village chief walked ahead, seemingly oblivious to the villagers' scrutinizing gazes, chattering to himself, "I have prepared 3 rooms for you. You may squeeze in together." The group halted at the entrance of 3 old houses, and the village chief, after entrusting them that someone would bring food later, ambled away with his hands clasped behind his back. "How are we supposed to stay here?" A sunny boy among the newcomers glanced at the houses, then turned back to the obviously disjointed group, looking somewhat troubled. The seasoned players had already huddled together, while those alone seemed uninterested in forming alliances, standing in their own solitude. Conversely, the few newcomers fidgeted, torn between the comfort of staying with the seasoned players and the fear of encountering ill-intentioned individuals, which could cost them their lives. After much deliberation, they remained indecisive. "Let us stay here," Cheng Miao declared, not wanting to waste time with them. With daylight still lingering, and the ancestral rites set to commence the following day, she wished to explore the village. Seeing that the strongest combatant had settled into the rightmost room, a sense of restlessness stirred among the others. However, Qi Jiejia's sharp tongue and pride caused them to hesitate. Just as the newcomers continued to dither, someone made a move. Cheng Miao watched as Lian Gu approached, swaying gracefully like a dancer, resembling a peony that had mistakenly bloomed in a lotus pond. Her stunning visage bore an indifferent expression as she spoke, her words mingling sweetness with a hint of grit. "I'll stay with you." "Do you mind?" Cheng Miao raised an eyebrow, offering a smile. "Of course not. You are most welcome." When Cheng Miao smiled amidst the crowd, it truly captivated those around her. Only Qi Jiejia rolled her eyes, and even Qin Musong and Lin Zhu found themselves at a loss for words. Did others not realize? Cheng Miao was undeniably a beauty enthusiast. She was fond of those who were attractive. Lian Gu slightly curved her lips, waved her hand, and drifted toward the direction of the village chief. Cheng Miao paid no mind to how the remaining few divided the rooms, instead leading her companions to disperse throughout the village in search of clues. As dusk descended, Cheng Miao ambled along, following an old yellow cow returning home. The cow flicked its tail, glanced at Cheng Miao, then resumed its leisurely walk. Cheng Miao ventured into a narrow alley, observing the old cow enter the innermost courtyard. She did not hasten to follow, but instead took the opportunity to mentally sketch a map of her surroundings while strolling alongside the cow. The village was small, laid out in a grid pattern, and she found herself at the uppermost point on the left, which felt like the affluent area, with many livestock making their way home along the path. She retraced her steps to the village center and opted for a different route, one devoid of animals, where even the sound of barking dogs was scarce. Many houses stood empty, uninhabited. Cheng Miao chose to enter a house with an open door. The dwelling had evidently been unoccupied for a long time, lacking any semblance of life, with a thick layer of dust covering the furniture. In their warehouse, Cheng Miao discovered bamboo strips and cotton paper for making lanterns. She gathered some to place in her spatial backpack and, upon exiting, noticed a broken lantern hanging by the well. The lantern had decayed to the point of being merely a frame, with the cotton paper covering long gone, save for a small corner that remained. Cheng Miao touched the corner, marveling at the exquisite feel of the lantern. The village chief had mentioned that their lanterns were primarily prized for their fine materials. Ordinary households used cotton paper or oiled paper, while affluent ones could afford silk or specially crafted fabrics. Those who came to learn lantern making could only use cotton paper, as the special fabric was a closely guarded secret of their village. Setting the lantern down, Cheng Miao stepped outside but felt as though she had overlooked some vital information, akin to a sticker that should have adhered flatly yet had one corner stubbornly lifting. Shaking her head, she ventured deeper when she suddenly spotted a tightly locked house, adorned with a lantern at its entrance. While the previous alley bustled with activity, this place felt desolate. Just as Cheng Miao contemplated how to scale up and touch the lantern, the door creaked open from within. A lean old man poked his head out, his murky eyes widening upon seeing Cheng Miao outside. "Who are you, and what brings you to my doorstep?" Cheng Miao instantly adopted a demure demeanor, speaking softly, "Sir, we are volunteers here to assist with lantern making." The old man's expression shifted to realization, and he chuckled, revealing a set of yellowed teeth stained by smoke. "What brings you to such a remote place?" "There is nothing of interest here." Cheng Miao found it peculiar. Every other villager had greeted them with eagerness, as if eager to invite them inside. Yet this old man showed no inclination to let her in. "Sir, may I come in and chat with you?" The village chief mentioned we could explore and experience the local customs. Cheng Miao maintained her composure, for the village chief had not forbidden them from visiting. The old man, clearly apprehensive of the village chief, reluctantly opened the door upon hearing Cheng Miao's words. Entering, Cheng Miao observed that this family was indeed not well off. An ancient yellow dog lay sprawled on the ground, basking in the sun, merely lifting its head to glance at Cheng Miao before closing its eyes again in slumber. Cheng Miao settled onto a stool, engaging in light conversation with the somewhat restless old man. "Do you live here alone?" "I have my daughter," the old man replied, gesturing with his hand that held a smoking pipe toward the inner room, where Cheng Miao noticed a woman sitting and stitching a quilt through the half-open door. "Sir, I've heard that the lanterns crafted here are exceptional. Is there some secret to it?" Cheng Miao picked up a cob of corn and began to assist with peeling it, though the kernels were dry and difficult to remove. She merely pretended to help. The old man's left eyelid twitched, and he tapped his pipe on the ground, lighting it with a spark. What secret is there? Only good materials suffice. Then I've heard that we will be honoring our ancestors tomorrow. Is there anything we should be mindful of? We are outsiders and unfamiliar with these customs. The old man regarded Cheng Miao, his hoarse voice drawn out, and his expression laden with significance. Honoring the ancestors is a significant affair, a truly auspicious occasion. Chapter 71. Is this lantern beautiful? As twilight descended, Cheng Miao and her companions returned to the old house. Cheng Miao glanced around at the neighboring homes, all adorned with round, plump lanterns. The villagers had sent over meals served in large ceramic bowls, brimming with a hearty mix of rice and vegetables. Cheng Miao and Qi Jiajia had modest appetites, managing only half a bowl before feeling satiated. While Lin Zhu picked at the meat in his bowl, his words somewhat muffled. The villagers ceased regarding us with their previous scrutiny. Cheng Miao was not surprised. The village chief had likely cautioned them upon departure. If the sheep were to bolt, what would remain for sustenance? Upon seeing Lin Gu return, her slender waist swaying, Lin Zhu exchanged glances with Cheng Miao, silently inquiring whether to continue discussing clues or retreat to their rooms to type. Cheng Miao gestured for Lin Zhu to proceed. A fleeting glance at Lin Gu met with her gaze, causing Lin Zhu to flush deeply. Furthermore, regardless of our inquiries, the villagers had not mentioned any taboos regarding ancestor worship, merely stating that as outsiders, we need not concern ourselves with the minutiae of their customs. Whatever needed to be done, we should follow along. The others had no new leads either. Lin Gu, after a couple of bites, set her bowl aside and settled down by the Kong. The room featured a row of Kong beds, accommodating 5 adults comfortably, though the earthen walls appeared rather grimy. Lin Zhu was industrious and efficient, not distinguishing whether Lin Gu was part of their team. Since Sister Miao had allowed her to stay, he harbored no ulterior motives. Lin Zhu placed the 5 bowls outside and fetched water from the well. By the time they had all casually washed their faces, night had enveloped them. Lin Zhu splashed water onto the ground outside, prompting the heads of the 2 neighboring rooms to peek out. The twin-tailed girl and Qi Lu Hai, the Tan brothers, and Yizi all resided together, while the remaining occupants included the plump girl, the sunny boy Song Yu, Su Shuang, Yin Qi, and the slight man Zhou Ku, who stayed in the room against the mountain. Upon seeing Lin Zhu and the others return, the twin-tailed girl's eyes brightened, but before she could speak, Lin Zhu entered the room with a stoic demeanor. The twin-tailed girl bit her lip, her eyes betraying a hint of resentment. In the realm of reality, she may not have been the most attractive, yet she garnered the affection of many young men. Bluntly put, she was quite charming. However, in this scenario, Lin Gu and Cheng Miao, not to mention Yizi, eclipsed her in beauty, and the players here showed little regard for delicate sensibilities. Her usual charms were rendered ineffective. Later that evening, observing the veteran players venture out for clues, she and Qi Lu Hai felt too timid to follow suit. She consoled herself, reminding that this was a team game, and someone would eventually contribute. Being 2 weak newcomers, it was perhaps wiser to remain in their room. Upon their return, she realized that while it was indeed a team game, thus far, the seasoned players showed no inclination to assist them. Tan Wen was still occupied summarizing the previous quest for Tan Wu, honing his observational skills for this chapter. The twin-tailed girl finally approached, but the seemingly tall and handsome man merely cast a dismissive glance, sending her retreating. As for Yizi, she showed no interest whatsoever in them. Song Yu had followed Yizi outside, persistently seeking her counsel, though she only offered a few words when the questions hit the mark. What an attitude! The twin-tailed girl frowned in dissatisfaction, feeling uneasy about being placed in the middle, lacking a sense of security. By midnight, Yizi glanced out the window, noting that no rooms remained illuminated. Ancestor worship had commenced. "Sleep," she commanded, switching off the lights. The others had already settled into their beds, while the twin-tailed girl lingered below, reluctant. Despite her myriad reservations, she eventually approached the door to pull the electric light's cord. The room was plunged into darkness, silence enveloping them, even the sound of breathing barely perceptible in the shadows. The twin-tailed girl was suddenly overcome with a profound sense of unease, as if she were the sole occupant of the room. "Xiaosu, are you there?" she called out, groping her way towards the Kong, uttering Qi Lu Hai's name. Hearing her call, Qi Lu Hai was about to respond when Tianwan, who had been sleeping beside Xiaosu, abruptly kicked her leg, interrupting her words. Not receiving an answer heightened the twin-tailed girl's anxiety. Suddenly, she heard two gentle knocks at the door. Knock, knock. Previously, when Su Shuang had come to their room asking if anyone had brought hand cream, she had knocked in a similarly polite manner. Instantly, the twin-tailed girl's fear dissipated. She realized she was not alone, and her trepidation lessened. "Is it Su Shuang? I told you I don't have any hand cream. Are you still awake?" she muttered. Perhaps it was the absence of a response from within that propelled her forward, and she approached the door to open it. Xiaosu lay beneath the covers, rubbing her leg where Tianwan had inadvertently kicked her, puzzled as to why the twin-tailed girl had not yet returned. Just then, she heard a creak. The door swung open. What is she doing? Is she headed to the bathroom? Xiaosu peered out. Though the door had opened, the night was too dark to discern anything clearly. She secretly admired the twin-tailed girl's courage. In such a foreboding village, she dared to venture out alone. Having entered the quest for the second time, Xiaosu was still a novice, her stamina lacking. After a long day traversing the mountains, she had succumbed to fatigue and drifted into a deep slumber. As she sank into sleep, she again heard the creak as the door closed. The following morning, when Xiaosu awoke, she found herself alone and still drowsy, glancing around at the others. Among them, Tanwu appeared the most haggard. "Where is Li Fei?" she asked, puzzled. Tanwu shook his head. "I don't know. When I woke up, she was already gone." Xiaosu, still bewildered, turned to Tianwan, who met her gaze and also shook her head. "She didn't return last night." In an instant, Xiaosu felt as if a bucket of icy water had been poured over her, dispelling all remnants of sleepiness, leaving her shivering uncontrollably. "No way. I heard her come back." "You heard her come in?" Easy asked, ruffling her short hair, her expression cold as she regarded Xiaosu. Startled by Yeezy's piercing gaze, Xiaosu shook her head, muttering, "No, I just heard her close the door." Yeezy smirked, a hint of mockery in her smile. Before she could say more, Su Shuang's voice drifted from outside. "Ugh, seeing this first thing in the morning is revolting." Xiaosu's expression shifted dramatically as she stumbled forward to push open the door. Outside stood Li Fei, her eyes wide and unblinking, fixed on her. Li Fei seemed transfixed at the doorway, like a punctured water skin, her body drenched in dark, crimson blood, flowing from her head to her feet, slowly dripping onto the ground. Chapter 72. Is this lantern beautiful? 5-inch ah! The piercing scream of Xiaosu echoed through the sky, elevating Cheng Miao's unease to new heights upon hearing Su Shuang's words. To her astonishment, someone had. Cheng Miao opened the door and was met with the ghastly sight of Li Fei's body. In that instant, a familiar, tumultuous sensation surged within her. This scenario was haunted, and quite powerfully so. Drawing from her experience, she recognized that this was her deceased friend's buff activating. In the previous scenario, she had sensed nothing, mistakenly believing that the buff's effectiveness was erratic, not guaranteed to manifest each time. Later, she discovered that in Tan Tao's campus life scenario, there were no genuine spirits. The entire narrative was constructed around the curse of the headmaster. Now, it was evident that this buff was triggering with remarkable frequency. She was certain that this scenario contained ghosts, and that Li Fei's demise was intertwined with them. Xiaosu, upon witnessing such a gruesome scene, was both terrified and nauseated, crouching in a corner to vomit. Qin Musong and Tan when approached to examine the corpse, but found nothing of it was the work of a ghost. Upon hearing Cheng Miao's unwavering conviction, Yi Zi, who had remained silent, cast a glance at her. What on earth was happening? Why all this commotion early in the morning? The village head, upon arriving and witnessing the bloody scene, staggered back a few steps, his face pale, and his trembling finger pointed at the body. What a tragic fate for a good person. Such a sin. The village head sighed deeply. Cheng Miao noted that the head's fear was genuine, yet he refrained from asking how the individual had perished, as though it was a topic best avoided. He summoned 2 strong villagers to assist in moving the body. What a sin it is. I shall place the body in the side courtyard for now. It is not appropriate to bury it during the ancestral worship. We shall deal with it in a few days. As she watched the village head retreat, Cheng Miao observed the thick, palpable fear in the eyes of the onlookers from every household, mingled with a hint of clandestine relief. They seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Why was that? A nagging feeling of something being amiss lingered in her mind. Where could it be? Cheng Miao furrowed her brow. Why were they carrying lanterns during the day? Shi Jiajir's murmuring voice sliced through the fog in Cheng Miao's mind like a bolt of lightning. Indeed, their movements had been so natural just moments ago that she hadn't even noticed at first. When the village head arrived, he was holding a lit, crimson lantern. Cheng Miao abruptly looked up. Sure enough, the lanterns hanging at every doorway had been illuminated without her noticing. The paper of the lanterns, as thin as cicada wings, flickered with dancing flames, creating an eerily unsettling atmosphere in the daylight. They had truly lit the lanterns. Lin Zhu rushed back from another alley, quick to respond, and upon seeing Cheng Miao gazing at the lanterns, he took a few steps forward to confirm. Cheng Miao nodded. Today marked the beginning of the Zhangjia village's ancestral worship, and given that this scenario harbored ghosts, the rules of death would undoubtedly be linked to the ancestral rites. Are you feeling better? Cheng Miao squatted down, pulling out a tissue to offer to Xiao Su, who had begun to retch bile. Lin Zhu then handed her a bowl of warm water. Xiao Su sniffled, her face a picture of distress. Gratefully, she accepted the water to rinse her mouth, shakily rising to her feet. Thank you. I'm so sorry for just now. It's all right, Cheng Miao softened her tone. Though she still appeared aloof, Xiao Su could sense her concern, which somewhat restored the courage that had slipped away. What happened last night? Xiao Su, being a newcomer and the most emotionally charged, was a prime source for gathering information. Supported by Lin Zhu, Xiao Su sat on the threshold. Li Fei's body had already been removed, yet terror flickered in her eyes as she held the bowl of water. It was quite late when Li Fei hadn't yet gone to bed. Sister Yizi told her to turn off the lights and sleep. After turning off the lights, it was too dark. She might have been scared or unable to see the way, and she called out to me. Xiao Su swallowed hard, glancing back at the empty room, feeling a chill creep down her spine, before stepping into the sunlight. I hadn't the chance to respond when I heard Li Fei open the door. I thought she was going to the bathroom. Later, I dozed off, but I heard the door closed. I assumed she had returned from the bathroom and didn't think much of it. Xiao Su sniffled again, wiping her nose with a tissue. But I only found out this morning that Li Fei never came back. She might have died outside the house long ago, yet none of us knew. At this point, Xiao Su could no longer contain herself, bursting into tears. She was merely an ordinary office worker, one who disliked horror films, and even a bloody scene would prompt her to superstitiously wish for no misfortune. Who could have foreseen that she would inexplicably find herself here, with a companion dying silently on the very first night, and in such a horrific manner? Cheng Miao offered a few words of comfort to Xiao Su. Think again. Why did she open the door? What did she say before opening it? Xiao Su pondered for a moment, then shook her head, continuing to weep. She couldn't recall. There were many people sleeping together last night, and she hadn't been that frightened. Thus she hadn't paid close attention. She said, Is it Su Shuang? I told you I don't have hand cream. Are you all still awake? Yizi had approached Cheng Miao from behind without her noticing. Upon seeing Qi Zhejia's ominous expression directed at her, alongside the dangerously wolfish presence of Qin Musong nearby, Yizi cautiously maintained a distance of 3 steps from Cheng Miao. What? I didn't leave my room after returning yesterday. Su Shuang, hearing Yizi's words, widened her watery eyes and pointed at Song Yu, who was now devoid of sunlight. He slept beside me last night. He can testify. Song Yu, pale-faced, nodded, turning to look at Yin Qi, this seasoned player seeming even more reliable than Su Shuang. Yes, I was right next to her the entire time. How could this be? Then who did Li Fei open the door for last night, and with whom did she leave? The plump girl, Zhang Lele, had been anxious all day, worried that the NPC might hold a grudge against her. After surviving the day without perishing, though her spirit was somewhat diminished, her demeanor was less tense, and no one responded to her query. A heavy silence enveloped the group. Indeed, Su Shuang was safely in her room, so for whom did Li Fei open the door last night, and why did she meet her end? Li Fei's actions must have been prompted by something she heard, Lin Zhu interjected, eager to contribute to the discussion. Perhaps she heard a voice similar to Su Shuang's. Su Shuang, upon hearing this, rubbed her arms and frowned in complaint. Why impersonate me? We aren't that close. Cheng Miao gazed at the room where Li Fei had stayed and remarked, the premise of hearing Su Shuang's voice is too specific. Someone with a mere casual acquaintance would likely disregard it. I believe she must have heard a knocking sound. Chapter 73. Is this lantern beautiful? 6-inch knock at the door? The group was startled. In this eerie village, a sudden knock in the pitch-black night sent chills racing down. Cheng Miao approached Li Fei's room, reenacting the scene from earlier. Xiao Su, you said she called out to you, but you didn't have time to respond at that moment, Cheng Miao said, extending her hand to knock on the door, producing a soft tapping sound. Zhouku felt a chill run down his spine at this attempt and took a few steps back, unable to continue watching. Lin Zhu stood beside Cheng Miao, marveling at her swift progress. In the previous instance at Cheng's mansion, Cheng Miao had been frightened by ghosts, displaying an adorably jumpy demeanor. Now, observing her repeatedly isolating herself in her room while Qi Zhejia knocked outside, Lin Zhu adjusted his glasses, realizing that she had become quite adept at navigating a scenario rife with spectral presences. Since Cheng Miao mentioned the existence of ghosts, Qin Musong had remained silent. Lin Zhu nudged Qin Musong's arm. Qin Gu, what's wrong? You seem out of sorts since earlier. Qin Musong, glancing at Cheng Miao emerging from the room, leaned in to whisper in a tone only audible to the two of them. I'm afraid of ghosts. Lin Zhu. What are you afraid of? Cheng Miao approached, noticing Lin Zhu's peculiar reaction. What is the matter? Did you discover something? Lin Zhu, with an air of mystery, glanced around before beckoning Cheng Miao and Qi Zhejia closer. Qin Gu said he's afraid of ghosts. Cheng Miao and Qi Zhejia. Cheng Miao forced a laugh, looking up at Qin Musong. Really? I couldn't tell. A rare flush of embarrassment appeared on Qin Musong's bronze skin. Yes, I'm quite scared. It suddenly dawned on Cheng Miao that during their last adventure, when they ascended the stairs, each one had been isolated from the others, only able to hear eerie and terrifying sounds in the darkness. Upon exiting the stairwell, Qin Musong had been drenched in sweat, his movements stiff at that time. Cheng Miao had assumed he was merely fatigued from carrying Xiao Qiu Adai in retrospect. Given Qin Musong's physical prowess, it was perhaps the fear that had rendered him so tense. Cheng Miao found herself both amused and contemplative. After all, there was no rule stating that men could not be afraid of ghosts. Even someone as formidable as Qin Musong could have his fears, and there was no shame in that. Cheng Miao restrained Qi Zhejia, who seemed ready to tease Qin Musong, and shared her earlier realization with everyone. The wooden door was quite solid, making it impossible to discern the visitor outside. After turning off the lights, Li Fei had become frightened, calling out for her companions, but receiving no response. Then, a knock, presumably from a companion, brought her a sense of security. Yet, Why did she believe it was Su Shuang knocking? Song Yu maintained a pale expression, alternating his gaze between Cheng Miao and Su Shuang. Su Shuang propped her chin in thought, then snapped her fingers. I remember now. I went to find her this evening to ask if she had any hand cream, and I knocked twice when entering. That must be it. In the dark, she panicked, mistaking the similar knock for a companion's, which prompted her to open the door. But why was there a sound of a door closing afterward? Zhang Leilei's tongue stumbled over the words. Just imagining it made her break into a cold sweat. It's the ghost closing the door. We others did not trigger the death conditions, so it cannot harm us. Having clarified the situation surrounding Li Fei's demise, Easy exhaled a sigh of relief, her expression easing. What this means is, Xiao Su covered her mouth with both hands, tears streaming like pearls from a broken string. It's because I didn't answer her that she opened the door out of fear. I caused her death. Not necessarily. Qinwen flashed a charming smile at Xiao Su, patting her shoulder. If you had answered her, it's possible there would have been 2 fatalities today. Xiao Su's gaze went blank for a moment before her expression brightened with realization. Qinwen, it was you who kicked me last night, causing me to forget to respond to Li Fei. Do you know something? Qinwen shrugged, his charismatic demeanor typically charming to many girls. But Xiao Su was too preoccupied to notice. I don't know. All I know is that one must be vigilant in the instance. Even speaking can be perilous. Cheng Miao pinched her fingers together, narrowing her eyes. So, the reason for Li Fei's death could be her opening the door or perhaps her speaking. Cheng Miao couldn't help but recall the previous instance where, once the lights were extinguished, speaking was forbidden. Otherwise, it triggered death. This inevitably led her to ponder whether Li Fei had spoken after the lights went out. If that were the case, why? Surely this little village didn't adhere to such a stringent schedule. Cheng Miao was at a loss, but one thing was certain. They must all exercise caution. If they heard knocking at night, they should not open the door, nor should they speak after turning off the lights. There were no objections from the group. The newcomers had already grown weary after a night of tension, while the veterans understood that this was merely the beginning and that they must seize every opportunity to seek clues. Surrounding houses were adorned with lanterns. Though the players' rooms were bare, they felt as though they were encircled by lanterns from every direction. Zhou detested this sensation. He had always found lanterns unsettling, and walking with one in hand was even more disconcerting, prompting him to desperately seek a lantern-free space for some peace. I'm planning to search for clues. Would anyone like to join me? Yin Qi rolled up his sleeves, stroking his mustache as he surveyed the other players. We'd better stay here. Didn't the village chief say he would come to teach us how to make lanterns soon? Cheng Miao cautioned. This village was peculiarly tense. In such uncertain times, it was wise not to wander aimlessly. What's the harm? We already explored the village yesterday. Yin Qi scoffed at Cheng Miao's caution. This girl is only pretty. Her personality leaves much to be desired. Being overly cautious yields no rewards in gaming. Yesterday, the ancestral rites had not yet begun. Today is different. Lin Zhu could not tolerate Yin Qi's rebuttal of Cheng Miao and shot back. If you're too scared to go, then so be it. I will go alone. Yin Qi dismissed the group, glancing at the others. Is anyone going? Several newcomers were too frightened to think clearly. Qinwen observed Yin Qi with amusement, while Yizi flatly refused. Su Shuang, rubbing her fair hands, moved closer to Lin Zhu. I prefer to stay with them. Lien Gu. Lien Gu bestowed not even a glance upon him. From the outset, she had stood elegantly like a painting, not uttering a word. I will accompany you, big brother. Chapter 74. Is this lantern beautiful? 7-inch Yin Qi cast a glance at the speaker. Perhaps his disdainful gaze caused Zhou Qinan to shrink his neck in embarrassment. Brother, take me along. I promise to be obedient. Zhou Qin detested these lanterns and wished to escape this lantern-encircled area, ready to go anywhere else. Yin Qi disdainfully surveyed the frail man. Fine. Having you is better than having none. As he watched the two figures depart, Qinwu quietly inquired of his brother. Is it really all right to let them go? It's safer to stay with everyone, isn't it? Qinwen smiled tightly, observing Qinwu. Do not worry about them. Yanqi is an experienced player. It is most fitting for seasoned players to scout ahead. If they choose to court danger despite warnings, then they cannot blame anyone but themselves. Yanqi meandered aimlessly with Zhou Qin through Zhangjia village. The village was simple, and with the ancestral worship festival taking place, there was no pressing need for agricultural toil. Villagers exchanged fruits and vegetables, basking in the sun while sharing mundane stories. The atmosphere appeared warm and unpretentious, if one could overlook the lanterns they bore. What custom permits one to carry lanterns in broad daylight? Leading the way, Yanqi strode forward, with Zhou Qin dutifully trailing him. As they wandered, they found themselves in an alley lined with dilapidated houses. Brother Qi, it seems this alley is uninhabited. Zhou Qin peered cautiously, fearing a ghostly apparition might leap forth from the shadows. Yanqi disregarded Zhou Qin's unease. Something felt amiss along their path. A thought teetered on the tip of his tongue yet eluded articulation. Noting Yanqi's silence, Zhou Qin ceased his chatter, feeling foolish. As they continued, Zhou Qin suddenly perceived a third set of footsteps echoing in the stillness of the alley. Thud, thud. The sound of Yanqi's firm strides resonated, his lower body stable and robust. Swish, swish. That was his own, lacking in elevation, as he dragged his feet along the ground. His wife had scolded him countless times for his ungainly gait, yet he could not amend it. This lack of confidence manifested even in his walk. However, upon closer listening, he discerned another sound intermingling with their own. Tap, tap. A presence lurked behind them. Zhou Qin's mind lagged behind his actions. Just as he began to warn himself, he turned his head, muttering, Brother Qi, did you hear that? It seems there is someone behind us. His words abruptly ceased. A bead of sweat, as large as a pea, dripped from Yanqi's brow. He swallowed hard. The footsteps had drawn closer, now directly at his back. Long before Zhou Qin sensed it, Yanqi had been aware of something trailing them. Cursing his ill fortune internally, Yanqi had yet to devise a strategy for this predicament, while Zhou Qin foolishly turned around. Now, it was evident that the entity following him was certainly not Zhou Qin. A frigid sensation clung to Yanqi's back, as if an icy hand had gripped him. Rendering his limbs stiff, he struggled to regain his composure, mentally rifling through what tools he possessed to confront such a situation. Players had a plethora of tools at their disposal, yet most were restrictive and ineffective, akin to Lin Zhu's books or Qi Judge's rope traps. Very few items could directly affect spirits, and Yanqi possessed none. As they approached the alley's end, Yanqi's eyes brimmed with urgency, knowing they would soon have to turn back. Even if standing still might prove beneficial, could he truly remain motionless until nightfall? In that moment, he lamented his decision to seek clues. No player would come searching for him, and by the time they did, it was likely he would already be a corpse. Just as he neared the alley's conclusion, his countenance turned ashen, despair clouding his eyes. Suddenly, a door to his right creaked open, and a vibrant red lantern emerged. In that fleeting moment, the chilling aura behind him dissipated. He exhaled deeply, leaning on his knees and gasping for breath, overwhelmed with gratitude for escaping death's grip. Regaining his composure, he turned to thank his savior, only to widen his eyes in shock. It's you. Nearby players were munching on breakfast delivered by two women carrying lanterns, listlessly awaiting the village chief to lead them in lantern making. Every household possessed lanterns, cherished to the point that onlookers were deterred from getting too close. Lin Zhu stirred his watery porridge with a spoon and took a sip with a bun. Sister Miao, do you think the breakthrough point will be on the lanterns? Cheng Miao, tearing into the bun's outer crust, scanned the doorways of the houses. Most likely, but yesterday I found a tattered lantern made of fabric. Where could the mystery lie? Around 11 o'clock, the village chief finally arrived, accompanied by a rather simple-minded boy. This is my eldest son, Zhang Min. Zhang Min smiled sheepishly, saying little as he took his place at the back of the line. clutching his lantern. Chung Miao followed closely behind the village chief, casually inquiring, "Chief, is there a specific custom regarding lanterns during the day? It seems rather peculiar." The chief did not look back, his voice hoarse yet earnest. "No specific custom. It simply symbolizes prosperity, ensuring our lanterns continue to thrive." Chung Miao pondered this statement before shifting to another topic. "How exactly do we perform the ancestral worship? Do you need our assistance?" The lantern-making site was not far, taking 7 or 8 minutes to reach. The chief stepped over the threshold, turning to Chung Miao. "It begins at 9 o'clock on the third evening. If you're free, you may join us." Chung Miao noted an awkward smile on the chief's face, feeling as though the underlying implication was, "Provided you are still alive by then." The chief briefly explained the lantern-making process before leaving them there. The players exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of what to make of it. "Sir, can you hear us?" Lin Ju noticed an elderly man in the courtyard diligently crafting lanterns, his skill indicating he was a master. The group felt reassured. As long as there was someone to teach them, they would be fine. The old man looked up, making incoherent sounds and gesturing towards his mouth. The group sighed. He was mute. He pointed at the lanterns, signaling them to observe and replicate his actions. "But how long will that take?" Song Yu exclaimed, realizing that making lanterns was no simple task. Just scraping bamboo strips required considerable time. Surely, this dungeon was not merely an exercise in learning a craft. They needed to venture outside. Yez stood at the courtyard entrance, peering out from under the lantern. Without lanterns, it was likely unsafe outside. While there was no definitive proof, the lantern seemed crucial. Every household ventured forth bearing one. Chung Miao inclined towards the safer path, much like the villagers. Suddenly, the old man, still busy with his lantern making, stood up, shouting at Ez, who remained under the lantern's glow, his rough hands making repetitive gestures. Chapter 75. Is this lantern beautiful? 8-inch Ez reacted swiftly, retreating into the courtyard. All the players held their breath, intently gazing outside the house. After a brief moment, nothing occurred, and the old man resumed his task of crafting lanterns. He did not start over to teach them. He deemed instructing students a waste of time, allowing only those capable of keeping up to proceed. Such a method of instruction would inevitably lead to delays. Yezi's expression darkened. It seemed there was no imminent danger, but rather, the old man disapproved of her lingering beneath the lantern for too long. The idea of this lantern could not be discarded, yet venturing outside necessitated its use. None of them had ever undertaken such a task before, and to create their own lanterns might stretch into the final day. Meow meow, here, take this lantern for now. Just as everyone was racking their brains and walking into a dead end, Lin Ju, who had remained inconspicuous until then, sat beside the old man, holding up a well-crafted paper lantern. The lantern was round and vibrant red, exquisitely made, leaving everyone astonished. You can make lanterns?" Chi Jiajia exclaimed, taken aback for the first time. She had always looked down on Lin Ju, the studious nerd, but never anticipated such a sudden display of talent. Lin Ju smiled shyly, biting his lip and giving Chi Jiajia a knowing glance. It dawned on Chi Jiajia. Lin Ju had previously mentioned that his upgraded props allowed him to acquire any knowledge or skill within the instance. At the time, she had dismissed this item as utterly useless, but now it proved invaluable. Had Lin Ju not learned to make lanterns, they would have had to risk their lives to seek clues, and even seasoned players could not guarantee a safe return. Chung Miao took the lantern from Lin Ju's hands and playfully tapped his head, praising him. Lin Ju chuckled, touching his head and reminding Chung Miao, "Sister Miao, the paper on the lantern needs to be air-dried, but time is of the essence, so it may not be very sturdy. You should return early." Chung Miao nodded, assessing the lantern, which was beautifully made and eased her mind considerably. She turned to Chi Jiajia and said, "You and Lin Ju stay here. I will go check with Qin Gu." Chi Jiajia shot a fierce glare at Qin Musong, who had peeled off his wolf skin in the group, resembling a loyal Labrador. Fine. She acknowledged that Qin Musong was adept and more suitable than her. Lin Zhu was puzzled by Qi Jiajia's sudden anger and quickly handed her some silk paper. Jiajia, could you help me cut the paper? It would expedite the process. Qi Jiajia accepted the paper silently, her demeanor icy. Cheng Miao lit the candle inside the lantern and handed it to Qin Musong. With a steady stance and quick reflexes, Qin Musong was the most fitting choice to carry the lantern. Cheng Miao and Qin Musong swiftly exited, leaving the other players to observe Lin Zhu as if he were a rare specimen. Fortunately, Lin Zhu possessed remarkable composure. After all, hadn't he been accustomed to being in the spotlight as a top student? He diligently focused on his task, executing his movements with agility, earning the old man's admiration and praise. After Li Fei's demise, Zhang Lele and Xiao Su have formed a duo again, they said, blushing as they approached Lin Zhu, followed by a similarly embarrassed Song Yu. Lin Zhu looked up at them. Their hesitation spoke volumes. He furrowed his brow in confusion while Qi Jiajia, armed with bamboo strips, struck the lantern frame Lin Zhu had woven, producing sharp sounds. They want you to help them make 2 lanterns. Although they can't assist with the tasks, they're still scared, she stated. Cheng Miao had mentioned that lanterns were crucial, and they sought a talisman for protection. Her words revealed the trio's intentions, causing Zhang Lele and Xiao Su to lower their heads in embarrassment. Song Yu, however, defiantly protested, who said Song Yu fell silent. He had no intention of venturing out. While carrying a lantern might avert some misfortune, nothing was certain. After all, it was just a possibility. He merely desired a lantern for reassurance. Lin Zhu observed the 3 who had bowed their heads in silence due to Qi Jiajia's admonishment. He slightly lowered his gaze, focusing on the lantern in his hands. Lin Zhu's appearance was indeed appealing to young girls. However, he had always remained behind Cheng Miao, rarely commanding attention. Now, as he stood independently, the onlookers realized he was not merely a sapling needing shelter from the storm, but rather a robust oak tree flourishing in its growth. I cannot afford to waste time. My skill has a limit. I can only prepare as many lanterns as possible for my team. If you also require assistance, rather than waiting idly for others to finish, it would be wiser to come and learn. Lin Zhu deftly continued weaving the bamboo strips in his hands, his voice clear and inviting. I can still make them and provide guidance. Zhang Lele and Xiao Su had initially hesitated to speak up, but upon hearing Lin Zhu's offer, they blushed and expressed their gratitude, sitting nearby to clumsily mimic his movements. Su Shuang, who had been observing for some time, also joined them. The bamboo strips are ready. Now we'll weave the lantern frame, tie the bamboo rings, and then paste the lantern. We need to apply the cotton gauze first, then stick the second layer of single-sided paper. We won't have time for decorative painting or varnishing, as the lantern is needed urgently. Lin Zhu intentionally slowed his pace, allowing the 2 girls to learn at their own speed. Qi Jiajia cast a cold glance before returning to cut the gauze. Song Yu awkwardly stood still, scratching his head. He was not skilled with crafts and struggled even with folding paper. Undertaking such tasks felt like a daunting challenge. Qin Wen observed Lin Zhu, who had previously gone unnoticed, and patted his younger brother's head, encouraging Qin Wu to join in and learn. Nearby, Easy felt somewhat awkward. With Cheng Miao absent, only the delicate Lin Zhu and a child remained. She had initially planned to coerce or entice them, thinking that once the lanterns were made, it wouldn't matter if Cheng Miao returned. To her surprise, Lin Zhu proved to be dignified and confident, not to mention that little girl. Easy frowned. Just as she contemplated her next move, the girl shot her a glance that seemed to pierce through her thoughts, exuding an eerie aura. As Easy pondered, she absent-mindedly rubbed her heel against the muddy ground. That look was far from that of a mere girl. It resembled a vengeful spirit clawing its way from a river of blood, its malevolence surpassing even that of the tall figure who had left with Cheng Miao. She truly wondered where Cheng Miao had found such teammates. Easy continued to scheme. Qin Wen crouched nearby, observing Lin Zhu weave the lantern. He touched his prominent nose, about to speak when a small ball whizzed past him, landing in Lin Zhu's embrace. Lin Zhu looked up, the sunlight dazzling. The reflection from his glasses cast a glimmer. He gazed at the ball's owner, Lian Gu, who approached him gracefully as if walking through a mist. Chapter 76. Is this lantern beautiful? 9-inch. This is a prop. I would like to ask the young man to help me make several lanterns. Lin Ji's voice is particularly unique, a blend of coldness tinged with a sweet, intoxicating fragrance that captivates the listener. Lin Zhu lowered his head and picked up the small orb.it is a restorative item that can replenish 80 of a person's energy and stamina. Lin Zhu was taken aback. After traversing several instances, he understood that restorative items are quite rare. Though not as precious as healing potions, they are still of considerable value. Could such an extraordinary item be given away simply for a few lanterns? Lin Zhu glanced at Lin Gu, feeling uncertain, as this item seemed rather valuable. He did not wish to exploit his unique skills at the expense of others. Everyone in the instance is struggling to survive. It is not easy for anyone, and he certainly would not allow others to take advantage of him either. Lin Gu slightly leaned forward, her waist forming a perfect curve, as she extended her jade-like fingers to touch the lantern Lin Zhu had crafted. This is not a free gift. In this instance, the lanterns are of utmost importance. I hope that whenever you possess a lantern, I do as well. In essence, it was a buyout. Lin Gu was acutely aware that Lin Zhu would craft the lanterns for their 4-person team within 3 days. She desired to have them too. Who knows how long these lanterns will last? They may very well break after a single outing. If it were merely a matter of purchasing one lantern, that would be quite foolish. Lin Zhu tossed the small orb into the air and then passed it to Qi Jia. Qi Jia held the orb, her gaze lingering on Lin Ji's alluring profile for a moment before she nodded. Lin Zhu swiftly layered the lantern fabric that Qi Jia had cut onto the frame, attached the tassels, and handed it to Lin Gu. Like their lanterns, this one was hastily assembled, and he was unsure how long it would hold up. It would be best to return sooner rather than later. Lin Gu nodded in gratitude, gently lifting the lantern and stepping gracefully out the door, her movements resembling a dance. Qinwen watched Lin Gu's graceful figure disappear outside, his expression heavy for a while, remaining silent. In truth, staying in the courtyard was far safer than venturing out in search of clues, yet seasoned players knew all too well that even in a team task, one cannot place their hopes on others. Qinwen fiddled with the distinctive ring on his index finger, but ultimately refrained from producing any items. Let us wait another day. I am no longer alone. He had found his brother, who was far too weak. He could not trade items for him, as those items were meant to protect his brother's life. Rubbing his face, he leaned against Qin Wu and clumsily joined the crafting group. After a while, Xiao Su set down the lantern and shyly asked, Lin, may I pose a question? The lanterns in the horror instances are made of human skin and bones, right? Lin Zhu continued his work, nodding, yes, why? Xiao Su exclaimed, doesn't he that indicate the lanterns are problematic? Can't we use this as a starting point? The other newcomers looked at Lin Zhu with expressions of confusion. They had long wished to ask but had not dared to speak. Lin Zhu set down the lantern and responded earnestly, it is true that the lanterns pose an issue, and it is reasonable to associate this with their material. However, knowing they are made of human skin does not assist us in solving the current puzzle. Do you understand the rules of the instance? How can we avoid death? Xiao Su's face flushed from the barrage of questions, but Lin Zhu showed no mercy, continuing, there are always strange elements in horror instances, but do not fixate on these. Instead, consider what we must do now and how we can clear the instance. Furthermore, Lin Zhu picked up the lantern and resumed crafting. Thus far, there had been no issues with them. Although Xiao Su felt embarrassed, she recognized that Lin Zhu was sincerely teaching her how to navigate the instance. She quietly expressed her gratitude and continued to follow Lin Zhu's lead in crafting the lanterns. In the village, Cheng Miao and Qin Musong nimbly navigated through the alleys. Cheng Miao sought the village chief's home, where records such as local customs were typically preserved. After inquiring with several villagers about the direction to the chief's house, they headed that way. Along the way, Cheng Miao contemplated the villagers' expressions as they gazed at the lantern in her hand. Did they seem mocking? Why? The lantern must be effective. Otherwise, they would have encountered trouble long ago. They paused near the chief's house, which was bustling with villagers coming and going, unaware of their purpose. At this moment, they were likely crafting lanterns, and it would be inappropriate to intrude so brazenly. It seemed they would have to return at another time. Meow meow, we need to head back. Qin Musong interrupted Cheng Miao's thoughts. She turned to see that a portion of the lantern paper in Qin Musong's hands had begun to lift. After being glued, the lantern paper needed to dry, and they had no time for that. Additionally, the heat generated by the burning candle had caused the already poorly adhered silk fabric to bulge into unsightly lumps. Cheng Miao frowned and said, "Let us go." Qin Musong had a strong sense of direction, and they did not retrace their steps. He guided Cheng Miao through the alleys, and just as she was about to remark on how much faster this route was, Qin Musong halted. "What?" Cheng Miao took a step forward to inquire, but suddenly fell silent. They found themselves at a T-junction. Just 2 more turns ahead lay the lantern-making area. To their right was a dead-end alley, where a lone figure stood. Zhou Ku. Zhou Ku stood like a statue, his back turned to them in the eerie alley. Though his face was obscured, Cheng Miao sensed that Zhou Ku was in grave danger. When he entered, he had worn a short-sleeved shirt. Now, his bare arms appeared like dried meat, parched and wrinkled skin stretched over bones, creating a chilling sight. Cheng Miao and Qin Musong cautiously approached to take a closer look. The alley was deserted, filled only with dilapidated houses. Zhou Ku stood alone in the middle of the alley, seemingly desiccated, his features blurred, with only sunken eye sockets and an agape mouth visible. Cheng Miao felt a wave of nausea wash over her as she stared into that gaping, dark cavity. After confirming that there were no additional clues, Cheng Miao and Qin Musong quickly returned to the lantern-making courtyard. As they entered, they noticed that the silk fabric enveloping the lantern frame had already sagged, with 2 corners drooping down, leaving only one edge still adhering. That was close, Cheng Miao sighed in relief, now certain that not carrying a lantern while wandering around was one of the causes of Zhou Ku's demise. Had they been in a bustling alley, with lanterns hanging at every door, they might have escaped disaster. Yet, they had found themselves in this desolate, abandoned alley. Upon seeing Cheng Miao return, Lin Zhu eagerly presented the item given by Lin Gu, explaining the terms of their trade. Cheng Miao said nothing, simply instructing Lin Zhu to keep the item safe. "Sister Miao, aren't you taking it?" Lin Zhu's lips pressed downward. His initial lantern had been poorly made and had a short duration. He had also witnessed the lantern that broke immediately upon entry. Cheng Miao playfully tapped Lin Zhu on the head. "What are you thinking? You did wonderfully. Since this was your trade with Lin Gu, of course, the item should be yours to keep." Cheng Miao glanced around. They had been out for 2 hours, during which Lin Zhu had crafted 7 lanterns. Each of the 4 had taken one for their spatial packs. One was for Lin Gu, and the remaining 2 were prepared by Cheng Miao in case the village chief returned to inspect. Xiao Su was still diligently adhering gauze to her lantern, her focused and careful demeanor making her face flush. Zhang Lei surprisingly displayed great skill, and the lantern was now almost fully formed. Qin Wan and Qin Wu had managed to create 1 lantern, which would suffice as Qin Wan did not intend to let his brother leave his side. As for Yi Zi and Song Yu, they struggled with the crafting process, their lantern frames haphazardly assembled, resulting in a growing frustration. Cheng Miao, having listened to Lin Zhu recount the entire process, felt no inclination to meddle with the 2. She did not withhold any information, sharing the discovery of Zhou Ku's corpse with everyone. "Another one, dead." Xiao Su gasped, her eyes wide with horror, tears replaced by a chilling sheen of blood. Chapter 77. Is this lantern beautiful? No one responded to Xiao Su. Everyone was lost in their own thoughts. "But have you not discovered Yin Qi's corpse?" Qi Judger leaned closer, tugging at Cheng Miao's sleeve, her head tilted in contemplation. Miao and I have thoroughly searched the surroundings, and indeed, we found nothing." Qin Musong rolled up his sleeves, presenting himself as a refined gentleman. Cheng Miao's gaze followed the movement of Qin Musong's cuffs. Yin Qi is an experienced player, adept at self-preservation. He might not be aware of our arrival. We also did not return to our lodgings to check. Perhaps he has already made his way back. Let us inquire about the specifics upon encountering him. The group fell silent, and as the sun began to set, Lin Gu returned with gentle footsteps. With an elegant motion, she tossed the tattered lantern towards the doorway and sauntered inside. Lin Ju stepped forward to present her with a newly crafted lantern. Lin Gu examined it, noting the sturdier frame and the meticulous silk covering. A slight smile graced her lips as she expressed her gratitude to Lin Ju. This was the first smile Lin Gu had displayed since entering the instance, leaving the onlookers awestruck. Cheng Miao mused inwardly, marveling at how every gesture of a beautiful person is a spectacle in itself. Before long, footsteps echoed from the entrance as the village chief, hunched with age, entered with his hands clasped behind his back. How did it go today? What accomplishments have you made? The chief's gaze swept over Song Yu, who was treading on the remnants of the lantern's stand in a fit of emotion, and the disgruntled expression of Yi Zi. We managed to create 2 lanterns. Lin Ju stepped forward, presenting the lanterns, indicating their collaborative effort. He was not so altruistic as to provide labor for others, but in such circumstances, it was a team endeavor, and he was willing to lend a hand. This was a lesson Cheng Miao had imparted to him. The chief's attention shifted to the lanterns in Lin Ju's hands, and both Song Yu and Yi Zi unconsciously exhaled in relief. Well done. You possess considerable talent, the chief remarked, a hint of a smile breaking through the deep creases of his weathered face as he examined the 2 lanterns. He handed one to an elderly man and slowly made his way back towards the exit. You may leave. Return tomorrow and rest well. Seizing the moment, Cheng Miao exchanged glances with her companions, silently signaling her intent to visit the chief's residence. Qin Wen trailed behind her, and in an unspoken agreement, they positioned themselves in the middle of the group. Shortly thereafter, Qin Musong and Lin Ju provided cover for the duo, one obstructing the chief's line of sight, while the other feigned a tumble, entangling himself with Zhang Min. Cheng Miao and Qin Wen seized the opportunity to slip away unnoticed. Concerned that Lin Ju might damage the lantern, Zhang Min hastily assisted them before heading towards the old house. Observing that the chief and Zhang Min had not counted the number of people, Cheng Miao and her companion breathed a sigh of relief, exchanging a glance as they began to weave through the crowd towards the chief's house. As the villagers emerged, each carrying a lantern, Cheng Miao felt confident that they would blend in seamlessly. Approaching the chief's residence, the number of people diminished, allowing them to navigate nimbly between the homes adorned with lanterns. Upon entering the chief's courtyard, the 2 were taken aback. What on earth? Why are there so many lanterns hung here? Qin Wen's handsome brow furrowed in perplexity. Cheng Miao surveyed the scene in silence. Typically, each household would hang 1 lantern, yet the chief's abode displayed a total of 6, creating a festive yet eerie ambience. Cheng Miao cautiously drew out her fishbone dagger, whispering, "Be careful." As an experienced player, Qin Wen understood the gravity of the situation, and without further discussion, they stealthily entered the house. It appeared deserted, prompting them to hasten their search through the rooms. Strange, the record books should logically be stored here at the chief's residence, Qin Wen muttered as he continued his search. Cheng Miao noticed the absence of such items. Instead, the villagers' information was readily available. Let us take this. We can store it in our spatial bag, she suggested, realizing they had no other option. Qin Wen leaned closer to examine the thick stack of papers in Cheng Miao's hands. Cheng Miao, ever cautious upon entering the instance, quickly took a photo with her phone. Let us document this, even if it doesn't serve as concrete evidence that we took it. There are only so many outsiders in the village. It's clear who is responsible. Given the current ambiguity of the clues, it was prudent to avoid unnecessary confrontations with NPCs. Qin Wen concurred, hastily assisting Cheng Miao in her efforts to expedite the documentation process. The village darkened early, granting them perhaps only half an hour. Though they possessed lanterns, neither wished to wander through the eerie village carrying them after dusk. With numerous villagers present, after much effort, Cheng Miao finally completed her documentation, setting the materials aside. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed an empty space on the bookshelf. As Qin Wen was about to exit, He noticed Chang Miao had circled back, staring blankly at the bookshelf, prompting him to step closer. "What's wrong?" Chang Miao pointed to a vacant spot on the shelf, running her fingers across it. "There's no dust. A book must have been here, likely taken only in the past few days." Qinwen understood immediately. The record book had been removed by the chief. Chang Miao's expression darkened. "We don't know where it's been taken now. There's nothing we can do. Let us head back." They quietly locked the door, prepared to retrace their steps, but unexpectedly, after only a few paces, a disheveled man sprang forth from behind the chief's house. The man was filthy, his face marred with grime, but he bore a striking resemblance to Zhang Min's. Saliva dripped from the corner of his mouth as he pointed at Chang Miao and Qinwen, shrieking with a piercing voice, "None shall escape. Next will be you." Chapter 78. Is this lantern beautiful? 11-inch Chang Miao and Qinwen were startled by the sudden appearance of the man. They watched as he screamed and shouted at them, only to then begin singing to himself, clapping his hands. "Damn it, he's a madman. He nearly gave me a heart attack," Qinwen spat, his choice of words revealing the extent of his fright. Night had already fallen, leaving no time to waste on this lunatic. The two retraced their steps, carefully navigating the dim glow cast by the lanterns at each door. Perhaps due to the darkness, the lanterns seemed less luminous than during the day. Some houses, possibly having burned out their candles without replacing them, had lanterns that flickered gently in the wind, unlit. I had initially thought that the sight of the lanterns during the day was eerie, but it turned out that the lanterns at night were equally unsettling in this village. Frowning, Qinwen quickened his pace, for the absence of light from some lanterns forced them to navigate without their glow, compelling them to tread boldly on the darker paths. The village was now sparsely populated. Only a few villagers emerged to tend to their livestock, their lanterns emitting but a faint flame, leaving little room for consideration of Chang Miao and her companions. Chang Miao had intended to bring out her lantern, but as they neared the old house, and having already walked for a while without incident, she decided to observe a bit longer. Several times, she felt as if something lurked behind her, gripping her fishbone dagger tightly, prepared to strike before lighting her lantern. Yet, she encountered no surprises by the time they reached the old house. "Meow meow, you're finally back. Qinwen, are you all right?" Lin Zhu rushed out from the old house to greet Qing Miao, only to be taken aback by Qinwen's pale complexion. Qin Wu, who had lagged behind Lin Zhu, upon hearing her words, hurried outside, anxiously scanning Qinwen from head to toe. Confirming that nothing appeared amiss, he pursed his lips and stood behind Qinwen. Chang Miao, having not paid much attention to Qinwen during their journey, was startled by his expression, which resembled that of a corpse risen from the grave. "What happened? Did you encounter something?" Qinwen rubbed his face and stomped his foot. The players from inside had emerged, their collective vitality lifting his spirits slightly. "Did you not feel anything?" Chang Miao scratched her head, retracting her fishbone dagger. "Not at all, just felt a bit cold at times behind me." Qinwen cursed. "I sensed someone behind me halfway through, and by the time we neared the old house, it was already clinging to my back." His words sent shivers down the spines of the newcomers, causing Xiao Su and Zhang Lei to huddle together in fear. Chang Miao glanced at the lanterns that the village chief had hung for them, then at the still-breathing Qinwen. "Then why didn't you light the lantern?" Instinctively, Qinwen cast a glance at Qin Wu, saying, "I thought I could manage until we arrived." While Qinwen was quite capable, Qin Wu's overall competence was indeed below par, and Qin Wen's protectiveness hindered his brother's growth. This was not in Qin Wu's best interest. However, it was their family matter, and Chang Miao refrained from commenting further. "Meow meow, eat quickly. It will be dark soon." Lin Zhu approached with a bowl of rice. Chang Miao hurriedly consumed her meal and shared her discoveries from the village with everyone. If we can't find them without the record book, they would remain oblivious to the village's true nature. Chang Miao finished her meal in a few bites, rinsing her mouth with water as she consoled him, "No need to feel defeated. Such occurrences are common. Vital clues are not easily obtained." Chang Miao released her previously tied-up hair, letting it cascade over her shoulders as she began to comb through it with her fingers. Now, we can summarize a few key points. First, the task of the copy is to escape from Zhangjia village. Tomorrow, we must go to the village entrance to ascertain whether it is truly impossible to leave, whether it is due to human intervention or something else, and contemplate our escape strategy. It's a ghost wall. It's formidable, impossible to escape. Lin Gu, who had been leaning against the earthen wall, suddenly spoke. Noticing the attention she garnered, she delicately tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear. I have already investigated. Chang Miao's gaze deepened as she regarded Lin Gu. A solitary figure who had ventured to the village entrance and returned unscathed after encountering a ghost wall amidst the precarious lanterns was undoubtedly formidable. It wasn't just Chang Miao who thought this. Qin Wan and Yizi exchanged glances, their expressions transformed. Yet Lin Gu seemed oblivious, opting not to share her experiences and falling silent after delivering her statement. Veteran players had endured numerous trials and tribulations, developing various personality traits as a result. Though it was regrettable that Lin Gu did not divulge any clues, the others chose not to press the matter further. Why? Why aren't you asking her what she encountered? Unfortunately, not everyone possessed the psychological resilience of seasoned players or the capacity to seek clues under pressure. Song Yu, once a sunny and handsome young man, had undergone a transformation following the deaths of two individuals. Though his angular features remained, the panic in his eyes and his suspicious demeanor rendered him somewhat unappealing. Lin Gu followed Song Yu's gaze, observing his darting pupils, and suddenly, her rosy lips parted, releasing a soft laugh. The group was momentarily enchanted by the sound, though they also detected an undercurrent of disdain. Chang Miao watched as the previously imposing young man turned pale, retreating to the side. Chang Miao, touching her earlobe, heard Qin Musong whisper beside her, her skills might rival mine. Chang Miao's brows furrowed slightly. Is she really that formidable? Qin Musong, a retired military professional who later served as a security chief in a foreign trade company, was renowned for his close-quarters combat skills. For Lin Gu, a woman as beautiful as a painting, to receive such praise from him was remarkable. In the presence of Qin Musong, none dared to provoke Lin Gu. Chang Miao instinctively sensed that she was a unique individual, unlikely to engage in any self-serving actions or conflict. Of course, Lin Ji's striking beauty undoubtedly influenced perceptions as well. Returning to the matter at hand, Chang Miao seated herself on the steps before the old house. Since it is the power of ghosts preventing our exit, we must address the issues stemming from the village. Chang Miao began to doodle in the dirt, glancing up at the 3 lanterns hanging before the old house, their dim glow suggesting they might extinguish at any moment. With nightfall approaching, she suggested, let us summarize. Based on the clues we have gathered, the daytime taboo is to walk in areas devoid of lanterns, while the nighttime taboo is to make noise or open doors after the lanterns are extinguished. In light of this, Easy gazed at the lanterns overhead, a spark igniting in her eyes. The lanterns. Their purpose is to ward off evil. Chapter 79. Is this lantern beautiful? 12-inch as Yezi spoke, her excitement grew, her words tumbling out at an ever-increasing pace. Indeed, the purpose of the lantern was to ward off evil spirits. Thus, carrying it during the day ensured their safety. Zhou had perished, and subsequently, when the lantern was not in use, Qin Wen had distinctly sensed an ominous presence. Chang Miao nodded slowly, acknowledging that this seemed to be the case, yet she cautioned against becoming overly reliant on the lantern. Yezi remained silent, but her pursed lips betrayed her discontent with Chang Miao's perspective. Chang Miao, however, had other matters weighing on her mind, particularly concerning Yin Qi. Initially, she had assumed Yin Qi would be waiting for them at the old house, but according to Lin Zhu and the others, there was no sign of him. Lin Zhu, ever meticulous, had taken precautions, fearing that if they left, villagers might enter the old house and leave something behind, so he had wedged a strand of hair in the cracks of each door. Upon their return, they found the hair undisturbed, indicating that Yin Qi had not returned. It was no longer a concern. Perhaps he had perished alongside Zhou. and they simply had not discovered his body. Qin Wen tugged at Qin Wu, guiding him toward the lantern, and no matter how formidable Yin Qi might be, without the lantern, he would likely be unable to escape death if targeted. Look, is that the village chief? Zhang Lele stood on tiptoe, peering outside. A small, dim light appeared deep within the alley, drawing closer. Indeed, it was the hunched figure of the village chief. Cheng Miao furrowed her brow as she observed the approaching silhouette. Why was he coming from that direction? She recalled that his home was situated elsewhere. The others were unaware of the exact location of the village chief's home, but Lin Zhu pointed out to Cheng Miao that the chief had indeed departed along that path earlier. That path? Cheng Miao pondered, recalling the rough layout of the village that had been summarized upon the arrival of the veteran players. That path led nowhere. It was a dead end, devoid of anything. Cheng Miao had no time to speculate on why the village chief would venture down that dead end, for he had already arrived before them. The chief's aged visage appeared somewhat eerie under the dim light, and after a couple of coughs, he rasped, "Today marks the beginning of the ancestral worship. There are rules in the village regarding this. After midnight, one must not leave their dwelling. I have brought you some makeshift buckets. If you require them, please make do." The group's faces paled as they gazed at the 3 stacked buckets the chief raised, finally comprehending that he was implying they should attend to their personal needs there. This is unacceptable. Zhang Lele and Xiao Su's faces flushed crimson, their sense of shame overcoming their fear, prompting them to voice their objections to the village chief. The chief did not elaborate, nor did he react to their attitudes. He simply set the buckets down and turned to leave. Observing that the lantern in the chief's hand was on the verge of extinguishing, Yezi called out, "What about our lanterns for tonight?" "They are about to go out." Upon hearing her, the chief paused, slowly turning back to cast a glance at Yezi, a cryptic smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Fear not, before midnight, villagers will come to light them for you." With this assurance, Yezi exhaled in relief, and no one dared to speak further as they silently watched the village chief retreat into the distance. He was indeed heading in the direction of his home, Cheng Miao mused. With 2 lives lost and Yin Qi's whereabouts uncertain, Zhang Lele and Xiao Su were deliberating a room switch. Previously, due to Li Fei's disdain for Zhang Lele, she had been forced to stay in Yin Qi's room. Now that Li Fei was dead, the 2 new girls had huddled together. With Li Fei's demise, Yezi's room had an opening, allowing Zhang Lele to join, yet Song Yu was opposed to this arrangement. Given that only a few veteran players remained, losing 2 from their room posed a significant issue. Would tonight leave just him and that girl, Su Shuang, sharing a space? Sweat clung to Song Yu's hair, plastering it to his forehead and giving him a comical appearance. He had initially thought to call her effeminate, but then recalled that Su Shuang was also a veteran player, albeit one he found somewhat unreliable. How reliable could a man be who was concerned about hand cream in a dungeon? "What do you intend to do?" Qin Wen inquired, observing the once prominent figure of Song Yu now reduced to mere anxiety. A dungeon had a way of driving individuals to madness, transforming them into entirely different people. Song Yu's gaze was glued to Cheng Miao, while Qi Jiejia toyed with Lin Zhu, her voice laced with distraction as she spoke to Cheng Miao. The youthful Qi Jiejia possessed an acute sense of perception, which Cheng Miao had noted last night. Once the lights were extinguished, the darkness enveloped the room, rendering it utterly devoid of light. Cheng Miao felt an unsettling sensation, as if something eluded her awareness. Lying in bed, she reflected on the day's events, that madman. Cheng Miao remained troubled. The madman bore an uncanny resemblance to Zhang Min. Who could it be? Could it be the real Zhang Min? No, the madman had not been confined. If he were posing as the village chief, he would have surely hidden the genuine article away. Time slipped by swiftly, and as it approached the designated hour, Qin Mu Song exchanged a knowing glance with the others already seated on the bed, then pulled the cord to extinguish the electric light. The room was instantly plunged into a profound darkness, save for a faint crimson hue emanating from the door's crack. Chapter 80. Is this lantern beautiful? 13-inch indeed, the lantern had been lit. Cheng Miao felt a momentary relief. Yet a persistent unease echoed from the depths of her soul, an incessant whisper suggesting that something was amiss. Song-yu, unable to find solace in sleep, tossed and turned like a flapjack, troubled by the absence of a lantern that day, which left him feeling profoundly unsettled. Lying on the Kong, his mind raced with thoughts, yet he refrained from voicing them, fearing the repercussions. A cold sweat enveloped him, rendering him uncomfortable and sticky. Suddenly, a thought struck him. There was indeed a lantern hanging at their doorstep, if he were to claim it as his own. The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became. He rose stealthily, navigating the darkness with cautious determination. Squinting, he discerned a slender crack emitting a warm red glow. He approached the light, holding his breath as he pressed against the door. With bloodshot eyes, he peered through the crevice. A plump lantern swung at their entrance, newly replaced candles casting a bright yet gentle illumination. A weight seemed to lift from his chest, and he exhaled deeply, realizing that he could not open the door until dawn. Once the sun rose, he would seize the lantern for himself, dispelling his fears and ensuring his survival in this perilous scenario. Feeling a sense of liberation, he turned back toward the Kong, the room shrouded in darkness. He retraced his steps, feeling less tense now that the lantern issue had been resolved, his mind busy crafting plans to monopolize the lantern. In the next moment, he kicked a solid object. Boom! The object toppled over, rolling twice with a clatter. It was a chamber pot. An icy wave of dread surged through him, his blood rushing to his head, temples throbbing violently. He resembled a marionette whose strings had been cut, frozen in place. After several agonizing seconds, realization dawned upon him. He had been so tense that he had forgotten to breathe. Cautiously, he reached out, but found nothing. Thankfully, nothing at all. He stealthily maneuvered to the other side, finally locating the Kong. He climbed onto it, lying still like a corpse for a moment, ensuring that he was indeed alive before finally allowing himself to breathe a sigh of relief. Zhang Lei lay beside him, a chubby little girl whose body odor was somewhat overwhelming, the result of 2 days without a bath combined with the stress-induced sweat. Song-yu detected the scent, crinkling his nose in the dark as he turned away from her. Indeed, Chung Miao had mentioned that speaking was forbidden. He had remained silent, thus he would not trigger any fatal consequences. Just as he was reassuring himself, a soft knock echoed through the air. Song-yu's body tensed before his mind could fully register the fear, replaying in his thoughts the harrowing events from the previous night as well as Li Fei's gruesome demise that morning. This room was cursed. First, misfortune had struck yesterday, and now it persisted. As he contemplated moving away the following day, he sought to comfort himself with the notion that today was different. The lantern had been hung, a protective charm against malevolent spirits. Lantern, lantern, lantern. His eyes widened in the darkness. The lantern. Just moments ago, when he peered through the crack, he had indeed seen the vibrant glow of their lantern. Yet, in his peripheral vision, he had noticed that the house across from them bore no lantern. Sweat dripped from his hair into his eyes, and he blinked furiously. Yes, it was true. At that moment, he sensed something was amiss, and now he realized it was due to their lantern's brightness, contrasting starkly with the surrounding darkness. The once ubiquitous lanterns that adorned every home were nowhere to be seen. The neighboring houses loomed like tombs, devoid of any light. How could this be? How could it be so? A torrent of chaotic thoughts swirled in his mind, intertwining and threatening to overwhelm him. Just then, another knock resonated. Song-yu felt himself on the brink of collapse. What was happening? Yesterday, Li Fei had answered the door when he heard a knock, yet today, no one opened it, and the knocking persisted. It mirrored his dread again. The sound echoed. Knock, knock, knock. The incessant rapping grew more frequent and louder. Bang, bang, bang. Desperately, he tugged at his hair, his eyes bulging in the darkness. He wanted to scream, but the instinct for survival stifled his cries. Perhaps this was the rule of the night, to drive one to madness. Should a sound escape one's lips, It would be a violation, and he must not transgress. Not a soul stirred. Even the sounds of breathing were barely perceptible. Song Yu could no longer ponder why others remained so composed. He pressed his hands tightly against his ears, only to find it a futile endeavor. The knocking reverberated in his mind, as if it were emanating from within, clear and piercing despite his attempts to muffle it. Bang, bang, bang. Scratch, scratch. The knocking escalated, transforming into a battering assault, accompanied by the sound of sharp nails scraping against the wooden door. The cacophony was deafening, as though it were resounding right next to him. Surely, the other players could hear it too. They must hear it. Was there not someone who would come to his rescue? Song Yu's mind teetered on the edge of clarity, engulfed by the overwhelming knocking, and it took him a moment to realize something was amiss. Yes, the volume of the knocking was unsettling. It did not resemble mere knocking. It felt as though someone were thumping beneath his Kong, a sensation akin to a thin layer of cotton separating them. Dazed, he slightly propped himself up, pulling aside the bedding to press his ear against the Kong. Bang, bang, bang. A heavy and urgent pounding resonated from beneath. Chung Miao had finally managed to catch a few hours of sleep around 4, but it wasn't long before a piercing scream jolted her awake. Rushing out of bed, she confirmed that dawn had indeed broken and pushed open the door. The lantern had mysteriously vanished, taken by the villagers at some point. Chung Miao had anticipated this. The lantern served to protect players from ghostly assaults, and the villagers would not leave it hanging for players to claim. Yet, why had the village chief summoned help to hang and light the lantern last night? With no time to ponder further, a group of people burst into Xiao Su's room. Xiao Su had already succumbed to unconsciousness, while Zhang Lele, pale-faced, vomited into the chamber pot, and Yezi stood at the doorway, looking unwell. Chung Miao cast a glance at the few survivors, forming a rough conjecture about the events of the previous night. The spot where Song Yu had been sleeping on the Kong was still covered with a floral quilt, bulging as though someone lay beneath it, shrouded in the fabric. Exchanging a glance with Qin Musong, they approached and pulled back the quilt. Qin Musong, with his considerable strength, flipped it over. To their astonishment, it was not a person concealed beneath the quilt. Instead, it was the quilt itself, intertwined with Song Yu. Chapter 81. Is this lantern beautiful? 14. The arrival of Su Shuang caused a pallor to wash over her face, prompting her to retreat a few steps and slump against the wall. Qi Judge's gaze remained fixated solely on Chung Miao, having witnessed countless gruesome deaths in the various scenarios they had traversed. She had become desensitized to such bloody and bizarre demises. Chung Miao cast a worried glance back at Lin Zhu, relieved to see that the young man had indeed steeled himself. Though his complexion was somewhat pale, he exhibited far less fear than when he first encountered the corpse, perhaps even demonstrating more fortitude than most. As Qin Wen entered, he was immediately struck by the unmistakable scent of death. He instructed his younger brother to stay close to Lin Zhu and Su Shuang while he approached the scene. Upon observing Song Yu's lifeless form, Qin Wen let out a low whistle, exclaiming, "Wow, that's a rather grim fate." Chung Miao noted that Qin Wen was not in the best of states either. This scenario was proving to be particularly complex, and with Qin Wu following closely behind, Qin Wen appeared increasingly anxious. Lian Gu sashayed into the room, seemingly oblivious to the eerie scene before her. She pulled a pair of gossamer thin gloves from somewhere and donned them to examine the corpse. He was still alive when they stitched him up. Ugh. Lian Ji's remark triggered a fresh wave of nausea in Zhang Lele, who had only just managed to quell her retching. Lian Gu casually discarded her gloves in a corner and stood silently to the side. Lin Zhu had already roused Xiao Su and offered her a bowl of water. After drinking the icy liquid, Xiao Su felt somewhat revitalized, though her teeth chattered and tears streamed down her cheeks. This scenario was overwhelmingly difficult. "Are you feeling any better?" Noticing that none of the others seemed inclined to offer any comforting words, Chung Miao resignedly squatted down. Zhang Lele had ceased her dry heaving, leaning closely against Xiao Su. Xiao Su weakly nodded. "It's terrifying. We have no idea when she paused. As soon as I lifted the blanket, I saw just as Xiao Su seemed on the verge of hyperventilating again. Cheng Miao gently patted her back in a soothing manner, urging her to take her time and recount her memories from the beginning to see what she could recall. Even in this race against time, Cheng Miao did not pressure them. A flicker of gratitude shone in Zhang Leilei's eyes. She steeled herself, gripping Xiao Su's hand as she began to remember. Last night, I slept beside him. He couldn't fall asleep, tossing and turning restlessly. Xiao Su nodded in agreement. Yes, I was nervous every time he turned. I didn't dare speak to him, so I just had to endure. Cheng Miao gradually supported both of them as they made their way outside, with the other players trailing closely behind, allowing them passage. Once they reached the steps, Cheng Miao sat down alongside them. And then, Zhang Leilei accepted the water from Lin Zhu, murmuring her thanks before taking a few sips to continue. After a while, for some reason, he got up. I heard him move toward the door. It was so dark inside. I didn't dare make a sound or move, unsure of what he was doing. Zhang Leilei placed the bowl on her lap, nervously scraping her nails along its rim. Then, somehow, he kicked over the chamber pot. Made such a loud noise. I was too frightened to even breathe. That moment, Easy emerged from the room, corroborating Zhang Leilei's account. It's true. I heard it too, and when I woke up this morning, the chamber pot was overturned on the floor. Was he getting up to use the toilet? Qin Wu interjected, glancing at his brother. Easy shook her head. There was nothing in the pot. Qin Wu fell silent, perplexed as to why someone would risk getting up at such a dangerous hour, only to kick over the chamber pot. Little brother, can't figure it out? Qi Jiajia found the contrast between the two brothers amusing. Seizing the opportunity, she teased him. Qin Wu thought Qi Jiajia was quite endearing, reminiscent of a beautiful doll. He nodded, only to see the doll reveal a fractured smile, as if she were scheming to play with the lantern. Qin Wu paused momentarily before comprehending, instinctively glancing at Qin Wan, who nodded in affirmation with a smile directed at Qi Jiajia. Once Qi Jiajia had expressed her thoughts, she turned her attention away from the two brothers and resumed tugging at Qin Musong's braided hair. Please, continue, Cheng Miao urged Zhang Leilei to proceed. Zhang Leilei pondered for a moment before shaking her head. No, that's it. After that, he got into bed but still couldn't sleep, tossing and turning, even throwing off the bedding. Only Zhang Leilei, who had slept next to Song Yu, was privy to these details, yet it was evident that nothing particularly unusual had occurred. Otherwise, Xiao Su and Yi Zi would surely have remembered. And then, Cheng Miao pressed, unwilling to give up. Then he suddenly fell silent. I thought he had finally grown tired and was going to rest, but when I woke up this morning Zhang Leilei's expression darkened, and had she not already emptied her stomach, she surely would have retched again. Cheng Miao gazed up at the clear blue sky, where lanterns still glowed brightly at every doorstep, perhaps newly replenished with candles, showing no signs of having burned all night. Let us piece this together. Therefore, Song Yu must have triggered the death condition by kicking the chamber pot, Cheng Miao observed, staring at the lantern across from her. But not everyone has lanterns. How could he still die? It's quite simple. Even with lanterns present, he activated the death condition and consequently perished, Easy replied, brushing her short hair aside with an air of impatience. Isn't that obvious? Cheng Miao remained silent. While her reasoning was sound, could everyone in this village truly guarantee that no sounds would escape them throughout the night? Coughing, snoring, these were beyond their control. Let us assume, for the sake of argument, that he really did get up to use the chamber pot. Wouldn't he that also make a sound? Ah, you're up, let us go. Today we'll be making lanterns. The steamed buns are here, you can eat them on the way. The village chief approached, holding a vibrant red lantern, while Zhang Min carried 2 plastic bags filled with white steamed buns. Village chief, we've lost another person, Qin Wen suddenly announced, and true to form, the chief's already wrinkled face tightened further, his expression shifting with concern. He was sewn into the quilt as the words fell. Everyone witnessed the alarm in the chief's eyes, causing the lantern to tremble slightly in his grasp. I will summon someone to deal with this. It's a calamity. As the chief lamented, Zhang Lele, emboldened by the situation, stepped forward. Grandfather, several people have already died. Perhaps we should return home? Could you please let us go? The chief halted his movements, staring blankly at Zhang Lele's pleading face. Suddenly, his expression darkened, revealing a fierce glare. No, you cannot leave. The ancestral rites are not yet complete. No one is permitted to depart. Zhang Lele was taken aback by the chief's ferocity, while Qin Musong stepped forward slightly, shielding the young girl behind him. The chief glanced at the imposing figure of Qin Musong, as if recovering from the moment, his demeanor returning to normal. Go on, go make lanterns. Chang Miao's gaze remained fixed on the lantern in the chief's hand. It struck her as peculiar. Upon closer inspection, she felt that the chief's lantern differed from theirs. His lantern appeared more translucent. Chapter 82. Is this lantern beautiful? 15-inch Chang Miao hastened to catch up with the village chief, who guarded the lantern with great vigilance, making it impossible for her to get a closer look. As she followed, she attempted to engage him in conversation. Village chief, Zhang Min is your son, isn't he? I just noticed today how much he resembles you. The village chief seemed to smile slightly. Indeed, he is my eldest son, obedient and honest. For the second time hearing the village chief mention Zhang Min, Chang Miao seized upon the crucial detail. Eldest son? Do you have other sons? The village chief fell silent for a moment, heaving a sigh. There is another, but my second son has never been quite right in the head. He is a fool. Indeed, that madman was the village chief's other son. While the chief claimed his younger son had been foolish since childhood, Chang Miao suspected he had merely been driven mad by some traumatic experience. The group fell silent as they arrived at the lantern-making area, where an elderly man was still diligently crafting lanterns, several lantern frames already set aside. Once the village chief departed, the players gathered to confer. Now, except for Yizi, everyone had their own lantern. Yizi remained silent, anxiously tugging at a few strands of her hair. Lin Zhu, I still need to trouble you to make a lantern here. I have somewhere to go. Chang Miao thought about Song Yu's demise throughout the journey. Song Yu had been sewn together with a flowery quilt, which Chang Miao recognized from her first visit to the old man's home. At that time, the old man had mentioned his daughter, and Chang Miao had glimpsed a woman sewing the quilt with her back turned to her. Lin Zhu nodded affirmatively, as that was indeed his skill. Today, I will accompany you, Qi Jiejia said darkly, as if threatening to bite Chang Miao if she refused. Chang Miao, resigned, replied, All right, you can come along. Qi Jiejia, with Chang Miao's returned hairpin adorning her hair, felt reassured. With that item in hand, she would be safe. It was only yesterday that Chang Miao realized the true value of that hairpin, wondering what perilous experiences Qi Jiejia must have endured to acquire such a coveted item that many players could hardly fathom. I'll follow the village chief and keep an eye on him, Qin Musong said, toying with his handgun. The village chief was significant. He intended to uncover any additional clues. Although Su Shuang was a seasoned player, he was timid and dared not act alone. He glanced at the two brothers, then at Qin Musong. Qin Musong shrugged. I don't mind if you tag along, but I can't guarantee your safety. Su Shuang nodded gratefully, understanding the unspoken truth that he could not expect anyone to rescue him in perilous situations. Qin Wen took Qin Wu out, employing his own methods to train his younger brother. Lian Gu remained silent, clutching the lantern Lin Zhu had given her the previous day as she departed. She resembled a mysterious and exquisite painting, inscrutable to all. The remaining players, Yizi, Xiao Su, Zhang Lele, and Lin Zhu, were hesitant to venture outside. The recent spate of deaths had terrified them. They recognized the folly of idleness, yet the fear kept them immobilized. Yizi, having failed to produce a lantern, could not bear to ask Lin Zhu for assistance. Each member of Chang Miao's team possessed enigmatic abilities, and she no longer dared to resort to force to compel Lin Zhu to craft her a lantern. Tomorrow, Lin Zhu's skills would vanish, and thus he needed to create as many lanterns as possible before then. Xiao Su and Zhang Lele joined in the lantern-making effort. While they might not need the lanterns, engaging in some activity served to distract them. Take your time. You'll surely make one, Xiao Su encouraged, perhaps sensing Yizi's despondent demeanor. Yizi, however, ignored her, her gaze darkly fixed on the door. Xiao Su, feeling awkward, touched her face before returning to her seat, exchanging furtive glances with Zhang Leilei as they resumed their lantern-making. Cheng Miao and Qi Jiejie navigated through the crowd, lanterns in hand. When Qi Jiejie leaned closer to inquire, "Do you think the villagers' lanterns look better than yesterday's?" Cheng Miao observed a woman nearby, carrying a— "Their lanterns are bound to be superior to ours," Qi Jiejie remarked, tugging gently at Cheng Miao's sleeve. Though her pace matched, so Cheng Miao hardly felt the pull. Yet it was not like this yesterday, Qi Jiejie mused, her focus shifting downward. Having been cautioned by the village chief, the villagers no longer regarded the incoming players with suspicion, but if stared at for too long, they would return with unsettling gazes. The ancestral rites were of great significance to them. Perhaps by tomorrow, they would produce even finer lanterns. Cheng Miao had no other explanation, so she allowed herself to ponder thus. The two turned into an uninhabited alley, where if the old man were still present, it would be up to Cheng Miao to stall, allowing Qi Jiejie to investigate the woman sewing quilts inside. Fortunately, today the old man seemed to be absent. After knocking for quite some time without response, Cheng Miao and Qi Jiejie nimbly scaled the wall to enter. The courtyard was deserted, a vibrant red lantern hanging overhead. Just as Qi Jiejie was about to speak, Cheng Miao gestured for silence. Following her gaze, Qi Jiejie noticed a narrow opening in the bedroom door, indicating someone was inside. Cheng Miao grasped her fishbone dagger tightly and cautiously approached with Qi Jiejie in tow. It was the same woman Cheng Miao had glimpsed before, sitting with her back to the courtyard, a quilt in her hands, her right hand deftly threading a needle, pulling out a long strand of thread. "Hello?" Cheng Miao knocked twice on the door. She observed that the woman did not react when she spoke, but the moment Cheng Miao knocked, the woman's posture stiffened slightly. It seemed that the occurrence of ghostly knocking and subsequent killings at night was not a recent phenomenon brought on by the arrival of players. "Is there something you need?" "My father isn't home," the woman responded, her stiffness fleeting. Had Cheng Miao not been vigilant, she might have missed it. Noticing the woman still did not turn around, Cheng Miao pressed her tongue against the roof of her mouth, taking a gamble. "We've come to find you." "Me? I haven't left my home in many years. I don't know what you seek from me." The woman's voice was raspy, distinct from the village chief's hoarse timbre caused by smoking. Hers sounded as though her throat had been damaged. "We wish to inquire about the lanterns." With a sudden crash, the quilt fell from the woman's hands onto the floor, which she made no effort to retrieve. Slowly, she turned around, and both Cheng Miao and Qi Jiejie tensed, realizing this woman had no face. Meanwhile, Xiao Su and Zhang Leilei languished in the courtyard, initially trying to make lanterns, but after ruining one, they discarded it aside. After all, they already had one among them. It sufficed for their daylight excursions. Xiao Su meandered around the courtyard, sat for a few minutes, then stood up again. After a while, she leaned closer to the daydreaming Zhang Leilei, asking, "Leilei, do you want to go to the restroom?" Chapter 83. Is this lantern beautiful? 16-inch Zhang Leilei regained her focus and gazed at Xiao Su's flushed face. No wonder she was so restless. It turned out she was in urgent need of a bathroom. Reluctant to go, Zhang Leilei observed the almost tearful expression on Xiao Su's face and glanced up at the sun, high in the sky. "Well, I suppose I'll accompany you." Xiao Su expressed her gratitude profusely. Having observed the surroundings yesterday, she knew the toilet was not far. It was just to the right after exiting the alley. Whenever she became anxious, the urge to relieve herself would strike, and she had refrained from drinking too much water the previous day. With the lantern in hand today, she was less mindful of her needs, and with some time before they returned in the evening, she was certain she couldn't hold it any longer. "Sister Yizi, we need to go to the toilet. Would you like to join us?" Just as they were about to step outside, Zhang Leilei turned back to ask Yizi, who was still weaving the lantern frame. "Yizi, already irritated by her task, shot a fierce glare at Zhang Lele upon hearing her voice. Embarrassed, Zhang Lele quickly took Xiao Su's arm and left. "Make sure to go and return promptly, don't dawdle," Lin Zhu reminded them, having overheard the two girls earlier. Given the context, he felt it was inappropriate to intervene before, but seeing them about to leave, he chose to speak up. "We'll be back in just a few minutes," Xiao Su replied, feeling quite fond of this gentle younger brother. She waved her hand, ignited the lantern she had been holding, and linked arms with Zhang Lele as they stepped out. The two held the lantern close, its flickering light illuminating their faces, both of which were now flushed. To distract themselves, they chatted about various topics. The toilet was just ahead. "Lele, would you accompany me inside? It won't take long." Zhang Lele, hesitant to remain outside alone, nodded and entered with Xiao Su. The village toilet was quite rudimentary and dimly lit, with merely 2 stones for stepping and a pit beneath. Zhang Lele pinched her nose, turned her back, and raised the lantern high to illuminate both of them. "Hurry up." As Zhang Lele heard Xiao Su unfastening her pants, her mind wandered back to what Lin Zhu had previously mentioned, that once she reached a certain level at the guest house, they could form a team. Having teammates to look out for each other was certainly advantageous. Zhang Lele considered asking Xiao Su if she would be interested in forming a team, given that they had become quite close. The stench in the toilet was overwhelming, causing Zhang Lele a headache. "Are you done yet?" No sooner had she spoken than Zhang Lele felt Xiao Su's presence behind her, a hand resting on her shoulder. "Let us get out quickly." Zhang Lele held the lantern ahead, preparing to exit, but after a couple of steps, a realization struck her. She hadn't heard any water running. Xiao Su had rushed to the toilet, but after unfastening her pants, there was no sound. How could she have finished so quickly? A sheen of sweat formed on Zhang Lele's forehead as she disregarded the foul odor and lowered her hand from her face, gripping the lantern pole tightly, trembling. "Xiao Su?" No response came from behind her, and Zhang Lele felt her entire body stiffen. The hand resting on her shoulder was growing colder, so cold it numbed half her body. That hand did not belong to Xiao Su. She distinctly remembered their first encounter when she had linked arms with Xiao Su, who had complained about her icy hands. At that moment, Zhang Lele had envied Xiao Su's warm hands throughout the year, unlike her own, which felt like ice. Who, then, was behind her? Where had Xiao Su gone? Hadn't they been carrying the lantern together? Why had something gone awry? An overwhelming tide of questions flooded Zhang Lele's mind, and she clung to her last shred of sanity, reminding herself not to look back. Stiff as a robot, she took slow, deliberate steps toward the exit. Outside the toilet, the sun was shining brightly, and as soon as Zhang Lele emerged, she felt the hand that had been on her shoulder vanish. She exhaled deeply, sensing she had narrowly escaped from a dire situation. When the body's overly tense nerves finally relaxed, instinct prompted her to glance back at the toilet. Her gaze met that of a woman's face, grotesquely devoid of skin, mere inches away. Why haven't they returned? Could something have happened? Lin Zhu set down the lantern he was holding. He had made 6 more, preparing for the next day, and placed the completed lanterns for himself and Lian Gu aside, leaving the last one at the feet of the elderly man who was still crafting lanterns. Lin Zhu intended to find the 2 sisters, partly due to the growing number of deceased individuals complicating their mission, and partly to ascertain whether their persistent concerns were warranted if anything had happened. Rubbing his head, he added, "Don't worry. When we return, I'll help you make one." As Lin Zhu left the courtyard, Yezi finally looked up, her eyes shimmering with an inscrutable light. Lin Zhu had kept an eye on the toilet. After all, people often faced urgent situations that could not be controlled. The toilet was quite close, and it wouldn't take long to reach. Due to the overwhelming stench and the remote location, there were not many people around, allowing Lin Zhu to spot the 2 figures in the open space immediately. Zhang Lele and Xiao Su stood back to back, their scalps and exposed skin fused together, resembling conjoined twins. Lin Zhu suppressed the urge to vomit as he moved closer. He discovered that both their faces had been skinned, revealing red muscle and veins, which was particularly unsettling as he circled the bodies. He noted that their faces and the lantern had been shredded together, lying in pieces on the ground. A bizarre and gruesome thought sprang to Lin Zhu's mind, accompanied by a chilling sensation racing up his spine. He could no longer bear to observe the corpses and turned to flee. Despite holding the lantern, he could still feel the chilling presence following him, drawing closer. "Don't look back, run faster." Fortunately, the toilet was indeed very close to the courtyard where the lanterns were made. Lin Zhu sprinted desperately, finally diving into the courtyard just before that chilling sensation reached him. The lanterns hung at the entrance of the courtyard, brighter and more translucent than the one in Lin Zhu's hand. In an instant, he felt the unsettling chill dissipate. Lin Zhu didn't dare let his guard down, not even glancing sideways as he entered. Upon stepping into the courtyard, he realized Yezi was missing. Just as one crisis seemed to resolve, another arose. Lin Zhu rushed to the elderly man, inquiring for a prolonged period before he could barely decipher the gestures the old man was making. Yezi was unharmed. She had left on her own accord, following a man who had come to find her. A man. Who could it be that would prompt Yezi to leave with him? Lin Zhu gritted his teeth, wiping the sweat from his brow. Yanqi was still alive and had evidently been hiding somewhere. For the past few days, he had managed to stay safe. Seizing the opportunity when the courtyard was empty, he had come to find Yezi, and the two had departed together. Lin Zhu gasped for breath, raising his gaze to the lanterns swaying at the entrance, suddenly struck by inspiration. The two veteran players had joined forces, choosing a path in stark contrast to that of the other players. Chapter 84. Is this lantern beautiful? When Cheng Miao and Qi Jiejia returned with somber expressions, they were greeted by the sight of a listless Lin Zhu. At that moment, the others had yet to return, leaving Lin Zhu alone in the yard. Upon seeing Cheng Miao, Lin Zhu's eyes brightened as he rushed over, disregarding Qi Jiejia's cold gaze. "The lanterns we made can no longer protect us," Lin Zhu remarked, touching his nose and lowering his head like a child who had erred. Although Cheng Miao and Qi Jiejia had also made some discoveries, they had not anticipated that Lin Zhu, who had remained in the courtyard, would express such a sentiment. Cheng Miao glanced around the empty yard, and a glimmer of understanding began to form. Without further delay, Lin Zhu recounted the details of Zhang Lele and another person's absence from the restroom, his encounter with a corpse while searching for others, and the near mishap he experienced on his way back. He also shared his suspicions regarding Yanqi's abduction of Yizi and their plan to collaborate on an alternative route to success, conveying everything to Cheng Miao in detail. Cheng Miao looked at Lin Zhu with surprise. This young man, who once trembled at the sight of a corpse, in the secret scenario of the Chang residence, he had been so frightened by the body of a steward that he could hardly move, now bravely sought clues and even discovered issues beside such a terrifying sight. It was undeniable that her teammates were growing at an astonishing pace. "You did exceptionally well," Cheng Miao encouraged, patting Lin Zhu on the shoulder. "Whether it was making the lanterns before or searching for clues today, you performed admirably." Lin Zhu's face flushed slightly, and he hesitated to continue discussing his own matters. Instead, he turned to the visibly troubled Qi Jiejia. "What about you? Any discoveries?" Cheng Miao sighed and recounted the information she had gathered from the woman. Zhangjiakan was an ancient village, sustained for over 100 years by lantern making. However, in recent years, as nearby villages gained access to electricity, the demand for lanterns dwindled. The village's previous leader, now the grandfather of the current village head, had once come across a formula claiming that lanterns made from the village thrived on lantern production, as their agricultural output was meager. If the lanterns failed to sell, they faced financial ruin, leading to death. In such an isolated village, the village head's word was law, and the villagers had no choice but to comply. Moreover, after the first year, when the lanterns made by two girls selected by lottery fetched exorbitant prices, the villagers had no objections, as some secretive trades indeed required talismans against evil. From that point on, no villager dared to resist. In the mountain village, girls were inherently less valued than boys, and with most families possessing 2 or 3 daughters, those selected simply resigned themselves to their fate. The woman named Zhang Qiao had her best friend Zhang Yan, who had previously been betrothed to the second son of the village head. Zhang Yan's parents had passed away early, and she was subsequently chosen in the lottery. Zhang Qiao opposed the arrangement, as did Zhang Guo, the second son of the village head. However, this was a tradition upheld for decades, and no one could defy it. Zhang Guo and Zhang Yin contemplated eloping, escaping the village to anywhere beyond. Zhang Qiao, having attended school for a few years, understood that the world outside the mountain village was a civilized society. She believed that if they could just leave and reveal the village's vile secrets to outsiders, everything would come to an end. In the end, the three were caught during their escape, betrayed by Zhang Qiao's father. Zhang Yin was ultimately turned into a lantern as punishment, a grotesque incentive for the village head, who compelled his son to witness the gruesome act of his beloved being skinned and dismembered into a lantern. Ironically, Zhang Qiao, the mastermind behind the idea, had her face flayed as a warning, as a reward for Zhang Qiao's father for his betrayal. The village head gifted him a lantern, the skin of which was made from his own daughter. Subsequently, every household prospered from the lanterns crafted from young girls, yet more and more villagers began to resist continuing the practice. With newfound resources, they aspired to pursue different livelihoods or even relocate to the city for a better life. However, it remained unclear when the deaths began to occur one after another among the villagers. Both those who remained in the village and those who moved to the city, none could escape. They all perished by cruel, skin-related punishments, prompting the village head to finally realize that the souls of the women they had tormented for years had returned to exact vengeance. The village head sought various remedies, ultimately deciding to designate the day of creating the first lantern as an ancestral worship day. The lanterns, imbued with the grudges of the departed souls, also became objects of their fear. Thus, for 3 days, every household was required to keep their lanterns lit, serving both as a tribute and a threat. This practice persisted for the past 2 years, although occasionally. However, Zhang Qiao's words could not elucidate every mystery. For instance, why had Song Yu died last night despite lighting a lantern? Additionally, why had the ordinary lanterns they crafted been effective against evil yesterday but appeared to have diminished efficacy today? Lin Zhu pointed out the inconsistencies, noting that many aspects lacked logical coherence. Cheng Miao nodded, acknowledging that since Zhang Qiao had remained confined to her home since then, there were many details she remained ignorant of, necessitating their own exploration. Observing that the sun still had some time before setting, Cheng Miao led Qi Jia and Lin Zhu a bit farther from the old man to sit down. I have some thoughts on your 2 questions. Let's discuss them together. First, I believe the lanterns can indeed ward off evil, but only during the day, Cheng Miao stated, resting her chin on her hand, her eyes narrowing thoughtfully. I've been pondering the hint they repel evil during the day but attract spirits at night. Therefore, lighting a lantern at night provides no protection. Rather, it summons malevolent specters. Lin Zhu and Qi Jia, for instance, using animals for sacrifice may begin with paper representations, then evolve to dough models, and finally culminate in actual cattle and sheep. This is still common in impoverished areas. Qi Jia quickly grasped Cheng Miao. Today, they might have been specially processed, and by tomorrow, they will likely unveil lanterns made from genuine human skin and bones. Meanwhile, we've been foolishly carrying ordinary lanterns, which are utterly ineffective in deterring spirits. Lin Zhu's expression fell. But we can't obtain those kinds of lanterns. Cheng Miao turned her back to the old man, and with a flick of her fingertips, a delicate lantern appeared in her hand. The lantern's skin was exquisitely refined, the frame and pole gleaming pale, sending a chilling aura that enveloped the 3 of them instantly. Chapter 85. Is this lantern beautiful? 16-inch Lin Zhu gazed in astonishment at the lantern in Cheng Miao's hand, utterly bewildered. Where on earth did you acquire such a lantern? It was only upon closer inspection that she realized this lantern was worlds apart from the ones they had crafted from gauze and silk. Without taking it from Cheng Miao, Lin Zhu leaned in to examine it, The frame, fashioned from bone, glimmered like jade, while the lantern made from human skin was exquisitely detailed, its texture reminiscent of caressing a young maiden's tender flesh. "This was given to us by Zhang Qiao," Cheng Miao said, her brow furrowing. That kind-hearted woman, even now, was engaged in a struggle against the ignorance and feudalism of this village, still seething with anger over her betrayal by her own father, exchanging her lifelong happiness for a mere lantern. Now, she bestowed upon Cheng Miao this lantern, crafted from her own skin and her friend's bones, which was tantamount to relinquishing her own life and that of her father. Lin Zhu remained silent. The dangers of superstition were indeed lethal. What role did the player assume in this scenario? Observing Cheng Miao stow away the lantern, Lin Zhu, noticing her improved demeanor, continued to inquire. Zhang Qiao was unaware. She had long ceased to involve herself with the affairs of the village, merely waiting for the day her friends would come to claim her and her father's lives. Had we not trespassed into the courtyard today, she would still be oblivious to the presence of outsiders in the village. At tea that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from outside. Cheng Miao saw Qin Musong, one hand gripping Su Shuang, the other tossing aside a tattered lantern before darting inside. The lantern hanging at the entrance flickered twice before stabilizing. Su Shuang appeared quite disheveled, her body marred with numerous cuts, her demeanor akin to that of a startled bird. Qin Musong, on the other hand, bore only a shallow gash on his arm. Qi Jiejia, with a stern expression, approached to bandage Qin Musong's wound. "Aren't you supposed to be formidable? How did you end up injured?" Having spent considerable time with Cheng Miao and the others, her demeanor had softened. She had found the freedom and respect that had eluded her in her original family, and her aggression had notably diminished. Moreover, Qin Musong indeed treated her well, as he did the entire team, so she reluctantly tended to his injury. Qin Musong affectionately ruffled Qi Jiejia's braid, rolling up his sleeves to reveal his muscular arms, allowing her to clumsily bandage him while he relayed the information he had gathered to Cheng Miao and the others. The village chief had not ventured anywhere today, merely visiting each household, careful not to draw too close, only reminding them to prepare for the ancestral worship tomorrow night. As he surveyed the pile of lanterns inside, Qin Musong's brow knitted in concern. These lanterns had become all but useless. Even if Su Shuang and I lit them, we would still be ensnared. After Qi Jiejia finished bandaging his arm, Qin Musong smirked at the tight knot in the bandage, but refrained from commenting. "Oh, we encountered that madman," Qin Musong recalled softly, describing how the lunatic had cried and laughed in a dilapidated house, proclaiming that perhaps they would meet again tomorrow, as his father had said it would begin at 9 o'clock, and if all went smoothly, they might not meet again. Su Shuang, an experienced player, snapped back to reality and added, "That madman spoke in riddles, sometimes claiming they would meet, other times saying they would not. Who knows if it holds any significance?" Cheng Miao recounted the clue she had just acquired, omitting her own acquisition of a human skin lantern. At Cheng Miao's prompting, Qi Jiejia seized an opportunity to discuss the matter privately with Qin Musong. He did not so much as raise an eyebrow, causing Cheng Miao to feel that he truly was a professional, unmatched by others. Currently, 2 groups remained unaccounted for, and the others had lost interest in crafting lanterns, waiting in the courtyard for news. "Shall we go search for Yezi and the others? They might have some clues," Su Shuang suggested, but after a moment's thought, she tugged at her hair, dismissing the idea. They had left without a word, clearly intending to exclude us. With a mix of resentment and anger, Su Shuang lamented that they were all part of the same team. Was this dungeon not supposed to have faction missions? The previously quiet Qin Musong suddenly interjected, "That's unlikely. I've heard from seasoned players that faction missions in dungeons are rare and typically overt. Each group relies on its own abilities. Indeed, while there may be players with differing tasks within the dungeon, the likelihood of placing players in opposing factions was exceedingly slim." In other words, Cheng Miao mused as her gaze drifted toward the door. She seemed to hear approaching footsteps. Yezi and Yin Qi had likely miscalculated their path to success. Ideally, they were merely hiding away, biding their time. But if they had directly allied with the opposing faction, then they would be left to fend for themselves. In truth, Cheng Miao had begun to sense that the survival inn was not merely orchestrating a grand escape to select the last fortunate survivor. Rather, it provided players with a convenient passage. Unlike the Infinite Flow novel she had previously read, the survival inn was indeed quite benevolent towards its players. It offered items, and if players possessed the skill, Furthermore, upon exiting the dungeon, as long as one had the funds, a high-quality life was entirely attainable. Thus, Cheng Miao did not wholly endorse Yin Qi's choices. As she contemplated, she noticed Qin Wen enter, his expression dark, accompanied by Qin Wu. Qin Wu, much like Su Shuang, was covered in wounds, though his injuries were more severe, as if he had been dragged from a pool of blood. Upon entering, Qin Wen's tension was palpable. He cursed under his breath and produced a small pill, forcing it into Qin Wu's mouth. Miraculously, Qin Wu's visible wounds began to heal, yet his spirit remained depleted. Nearby, Su Shuang could only wrap herself in bandages like a mummy, enviously watching. However, she understood that even if she possessed healing items, she would not squander them on mere superficial wounds. Even Su Shuang could discern that Qin Wen's excessive concern for Qin Wu was not a good omen in this perilous dungeon. Damn it! So we were sacrifices, Qin Wen affirmed, ensuring his brother was safe before joining Cheng Miao and the others in discussion. He did not disclose the source of his information, but he indeed possessed some skill, having unraveled the troubling mystery surrounding the player's existence. Whoever it was that suggested to the village chief to offer the lives of outsiders as sacrifices to the spirits, believing it would ensure the village's safety, was a fool. Yet, remarkably, it seemed to have worked. Qin Wen gulped down a bowl of water in one go, taking a moment to breathe before continuing. This lantern, for some reason, has also become ineffective. After a moment's pause, he slapped his forehead, recalling that he had yet to share the remaining clue, cursing the wretched lantern for its sudden ineffectiveness, nearly causing him to falter along the way. From what we have gathered, it appears that the Zhang family village has performed these sacrificial rites with outsiders before. Tomorrow night is destined to be our last. Chapter 86. Is this lantern beautiful? 19-inch. A chilling sense of dread enveloped Cheng Miao and her companions. Initially, they believed that the villagers' exploitation of an innocent girl for profit was a profound loss of humanity. Upon discovering that the deceased had returned to exact vengeance, they anticipated remorse and regret. To their astonishment, there was none. The villagers remained irredeemably entrenched in their malevolent ways, willing to sacrifice even more lives to preserve their OWT. Seemed Zhang Qiao's final mutterings were indeed accurate. The roots of this village were rotten beyond salvation. Lin Zhu and Su Shuang exchanged hurried whispers, recounting the previous clues and the tale of the Tan brothers. Tan Wan, after a prolonged silence, could only utter a curse, his mind evidently grappling with the weight of their revelations. Around 4 o'clock, Lin Gu returned, not mentioning the lantern and appearing far less disheveled than Tan Wan, Tan Wu, and Su Shuang. She entered with a leisurely gait, as if she had merely strolled through a marketplace. Upon hearing the gathered clues, Lin Gu offered no expression, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Before long, the village chief arrived, his demeanor far from pleasant. He cast a fierce glare at Tan Wan, who, feigning ignorance, remained intently focused on the sky. The chief turned to glare at Lin Gu, but upon meeting her gaze, which held both warmth and an icy edge, he faltered and averted his eyes. Everyone should be mindful. After all, you are guests in this village and ought to show some courtesy to your hosts, the chief admonished, his face a stormy shade. Cheng Miao quickly deduced the source of Tan Wen's intelligence. He had likely confronted the villagers physically. As for Lin Gu, Cheng Miao was not inclined to ponder what insights she might have gleaned from the villagers. Being an experienced player, her silence suggested that her findings were likely redundant. Cheng Miao was curious, however. Was Lin Ji's intervention lethal to the villagers? No one responded to the chief's remarks. The corners of his sunken eyes twitched, and as he prepared to speak again, Cheng Miao's impatience surfaced. Are we truly guests? The villagers do not seem to share that sentiment. The chief's heart skipped a beat. He was uncertain of what the others had disclosed, but with the ancestral rites approaching, he could not afford any missteps. Realizing this, he forced a semblance of humility, uttering an apology. Cheng Miao and her companions, not wishing to escalate tensions, opted for restraint, knowing they would have to contend with both malevolent. The group returned to the old house under a heavy atmosphere. Players sat inside, eating, as the chief ominously declared that 3 rooms must be occupied at all times. Cheng Miao, observing the chief's hunched figure, mused on the fact that pretense had been entirely abandoned, and demands were now overtly made. Now reduced to 8 individuals, the rooms required reallocation. Tan Wen, Tan Wu, and Su Shuang would share one room, while Cheng Miao insisted that Qi Jujia and her companions occupy the final room, though they voiced their dissent. I should have the room to myself. My combat prowess is unmatched, asserted Qin Musong, casting a disapproving glance at Cheng Miao. I intend to venture out tonight. Her declaration stirred a ripple of surprise among them. Cheng Miao massaged her temples. Possessing the buff of a spectral ally, she believed nighttime might yield fruitful discoveries, as daytime crowds proved inconvenient. The others fell silent, and Cheng Miao worried that opening the door might endanger them. She turned to Lian Gu, who stood elegantly against the wall. I plan to leave tonight, which will necessitate opening the door. It would be prudent for you to choose another room. Lian Gu gazed intently at Cheng Miao before breaking into a smile. How intriguing! I shall share a room with you. Cheng Miao was momentarily taken aback by Lian Ji's radiant smile, only to realize that the others were equally captivated, while the instigator of this enchantment had already reverted to a pensive demeanor. As night fell, Cheng Miao extinguished the lights and heard the faint rustling of someone outside, signaling that lanterns were being lit. Estimating that the villagers would leave after lighting the 3 rooms, she glanced at Lian Gu, who awaited by the door. This was no jest. It was precisely because Li Fei had opened the door at night that he met such a tragic fate. Cheng Miao declined the handgun offered by Qin Musong, uncomfortable with it. She preferred to wield her fishbone dagger, which had been upgraded to feature a blade that sliced through iron with ease and possessed an aesthetic appeal. In the pitch-black room, the dagger emitted a ghostly white light and chill, and its handle, crafted from an unknown material, felt remarkably comfortable, almost as if it were bonded to her hand. Cheng Miao nodded at Lian Gu, who leaned against the door, and in an instant, an oil paper umbrella appeared in Lian Ji's hand. Though obscured by darkness, Cheng Miao felt certain that this item was far from innocuous. Gently, she unlatched the door and opened it without a sound. Outside lay the eerily silent Zhangjia village, devoid of lanterns or even a glimmer of light. In stark contrast, the old residence where they stayed was brightly illuminated by 3 vibrant red lanterns. Lian Gu stepped outside, her movements unhurried, as if she were traversing her own garden. She unfurled the oil paper umbrella adorned with the Jiangnan misty rain motif and with a delicate flick, extinguished all 3 lanterns. Cheng Miao observed that the lanterns had transformed into human skin lanterns, resembling the one Zhang Qiao had given her. She stored the 3 lanterns in her spatial backpack, attempting to signal Lian Gu to take one, but Lian Gu merely stood there, caressing the umbrella's handle with a gaze that was tender and affectionate, seemingly oblivious to Cheng Miao's silent plea. Cheng Miao felt a twinge of defeat. After all, the lanterns could not be lit at night. Perhaps she would receive another during the day. As the two surveyed the nocturnal Zhangjia village, Cheng Miao suddenly sensed a coldness enveloping her from behind. She noticed Lian Ji's delicate hand twitch and quickly grasped it to restrain her. In response to Lian Ji's bewildered expression, Cheng Miao tightened her grip, the pain of her nails digging into her palm grounding her in reality. Though her fear had lessened compared to earlier, it lingered nonetheless. I understand your sorrow, dear girl. We are here to assist you. Upon uttering these words, Cheng Miao observed Lian Ji's brow furrow slightly, just as a cold, skeletal hand draped over her shoulder. The hand was unnaturally thin, devoid of flesh, merely a bony grasp that held Cheng Miao firmly. With her right hand gripping the fishbone dagger, Cheng Miao mentally prepared herself, counting the seconds. 1, 2, 3. Upon reaching 15, the hand vanished, replaced by a chilling breeze, as if some unseen force beckoned her elsewhere. Cheng Miao recognized that the buff from her spectral ally had activated. The sensation was peculiar, as if something within her had shifted, though she could not articulate it. Ready to confront whatever lay ahead, she turned back at Lin Ji's subtle indication. A row of bloodied women stood behind Cheng Miao, their faces obscured, with one in the forefront. Her long hair concealed her visage, and crimson droplets continued to fall to the ground. Her hands, reduced to skeletal remains wrapped in sinew, bore a vibrant red lantern. Chapter 87. Is this lantern beautiful? 20-inch. Despite Cheng Miao's mental preparations, she bit her tongue, the pain serving to keep her alert. Cheng Miao's back was drenched in sweat, and her loose hair clung to her cheeks, rendering her appearance far from flattering, especially in comparison to the serene beauty beside her, who appeared unfazed as if a mountain had collapsed before her. The line of ghostly women turned languidly and walked away. Lin Gu gently swayed her oiled paper umbrella. Should they follow? Cheng Miao exhaled deeply, her gaze complex. Was it her unique buff that had garnered the favor of the undead, allowing her to escape peril? And Lin Gu? She stood right next to Lin Gu, who had done nothing but toy with her umbrella. Cheng Miao gazed at Lin Gu with a sense of admiration. She believed that even if everyone else perished in this scenario, Lin Gu would find a way to emerge unscathed, and her decision to accompany Cheng Miao tonight was merely out of curiosity. Resolute, Cheng Miao steeled herself. The clues lay blatantly before her. How could she not pursue them? The two followed closely behind the line of ghostly women, and Cheng Miao soon realized they were headed in the same direction the village chief had taken on the first day. At that time, she had wondered what the chief sought in such a desolate direction. Now she understood in a room that was utterly unremarkable. Cheng Miao and Lin Gu trailed the ghostly women as they pushed open the path beside the mill that led underground. The passageway below was damp and stifling, forcing Cheng Miao to stoop as she advanced. Few could claim to have experienced crawling through such a tunnel behind ghosts, she mused, attempting to find humor in her plight. The stench of blood grew increasingly pungent, constricting her breath. Cheng Miao harbored a grim hypothesis. This must be where the villagers had crafted their human skin lanterns. Finally emerging from the tunnel, Cheng Miao was momentarily blinded by the flickering candlelight. Before her lay a circular chamber, at the center of which stood a stone altar, carved into the shape of a human form. It was not difficult to imagine the fate of the women who had been bound and flayed upon this very altar. The thick bloodstains had seeped into the stone, creating a grotesque yet exquisite pattern. Scattered around the altar were several weathered bones and discarded lanterns. It was unclear how many innocent women from Zhangjia village had perished here, the soil mingling with decaying corpses, emitting a nauseating odor. Dozens of bright lanterns flickered around the altar, but the line of ghostly women had vanished, leaving only the first, who stood a short distance away, lantern in hand, observing Cheng Miao and Lin Gu. Upon witnessing this hellish scene, Cheng Miao's compassion overshadowed her fear. She took 2 steps forward and softened her voice. "How can we help you?" The ghostly woman remained silent, yet the lantern in her hand dripped wax that resembled blood, signifying that only by destroying the lantern could they achieve reincarnation. Cheng Miao and Lin Gu exchanged glances, speechless. In truth, the solution to the villagers' plight was straightforward. If they destroyed the lanterns, peace would be restored. Yet the villagers were too ignorant and fearful. They dared not destroy the very lanterns that ensured their survival, preferring to seek out sinister alternatives rather than genuinely repent for their transgressions. It was the villager. Cheng Miao nodded. "How can we destroy the lantern?" The ghostly woman suddenly lifted a bloodied face towards Cheng Miao. She mentally admonished herself not to reveal any fear. while Lien Gu watched with keen interest as Cheng Miao maintained a stoic expression while locking eyes with the ghostly figure. He. The ghostly woman's flesh quivered, and she suddenly emitted a piercing, blood-curdling wail that was both mournful and mocking. The lantern in her grasp trembled violently, and wax dripped onto the ground, forming letters, "Use fire." Use fire? Cheng Miao furrowed her brow. Is it truly that simple? It must be quite sorrowful, Lien Gu interjected suddenly, to be ensnared for so long by one's own kin through such crude means. Cheng Miao turned to see a look of sympathy and sorrow etched on Lien Ji's face. The subtle shift in Lien Gu's expression stirred something within Cheng Miao. It seemed that Lien Gu, too, possessed a kind heart. The ghostly woman appeared deeply affected by Lien Ji's words, her form trembling violently before she finally steadied herself, standing quietly. At that moment, Lien Gu had already masked her emotions, as if the words she had just spoken had not been her own. Let us depart. Cheng Miao realized there were no further clues to pursue. She cast one last glance at the ghostly woman standing silently by the altar before following Lien Gu out. Their steps were swift, and they soon returned to the room. Cheng Miao lay on the bed, her mind a whirlwind of thoughts. Since entering the scenario, her phone had been rendered useless, leaving her unable to reassure Lin Zhu and the others. To burn all the lanterns would not be a simple task. It required all the villagers to gather in one place. That moment would only come during the ancestral worship tomorrow night. However, during the day, they would still need the lanterns for protection. Tonight, they were safe due to the buff, but without the lanterns, the others would be vulnerable to death by dawn. Cheng Miao closed her eyes, her thoughts swirling until she drifted into slumber. At the break of dawn, Lin Zhu and the others pushed open the door to find Cheng Miao peacefully washing her face, a collective sigh of relief escaping their lips. The lanterns had not been lit last night, and no one had perished. Everyone wore expressions of survival against the odds. However, the village chief, in a fit of fury, stormed in demanding to know the whereabouts of the lanterns. Cheng Miao felt no goodwill towards the people of Zhangjia village. She slowly splashed the water from the basin, coldly retorting, "Is the chief searching me? Where would I hide the lanterns? We came out, and not only is there none at our doorstep, but neither. Why does the chief not inquire of the others?" The village chief choked on his words, clearly infuriated. Who would light lanterns to summon ghosts, except for those right outside your door? The lanterns must have been taken by you. If you do not return them now, do not blame us for being impolite. Just as the chief's words fell, Cheng Miao sensed an approaching presence. In the next moment, familiar figures emerged, Yin Qi and Yi Zi, one on either side, appearing behind Qin Musong and Lien Gu. Each wielded their respective weapons. Yin Qi brandished an axe, while Yi Zi held a long syringe. Both were skilled fighters, having stealthily approached the group, successfully subduing the two most formidable individuals. Qin Musong looked to Cheng Miao, who slightly shook her head. Given Qin Musong's expertise, even with the advantage, Yin Qi would find it difficult to prevail, let alone against the enigmatic Lien Gu. Cheng Miao was curious to see how the village chief intended to handle their predicament. Cheng Miao retrieved 3 lanterns from her backpack and tossed them onto the ground, eliciting gasps from the surrounding villagers. They rushed towards the lanterns, inspecting them for damage before carefully collecting them, glaring fiercely at Cheng Miao. The village chief had completely discarded his facade, declaring, "Bind them and take them to the altar." Chapter 88. Is this lantern beautiful? 21. Cheng Miao and several others were tightly bound with hemp ropes and thrown into the altar that Cheng Miao and Lien Gu had explored the previous night. The altar was adorned with countless lanterns even in daylight, and aside from the absence of a woman devoid of skin standing there, everything remained as Cheng Miao had observed the night before. Initially, Yin Qi intended to rummage through the players' items, but unfortunately, Qin Musong's intimidating presence was too formidable. Even when bound, he hesitated to accede. In truth, he found the situation overly convenient. Yet neither he nor Yi Zi had witnessed Qin Musong or Lien Gu taking action, merely an instinctive sense of their strength. However, instincts could very well be mistaken. Well, once the individuals are dead, you can collect the items then. There are other matters at hand now. Yez furrowed her brow as she regarded Yin Qi. This man had appeared with a lantern during her moment of utmost uncertainty, revealing to her an alternative path to success. Collaborating with the villagers, that moment, Zhou had perished, and it was the village chief who had saved his life. Among all those remaining, Yizi was the most suitable candidate for collaboration. Thus Yin Qi seized the moment to seek her out. Yez merely yearned for survival. If cooperation meant living, then notions of morality held no weight. Do not blame us. You were simply unfortunate to draw this dungeon. Yez tightened the ropes binding Lian Gu once more before departing with Yin Qi. The ancestral rites commenced at night, but prior to that, they needed to scout the background of the dungeon to secure additional rewards. In a fleeting moment, everyone had vacated. The entrance to the underground passage was sealed, leaving the altar desolate with only a handful of players remaining. Su Shuang and Qin Wu bore grim expressions, visibly shaken by the gruesome scene. Qin Wen surveyed the surroundings and inquired, "Now that we are all here, could you share the plan with us?" Cheng Miao used a fishbone dagger to cut the ropes binding Qi Jia, and the nimble young girl quickly freed everyone. It was not that Yin Qi and the others had underestimated the rope's ability to bind them. Rather, the entrance to the underground passage had been closed, and they indeed lacked lanterns. Venturing out during the day would be tantamount to seeking death. Cheng Miao, stretching her limbs, recounted the events of the previous night to the group. Su Shuang and Qin Wu were thoroughly frightened by Cheng Miao's mention of the ghostly woman, retreating behind Qin Wan. Observing the frustration etched on his brother's face, Qin Wan felt increasingly exasperated and turned to Cheng Miao, asking, "What is the plan?" Cheng Miao shrugged, stating simply, "Qin Mu Song and Lian Gu control those two players. One ignites the fire while the others manage the villagers." Cheng Miao gazed at the lanterns overhead, smiling slightly. "I believe that once the first lantern is destroyed, the villagers will no longer require our efforts to control them. Burning the lanterns would liberate the spirits, leaving only vengeance to be exacted before reincarnation." No food or water was offered until the evening when some commotion finally. Observing the calm demeanor of a few, the village chief, clutching an unlit lantern, bore eyes reddened with fury. Cheng Miao, peering past the village chief, noticed the night had deepened. Taking a deep breath, she wasted no time and called out, "Act!" Qin Mu Song and Lian Gu moved so swiftly that Cheng Miao scarcely perceived their actions, only to see Yizi and Yin Qi collapse to the ground. No gunfire was heard. Both were taken down through close combat. Lian Gu brushed off non-existent dust from her attire and stepped onto Yizi's right hand. The crisp sound of bones cracking resonated alongside Yizi's anguished wail, "You, vile woman!" Bang! With a seemingly gentle kick, Lian Gu sent Yizi flying, crashing heavily against the stones. Watching Yizi lie motionless on the ground, everyone swallowed hard. Lian Gu glanced aside, adjusting a loose strand of hair, and remarked coolly, "I simply detest being insulted." "Very well, remember that. Hold on to it dearly." Qin Mu Song and Lian Gu effortlessly subdued the formidable Yin Qi and Yizi, evoking a sense of trepidation among the villagers, who surrounded Cheng Miao and the others without making a move. Qi Jia, taking advantage of her small stature, went unnoticed as she produced a rope, swiftly crafting a torch. It wasn't until Qi Jia ignited several lanterns in one breath that the villagers finally reacted. "Stop her. She intends to destroy the lanterns." The lanterns of Zhangjia village had always held paramount significance to the villagers. Seeing Qi Jia's intent to destroy them, their fear was cast aside, and they lunged forward with ferocity. The group kicked away several villagers, only to be encircled anew. These individuals had long lost their rationality, driven solely by the imperative to protect the lanterns. Just as Cheng Miao began to feel overwhelmed, she suddenly sensed a few more presences out of the corner of her eye. "Mother!" Gurgle. "Ah! A ghost!" No, please don't kill me. Help. The vengeful spirits unleashed by the destroyed lanterns materialized behind the villagers, dragging their own kin into the darkness with bloodied hands, relishing their terror and screams. Run! The villagers cannot survive. Cheng Miao shouted, as Qi Jiajia tossed aside the torch, the flames igniting lantern after lantern. The atmosphere in the altar thickened with malevolence. No one paid heed to the fleeing players, while the villagers screamed, the scent of blood growing ever more pungent. In the chaos, Yin Qi stumbled to his feet, ready to flee, when suddenly he felt a sharp pain at his scalp, and in the next instant, his vision was engulfed in a tide of red. Stiffly turning, he beheld a grotesque woman raking her long nails across his scalp, humming an off-key folk tune. Cheng Miao and her companions dashed desperately towards the village entrance. As long as the vengeful spirits targeted the villagers, they would be safe. But once the villagers perished and the players remained, they would become the next victims. I need to go somewhere. Lin Zhu, ignite a fire wherever you pass. Cheng Miao donned her speed-enhancing shoes while giving instructions. She glanced at Qin Musong, but before she could speak, he nodded and sprinted off in another direction. Truly a seasoned player, Cheng Miao paid no further mind to the others and dashed along the route etched in her memory. The dilapidated alley lay deserted, at the end of which lay Zhang Qiao's father's corpse, long deceased, eyes eternally unclosed. Cheng Miao pushed open the door to Zhang Qiao's home. The woman was not sewing quilts today, and the sound of her weeping echoed. Cheng Miao sighed inwardly and stepped inside. Do you wish to see Zhang Yan? Upon hearing Cheng Miao's voice, Zhang Qiao turned back in disbelief, her disfigured face lighting up with excitement as she nodded fervently. Cheng Miao seized Zhang Qiao and hastily made her way to the village entrance, where flames soared into the sky. Yet, as they raced through the wind, Zhang Qiao exhibited no reaction, neither surprise nor fear. Lin Zhu and the others awaited at the village entrance, and upon seeing Cheng Miao return, Lin Zhu leaped with joy, waving her hands, Sister Miao Miao, we can leave now. Over there, Qin Musong had also arrived at the village entrance with another individual, staring blankly. Upon spotting Zhang Qiao, whom Cheng Miao held, he clapped his hands and laughed that it was the village chief's second son, Zhang Yan's fiancé. Before Cheng Miao could utter a word, a piercing gust